Chapter 281. Auden's mansion looked very luxurious on the outside. I didn't know how Auden learned to construct such a building, but I was impressed nonetheless. "Can you make it?" A worried voice flowed out from the radio as I examined the mansion. Piece of cake. I activated the pinnacle rank instant acceleration attached to my suit. My body moved much faster than I expected, at a speed far beyond that of sound. I knew I couldn't control this speed as it was, so I activated bullet time. Instantly, the world around me slowed down. I moved like the wind and made it inside the mansion in no time. Successful infiltration confirmed. Wow, that surprised me. That was some crazy speed. I calmed myself down and looked around, taking in my surroundings. The walls became transparent, and I could see the entire mansion at a glance. The number of humans in this building was 33 in total, including Park Han-ho, a former member of the Temple of Justice, and his revived daughter. Park Han-ho was reading his daughter a book. It was a surprisingly peaceful and humanly scene, which was a strange thing to say considering both were still humans. More importantly, where is the spy? I turned my head slowly, searching for the spy. As I scanned the rooms one by one, I discovered a likely candidate in the guest room on the fifth floor. It was a woman. Her eyes kept wandering nervously. There was a machine used to send the Morse codes at the foot of her bed. "I think I just found the spy. Please confirm." I used pinnacle rank instant acceleration again. Each floor was crawling with monsters, but I was confident they wouldn't recognize me even as I passed by them, just as I was unaware of Kurukuru's presence in the past. Chwa, I arrived at the guest room on the fifth floor at the speed of light. I appeared like the wind, quite literally. "Ah!" The woman shook in surprise at my sudden entrance. Her strawberry blonde hair and long arms and legs stood out. She swallowed hard as she looked at me. I waited for the confirmation in silence. "Yes, she's the one. Hello." At that moment the woman spoke. "My name is Rumi." She seemed to have calmed down and even offered me her hand. I examined the woman. For whatever reason, I felt like I'd seen her before. "You may use the return scroll now, but now was not the time to dwell on it." "Do you have any belongings?" Rumi nodded. "I have them with me already. I brought my inventory from the tower." "If you say so." I took out the return scroll. Then, just as I was about to tear it in half, "Hi," a cold, unfamiliar voice suddenly approached me like a blade. I tore the scroll without even looking back. Warak, the sharp sound of paper tearing rang out. "Hoo-hoo, where do you think you're going?" However, the scroll failed to activate due to obstructive magic power. I turned around with a sigh of annoyance. A humanoid monster who looked like a giant peacock stood before my eyes. "Good thing I decided to act on my hunch. I knew you were a traitor." From her appearance and the tone of her voice, I could tell this monster was female. I frowned. "Who are you?" "That's none of your business." The humanoid monster suddenly began to sing. "Here is the inescapable mystery." Her voice was mesmerizing, and her rhythm was perfect. Her song spread abnormal magic power into the surroundings. The magic power melted the room and reshaped our surroundings into what looked like a concert hall. Everything became dark and quiet. The stage and the seats were separated, and a beam of orange spotlight shone over the center of the stage. I felt as if classical music would suddenly start playing. I looked around this strange space in a daze. Where am I? And what kind of an ability is this? She's one of Auden's elite monsters. Her name is Doloran, and she can imbue her songs with magic power. It's similar to spirit speech, but different. We're inside Doloran's barrier right now, Rumi explained quickly. "Aha, so that's Doloran. One of the four monsters that's new to the setting. Does she shed her feathers because she's a bird? She's different from what I saw on TV. We should have gotten out of here before she set up a barrier. It's too late now." Rumi's voice was tinged with despair. She bit her lips so hard that they started to bleed. It seemed she had already given up. I asked, "It's just a barrier. Why are you so scared?" "It's not just a simple barrier. You can't escape from Doloran's barrier. And rather than a barrier, it's more of a world of its own." It was no surprise that Rumi knew about Doloran in detail. She was the spy, after all. "There are only two audience members, but that's enough," Doloran muttered as she climbed up the stage. She stood on the podium like a conductor and looked down at us. Rumi turned white with fear, but I was confident I could break through the current situation. "But fundamentally, it's only a barrier." "No, pardon." I pulled Rumi into my arms and took out the mystic key. Mystic key magic artifact. A mystical key. Evolving item exp 90,000/100,000 LV8 unlocking was converted into an effective good through the 8-star card. Card conversion. I had upgraded the Mystic Key tremendously using item experience coupons. Even the most solid barriers should become powerless in front of it. The first number is Messiah by George Friedrich Handel. Ahem. Doloran began warming up. She was completely at ease, probably because she had already concluded that we could never break out of her barrier. I thrusted the key into the ground. Its tip sunk into the ground, and click, it was hooked. It had reached the core of the barrier. Woom! I forced Stigma's magic power into the key. This would surely strengthen it. I then turned the key to the right with all my strength. Coom! It sounded as if someone had pushed down on all the lowest keys on the piano at once. Doloran's concert hall turned into gravel. What's going on? My concert. Where did it go? She looked around in confusion. Let's run. Excuse me, what are you, kayak? I picked Rumi up and started running. This was my third time using pinnacle rank instant acceleration today, yet I was just as fast as I was the first time. I could use this option without any limitation as long as I had the orb of regeneration with me. Meanwhile, back at the underground fortress, everyone was already out of their tents, eagerly waiting for Black Lotus to return. They all had witnessed Black Lotus triumph from the camera around his neck. Their hearts sank when Doloran appeared, as she was known to be as equally powerful as a master rank hero. However, to their surprise, Black Lotus defeated her easily and escaped with the spy. His performance was nothing less of perfection. I knew he was a good bet. Aileen nodded with satisfaction. Today, she had witnessed the true strength of Black Lotus. Right, and I'm really curious how he broke that barrier. What do you think, Aileen? That barrier didn't have any noticeable weakness in it. That monster looked confused. Too, Nicholas was overcome with excitement and curiosity. Hey, Nayan, do you think he'd be willing to take a photo with me? I think I'll be able to get, like, 300 million likes if I post it online. That last remark was Yi Ji-yoon's. Other heroes also looked forward to meeting Black Lotus. They didn't expect him to answer all their questions, but still they were thrilled to finally meet Black Lotus in person. Ah, he's here. With her extraordinary eyesight, Jin Se-in was the first to point to the other side of the tunnel. Everyone turned to where she pointed, and soon, two silhouettes appeared on the other side. It was Black Lotus and the spy Rumi. Rather than waiting for the two to come, the heroes went to greet them. Aileen, as the commander-in-chief, stood in front of Black Lotus. Oi, it's been a while, Aileen greeted. Black Lotus remained silent. He handed Rumi over to Palmer, who was known as the Saint. Rumi had fainted after failing to withstand Black Lotus' supersonic speed. Hey, don't you know me? Aileen frowned. Thinking Black Lotus just ignored her, Black Lotus' answer was short. I do. Then why are you ignoring me like that? It's not my job to look after you. Aileen's face turned slightly red. Few muffled laughters broke out behind her. I never asked you to look after me. Be courteous. You. Black Lotus looked beyond Aileen. His gaze moved across Kim Soo-ho, Nicholas, YunSeo-jin, Shin Jong-hak, Jin Se-in, then Ki Naeun. His gaze lingered on Ki Naeun for slightly longer. Having noticed it, Ki Naeun tilted her head in confusion. I'm leaving now, but be sure to tell me the information that the spy discovered. Black Lotus turned around, but Aileen's high-pitched voice stopped him. Do you have any other business to take care of? As an ally, Black Lotus was more dependable than anyone else. Seeing as Black Lotus and Auden were arch-enemies, Aileen wanted to keep Black Lotus on her side at least until they defeated Auden. Black Lotus could secure their rear, attack the front, and even assist other heroes from the back. He would be the perfect addition to the team. However, Black Lotus neither looked back nor spoke. An eagle suddenly flew in from a distance and landed on his shoulder. Hey, answer me before you leave, Black Lotus answered Aileen in a nonchalant voice. Contact the chameleon troop if you want to recruit me. And that was all he had to say. Excuse me, before you leave, can you maybe take just one photo with M? Oop. Ki Naeun and Kim Soo-ho managed to stop Yi Ji-yoon before she could finish her sentence. Immediately afterwards, Black Lotus turned into a handful of dust and disappeared into thin air. Silence descended on the fortress. The heroes all stared at the spot where Black Lotus had just stood. The man came and left quite literally like the wind. Black Lotus should have been the enemy of heroes, yet a sense of gratitude filled their hearts. Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak, Yi Ji-yoon and Jin Se-in, Ki Naeun and YunSeo-jin. Each member of the task force now had their own story of Black Lotus to tell, and their stories would soon spread to the rest of the world in the form of rumors. World of Wish. 8F Crevon. On a starry night in Crevon, Margrave Toma was having tea time with a guest in the reception room of her mansion. The atmosphere was rather grave. Staring at the dark clouds outside her window, Toma muttered with a sigh. A lot has changed ever since the 30th floor crumbled down. When Kim Suho cleared the final floor of the tower, Crevon was under a state of emergency. Cults heralded the end of Crevon one after the other. Some sought to overthrow the current regime. However, this period of turmoil only served to bring Crevon together. Araha, the fifth princess of Crevon, declared herself the king, finally unleashing all the ambition that she had tried so hard to keep hidden over the past years. She launched a series of innovative and radical policies to address the people's concerns. Arar also recruited a number of skilled players and regularly sent them on expeditions to the ninth floor. Half of the ninth floor that was once crawling with mythical monsters was now cleared out, and that was clearly a triumph on her part. What do you think? Toma asked the guest while sipping on tea. Recent changes had put her in a rather tricky political situation. I am worried. The clinking sound of iron resounded throughout the room along with a low-pitched voice. The guest, a giant man, stared down at the cup in front of him, which was barely the size of his thumb, before picking it up and placing it on his palm. Toma gave a small smile. So even you're scared? Lu Bu. Lu Bu did not answer. He only grabbed his square sky halberd with the hand that wasn't holding the cup. However, before long, he raised his head again and stared Toma in the eye. I heard that Earth will also transform into the demon realm. Yes, that was the prophecy. The highest-ranking administrators of the Tower of Wish, Buddha, Jesus, and other saints, had already ascended to heaven. They left behind a single prophecy before they left. Demonic energy shall invade the blue world. We hope you will all work together to overcome this ordeal. But the prophecy only applies to the outside world. Toma muttered and glanced at Lu Bu, anticipating his response. The outside world. Toma had begun to refer to Earth as the outside world. She recalled her parents. Earth had left nothing but scars on Toma's family. This was the reason she did not want to leave Crevon. Toma cherished the peaceful life she had here. Do you wish to descend as well? General Lu Bu. But others had very different opinions. Not only the administrators, but also Lu Bu, Lancelot, and practically anyone who originated from Earth wanted to descend onto the outside world. Lu Bu turned his head slowly and glared at Toma. I'm merely following my lord. Right, and your lord is here in Crevon, yet you worry about Earth. Lu Bu clenched his teeth, which made his chin appear more threatening. Toma stared back at him without being intimidated, as the atmosphere between the two began to grow hostile. Gyuwu. Suddenly, strange vibration shook their surroundings. Toma and Lu Bu stopped and looked around in confusion. It wasn't long before a message window popped up in front of Toma. There has been a huge change to the system. Only Toma could see this message because she was simultaneously an NPC and a player. Her eyes widened as she read it. The sky was dark without a hint of light. I returned to Pandemonium. After a quick shower, I headed straight to Boss' office to give her a report of the mission. You're back. Boss greeted me with her usual nonchalant look. I already received the news that you succeeded. Did you get the reward? Yes, the chameleon troop is now officially pardoned, though I'm not sure how long we can manage to stay off that list this time. With a chuckle, Boss got up from her seat and came up to me. You did well. Boss stared at me. Then she leaned over and hung something around my neck. It was a necklace. This is better than the one I gave to you when you first joined. I got this from the association in exchange for accepting their newest request. You earned it, so you keep it. Heimdallr's necklace was its name. You could tell from its name how priceless this necklace was. This is. I was surprised that of all people Boss had chosen to give this to me. I knew from her official setting that she was an avid jewelry lover. Grateful, I held the necklace up to examine it in detail. It was then. Gyuu. I felt a huge vibration echo off the walls. At the same time, several windows popped up, blocking my view. Outline, the narration has caught up with the original story. The remake story will take over fully. Problem, the last arc before the hiatus was much too dull. Setting change, a huge system, has been incorporated into the story to minimize the dullness. Original author's privilege. Your eyes can now see other people's life force. Among other stats. Chapter 282. Great change won England, Buckingham Palace. After subjugating Toji, Hanks was received hospitably by the English government. Hanks didn't want the public to find out about his return, and England did its best to stop the information from getting out. As a result, Hanks stayed in England for 2 more days before returning to the Himalayas. With Hanks gone, today was the last day Yonha would stay in Buckingham Palace. She stood in front of a mirror in her room and checked her outfit. She was wearing a black dress designed by the world-class designer, Yunjung, a pinnacle-grade artifact called Siren's Black Pearl Necklace, and an ancient Scylla artifact called Bronze Necklace. Together with the beautiful Buckingham Palace, her beauty stood out even more. Hoo-hoo! Every time she saw herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but thank her parents. She couldn't imagine how they managed to pass down only the best genes. Immersed in confidence, she made various poses, smiling like a cute girl, biting her lips like a seductress, and looking stern like a worried CEO. She was well aware of the benefits her beauty brought. She had experienced it firsthand in business. Her appearance exuded trust and evoked admiration, boosting the image of her guild even more. There was a reason that Yonha was the face of Essence of the Strait, but her appearance had never garnered love from anyone. Task. A sense of skepticism suddenly swept through her. Yonha clicked her tongue and turned away from the mirror, but the feeling of helplessness didn't go away easily. She subconsciously thought of Shin Jonghak. She had liked him ever since she was a kid, but gave up on him after realizing he would never be hers. How did I come to like him? It was a tale from a long time ago. Ha! Yonha sat down on the corner of her bed and recalled her first meeting with Shin Jonghak. The official name was probably Guild and Business Friendship Conference. It was a social gathering for corporate leaders and top-class guild executives. As adults and their children all attended, the 5-year-old Yonha looked forward to the conference. She was just as ambitious back then as she was now. That day, she tried on dozens of dresses with her mother. Although her mother was also passionate, Yonha was even more heated up. What dress to wear, what accessories to pick, she spent 7 hours worrying about her outfit. How do I look? Father, the dress she finally picked was similar to the one she was wearing now, a black dress and a necklace to make her look mature. Adorable, Yonha. Aya, stop, you're going to make my dress wrinkly. Stew up. Her father hugged her with a hearty laugh, and Yonha remembered being angry at her father for making her dress wrinkly. Not long after picking her dress, her uncle, Yu Jinhyuk, who was a rising star hero at the time, also arrived. Together, they headed to the conference. The conference was held in the garden of Ki Juchel's grand mansion. Wow! Fancy classical music played in the background, and beautiful flowers glistened under the sun. Yonha's eyes widened from the clear weather and scenic view. Although she came from a rich family, the Immortal's grand mansion had a certain noble charm that she didn't see in her home. Oh, if it isn't Air Blitz Yujin Wong. Ha ha, Leader Yoon Young-ho, it's nice to see you. No need for greetings. Follow me. Shin Munchol brought an amazing child with him. Her name is Aileen. She was born with an extremely rare gift called spirit speech. Oh, her father and mother disappeared with Leader Yu Young-ho. Uncle Yu Jinhyuk led her to the place where all the children were gathered. It was a playground built just for young kids. Yu Yonha puffed her cheeks unhappily. Uncle Jinhyuk. Can't I say hi to adults too? Kids are boring. Nope, you can't. But why? The goal of this conference is making connections. Your parents will take care of the adults, and it's your job to connect with other kids. Your parents' connections will eventually become yours anyways. Plus, you're only 5 years old. Don't go around calling kids boring when you're one too. What Yu Jinhyuk was saying made sense. Left with no choice, Yu Yonha went to the kids' playground. There. She saw 10 or so kids her age. Who? Yonha collected her breath before approaching them. Hello, my name is Yonha. 30 minutes was enough. With her conversational skills and beauty, she captured the hearts of the other kids. Just when she was sure, she became the main character of the meeting. Annoying, a boyish girl appeared. She was wearing jeans and a t-shirt. The upset girl sighed and sat down on a nearby chair. At first, Yonha was dumbstruck. How could someone come to such a noble meeting in that get-up? But she soon realized she could just ignore the girl. Yonha snorted and invited her newly made connections to eat some pudding. This pudding is great. Would you like to try some? However, most of the kids around her had already disappeared. Where did they go? Yonha looked around, confused. Then she saw them flattering the boyish girl. Hey, The words, Naeun, Naeun, entered her dazed ears. It was then that she realized who the girl was. Ki Naeun, Dihyun's youngest daughter and the granddaughter Ki Juchul adored. That was when Yu Yonha met Ki Naeun for the first time, and it was also when she felt inferior for the first time, but she refused to yield. She believed she was superior in appearance and clothing. Hello, how old are you? I'm 5. She tried her best to recapture the attention of the other kids, but it was futile. The sons and daughters of mid-sized guilds left for other nobles when the chance came. The noble wasn't necessarily Ki Naeun. Sons and daughters of more honorable guilds and corporations, they seemed to possess something that was even more important than appearance. It was at that moment that Yu Yonha realized she wasn't the main character, that she was only an extra. The young and proud Yu Yonha was sad that she wasn't at the center of the meeting. Her resentment was pointed toward Ki Naeun, who became the center of the meeting in only jeans and a t-shirt. She held back her tears and glared at Ki Naeun. Although she was surrounded by many people, she seemed annoyed by it. That girl. Bad, stupid, idiot. Yu Yonha ate pudding as she sobbed. Only the sweetness of her pudding consoled her. It was then that Shin Jonghak appeared in her life. Is that pudding good? His voice was childish, yet full of confidence. He wasn't talking in polite speech, but Yu Yonha didn't care. Someone came to me. Just that one fact made her happy. Yu Yonha wiped her tears elegantly and turned around. There. She saw a handsome boy who seemed to have popped out of a painting. She asked in a daze, "Who are you?" Shin Jonghak smirked, then said softly, "Shin Jonghak, my grandfather is Shin Munchul." Shin Munchul. It's Shin Munchul, not Shing Munchul. Yu Yonha's eyes widened. There wasn't anyone in the world who didn't know Shin Munchul. Shin Jonghak seemed to have liked her huge reaction as he stayed and consoled her. Don't worry about those guys. They're only puppets of their parents. Shin Jonghak must have spoken from jealousy. Since he liked Ki Naeun for the longest time, he must have disliked seeing Ki Naeun surrounded by other guys. But Yu Yonha didn't know that at the time. People who chase after special people without trying to become special themselves only end up as trash. He was just as arrogant then as he was now. Okay. Back then, he seemed like the coolest, most wonderful person in the world. That was the memory from her childhood. When she recalled it now, her heart didn't thump like it used to. About 12 years later, Yu Yonha met another man. A man who didn't have anything to his name but continued to get on her nerves. Although she was annoyed, even ignoring him and reproaching him, he saved her life. Not only that, but he also turned her life around forever. Kim Hajin, thanks to him, she was able to become a noble person, like she always wanted to be. Essence of the Strait became the #1 guild in the world and entered the top 10 of corporate entities. She had achieved the ambition she always had. Tok, a knock interrupted her recollection. Yu Yonha shot up from her bed, startled. Who is it? It's Rachel. I heard you were leaving, so I came to see you off. Yu Yonha straightened the hem of her dress and opened the door. Rachel was standing right in front of her. She seemed tired from having to deal with Shin Yohwa, but she greeted Yu Yonha with a bright smile. You look great. Are you ready to go? Yonha SSI. Yu Yonha glared at Rachel silently. Rachel was acting subservient and modest as always. In a way, it was to be expected. Yu Yonha knew she had risen to a position where she could determine the fate of a country. With little exaggeration, she could end England if she set her mind to it. Yu Yonha was displeased with Rachel's attitude. The emotion she felt towards Ki Naeun that day surfaced once again. She couldn't hold back. She shot the pent-up feelings she carried in her heart at Rachel. What relationship do you have with Kim Hajin? At that moment, Rachel's shoulders flinched. Pardon, what do you mean? Don't act like you don't know. Yu Yonha turned serious. The child you ran off with 2 days ago, I saw her in Seoul. At the time, she wasn't with you but with Kim Hajin. Rachel didn't say anything. As far as Yu Yonha was aware, the silence was the same thing as an answer. I'll ask again. Yu Yonha's face turned serious. She clenched her teeth and asked straightforwardly while sharpening a knife in her heart. Did you sleep with Kim Hajin? The moment she asked that question, Gyu, a boundless magic power began to pour down from an unknown place. Final arc. You can't jump off a running train. Earth's demon realm transformation is progressing. 3% complete. Calculating towers that have not been conquered. Tower of miracles. Tower of eternity. Tower of beasts. Tower of sorrow. Tower of despair. A total of 13 towers were found. The power of these 13 towers will be released to the outside world. Hajin, magic power just. Duck. What now? What? A sudden change to the system in the name of an arc. Unable to hold back my anger, I ran towards the window and looked up. Then, I lost all words. CHY, thousands of shooting stars were falling from the sky, illuminating the darkness. A meteor shower. Rich writing appeared on the shooting stars. I was most likely the only one who could see it. Enough time has passed since the destruction of the Tower of Wishes shell. But during this time, humanity paid little attention to conquering the remaining towers. They had little choice because of the great enemy known as Auden. Tower of Miracles, Tower of Eternity, Tower of Beasts, Tower of Sorrow, Tower of Despair. A total of 13 unconquered towers have released their powers. It was because of the rejective force resulting from the materialization of the Tower of Wish. Their powers served as a catalyst for hastening Earth's demon realm transformation. Now, meteorites are falling on the world. The meteorites contain hundreds of demonic monsters, demon merchants, and destruction-hungry demons. This is the start of the demon realm transformation. But this demon realm transformation wasn't a simple phenomenon like the one from the Tower of Wish. Not all demons are enemies. The demon realm transformation will change Earth and bring about a new age. The duck does that mean? You piece of shit, I cursed at the sky, looking at the words I couldn't understand. Then, KWANG, a few meteorites exploded as they landed. The earth rumbled and smoke rose up. Rewards have been granted to all of humanity for clearing the Tower of Wish. Blessing of the Saints has been activated. A new system has been initialized. Interesting. Your system is level 6, the only player to have surpassed level 4, system level. While I was climbing the Tower of Wish, I'd used consolidation coupons to level up the system to level 6. Your stats have been condensed to 5 attributes. Your attributes are 1, sharpness 2, tenacity 3, creativity 4, materialization 5, consolidation, boss. I turned to boss. She seemed to be experiencing the same phenomenon as she was staring into the air. GRRRK. GRRRK. Next, strange roars began to ring outside. I widened my eyes and looked outside the window. GRRRK. From the meteorites pinned to the ground, hundreds of demonic beasts were crawling out. Arc progress, demonic beasts of the demon realm invade humanity. Countless dungeons, mirror worlds, and other battlefields will be created. Every time a dungeon is cleared, or a demonic beast is killed, you will receive DP dark points. DP can be gained by anyone and can be spent in demon towns or with demon merchants. Note, demon merchants and demon towns are not your enemies. They are neutral entities who wish to seek benefits through this war. You can convert SB to DP. Clang. At that moment, a black demonic beast jumped through the window and landed on me. I swung my hands subconsciously. The demonic beast was cut in half cleanly. The hell? I looked down at my palm, which had suddenly become sharp. 7 points of sharpness will be imbued in all actions you make. You obtain 5 DP from killing a demonic beast. What just? Hajin. As I was murmuring in bewilderment, Boss called my name. I turned on the TV without answering her. Emergency report. The world is experiencing an unprecedented meteor shower. These meteorites are causing huge explosions. Civilians are recommended to stay inside. No. Hajin, Boss tapped on my shoulders like she was frustrated. Yes. Look over there. Ha! I turned to the direction Boss was pointing to. 3 minutes ago, it was a vast field in Central Asia with nothing to note. But that wasn't the case now. General stores, clothing stores, weapon stores, magic stores, and others. Benches surrounded a pond in a plaza with 4-story high inns. There were even existences that looked like people. A meteorite had struck and created a new town. What's that? The system returned an answer to my confused murmuring. They are demon merchants, beings who came to Earth through the meteorites. Demon merchants are fundamentally different from demons, devils, jinns, and demonic beasts. Demons are not a single race, only referring to those who came from the demon realm. Demons have different settings depending on what race they belong to. Devils will employ jinns and demonic beasts to conquer Earth. Humanity will try to stop them. These demon merchants are here only to reap benefits from the two sides' war. They will sell you anything, whether it be technology to annihilate members of their own race, weapons, magic, or whatever. As long as you have DP, that is. How is it? Not so boring anymore, right? Are you kidding me, you son of a bitch? Seeing the last sentence, I couldn't hold back my anger. Who? But being angry wouldn't change anything. I calmed myself. There was something I needed to do. I took out the purifying crystal from my stigma. But at that moment, Boss discovered something else. Hajin, she pointed at the sky with her trembling hand. What now? I looked up, somewhat fearful of what I would see next. Immediately, my thoughts stopped. A dragon, Boss murmured quietly. Boss and I looked up at the sky in a daze. It wasn't something like the human dragon Aileen, but an actual dragon, in the sky. A member of the mystical race known as dragons was circling the moon. Jesus Christ, is this for ducking real? I couldn't help but curse. I had not cursed in a long time, but this damned co-author just wouldn't let me be. Chap, UK, Boss hit my mouth with her hand. When I looked at her confused, she gave me a coy look. Don't curse. Ah, okay, chapter 283. Great Change 2, 44 days left until the start of the first development, Advent of the Calamity. As the original author, you are given the privilege of accessing the outline of the development. You may access the outline using your original gift, observation, and reading. And don't forget, you have the right to ask me a question or a favor. I ran with Boss to where the meteorite fell. After 3 minutes of running, we finally began to see a village that had appeared only a few moments ago. The village looked similar to the one I saw in Akatrina. Houses were made of bricks, like a classic middle-age design. What's this? It wasn't just us who came. Jinns and mercenaries of Pandemonium also gathered at the village. A few rambunctious jinns seemed to anticipate a fight. However, most calmly observed the Demon Realm village, which was shrouded in a dark fog. As I thought, you're here too. Suddenly, a familiar voice called us. I pushed my hood down further, and Boss looked at our business partner. It was Wicked, a member of the Nine Evils. Boss asked Wicked, "Do you know anything about the current situation?" "No, I don't." Wicked shook her head, and so did the 3 executives who were with her. So far, I had released only 3 of her 6 executives. I set aside the remaining 3 for later use in case we needed to negotiate with Wicked again. This was the way I intended to keep things for a while, since Wicked's gift allowed her to become stronger as the number of her followers increased. This phenomenon seems to be related to the demon realm. How can you not know what's going on? Aren't you a Jinn? Boss probed. Jinns aren't from the demon realm. I only serve my Lord Devil. I have no idea what's going on either. Let's head inside together and find out. Wicked's explanation made sense, so we headed to the village together. The village was pretty big and divided into different sectors. We continued to walk, taking in our surroundings when suddenly an alien-sized demon jumped out in front of us from the corner of the street. Hello. Frankly, I was pretty surprised, as was Boss and Wicked, but my pride wouldn't allow me to jump in fear. Wicked exchanged glances with her underlings. One of her executives stepped forward with a stern look. Who are you? Reveal yourself. So we can communicate. That's good. As expected, the demon spoke Korean. He was small but had big curved horns growing out of his temple. Tell us about yourself and what you're doing here. My name is Kyuong, and I'm a merchant, though I'm still trying to figure everything out. I used original author's privilege on the demon. Demon Realm Merchant Kyuong Life Force 100/100 Alignment Neutral Realm Stage-1 Average Job Middle Grade Merchant Status Speaking the Truth. I have a lot of things for sale that will be of help to you. Here, please take a look. Kyuong showed us his shop's catalogue. Special potion, protective wall artifacts from other dimensions, mercenary for hire, body enhancer, state of existence enhancer. You can buy these items with DP, which is the currency we use in our world. You can earn them by hunting demonic beasts. Ah, do you know what demonic beasts are? They're not much different from monsters. When monsters become contaminated in the land of the demon realm, they become what we call demonic beasts. I highly recommend this item here. State of Existence Enhancer. It's expensive but worth all the cost. Land of the Demon Realm. Are you referring to Demon Realm transformation? Boss frowned. People who participated in the Tower of Wish were all somewhat aware of Demon Realm transformation. Yes, today's meteorites mark the beginning of Demon Realm transformation. If you fail to work together to fight back, Earth will completely transform into the Demon Realm in no time. All 3 of us fell silent. A sense of shock swept through us. I looked down at the Demon Realm merchant, Kyuong, and spoke in an intimidating tone. We get DP from killing demonic beasts, so what happens if I kill you? Pardon, Can I earn DP by killing you? Oh, but you can't kill me. I'm only a hologram. My physical body is in the real demon realm. Status, speaking the truth. I didn't exactly plan on killing him, but regretted not being able to. I see. There's no use killing us anyway. We're willing to do anything for you as long as you pay us DP. Geez, another form of currency. DP, TP, SB. It was starting to get a little bit confusing, but that was no reason to shun them. I did have a talent for making money. Even if I was to suddenly become stranded in the middle of nowhere without anything on me, as long as that place was somewhere in this world, I could survive without worry. Just like the saying went, success was a little bit of skill and a whole lot of luck. Do you have casinos here? Ah, the higher grade merchants run them, but I do have lottery tickets. Yeah. Yep. They cost 20 DP per ticket, and you can see the result instantly. First place winner gets 1,500,000 DP. Second place winner gets 150,000 DP. Third place gets 15,000 DP. I could make 1.5 million DP with just 20 DP. Of course, just like all lottery, the chances of winning were probably slim to none. Kuong proceeded to explain. The chance of winning first place is 1 in 30 million. For the second place, it's 1 in 9 million. For the third place, 1 in 300,000. 1 in 30 million. 1 in 9 million. 1 in 300,000. At a glance, these numbers seemed insanely low. But why was it that I couldn't stop the corner of mouth from twitching upwards in joy? I tried to appear calm. That's pretty bad, huh? The chances are pretty low, but we sell these tickets in other dimensions and worlds, so I do hope you understand. Yeah, well, it's all right. It didn't matter how low the chances were. I was confident that my superhuman luck stat of 9.1 points would bring me a tremendous amount of DP, despite the ridiculously low probability. Africa, Underground Fortress, Violet's Gossip, Black Lotus Q, and a Q. Why does Black Lotus oppose Auden? I don't know the details, but I think there's a reason behind his hostility. Like, his family members were murdered by Auden or something. Q. How strong is Black Lotus really? I can answer this question with confidence. Black Lotus is equally as powerful as, if not more than, Ki Juchel. Ki Juchel is old, so I expect Black Lotus to take the lead as time goes on. Q really. We know that Swordsman of Wish Kim Suho is also very powerful, and Fenrir has killed Black Lotus once before. I heard Kim Suho also acknowledged Black Lotus. In fact, Kim Suho might be stronger than Black Lotus in a fair one-on-one fight. But considering all other factors, I have to say that no hero can stand against Black Lotus. As for Fenrir, I decline to comment, but I still think Black Lotus is stronger than Fenrir. What kind of atmosphere did Black Lotus have? He looked sad. He was cold, but I could spot a very human weakness in him. I feel like he has a deep scar in his heart, one that can't be erased. Even his nonchalant attitude couldn't hide his sorrow. He was a wounded beast or a fragile snowflake. If that's true, why do you think Black Lotus is so hurt? I'm not sure. There could be many reasons. His battle against Auden, or that duel against Fenrir in the Tower of Wish, or maybe it's the Association's oppression. But more than anything, I think it's because Black Lotus is noble. He has the world at his feet, and he leads the chameleon troop. The higher you go, the colder and more fierce it gets. Meanwhile, Yijun was in the middle of spreading rumors through Violet Banquet. Though these rumors were all derived from her delusions, she didn't feel guilty. In her mind, these rumors wouldn't cause any harm to Black Lotus. Plus, she really believed that her analysis was true. Tap, 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 tap. She accumulated more and more Violet Banquet points as the sound of keyboard typing grew louder. Yijun's Violet Banquet ID grade was an astounding blue diamond. This was the reason people believed whatever she said without even thinking to cross-check the facts. I should check up on my social media account now. After she finished the Q&A, Yijun turned Violet Banquet off and pulled up her official social media account. Yijun posts 2480, follower 36.3 million, following 103. Hoo-hoo. Fellow members of the Auden assassination team treated the high intermediate rank grade -1 Yijun as nothing but an immature supporter. But on the internet, she was an extremely popular celebrity thanks to her excellent image marketing strategy. On her official social media account, she gained worldwide popularity by posting photos of her with other famous heroes such as Ki Naeun. Yu Yonha, Kim Soo-ho, and Shin Jong-hak. On Violet Banquet, she ran a secret website called Violet's Gossip, where she posted gossip like the earlier Q. And her initial goal was to earn Violet Banquet points, but along the way she had gained a lot of followers. So all you do is sell. They're still not done. Yejun turned her smartwatch off and got up from her seat. She opened the door slightly and looked outside through the gap. Aileen was still interrogating a demon. Yes, all we do is sell goods. How do you expect me to believe that? After countless meteorites landed on Earth, the underground fortress went through a huge change as well. One meteor passed through the ground and became a shop stationed just outside the fortress. Look at us. We're not built to fight. I'm shorter than you. The demon twirled. You're kidding. Right, well, it's true that you're shorter than me. Yejun stepped outside and stood next to Ki Naeun and Kim Soo-ho, who were watching Aileen. Naeun, Soo-ho, is she still not finished? No. But I think it'll be over soon. Ah, right. What kind of stat did you get? Stat? Yejun wondered what Kim Soo-ho meant. Then she realized he was referring to the great change that happened last night. Oh, I got buff. How about you too? I got tenacity and extremity. Mine's amplification. Kim Soo-ho received tenacity and extremity. Ki Naeun received amplification. Ha, why do you have two? Soo-ho, I'm not really sure. Maybe because he cleared the Tower of Wish. Ki Naeun tapped on Kim Soo-ho's chest. Kim Soo-ho drew back, covering his chest with his arms. Ah, that makes sense. At that moment, the conversation between Aileen and the demon seemed to finally reach an end. So you promise not to tell anyone about our fortress? Of course, we just want to kill Auden. Sure, I don't know who that is, but we can help you achieve your goal, as long as you have DP. Whatever. Hey, everyone. Come on out. Aileen's voice rang out. All 177 members of the Special Task Force stepped outside their tents. We're going to start training. With a shout, Aileen took out the training simulator. The device had been updated to reflect Rumi's report of Auden's palace. It was now more realistic and precise. I want to lay this out to all of you. The mission start date is not going to change. We strike 3 weeks from now, just like we planned. We're going to go kill Auden. Aileen's high-pitched voice resounded throughout the underground cave. Furthermore, this was still not set in stone. The association had told Aileen that they would try and negotiate, but Aileen decided to announce it to the members to lift morale. Black Lotus will be joining us on this mission. Thankfully, the members took the news well. Shin Jong-hak widened his eyes in surprise. Ki Naeun nodded in seriousness. Kim Soo-ho recalled Black Lotus with tension, and Yi Ji-yoon hoped to finally take a selfie with Black Lotus. Annie, is that true? I thought the negotiation was ongoing. The only person who knew the truth, YunSeo-jin, approached Aileen and whispered in her ear. I heard that the cost of the negotiations is really high. There are rumors that the down payment is 50 billion won. Whatever. That's the old geezer's problem. We need Black Lotus to end Auden for good. Aileen declared indomitably despite YunSeo-jin's concern before beginning their training routine. Demon Town in Central Asia. I returned to the Demon Town after hunting exactly 100 demonic beasts with Boss and Wicked. She insisted on following us. Currently, Demon Realm transformation was only 3% complete, and demonic beasts were only as strong as intermediate rank monsters. Huong greeted us when we returned. I've got 1,000 DP, so give me 50 lottery tickets. Ah, we don't sell them here. With a smile, Huong led us to the general store just around the corner. Welcome, come in. I was the first to enter the store. There were all sorts of cool stuff inside, and the shop owner was a giant who was as big as Cheok Yung. I approached the shop owner and spoke. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Deong. Do all of your names end in Ong? That's right. Oh, well, I'll cut to the chase. Give me 50 lottery tickets. You won't win. It's a 1 in 30 million chance. Humans never win, for some reason. Deong didn't seem to want to sell us the lottery tickets. I'll show you that my luck is beyond human. Just give me the tickets. Deong gave me a discontented look, but I kept glaring at him and he eventually gave in. He handed me 50 tickets. It's not gonna work. I scratched the 50 lottery tickets on the spot. The first ticket was 6th place, 100 DP. The second ticket was nothing. The third was 6th place again, 100 DP. Boss widened her eyes. Oh, comes out pretty often for a 1 in a 30 million chance. Ha! Oh, he meant that it's 1 in a 30 million chance for first place. Everything else has a higher probability. Ah, I see. KQHM. I've never bought a lottery ticket before. Boss let out a dry cough in embarrassment. I continued with the lottery scratching. The fourth ticket was fifth place, 500 DP. The fifth ticket was third place, 15,000 DP. Wow, you won the third place. Congratulations. Third place, that's something. Oh, you're pretty lucky, Kyung. Diong and Wicked congratulated me, but I still wasn't satisfied. I scratched the reaming tickets. 15th, 23rd, 33rd, 50th. Although I didn't win first place from the first 50 tickets, I bought another set of 150 tickets with the DP I won from the lottery. I started at it again. 69th, 75th, 83rd, and when I finally reached the 109th lottery ticket, I saw a golden glimmer at the tip of my fingers. Ah, this one's first place. It was a very familiar feeling, so I scratched the ticket with confidence. First place, the result was exactly what I expected. With a smirk, I shoved the first place ticket at Diong. You see, now give me that DP. Seoul, Korea, 10 days had passed since the demonic meteor shower incident. Humanity quickly adapted to the sudden change. When the initial confusion settled down, the difference between demon merchants and demons was defined, and heroes began purchasing useful weapons from demon merchants to hunt monsters and demonic beasts more easily. Also, starting last week, articles about Black Lotus started to increase in number. I didn't know why, but since they were more or less worshipping Black Lotus, I just decided to let them be. It was probably the work of my luck. When is she coming? Currently, I was in Seoul waiting for Yonha to arrive. Today was the day I was scheduled to meet Yijin, a member of the Nine Stars. Yijin's original setting was made of two simple sentences. The only magician among the Nine Stars, the only 10-star magician in the world. What should I talk about with Yijin today? Does he know about demon merchants and DP? Ah, here she comes. At that moment, a limousine covered in bulletproof material appeared in the distance. Hey, over here! I waved my hand at the limousine from the sidewalk. But, Week, the limousine passed by me coldly. What the? Was that on purpose, or did I make a mistake? I asked myself, confused. It was then. Wire, a gust of wind blew past me. Ha, then. The dwarven supercar I gave to Yonha appeared beyond the wind. Phew! Yonha was sitting on the seat of the snowmobile with a helmet on. Oh, you look nice today, I smiled, and Yonha took her helmet off. Her long hair fluttered in the air, and for some reason she was frowning. She glared at me with a dissatisfied, annoyed, vicious look. Yonha tapped on the seat behind her, her expression unchanged. What's with the face? Just get on. I have a lot of questions for you, but we won't be able to meet Yijin if we're late. Okay, sure. I got on the seat behind Yonha. She grabbed the handlebars and pushed down on the accelerator. It only took the dwarven supercar zero point 0.3 seconds to start. On the seat of a vehicle moving at 500 kilometers per hour, I asked Yonha, why can't we meet him if we're late? It's not that we can't meet him. It's more like we won't be able to have a conversation with him. Yeah, what's his side effect? I was unsure since I hadn't gone into a lot of details about him in the setting. Dementia. Aha. What? Yonha leered at me and answered nonchalantly. His side effect is dementia. Chapter 284. Clouds of War won Yonha, and I arrived in North Pyongan Province. Back when I was still in Cube, North Pyongan Province was still an abandoned land due to the number of monsters in the area and its arid land. Another reason was that it was close to Manchuria, which was filled with barbaric jinns. A lot has changed. But now, North Pyongan Province was completely different from before. It was as if I was on a completely different part of Earth. Although buildings weren't built tall due to potential monster attacks, magic engineering techniques had turned the place into a high-tech city. AI machines ran around the streets, and I could see soldiers carrying magic lasers rather than guns. You told me to invest in abandoned land, so that's what I did. Immigrants will flock here soon. Yonha spoke curtly. Oh, yeah, I did say that, I scratched my cheek awkwardly. I did text her about a few business ideas, but I never expected the proud Yonha to go through with it. Maybe this was thanks to my luck, too. I guess there are a lot of foreigners. Most of the people walking about were foreigners. People from all over the world had gathered here, perhaps because their home country was too dangerous or because they simply admired Korea. 100% of the land here belongs to me. It's not just North Pyongan Province, North Hamgyong Province, Chagang Province, and Yangang Province. which were all abandoned during outcall, were reclaimed by essence of the strait. Oh, good job. North Hamgyong Province and North Pyongan Province went through the biggest change. In addition to residential buildings, they now even have schools, academies, hunters' associations. Among others, they still can't be compared to Seoul, but about 2 million immigrants live there now. As you can see, we're doing our best to contribute to society. Yeah, that's great. I walked as I listened to Yu Yonha's self-praise. Walking past immigrants who were speaking Korean, we arrived in front of a hospital surrounded by a magic barrier. A nurse was waiting for us, led us inside. We followed her past an empty hallway into an elevator. Yu Yonha pressed basement 6F with a ding. The elevator door opened. Are we in the 70s? The sixth basement floor of the hospital was built like a residential area. It almost looked like we traveled back in time through the elevator, as houses were built in traditional style with old TVs and even rotary phones. Seeing that I was confused, Yonha explained. They built it like this on purpose so that 9 stars Nim doesn't go berserk. He was living in hiding in an old village on Jeju Island. This floor is a replica of the village. I see. I imagined the damage a 10-star magician could cause. It was undoubtedly best to eliminate anything that could provoke him. Follow me. We entered a large house. Yonha took off her shoes and stood in front of the sliding door of the house's main room. I followed after her. Tog, Tok, Yonha knocked, and a reply immediately sounded. Come in. The aged voice was that of a woman's. Excuse us. I walked into the room with Yonha. The warm, rural look of the room reminded me of my grandparents' house. Inside, a husband and wife pair were looking at us. Hello, I'm Yonha. This person is Kim Hajin. Hello, we both bowed. The old couple greeted us with smiles. Nice to meet you both. My name is Yunoke. Dear, you should say hi too. I'm Yijin. Yijin replied briefly. He seemed cold and sharp, and was exactly what I imagined a magician would look like with his long beard and long hair. Nice to meet you. Since I don't have much time, let's cut to the chase. I hear you have a way of curing my side effect. Yijin went straight to the point. Yes, it's possible. Hearing my confident reply, Yunok's face brightened, but Yijin didn't say anything. He stared at me and blinked a few times. Then he turned to his wife. He spoke, Mom, I'm hungry. Ah, there he goes again. Don't worry. Just tell me, and I'll relay the information to him later. I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. The old Gandalf began to throw a tantrum. I'm hungry. I was a bit caught off guard, but I didn't panic and took out the ingredients I brought along with a mortar. Shamrock plant, otteran, pure light plant, essence of emerald, and minotaur's horn. They're all medicinal ingredients from the Tower of Wish. I'll eat them. Yijin quickly tried to snatch the ingredients away, but I put them in a mortar before he could get his hands on them. With my astonishing dexterity and Stigma's magic power, I crushed the ingredients and forged them into a pill. Yunoke, Yonha, and Yijin all observed my godly pill-making skills in a daze. Soon, a total of 5 pills came out. Miracle pill. The pills came with various effects, but I erased most of them with setting intervention and added dementia side effect reversal as their only effect. Each pill took 70 SB to make, and the ingredients cost 100,000 TP altogether. 350 SB and 100,000 TP were not cheap, but it wasn't expensive if I could win over Yijin. These pills with cure 9 stars Yijin Nim's side effect. Yunoke looked at the pills in my hand with a shocked look. But I would like you to promise me something. 1 pill every 2 weeks. Once he is cured, he has to help humanity. When I handed the pills to Yunoke, she nodded firmly. Of course, even if I stop him, he will want to do so more than anyone else. My husband is the most heroic hero I know. Unsurprisingly, Yunoke had great trust in her husband. Yonha spoke as soon as we left the hospital. That went better than I expected. Yeah, we didn't need to convince them much. In a way, it was to be expected. The 9 stars were heroes chosen by the people based on their strength and character. The only thing stopping them from helping humanity was the side effect of their abilities. As long as that problem was settled, most of the 9 stars should be happy to help. By the way, do you know about this? It seemed Yonha still had more to say. This is top secret info, but I hear Black Lotus helped the Hero Association with their Auden mission. Black Lotus. The words made me flinch every time I heard it, but I nodded leisurely. That's interesting. Right. So are you not going to participate? Me, I care about my life. What if Black Lotus kills me? PFD, right, you did kill Black Lotus in the tower. I guess you brought it upon yourself then. Oblivious to the truth, Yu Yonha giggled. Now that I think about it, you really are amazing. Thanks, and by the way, thinking that the conversation would become harder to navigate, I quickly changed the topic. What are you up to these days? Busy as always, even busier actually. Why, with the demon towns and demon merchants that suddenly appeared, I have to think of ways to get DP. What are you going to do with DP? This was an important question. I wasn't sure how to use the 1.8 million DP I got through the lottery. I was sure Yu Yonha would give me a good idea. A lot. Buying artifacts from other dimensions are one. But what's even more important is DP being an instant currency. If you want a building, you can buy it. If you want gold, you can buy it. If you want a weapon, you can buy it. You can build an entire city in 3 seconds if you have enough DP. My see, DP can become anything, making it revolutionary. We will no longer have to wait for a project to finish or for research to be over. Aha! I nodded and took out the anything checkbook. Anything checkbook, 8-star, effective good, a checkbook that can pay out anything. The receiver of this check must also carry out what he was paid for. I wrote down 1 million DP and gave the check to Yu Yonha, who was staring at me weirdly. What's this? 1 million DP. Come again. Yu Yonha took the check with a bewildered look. You'll have 1,000,001 when everyone else has 1,000. You should be able to control the market with this. Right, what is this again? It's a check for DP. Just tear it. You'll get 1 million DP. What are you talking about? Yu Yonha grumbled as she tore the check in half. My DP fell into her hands immediately as I was left with only 800,000 DP. Yu Yonha's eyes popped out about 2 meters into the air. She looked even more surprised than when she found out that I was alive. What's this? I grinned, seeing the flustered Yu Yonha. 1 million DP. I'm investing it, not giving it away for free, so use it to drive the market. You can do whatever you want with it, but half of what you achieve is going to be mine, okay? Well, that's obvious. But how did you make 1 million DP? Hunting demonic beasts shouldn't be enough to. No, wait, am I dreaming? Yu Yonha shook her head and slapped her cheeks. She snapped out only after her cheeks turned red. Wow, hee. Heh. Yu Yonha smiled brightly after realizing she wasn't dreaming. It was an ambitionist's smile stemming from pure bliss of being able to get ahead of her competitors. On the other hand, a meeting was underway within the Hero Association. In truth, it was more of a debate than a meeting. Only 3 people were present as well. I hear Hanks has returned. The current chairman of the Hero Association, Yuyuko, spoke. His bald head shined brightly under the room's light. What do you think? Ki Juchul and Hanks should be able to kill Auden if they work together. The man who responded was the former president of Korea, Kim Suko. It's not impossible, but I don't think Ki Juchul would be willing to take any loss. With Black Lotus and Kim Suho, it should be easier. Black Lotus. Kim Suko flinched when he heard Yuko mention this name. He had even hired Mountain Sage to assassinate him, but Black Lotus survived. While he lost contact with them, it was clear what that entailed. As such, Kim Suko wasn't fond of Black Lotus. At that moment, the 3rd member of the meeting spoke up. But Black Lotus is too expensive. Accepting the price they put out would put the association in a deep hole. The 3rd member brought up a financial concern. They're skilled, yes, but they're also too expensive. Those dogs don't know what they're worth. Yuyuko retorted, it's better than losing to Auden. Didn't you see the decree that arrogant fool sent? Plus, feeding your hunting dog isn't a waste. The tougher it is, the more you have to feed. This week, Auden had threatened the Hero Association and various countries with an official decree. He said he would declare war if his decree was not released to the public. The 3rd member nodded in response to Yuyuko. Then I guess we have no choice. Kim Suko stared at the 3rd member with a look of expectation. If each of them had 33% of authority over the association, the final 1% likely belonged to the 3rd member, as not only did he possess authority, but also strength. We'll just have to put down the dog after the hunt is over. Kim Suko liked what he was hearing. Next day, I returned to Pandemonium and put on my Black Lotus uniform. It was confirmed that the Chameleon Troop would participate in the Auden assassination mission. Are you ready? Boss asked. Yes, I am. Oh, black really does look good on you, Cheok Young commented from the side. I shrugged and asked, what happened to the assassins? Did you find out who was behind them? No, they wouldn't spit it out no matter what we did. Oh, well, that's to be expected from Mountain Sage. What about Jin Sahyuk? She's still imprisoned. She's a tough one, too. We sent Droon to her expecting her to get a bit scared, but she got even feistier. Droon's Mimeo had multiple abilities. One of them was an illusion spell called Illusory Death, which was specialized for torture, but it probably didn't work on Jin Sahyuk. She even withstood the Banshee's curse, so it'll be hard to crack her. If anything, her endurance was top-notch. Anything less than the Banshee's curse probably wouldn't leave a dent in her mental strength. I see, or you guys, get over here, Cheok Young suddenly shouted. Then, the slow-moving members of the chameleon troop quickly arrived. Geez, stop being so loud. It's unsightly, Setrin muttered. You don't need to roar for us to hear you either. Following her, Khalifa, Jin Johan, Droon, Jane, and Kaita, who managed to not die, arrived. 8 of us, including me and Boss, would participate in today's mission. Quiet. Now that everyone's here, open the portal. Khalifa opened the portal at Boss command. An oval portal appeared in the air, and burning heat blew out from inside. The moment we all stepped into the portal, an emergency sound rang out from my smartwatch. Emergency news. The Monster King, Auden, sent a video to news agencies all over the world along with a decree. He has threatened to declare war if the decree is not released to the public. As such, after careful consideration, the government has decided to release the decree same time, immediately after members of the chameleon troop left for Africa. Who? Click. Jin Sahyuk barely managed to remove the magic power suppressors on her wrists. Her body was drenched in sweat as she breathed a sigh of relief. Ehu. It was thanks to the 2 stats, non-observance and distortion, she gained after the recent incident. Non-observance allowed her to ignore some of the magic power suppressor's power, and distortion strengthened the power of her reality manipulation. Bastards! Just you wait. Jin Sahyuk staggered up. Although she was trapped in the chameleon troop's jail cell for a long time, she had still heard about the changes that happened outside. Demon realm transformation and demon merchants. Things had progressed as Bel foretold, so the next situation would be the descent of Baal. In other words, it wouldn't be long until she could return to Akatrina. Who? After collecting her breath and recharging her magic power, Jin Sahyuk closed her eyes and transmitted her will. Bel, you son of a bitch, where are you? Although she wasn't too familiar with using mental transmission, her sheer talent gave her more than enough edge. Oh, you got released. Sahyuk, shut it, where are you? I'm with Rumi in an underground fortress. Underground fortress? Jin Sahyuk frowned. What the hell happened while I was imprisoned here? It's an advanced base built in subterranean Africa. It's to kill Auden. Kim Suho's here too. What? I missed out on so much fun. Jin Sahyuk frowned. I'm heading over too. No, you can't. Kim Suho will find out if you do. Plus, something urgent just happened. What? Auden wants to talk to the public. Talk to the public? The hell does that mean? Jin Sahyuk wanted to ask, but she wasn't familiar with the mental transmission technique and got a headache. As such, she made a portal. Her first goal was to escape from this damned prison. No, but thinking about it a second time, leaving this place seemed like a bad idea. Her relationship with the chameleon troop would end if she left. Perhaps it was better to stay here for Kim Hajin at that moment. A light bulb lit up in her head. Oh, right. Jin Sahyuk materialized the inventory she made with reality manipulation and took out a card from it. Body double, 6-star, effective good, creates a puppet that looks and acts like you. Ignition keyword, actualize. The puppet will last for 150 days, and you can switch places with the puppet at any time. Actualize. The moment she muttered the ignition keyword, a puppet identical to Jin Sahyuk popped out. Jin Sahyuk put the magic power suppressors on the puppet and gave it a command. Act like me as much as possible. Go crazy. The puppet stared at Jin Sahyuk blankly before nodding. Okay. Good. With a satisfied smile, Jin Sahyuk went through the portal. Chapter 285, Clouds of War 2 Underground Fortress in Africa. He's planning on building a nation. This was Rumi's last testimony as the spy. A nation, Aileen and Jin Sayin, who were writing down Rumi's words, tilted their heads in confusion. Yes, he's already built a number of villages in Africa. Didn't you say there were missing people after the recent monster incident? Ha! Yeah, I did. That can't be right. Rumi drank a sip of cold water and sighed. Your guess is correct. Auden probably forced those missing people to migrate into the villages he built. Your drones weren't able to detect it because his hyper-vigilant monster birds destroyed them beforehand. What Rumi was saying made sense. The government had dispatched 1,000 drones to Africa, but 990 of them had already been destroyed. They had to utilize the remaining 10 to plan a safe route. But the fact that Auden kept humans alive and even built them a place to live was difficult to believe. Rumi continued, "Trust me, I've seen his papers. I was in charge of assigning categories." Categories? Yes, I ranked monsters and villages. Rumi recited the settings of Auden's kingdom. All monsters were assigned a category among sacred bone and true bone, rank -1 to rank -9. Similarly, all villages were assigned a rank of either low, middle, and upper. So you're saying there really are villages? That's right. They're human villages run by monsters. Auden chose this method because he knew there weren't enough humanoid monsters compared to humans. But among Auden's, monsters are scientists who are researching ways to turn the kidnapped humans into monsters. When the conversation reached that point, Aileen was frowning like a dwarf in agony. Yi Gongmyung's face on her laptop screen had a similar look. Yi Gongmyung spoke. "We'll hear about the details from the others." Aileen and Jin Se-in both seemed confused. Is he trying to say that there are other spies besides Rumi? They wondered. What do you mean by others? Oh, I received this news just now. Yi Gongmyung let out a sigh of relief and relayed the message he had just received from his superiors. Apparently, Black Lotus and the rest of the Chameleon troop are participating in this mission. They're traveling by land, so if there really are villages, then they'll be the first to run into them. We arrived in Africa. At first, we couldn't help but wonder if we arrived at the wrong place. A lot had changed since the last time we visited. "Isn't that a village?" Jane muttered in surprise. Other members, including me, were surprised as well. Yes, that seems to be a village. It sufficed to say that Africa had also went through a great change. The land that once crawled with monsters had been transformed into one fit for human survival. There weren't any tall buildings or skyscrapers that could be seen in a city. However, there were small, round buildings which were enough to create a rural scenery. "Where are we exactly?" Khalifa, boss asked Khalifa. "I'd say we're on the outskirts of Auden's territory. We only have to travel 700 km to reach Auden's palace." Auden would have noticed instantly if we had set up a portal near his palace. So, Khalifa created his portal on the outskirts of Africa. This village was erected in the middle of the shortest route to Auden's palace. But those villagers aren't monsters. Jiok Yungyung narrowed his eyes and peered into the distance, tilting his head sideways. "You're right, they're all humans." Because I had better eyesight than him, I had noticed that the second we arrived here, all the villagers were humans. Not monsters, but pure humans. I heard that the number of missing people skyrocketed after the recent monster incident, so this is where he brought all those people by the looks of it. Even brainwashed them a little. How interesting, Jane chuckled. The Middle East and Western Europe were still infested with monsters, yet the number of missing people were much higher than the number of casualties. It made sense for the village to be this big if we assumed that those missing people were kidnapped rather than killed. Well, let's see what Auden has to say first. I pulled up the live broadcast of Auden's declaration on my smartwatch. First, I demand humans be sent to Africa. Each country is to send 200 million people. I promise to keep the hostages safe. Second, I demand official acknowledgement and respect of me and my servants as near-humans. Near-humans are superior to humans. Humans should be grateful that we're not choosing to eliminate them or rule over them forcefully. Auden's demands were quite absurd. No country would ever agree to hand over 200 million citizens to any entity, much less a hostile one. As a tolerant ruler, I am willing to offer the humans a grace period of 6 months. That's enough crap for a day. It seems that Auden built this village. I turned the smartwatch off and looked at the members of the chameleon troop. They were all looking at me. "Well, why don't we build an outpost for ourselves first? Like that underground fortress the special task force built." "Outpost?" Jane tilted her head questioningly. "Yes, this mission will probably take a while. Why don't we just use that village as the outpost?" Jiok Yungyung suggested. "That sounds like a good idea. So I guess even a bonehead like you can be useful once in a while." Not only Jin Johan and Setrin, but also Jane agreed. "Ah, why are you hesitating? We could wipe that place out in a second." It was then that I realized the true strength of our party. In fact, Chiok, Yungyung, and Boss alone would be enough to overwhelm most humanoid monsters. Okay, then. With a smile, I raised a finger and pointed to the center of the village. How about that castle over there? Seems like a place where the village lord would live. The castle wasn't enormous, but it was taller than all the other buildings around it. Good, let's head there. At Boss's declaration, we moved like the wind. Crane, a low-rank village located in the far south corner of Auden's kingdom. Tenzua was the name of the humanoid monster selected to become the Lord of Kreen. He was small and looked like a lizard. He was selected as the Lord because he was an eloquent speaker and possessed a rare ability called brainwash. It was also because stronger humanoid monsters preferred to stay in the central palace rather than rule over humans. Ahem. Tenzua pondered, shaking his leg. How can I win Auden's affection and acquire fame and fortune? I can't possibly satiate my thirst for ambition on the outskirts of a hot country like this. Surely improving the village won't be enough. Slurp. Only humans resided in Kreen. Villages located deeper into the mainland had at least some monster residents, but he'd have to be at least rank -1 to be able to take over villages like that. Slurp. Even if I dig the mines, all the ores end up flowing into middle or upper rank villages. Kreen was a low-rank mining village. But if I don't produce anything, I'll only end up getting punished. Slurp. Premium. The most delicate magic ore on Earth. A large amount of Premium was buried in Kreen, and that was why all the villagers were humans. With monsters' sharp claws, they would crush Premium into dust before even digging them out completely. There's no opportunity for me to stand out. Slurp. Tenzua smacked his lips. Most small humanoid monsters possessed a great desire to succeed. It was a genetic predisposition, granted to them as compensation as they weren't as strong as other monsters. Tenzua was no different. He was dissatisfied with the village he was in charge of, even though Kreen was far too good for him. Darn it, guard. Irritated, Tenzua called in a guard to gratify his hunger. Krrk. Tenzuha's guard was a rank -4 monster who lacked the ability to speak or to think complex thoughts. He was assigned rank -4 only because he was strong enough to win against a high-rank grade -3 hero. Give me something to eat. Krrk. The guard nodded his head and left. Task. The criteria for classifying monsters had been developed only recently. Most monsters were assigned into a class between rank -1 and rank -9. Only a select few could become a true bone or a sacred bone. Slurp. What can I do with underlings who can't even speak? In fact, the primary criterion for classifying a monster was its ability to speak. If you couldn't speak properly, you were rank -2 at best. The second most important criteria considered strength, intelligence, and special ability. Tenzua was a rank -3 humanoid monster. He was weak but could speak fluently. His ability was decent and his intelligence was above human average. Crash at that moment. He heard a ruckus downstairs. Tenzua got up from his seat, full of anger. Slurp. He can't even do something as simple as bringing me food. Slurp. He stomped towards the door to go give his guard a scolding. It was then, kick, the door opened. No, somebody opened the door, confused. Tenzua looked at the human beyond the gap. The human was huge. His muscles were the size of his head, and his legs were as thick as his waist. Did I have a resident who looks like that? Tenzua pondered. Suddenly, SSK, a sharp blade, reached Tenzuha's neck. The humanoid monster gasped at the sudden coldness. Quiet. Tenzua glanced at the enemy behind him. He couldn't see the intruder's face, but Tenzua noticed that he was wearing a black robe with a lotus embroidery. Black Lotus. His symbol was well known among Auden's monsters as well. Tenzua started to drool in fear. Do you have anything to say? Black Lotus asked. Under overwhelming pressure and fear, Tenzua answered, Spare me, I know nothing. Slurp, 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 slurp. Tenzua began to roll his tongue rapidly and soon lost consciousness when he choked on his own tongue. Kim Hajin looked at his stats. Life Force 33/100, Name, Tenzua Alignment, Misdemeanors /Ambitionist, Realm, Stage -1 Average, Potential, Stage -3 Average, Job, Low Rank Administrator, Status, Unconscious from Fear, Special Ability, Low Intermediate Rank, Brainwash, Potential to Coax, surprisingly high. He didn't have the ability to call for help remotely. There was no reason to kill him, so Kim Hajin threw him on the floor. We easily took over the castle. I tied Tenzua up with a rope and hung him upside down. Then, I settled on a nearby sofa. The view is surprisingly beautiful from here. So now that the outpost is taken care of, Boss looked outside the window and Jane muttered with a map in her hands. There are only 4 villages from here to Auden's palace. At that moment, Tenzuar opened his eyes. Huak! Hey, what the? You didn't kill this guy, Lotus. No, I thought maybe we could use him later on. Slurp, please spare me, spare me. Slurp, slurrup. Tenzuar fainted again soon after opening his eyes. What a strange monster. I ignored him and summoned a demon merchant. You spent 1,000 DP to summon the demon merchant, Kuong. Nice to see you. I'm the visiting demon merchant. Kuong, the only neutral demon merchant I'd seen, appeared before us. He beamed at me. I need a communication device that I can use to contact the underground fortress. Do you have anything like that? Yes, of course, one for you and one for the fortress. That'll be 1,250 DP, including the delivery fee. When I paid him the 1,250 DP through the system, Kuong handed me a black handheld transceiver. Thank you. Is there anything else? Maybe. The demon merchant system turned out to be more useful than I thought. The fact that they were willing to do anything for me as long as I paid them was very convenient. Just like you, Yonah said, I stroked my chin as I spoke. Hey, yes, is there a way to, make DP without doing anything? You already did with the lottery. Well, that's true, but you said that the number of first-place tickets is fixed, and it's pretty tiring to scratch all those tickets. DP lottery was divided into different rounds, and there were only 10 first-place tickets in a round. So, as the number of first-place tickets decreased, the chance of winning decreased as well. And there was no way for me to know if all the first-place tickets had already been picked, especially considering that this lottery happened in multiple dimensions like the demon merchant said. And then, would you like to try the minigame? Minigame. Hey, Lotus, are you having fun with the merchant? Jane suddenly intervened, and I pushed her away. What is it? Please look over here. Kuong spread his palms, and all of a sudden, a video popped up. A dimension within a dimension. Your DP donation can save other subdimensions. It sounded like a line from a public service advertisement. After about 5 seconds, a sphere appeared above Kuong's palms. What's this? Similar to the lottery, this is a game of luck. This planet is called Lalos. It's a subdimension of Earth. Subdimension? Yes, it's a dimension that's lower in rank than Earth. The difference between Earth and Lalos is kind of like the difference between reality and a novel. Why would you compare it to a novel of all things? It's just an example. Anyways, look here. Kuong shook his hand to zoom in on Lalos. The sphere transformed into a plot of land. A group of knights were standing there. Kuong spoke. Lalos is also fighting against demon realm transformation. You, a being from a higher dimension, can help the people of Lalos. Why would I help them? I'm busy taking care of myself. By sponsoring a person, you can earn DP every time the person you sponsor kills a demonic beast. Really? I looked closely at the knights. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hundreds of tiny knights were training hard. You won't kill a single demonic beast if that's all you're capable of. Even the superior knight's scolding sounded cute. Why don't you give it a try? But be careful. You can only sponsor up to 3 people. It's usually 1, but you get 2 extra because you have 5 stats. Anyways, you should try to pick someone with high potential. So that's why you said this was similar to the lottery. That's right. You should pick the strongest and the most diligent one. Time also flows quicker in this dimension. A year in Lalos is 30 days in this world. You're going to be sitting on a mountain of DP soon. Got it. The conditions were extremely advantageous for me. I didn't even have to use my luck. I looked over the knights one by one and began gauging their potential. It didn't matter how strong they were right now. I focused on their potential. One knight had a potential of Stageminus 3 average. The other was Stageminus 4 rare, and even the superior with the loud voice was only Stageminus 5 rare. Does anyone here have actual talent? I carefully studied the knights. Found one. A woman was hiding behind a tree, watching the other knights train. She looked young, and she still had her baby fat, but the look on her face was upright and determined just like a knight should be. Life Force 100/100 name, Litrin, alignment, good/ambitionist. Realm, stage 0 below average potential, stage -9 extraordinary job, squire status, feeling envious of her seniors, potential to coax, looking for a master to serve. Her potential was an astounding stage -9. I wasn't exactly sure how good that was. but I assumed it was good enough that she could grow on her own even if I left her alone. I picked Litrin as my beneficiary. You have chosen to sponsor Litrin. Esquire, how much would you like to donate? 100,000 DP. Wow, you're very generous. You have donated 100,000 DP to Litrin. Litrin has gained the feature status window. Litrin will gratefully use your donation. The next moment, Litrin's eyes widened. Unsurprisingly, she looked confused, but this donation appeared to be a well-known phenomenon in Lalos. Litrin clenched her fists and jumped up in joy. Hooray, I was chosen! At her shout, all the other knights turned their attention to her. What's this? She's suddenly happy. Ah, the people of Lalos are familiar with donations. Something strange happened during the donation process. Kuong's eyes suddenly widened, and a number of system messages blocked my view. Your interdimensional luck activates. As a result of your luck, Litrain's physical ability is strengthened. As a result of your luck, Litrain's growth is accelerated. You can now receive 100% of DP that Litrain earns from hunting demonic beasts. Congratulations! This character will become very strong. Very soon, you'll be able to recover your initial donation of 100,000 DP in 2 months. Well, this sounds great. I looked at Litrin, who was jumping up and down in joy, then turned the minigame off. That's done. I grabbed the transceiver I bought and turned around. Underground Fortress, can you hear me? The transceiver was connected to the underground fortress. The answer came quickly. Yes, I can. This is Aileen and you are Lotus. I received the transceiver, so we meet again. It's good to see you. I guess. Aileen's voice sounded cheerful as usual. I spoke in Black Lotus's usual nonchalant manner. This is Black Lotus. We have taken over one of Auden's villages. Chapter 286, Clouds of War 3 Village. There's really a village in Africa. Aileen's tone went up as if in surprise. I looked at the map on the village lord's desk and said, yes, the village is named Kreen. We just took down the lord. What? It even has a lord. It was a humanoid monster resembling a lizard. Tenzuha was his name. Aileen became quiet for a moment, and other voices began to buzz from the other side. Ah, it's that kid again, Jane grumbled unhappily. I smirked and turned the transceiver off. I've been curious. Jane, how do you know Aileen? Me. It's nothing special. I used to act as a hero in the past. She was my superior. That stupid brat is only 2 years older than me. I hated how she acted all important because of her gift, TZZT. The transceiver buzzed as soon as Jane finished her sentences. Who's living in the village? It wasn't Aileen's voice, but YunSeo-jin's. Jane, who had a bad relationship with her, frowned. I cleared my throat with a cough, then replied with my voice changed to Black Lotus's. Humans. Are they doing okay? They're physically healthy. It looks like they were brainwashed, but it didn't look like they were being abused. They think of themselves as miners who have been living here for a long time. It became silent once again. Since I wasn't hearing any static noise either, I guessed that they turned off their transceiver and started a meeting. I checked the minigame while I waited for a response. Half a day had passed since Litring was chosen. Many knights congratulated her, but it was obvious how much they envied her. Litren's physical strength improved the moment she was chosen, and she received close to 130,000 points. It was clear that Litren's sponsor was an unprecedented magnate. The knights couldn't understand what such a rich sponsor saw in Litrain. An uneducated squire who came to the capital without a plan. A country bumpkin who would only remain a baggage carrier. That was who Littring was in their eyes. No one knew whether Littring was aware of the knight's dissatisfaction, but she began to turn her life around. The moment she was chosen, she set up a shrine for her sponsor in her small room and prayed before every meal. Being chosen was her dream. Now that she achieved it, her happiness knew no bounds. Things seemed to be progressing well, though she didn't really need to worship me. Seeing Litrin, who was praying before eating, I pondered. Buster Call high rank. Using Stigma's magic power, summoned from the Tower of Wish vassals, who swore loyalty to Kim Hajin or his possessions. My sole active gift, Buster Call. By adding another word or two after Tower of Wish, I felt like I could use it to summon Litrin as well. For example, summon from the Tower of Wish or another dimension. Oi, Kuong. I spoke to Kuong, who was standing around silently. Yes, you said we live in a higher dimension, right? Yes, compared to the minigame's dimension. Then is it possible to summon a being from a lower dimension to a higher dimension? I'm not sure since I haven't tried, but it could be possible. After all, you are from an upper dimension. What's the difference between an upper dimension and a lower one? Simply put, higher dimensions are more stable. To people from lower dimensions, beings from higher dimensions are like gods. Stable. I was thinking about the meaning of this word when Kuong kindly explained it. More stable dimensions have weaker humans. The most stable dimension would be one where an individual human would have the least freedom to interfere with nature. It was clear what Kuong was saying. But why did I think of my original world? Earth. The Earth I lived in didn't have magic, mana, magic power, martial arts, or anything of that nature. Although humanity advanced technology to overcome nature, countless number of people died during the process. It was certainly the world where an individual human would have the least freedom to interfere with nature. I stared at Kuong with a look of suspicion, but Kuong only grinned without saying anything. Now then, TZZT, at that moment. The transceiver buzzed again. Kuong also said his time was up and disappeared. This is Beetle. Can you hear me? Beetle. It's a code name. What are your plans from now? We plan on using the village lord as our pathfinder. Pathfinder. Ah, got it. Let us know when you reach the next village. I have a meeting to attend to now. With that, the transceiver went quiet. I looked at Tenzyuha, who was tied up and dangling from a rope in the ceiling. His eyes were closed as though he was unconscious, but I could see his status. Status, nervous he might be discovered. He was pretending to be unconscious. Open your eyes, otherwise, I'll kill you. 543. I'm awake. Tenzua shot his eyes open before I even reached two. Oh, he was awake. Jane grinned and approached him. Tenzua made a submissive smile and rubbed his hands together. Slurp. I just woke up. Slurp. I left him dangling in the air and spoke. Oi, yes. Can you act as our pathfinder? Pathfinder. That's right. We have to keep going. Even if I could avoid traps using my excellent eyesight, it likely couldn't compare to a humanoid monster who had knowledge of the area. Oh, of course. Slurp. Tenzyuha seemed to ponder for a moment, but quickly gave an enthusiastic reply. He must have realized this was the only way he could live. It was then. How have you been? Hyang Nim, a message popped up in front of me. It's Jajangman. It's been a while, Korkhane. What's this? I stopped in Tower of Wish to pull some cards. I'm messaging you because I pulled something interesting. Korkhane, hold on. Let me see if I can send you the card info. The hell? Ki Nayan's voice was also transmitted along with the message. The ringing sound gave me a slight headache. Korkhane, look at this, Korkhane, I screamed the moment I pulled it. Korkhane, it's the first 8-star card I pulled. Korkhane, a card info popped up in front of me. Equals infinite communication, 8-star, effective good. Select 55 players for unlimited communication. Text and voice will be transmitted simultaneously. The receiver cannot reject your communication without the 7-star card. Refuse communication. The user of this card becomes immune to mental interference type effects. Ha ha ha. How is it? Hyang Nim, have you pulled an 8-star card before? It's been a while since I quit the tower, but pulling this makes me want to go back. I have an important mission to do too. Geez, so loud. Wasn't she supposed to stay in the underground fortress? Why did she go to the tower? Oops, my bad. I put the sound up too high. Well, it seemed she figured it out. Ki Nayan's voice, which was akin to a roar, fell to the level of a whisper. Ha ha. Hyangnim, I set it so the communication is bidirectional. If there's anything you want to say, you just have to text me. What kind of a card is this? How did she pull an 8-star card anyways with her luck? I clenched my head and collected my breath. The next day, Ki Nayan, Kim Suho, and several other heroes returned to the underground fortress after pulling cards in the Tower of Wishes card kingdom. Aileen had ordered them to do so in case they might pull something that could help their mission. Kim Suho pulled an 8-star card and 3 7-star cards, while Ki Nayan pulled 2 8-star cards. Kim Suho, can you hear me? Yeah. Currently, Kim Suho was suffering from Ki Nayan's attacks. My voice isn't loud anymore, right? Oh yeah. Hangul, Korkyuk, ein Hangul, Korkyuk. ISN tick T this card amazing. Kim Suho sighed and replied, it is. I was slightly mad when the first 8-star card I pulled was some communication nonsense. But Korkane, I love that you can't reject it. Korkane, can't you just talk? Unable to stand it any longer. Kim Suho nudged Ki Naeun, who was standing next to him, but Ki Naeun remained silent and shook her head. No, I have to get used to this. It's harder to use than you think. Ehue, do what you want. Kim Suho shook his head. While they were testing the cards they acquired, the command tent's door opened and Aileen walked in. She glanced at Kim Suho and Ki Naeun before shouting loudly, "All members, come out." Her voice carried a small portion of her spirit's speech power. Immediately, all 177 members of the underground fortress walked out of their barracks in a daze. Seeing them standing in a line, Aileen said with satisfaction, "You all bought cards yesterday, right?" But replies were unenthusiastic, as most heroes present were elites who were too powerful to serve under someone else. Tesk, well, I'm sure you'll know what cards are useful. Exchange them if you need to. Anyways, the reason I called you is, Aileen put on a serious expression, to tell you that Africa has villages. Ha! Ki Naeun and other heroes, who were busy taking out their cards, all tilted their heads. Auden kidnapped humans and built villages in Africa. The association says it's to deter us from dropping nuclear bombs, but who knows? Anyways, we decided to form a reconnaissance team. The chief strategist, Yi Gongmyang, ordered the special task force to form a reconnaissance team to scout the outside. It's voluntary, so let me know if you want to participate. It's going to be a dangerous mission, so I'll offer the 3 7-star cards I have. I'll participate, someone shouted and raised her hand the moment Aileen finished her speech. It was Ki Naeun, who has recently taken a liking to dangerous missions. I'll participate too. Same here. I'll go as well. Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak, and Jin Se-in quickly followed after. The reconnaissance team now had 4 people. Great, Aileen nodded contently. I'll be the pathfinder, then. The man who introduced himself as Rebay spoke up. He had stayed in the underground fortress even after his mission was over, serving as a janitor. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's finding the correct path. With a smile, Belle looked back and forth between Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak, and Ki Naeun. On the other hand, Jin Sahyuk was establishing an independent path all by herself. Duck, shit, I'm gonna burn to death. She cursed with every step as she walked through African land. She was toiling under the hot sun just to find Belle, who had cut off contact with her. Who? She walked through the desert without a single equipment on her. If a monster or a humanoid monster appeared, she killed them with her energy. Monsters who smelled blood then approached her, and she quickly killed them as well. Not long afterwards, humanoid monsters who smelled magic power approached her. They called themselves the Humanoid Monster Patrols, though Jin Sahyuk quickly dispatched them as well. Killing, walking, killing, walking. She repeated this cycle for a long time before smelling a lingering scent in the air. It was different than the smell of blood or magic. It was the smell of a person she knew. This, sniff, sniff, like a dog. She sniffed the air in all directions. It's Belle. It was undoubtedly Belle, but it wasn't just Belle's scent she smelled. There were at least 4 more, which meant Belle had companions. What is that son of a bitch planning this time? Jin Sahyuk closed her eyes and sent a transmission once again. Belle, answer. I'm in Africa. Your scent is here. What are you scheming? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 seconds later, a reply came back. Oh, you came all the way to Africa. I'm scouting the area with my companions right now. Companions? Yep, Kim Suho, Ki Naeun, Shin Jonghak, and Jin Se-in. You know all 4 of them, right? Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak. They were the 2 men Jin Sahyuk detested the most. Her face quickly distorted to a frown. What are you planning to do with Kim Suho? Get over here. Now, but I can't. I'm restricted by spirit speech. I have to obey them until Auden dies. Stop fooling around, you son of a bitch. I know you can get rid of it any time you want. Jin Sahyuk kept sending mental transmissions until her hair stood on ends. But when Jin Sahyuk's language began to turn bad, Belle cut off contact once again, and Jin Sahyuk had no choice but to stomp her feet in anger. You mother-ducking piece of shit, wait till I get my hands on you. Demon Realm, Demon Merchants, Bale's Descent. There were many questions she wanted to ask, yet Belle avoided her like he developed a new hobby of leaving people on cliffhangers. I'll kill you. Belle, the eternal death you so wanted. I'll grant it to you personal the moment I see you again. Jin Sahyuk clenched her teeth and began to chase Belle's scent. Africa's blazing sun set. The scorching heat quickly disappeared, replaced by a freezing cold, and the world became shrouded in darkness. I used this opportunity to leave Kreen with boss, Cheok Yungyong, and Tenzuha. We planned to head to the second village. We let Tenzuha guide us. Not all humanoid monsters are loyal to Auden, Slurp. Monsters are at the root of humanoid monsters. Slurp, we instinctively desire battle and strength. Slurp. If a humanoid monster stronger than Auden appears, Auden's humanoid monsters will surely turn on him. Slurp, Tenzuha insulted Auden to gain our favor. This is a secret, but I never liked Auden, Slurp. In fact, I'm on the side of humans, Slurp. I've been planning on taking Kreen's humans and escaping from Africa. Slurp, he was clearly lying, but I let him be. So what do you want us to do about it? But Cheok Yungyung seemed to think otherwise as he placed his hand on Tenzuha's head. Ah, ha ha ha, and nothing. It's just that I wanted you to know that there are humanoid monsters like me. I'm looking at a humanoid monster like you right now. Stop blabbering nonsense and explain where we're going. Cheok Yungyung shot his eyes open and glared at Tenzuha. Why, yes. Of course. A mid-rank village called Luperton is a little ways ahead. Luperton's lord is Pleron, a snowbird humanoid monster. Tearing at that moment, Boss received a text message from Jane. Jane says she's excavating ores. Great. Premium was an excellent ore, a treasure that was only found in Africa. In fact, most ores found in Africa were rare and precious. I designed Africa to be a high-risk, high-return place. Looks like it's time to upgrade my equipment. Premium was a delicate, thin ore. Just applying it on the surface of an item could improve its toughness many times. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if I overgeared myself to victory. Then, Boss looked at me somewhat enviously. I smiled, thinking that it was cute. I'll make one for you too, Boss. I won't decline. Make me one too, kiddo. I don't need anything grand, just shoes. There aren't many that fit my feet, and even if I find one, it quickly breaks. Cheok Yungyong asked for a new equipment too, when Tenzuha suddenly looked back at me. His lizard-like eyes were sparkling brightly. Curious, I waited for him to speak. Slurp, I'm also afraid I'll be assassinated, Slurp. What? Did this lizard go mad? I'm kidding. Slurp, as Cheok Yungyong was about to smack Tenzuha, Chwara, the sound of wind shook the area. Because it was quiet until now, the sudden change was easily noticed. Furthermore, the air contained a faint scent of magic power. I turned to the direction the wind came from and infused magic power into my 1,000-mile eyes. Chapter 287. Clouds of War 4. Kim Suho left the dark, stifling underground fortress and set foot on the hot and dry African soil. The goal of this mission was to investigate the villages that Rumi had talked about. The team was ordered to confirm if there really were villages in Africa, and if there were, how many residents were residing in them, and to find out the reason Auden had built these villages in the first place. Wait a minute. The reconnaissance team was made up of Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak, Ki Naeun, and Jin Seon, in addition to Bell and Rumi, who were to serve as guides. As it was necessary for the team to move stealthily, Kim Suho took out his collection of cards. Stealth powder, 7-star effective good powder that erases presence, 200 G. Sprinkle this powder on your body to remove traces of physical movement. The effect lasts 24 hours per 3 G. He had obtained this card at the Card Kingdom. It was perfect for a mission as secretive as the current one. Everyone, please sprinkle this on your body. Kim Suho used his card without holding back. The powder concealed the presences of the 6 members, and the team began their mission smoothly. Let's go. They moved in complete silence. After 4 hours of endless walking, the team arrived at a rainforest. The rainforest was big and dense with trees, but Bell was able to find the right path with Rumi's help. The monsters in the rainforest didn't notice the heroes passing by them. Hey, Kim Suho. As they pushed their way through the dense forest, Ki Naeun suddenly sent Kim Suho a message. You got the quest too, right? Kim Suho knew exactly what Ki Naeun was talking about. Quest, reconnaissance mission. Completion reward, gain DP. Stat tenacity increases slightly. This quest alert had suddenly popped up when he first received the mission. It was similar to the quests from the Tower of Wish, but also somewhat different. Kim Suho wrote the reply without a word. Yeah, I received it too. Hey, what does it say you get from clearing this? DP and a stat. Oh, same here. At that moment, Bell, who had been leading the team from the front, suddenly stopped. Kim Suho also stopped and looked ahead. at a spot where the rainforest finally seemed to end. Bell spoke. Looks like we're here. Kim Soo-ho and the other members of the reconnaissance team approached Bell. They could finally see the view that Bell's body was blocking. Their jaws dropped in shock, and they became speechless. They knew this part of Africa to be a vast field with sunset-colored grass and tall green trees gracefully in harmony with each other. That was what savannas usually looked like. Wow! But the scenery that was laid out in front of them was nothing like what they had expected. It was more a city than a village. Only a trace of savanna remained where the tall buildings stood in line. A 6-story tall building stood at the center of what seemed to be the shopping district. The downtown and the residential areas were separated, and humans and humanoid monsters were crowding the streets. This village is called Luperton. It's one of Auden's biggest mid-rank villages. Most humans who live here have been brainwashed. The population is about 300,000, including humanoid monsters, so it's basically a medium-sized city. The lord of this village is a true bone-rank humanoid monster named Pleron, Rumi explained as soon as she saw the village. Mid-rank village, Luperton. Ki Neon thought, if this is only mid-rank, then just how big is an upper-rank village? If this is only mid-rank, then just how big is an upper-rank village? Ki Neon spoke exactly what was on her mind. Upper-rank villages aren't big, they're actually laboratories where Auden scientists transform humans into humanoid monsters. What? Laboratories? Yes, because Auden has brainwashed these people. They all want to become residents of a high-rank village. However, in order to become one of those residents, they have to first increase their rank through self-cultivation. But when they actually arrive at a high-rank village, they immediately become material for a humanoid monster. Just as Rumi was about to continue with her explanation, a boiling, vicious hostility descended upon them. I finally found you. The team turned their gaze to where the voice came from. You son of a bitch. There was only a single figure in the spotless African sky. It was Jin Sahyuk. She glared at Bell and Rumi with blazing anger in her eyes. Bell gulped, and Rumi quickly hid behind Ki Neon and Jin Sayin. Her reaction seemed fit for a scared spy, so Ki Neon and Jin Sayin protected her without question. Jin Sahyuk. Kim Soo-ho was the first to utter her name, but Kim Soo-ho was the farthest thing from Jin Sahyuk's mind right now. Her anger was directed towards the man in the hood. Bell, you duck cur. Sahyuk, can you please calm down? Bell quickly sent Jin Sahyuk a message before she could even finish her sentence. What, you? I'm sorry, I really am. I never expected you to find me this fast. It seems you have grown yet again. Sahyuk, I'm proud of you. Bell was confused. He wasn't lying when he said that Jin Sahyuk had grown. She probably had the highest understanding of the new stats, non-observance, and distortion. Yeah, that's why I. Just let me go this time. You'll ruin everything if you create a ruckus here. Can't you see Ki Neon and Kim Soo-ho are here? Bullshit. Jin Sahyuk's anger was like an erupting volcano that couldn't be stopped. Bell, left with no other choice, dragged Kim Hajin into their conversation once again. Ki Neon here has a history with Kim Hajin. Some of the things that she knows doesn't match what you know. What? You think Kim Hajin is your servant? Right, but Ki Neon's memories tell a different story. You do know the name of the skill I learned at the Tower of Wish. Bell learned an ultimate skill called Sea of Memories. This skill allowed him to explore other people's memories while they were asleep or unconscious. Bell looked into a lot of people's memories during his stay at the underground fortress. Ki Neon was one of his easiest targets. Her memories were filled with emotions and trauma that could not be overlooked. Sahyuk, it's possible that Kim Hajin is lying. You have to make sure he isn't, don't you think? Jin Sahyuk knew Bell was speaking the truth. Plus, aren't you curious what kind of emotions and memories Ki Neon has about Kim Hajin? I bet you'd be surprised if you knew. She was indeed curious about Ki Neon's memories. What about them made Bell so confident? Just act like you don't know us. Sahyuk, can't you tell from the fact Rumi is here that we're doing all of this for you? Jin Sahyuk decided to let Bell trick her just this once. K. Kim Soo-ho, you bastard, I've been looking for you for a long time. She pretended that Kim Soo-ho was her target all along, but she sounded awkward, and even Kim Soo-ho seemed confused by the sudden change in her demeanor. Me? Yes, you traitor, you goddamn traitor. I've been looking for you. Kim Soo-ho, you son of a bitch, you disloyal dog, brainless bull, you turtle look-alike rodent eater, you're so dead. Though she sounded a bit strange, Jin Sahyuk's anger was real. Kim Suho clutched Musteltine and glared at Jin Sahyuk. Okay, but maybe try to hold it in. We're right next to Auden's village. If we fight here, then we'd all disco. What is that bitch saying? Kim Suho tried to appease Jin Sahyuk, but one particular member of his team couldn't possibly pass over Jin Sahyuk's insults. With a face distorted from anger like a troll, Ki Naeun stepped forward to confront Jin Sahyuk. Who the hell are you? Where did this crazy bitch come from? What? What did you say? Vermin, you're the vermin. Ki Naeun and Jin Sahyuk. The two scowled at each other with a similar look on their faces. Sparks shot up where their gazes met. The unstoppable staring contest was about to begin. It was then. What are you doing here? Suddenly, a man appeared from behind the bushes. Everyone turned their attention to him. No one knew who he was, not even Bell or Rumi. This man, who seemed to be in his 30s, held a basket in one hand and a sharp sickle in the other. He seemed to be a resident of the village. The man, who had already been brainwashed by the humanoid monsters, stared blankly at Kim Suho before taking a step back. Are you people, outsiders? The way he grabbed his smartwatch made it obvious that he intended to report them to the authorities. Everyone nervously exchanged glances with each other. Finally, Rumi spoke. No, we're also from the village. Village? Yes, Luperton. We came out to gather some crops and a fight broke out among us. Still in doubt, the man asked, what kind of crop? Laurel. Laurel was a very useful crop that could be made into medicinal pills or used when forging weapons. It was one of the plants that only grew in Africa. So you are Luperton's residents. The man smiled and hung his sickle around his waist. You should stop fighting and leave. This is a dangerous area. It's under strict watch because Sacred Bone Lord Tigress is scheduled to visit in a week. If you get caught by the police, you could be put in jail. Ah, I see. Let's go together. Then, Rumi and Bell followed the man first. Ki Naeun, let's go. Kim Suho grabbed Ki Naeun by her wrist and pulled her. Jin Sahyuk, we haven't seen each other since Akatrina. Ha, I see you're acquainted with Kim Suho as well. Stop talking to me. Shin Jonghak and Jin Sahyuk walked awkwardly with each other, and lastly, Jin Saeun whispered on the radio from the back. We found a village called Luperton. We'll head inside. Inside? Yes, the situation has deviated from our initial plan, but it seems people here don't suspect us because the village population is high. However, all the residents have already been brainwashed by Auden. Brainwashed? Okay, but keep the reports coming. Also, send me some photos. Yes, if anything happens, I'll send you a request for help. Jin Saeun continued to walk with her eyes fixated on Jin Sahyuk. I faced the direction the wind came from and released 1,000-mile eyes. My field of vision extended in an instant and reached the point where the magic power had started. At a distance, I could see an insect the size of my hand. What's that? The insect was glowing gold. It was a dragonfly flapping two pairs of golden wings, scurrying away in a hurry. It's a gold dragonfly. Slurp, gold dragonfly. Tenzuha's eyes widened. Do you know what that is? Slurp, of course. When Tenzuha nodded, the dragonfly had already come near us. It was as fast as Kyurukuru, but I activated bullet time and even used pinnacle rank instant acceleration to catch the insect. I looked at the dragonfly in my hand. Equals second golden dragonfly, pinnacle grade luck item, lucky item. It's hard to catch, but it feels like something good will happen when you have this dragonfly with you. Produces 50 DP every hour. Every stat except for invariable stats increases by 1 luck bonus. This dragonfly will boost certain characteristics. Keep it safe. What's this? Ooh, Slurp, congratulations, Slurp. This golden dragonfly is a very rare insect that all the sacred bone and true bone humanoid monsters have been looking for, Slurp. They say they become stronger when they catch the dragonfly. Slurp, it's an insect that suddenly appeared along with demon merchants, Slurp. I threw the dragonfly into stigma without thinking. Suddenly, I felt a massive headache. Arg! The pain was of a familiar kind, but less severe than before. I clenched my teeth and looked down at my shoulder. There, a stake of stigma had only partially been engraved. I would have to say it was only 0.4 streaks in terms of length. I stared at the streak in confusion, but soon realized why this was happening. It was because of the bonus luck effect. Since I put the dragonfly in stigma, the bonus effect had been applied to it. At that moment, Boss asked me, Lotus, are you okay? Why, yes, I'm fine. Anyways, somehow the lucky dragonfly became mine, but I knew there had to be more to this story. I still didn't know what this insect was running away from. I stared into the distance. Ha! Both humanoid monsters and jinns are there. A number of humanoid monsters and jinns were chasing after the dragonfly. It was easy to tell who they were. The jinns were wearing robes embroidered with the symbol of 9 evils, brutality, and one of the humanoid monsters looked human except for a pair of bat wings on his back. Hey, that monster over there has bat wings. Do you know him? Pardon, I do slurp. That's Lakerdra, the youngest sacred bone lord. I see where the name comes from, but what's this sacred bone thing? Sacred bone refers to humanoid monsters who are very similar to humans. Slurp, they have reached genetic perfection. Confronting them head-on didn't seem like such a good choice. Boss, Cheok Yung, let's take a detour. Boss and Cheok Yung shrugged. They couldn't see what I was seeing, so they had nothing to comment on. Tenjuha, lead us. Of course, Slurp. In the distance, the humanoid monsters and jinns were going on a rampage as they frantically searched for the dragonfly that was already mine. We continued to walk. After 2 hours, we finally arrived at the second village. Ah, finally. That's Luperton. Slurp, the moment Tenjuha pointed at Luperton, it became speechless. What? The scenery that was laid out in front of us isn't that a city? It was nothing short of a human city. The full moon was high up in the night sky. The reconnaissance team that infiltrated Luperton had divided themselves into 2 teams and began to explore the city. Kim Suho volunteered to be put in the same team as Jin Sahyuk. He was determined to sacrifice himself to watch over the bomb that was sure to explode at some point. I've acquired crucial information. Tigris, who ravaged China, is coming here. Maybe we can try to assassinate him. Kim Suho spoke as he walked down the streets with Jin Sahyuk and Rumi. He was hoping to gain Jin Sahyuk's cooperation, but as usual, she didn't even seem to be listening to him. Jin Sahyuk gave a big yawn and remarked nonchalantly, whatever. More importantly, what's your relationship with that woman? That woman, you mean Ki Nayan? Yeah, Jin Sahyuk nodded. Kim Suho thought for a moment. We're friends. Geez, you have a lot of friends, but maybe you should think twice before befriending someone so dumb. She's nicer than you. Tusk. Jin Sahyuk clicked her tongue and looked around. There were many interesting facilities here in the village of the monsters. There was an arena, a training ground, a magic power invigoration facility, and more. Jin Sahyuk watched them, then suddenly stopped and looked at Kim Suho. Kim Suho, who was walking ahead, also stopped, turned around, and looked at Jin Sahyuk. What now? What's the relationship between Kim Hajin and that woman? Jin Sahyuk wanted to ask him, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. Instead, she turned her gaze to Rumi. Things were a little awkward between them because they were pretending not to know each other. Where's Kim Hajin? Jin Sahyuk finally uttered a different question. At that moment, Kim Suho heard Ki Nayan's voice. Hey, Kim Suho, we found a place for us to stay in. I'll send you the address, so come over when you finish looking around. Also, ditch that crazy bitch. The message sounded very much like Ki Nayan. Kim Suho smiled and replied, I'm going with her. Please don't fight and try to talk to her. I can't not fight. The way she talks is so irritating. Jin Sahyuk frowned. What are you laughing for? Nothing. Jin Sahyuk's frown deepened. Yeah, right, tell me what you just did. I said nothing. You were talking to Kim Hajin, right? Did you send him a mental transmission or something? I said it's nothing. As they argued with each other, a huge shadow cast over Kim Suho and Jin Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk bumped into something firm. Ah, what now? Annoyed, Jin Sahyuk looked up with a frown. A tough-looking figure was looking down at her. Both Kim Suho and Jin Sahyuk knew who he was, especially Jin Sahyuk. He had left a lasting impression. Kuum, he growled like a beast. Jin Sahyuk and Rumi widened their eyes and looked up at the man, Cheok Yung. With a sigh, Cheok Yung asked, Why are you here? He had met all 3 of them before. His relationship with Rumi was especially complicated, and he looked at her somewhat faintly. Chapter 288, Society of Dead Humanoid Monsters 1. What are you doing here? Cheok Yung-young's words resounded with heavy pressure. Kim Suho and Jin Sahyuk stared at Cheok Yung-young in vein-squeezing tension. Cheok Yung-young pointed at Kim Suho, then at Jin Sahyuk. He pretended not to have seen Rumi. I've seen you in the tower, and you. Cheok Yung-young continued with a sigh. You managed to escape. So, Jin Sahyuk answered. Her usually dignified manner was nowhere to be seen as she was trembling slightly. It wasn't that she was afraid. It was purely because the man standing in front of her was tricky to deal with. Jin Sahyuk had fought with Cheok Young before and realized that he had reached absolute perfection physically. The way he destroyed her manipulated realities with nothing but raw power was surreal. He reminded her of Kim Hajin, but he was slightly different as well. You lot are from that fortress, right? Cheok Young asked Kim Suho. Kim Suho nodded and replied, yes. But not this one, right? Cheok Young pointed at Jin Sahyuk with his chin, and Kim Suho shook his head in response. No, she's also one of us. PFD. Cheok Young let out a snort. Funny, I beat her up not long ago and locked her in a cell. Hearing this, the startled Kim Suho glanced at Jin Sahyuk. Is he telling the truth? Jin Sahyuk didn't answer, but her furrowed brows were enough of an answer. If Boss was here, she would have beat her to a pulp and cut off her limbs. Cheok Young stared at Jin Sahyuk and grinned. He didn't discriminate based on gender or wealth. He only treated people differently based on their age. Only the young and the old were saved from being his targets. But there's no reason to fight you now. It's not the right place, and we're allied with you lot from the fortress anyways. Cheok Young was uncharacteristically cold and rational. He didn't want to start a fight like he always did. Rumi stared at Cheok Young with a sad look. I'll let you go this time. Jin Sahyuk. Cheok Young remembered Jin Sahyuk's name. It meant he acknowledged her strength. Of course, Jin Sahyuk didn't know this side of Cheok Young and contemplated attacking him to regain her dignity. Thankfully, Rumi grabbed her arm and stopped her. He's letting us go. Let's leave. Jin Sahyuk sighed reluctantly, but as they were about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and stopped Cheok Young. Oh, right. Oi. Cheok Young looked back at her quietly. Lit under the moonlight, Cheok Young's eyes flashed with chilling, killing intent. Most people's heart would have skipped a beat in terror, but Jin Sahyuk maintained her composure. I just want to know something. Are your friends here too? I'm talking about Black Lotus. Jin Sahyuk knew a secret that only the members of the chameleon troupe were aware of the identity of Black Lotus. Cheok Young didn't immediately answer. It was then. Prrrrrrr. The wind blew along with the sound of batting wings. Everyone immediately looked up at the sky. A humanoid monster was flapping his wings in the air. Soon, it descended between them. Kung, a heavy thud resounded. Kim Suho instantly realized that the humanoid monster was with the police. It wasn't all that hard considering he was wearing a police uniform. Tap, tap. The humanoid monster shrugged his shoulders as he approached the group. Everyone's expressions stiffened as they stared at the unexpected guest, and the humanoid monster glanced at the humans present. In this moment of tension, Kim Suho wondered if he should attack the humanoid monster. He couldn't feel any other presences nearby or any watchful eyes. If the humanoid monster suspected them even a little bit, he was determined to cut him down immediately. As Kim Suho carefully put his hand on Musteltine, from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., only humanoid monsters may stay outside. Humans are prohibited. There are 10 minutes left, so hurry back. If you're found after 10 minutes, you will be punished. The humanoid monster spoke. That was it. Prrrrrr, the humanoid monster flapped his wings and flew up. Kim Suho and his group stared at him in a daze, and Cheok Young smirked. Strange, isn't it? Most humanoid monsters are like that. Unless they're unusually picky, they won't even check your identity. Maybe it's because there are too many people living here. Cheok Young murmured. At that moment, a voice rang out in Kim Suho's head. Hey, where are you? It's an emergency. It was a message from Ki Naeun. Before Kim Suho could reply, the voice became louder. Emergency. Emergency. Kim Suho quickly answered, wanting to spare his ears. What? Answer quicker. I'll give you our coordinates, so come here immediately. We are together with residents who escaped the brainwash. What? There are people here who are no longer brainwashed. Kim Suho's eyes widened. Hurry over here with Rumi. Lose that crazy bitch. Ki Naeun sent him her location, and Kim Suho quickly entered the coordinates into his smartwatch. She was about 20 minutes north. Did something happen? Rumi asked, seeing Kim Suho's sudden change in expression. Kim Suho stared at Rumi, Jin Sahyuk, then Cheok Young silently. Although Ki Naeun said to ditch Jin Sahyuk, something urgent came up with the other team. Follow me. The set of coordinates Ki Naeun sent led to a grocery store. It was neither new nor old and was a typical one-floor store. Kim Suho walked inside with a quizzical look. Shoom, the automatic door opened. and 3 human employees and 1 humanoid monster stared at Kim Suho at the same time. Aye. Before Kim Suho could say anything, a puppy-like humanoid monster hopped over and asked, "Are you with Jin Sei-nim?" "Ah, yes. I am. They are too." Kim Suho pointed at Cheok Young, Jin Sahyuk, and Rumi. "Follow me." The 4 of them followed the humanoid monster. Wag, wag. After a few minutes of staring at his wagging tail, the group arrived at a secret passageway. "This is. Go in. Your friends are inside." The secret passageway was a manhole hidden under a shelf. A ladder to an underground area could be seen. Kim Suho and the others stared at each other before taking the ladder down one by one. "Are you sure this isn't a trap?" Cheok Young asked once they arrived downstairs. They found themselves in an empty, dark room with nothing inside. While they were standing around confused, the wall in front of them suddenly moved left and right, revealing a new room. Beyond the wall was a scene no one expected to see. The smell of rice and magic power flowed out. People swinging swords and spears on dummies could be seen. Dozens of houses were lined up along the huge training ground. Ki Naeun was standing in the middle with a smile. "You're here." "Ah, where are we?" Kim Suho was at a loss of words. "We're at the Resistance Village. People who escaped brainwashing secretly built this place underground." Cheok Young walked past Kim Suho and Ki Naeun and stood in the middle of the underground village. "Now this is interesting, oi." Then he shared his vision with Kim Hajin, who should be watching from a distance. "Can you see it?" Kim Hajin's voice returned. "Yes, I can. Looks like there are about 300 people. They're mostly heroes from what I can see. Continue looking around." "Sure." Muffled whispers then reached Cheok Young, who was communicating with Kim Hajin. "Isn't he a humanoid monster? He has to be. Right? There's no way a human can have a body like that. He must be an ogre humanoid monster." The resident seemed to be taken aback by his dignified stature. Cheok Young grinned and announced, "I'm human, one that crushes humanoid monsters." Hearing Cheok Young's voice, Jin Se-in came out of the village hall with a blonde man. "Suho." Jin Se-in's eyes widened when she saw Cheok Young. "Oh, it's been a while." Jin Se-in, the corners of Cheok Young's mouth curled up. Jin Se-in was taken aback by the unexpected encounter, but she soon nodded with a smile. "Yes, it has. You're our ally." "Correct. I wouldn't say ally. Temporary comrade is more like it." "That's perfect." With that, Jin Se-in called Kim Suho's group over. "This is the Resistance Village. LEOSSI found us scouting the village upstairs and brought us here." Jin Se-in began to explain. She pointed at the blonde man standing next to her. "LEOSSI, please introduce yourself." "Yes." Elio was a handsome, white Latino man. "Hello, I'm Spain's high-rank hero, Elio. I'm leading the underground resistance in this place. It's an honor to meet you." Kim Suho and Elio looked up at Cheok Young. His towering height and intimidating face made him look like a tyrant. Cheok Young spoke. "I'm Cheok Young." "Pardon, Cheok Young." Elio's eyes widened. Cheok Young gave a small smile. "Haha, you know my name." "Of course, Korean history and history of heroes are required courses." "Haha, right. That's me, I'm Cheok." "Don't get overexcited. You're not going to talk about your past life, are you?" As Cheok Young was laughing happily, Kim Hajin calmed him down. Cheok Young frowned and closed his mouth. "You became a better listener, I like it. What you say? Are you talking with Black Lotus right now?" Jin Se-in easily noticed that something was off. Cheok Young flinched slightly. "What, Black Lotus?" "Ha, I knew you unfair cowards wouldn't be walking around alone." Ki Naeun's eyes widened, and Jin Sahyuk grumbled. Jin Sahyuk still remembered the 2-on-1 fight she had to endure. "Ah, they found out because of you, damn it. Why is this my fault? Just make something up." Facing everyone's looks, Cheok Young sighed. "You bastard, what am I supposed to say in this situation?" 1 hour later, Kim Suho's group and Cheok Young sat down inside the village hall. Elio explained how the resistance village came to be. "At first, we believed we were born here and had no doubts doing our daily tasks, but Yurang SSI helped undo the brainwashing we suffered." "Yurang SSI, is that the humanoid monster we met?" Elio nodded at Kim Suho's question. "Yes, Yurang SSI was assigned as the manager of this grocery store. He's very supportive of humans. In fact, we don't call him a humanoid monster." At that moment, Cheok Young stealthily looked back at Rumi, who was paying attention to Elio's explanation. "With Yurang SC's help, we were able to help many people regain their memories. But because one had to have trained in magic power to use Yurang-SC's method, we only awakened heroes mid-rank or higher. Jin Sahyuk, on the other hand, looked around the village hall, only half listening to Elio. She was looking for Belle, but Belle was nowhere to be seen. So how did you make this village? The houses here are no different from some of the buildings in Seoul, Kim Suho asked. Elio nodded with a smile. That's a good question. You see, we used DP to build this town. In other words, we received help from a demon merchant. Demon merchant? Yes, there is a dungeon nearby. Inside it are demonic beasts. We can hunt for DP. It wouldn't be wrong to say this village was created by a demon merchant. He agreed to help us with any trades that don't involve escaping. Jin Se-in asked, "What is your plan now?" Elio fell silent. He looked around the room and took a deep breath before answering. "To assassinate Tigris, one of Auden's 4 great generals." Elio's voice struck heavily. Just as Kim Suho was about to say something, "Captain, demonic beasts are running wild." A loud voice rang out from outside. Everyone other than Jin Sahyuk immediately shot up and ran outside. "The dungeon is this way. Follow me." Next day, 10 a.m., I came out to Luperton with Boss. The village of humanoid monsters and humans was bustling with activity. However, humans were the only ones who were busy. From what I found out yesterday, Auden's villages had a clear hierarchical structure. Even humans were divided from rank -1 to rank -3. Of course, even a rank -1 human couldn't compare to a rank -6 humanoid monster in authority. Luperton's humanoid monsters were nobles whose job was to oversee humans, and humans were akin to peasants or slaves. There are restaurants, cafes, and even a bowling alley. Right, how interesting. Humans were tasked with all sorts of different jobs. Some harvested crops, some mined ores at a nearby mine, some worked as chefs, some sold smartwatches developed by humanoid monsters, and more. The brainwashed citizens were living in the village as if it were perfectly natural. Hajin. It's immediate judgment. Boss pointed at the distance. The moment I turned my gaze, crack. A humanoid monster resembling a crocodile chopped off a human's head. Immediate judgment. Humanoid monsters who were delegated the role of manager by the village lord could hand out immediate judgment to humans. The judgment, unsurprisingly, was death. This is kind of what I expected from them, but not so much at the same time. I agree. Tearing at that moment, Jane sent a message. Hajin. I finished collecting premiums. What should I do now? Jane was currently acting as the dictator of Kreen. Disguised as Tenzuha with her gift, Jane had ordered Tenzuha's servants to gather gems and ores from the deepest parts of the mine. I answered, "Come to Luperton." Jane had to see and make physical contact with a target to use her gift of disguise. Since Luperton had many high-ranking humanoid monsters, it was the perfect opportunity for her to disguise as a humanoid monster with a higher authority than Tenzuha. "Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can." Slurp. "What will we do now?" "Boss, slurp," Tenzuha asked. He had grown used to calling me boss before I realized. Yung wants to kill Tigris. But Tigris, Tenzuha's expression paled the moment he heard this name. D-Duke Tigris, slurp. "Yeah, have you seen him before?" "No, not at all. He'll kill me if I do." Slurp, slurp, slurp. Tenzuha became tongue-tied for a moment. I put my hand in his mouth and untied it myself. Kehyuk, thank you, slurp. In truth, I was curious about Tigris. He had caused a mess in China and escaped unharmed. Although the rumors said he was stronger than Ki Juchel, I would have to see him personally before making any judgment. "Boss, let's deal with the village lord first." "Village lord?" "Yes, we'll take over this city just like we did in Kreen." This was the reason I called Jane in the first place. Her gift was perfect for victory without bloodshed. "Oi, Tenzuha." "Yes, slurp. Are you acquainted with Pleron?" "Ah." Tenzuha hesitated. Slurp, slurp, slurp. I waited patiently at first, but I frowned when his slurping noises got annoying. "You don't want to talk?" "Slurp. You see, we have a senior-junior relationship." "Senior-junior relationship? What's that?" Tenzuha scratched his head and mumbled in embarrassment. "Slurp. In the Humanoid Monster Academy, Pleron was my junior and I was his senior." "What?" Boss and I both became speechless. "Slurp, but genetic differences are impossible to overcome." "Slurp, although I was a rank -1 humanoid monster in the theory part of tests, Pleron, whose origin is a mythical snowbird monster, quickly began to shoot ahead." Slurp. Tenzyuha seemed embarrassed that his junior surpassed him, but we didn't care about that at all. There was one thing that he said that caught our attention. What the hell do you mean by the Academy? It was the term. Humanoid Monster Academy. Chapter 289. Society of Dead Humanoid Monsters 2. After 12 hours of fierce battle against the demonic beasts, the reconnaissance team returned to the underground village. Every day, members of the resistance had to participate in such difficult fights. Although the use of magic power had to be restrained, the younger generation of heroes, including Kim Suho and Ki Naeun, could stand against demonic beasts even without magic power. The fight had prolonged for half a day simply because there were too many demonic beasts. Although the fight was now over, that didn't mean they could rest. The second the team returned to the village hall, Jin Se-in connected Elio to Aileen over the radio. Over the next 3 hours, Elio explained to Aileen the plan they had named the Tigress Assassination Mission. This was the summary of the mission. Tigress was scheduled to visit Luperton this Friday. Tigress was one of the most notable sacred bone humanoid monsters. He had an influence on the central political system and was also the head of several different factions of monsters. By assassinating Tigress, who was in charge of the entire eastern region of Auden's kingdom that included both Luperton and Kreen, they could create a tremendous amount of confusion for the monsters. The resistance planned to take advantage of the said confusion and either escape Africa or revolt against Auden. But because Elio's plan was still in its initial stage and had many holes, Yigongmyang joined in on the conversation, and together they began planning the mission in detail. They finished at 1 o'clock in the morning, and only then was the reconnaissance team finally able to rest. Chwa, phew. Now was the brief amount of free time before they all had to go to bed. Ki Naeun let out a deep sigh in the warm, hot spring. When she was in the underground fortress, she had never even dreamed that this kind of bath would be possible. The warm water seemed to melt away all her worries and fatigue. Hoo 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 hoo, this is great, Ki Naeun exclaimed like an old man. If possible, she wanted to stay here forever. Unfortunately, the mission would resume tomorrow. Ki Naeun stretched once and got up. Suddenly, she was filled with warm languidness. Our water here feels so much better for some reason. She walked staggeringly back to the changing room. She put her clothes back on and was now ready to head back to her room. But just as she was about to leave the hot spring, she noticed a mirror hanging on the wall. Ki Naeun stood in front of the mirror. Her hair, which used to be short during her cube years, was now long and wet. It's so bothersome. Ki Naeun clicked her tongue. Long hair was nothing more than a burden during fights. During the most recent fight, her hair had poked her eyes countless times. Tusk, determined, Ki Naeun gathered magic power around her hand and cut her hair. The detached lump of her hair brushed the side of her arms as it fell to the ground. Ki Naeun cleaned the mess up and left the hot spring. It was then. Belle, where are you? She heard a small voice. After the gratifying bath that left all her senses heightened, even the smallest sound couldn't escape her ears. With a small frown, Ki Naeun slowly walked to where the voice had come from. This was her specialty, superior stealth technique that both Yu Sihyuk and Hanks praised her for. Where the hell did you disappear to? At a remote corner of the village, Jin Sahyuk was whispering to someone over a walkie-talkie, just seeing her put Ki Naeun in a bad mood. That crazy bitch. Ki Naeun turned around to leave. However, a thought suddenly crossed her mind, and she stopped and hid at a spot where she could hear Jin Sahyuk. You blocked mental transmission again. Where did you go? Jin Sahyuk was speaking into the walkie-talkie assigned to her. Her face was already red with anger, but the way she was trying to keep her voice down was somewhat funny. I'm in the middle of a humanoid monster village. If I use any strange techniques like mental transmission, I would get discovered right away. I had no choice but to block it. Belle's voice flowed out from the other side of the radio. Ki Naeun recognized this voice as belonging to Rebay. The guide, Belle, don't make me mad and explain. Belle, who's Belle? Why did you go into the village? That's none of your concern. The duck. Jin Sahyuk pounded her own chest with her fists. She seemed desperate to hold back her anger. Ki Naeun listened in on their conversation in silence. Tell me what you saw through your ultimate skill about that woman. Maybe later, but I can tell you one thing right now. Belle had picked up a non-combative ultimate skill called Sea of Memories at the Tower of Wish. To Jin Sahyuk, who wasn't capable of learning ultimate skills, Belle's choice seemed rather strange. But that didn't matter. Right now, she just wanted to know what Belle found out. Kim Hajin might be deceiving you. About what? Kim Hajin. The name popped up out of the blue. Ki Naeun froze. Kim Hajin might not have been your servant. I'll tell you about the details later. I'm actually tailing Kim Hajin right now to confirm. I have to go now. Ha! The call ended there, and Jin Sahyuk leaned against the wall with her head in her hands. For a while she stayed still, slowly breathing in and out to relieve her anger. Ki Naeun continued to watch Jin Sahyuk. Just what is he? Jin Sahyuk muttered. However, not long after, Kim Suho approached her, without a word. He handed her a key chain. What's this? Dorm key. Your room is 205. Jin Sahyuk didn't grab the key and only glared at Kim Suho viciously. I see you're used to speaking casually to me now. Kim Suho didn't answer. He looked at Jin Sahyuk bitterly and, with a sigh, dropped the key into Jin Sahyuk's hand. I'm leaving. Kim Suho turned around. Jin Sahyuk also walked in the opposite direction with the key in her hand. Ki Naeun was left alone to ponder. Jin Sahyuk definitely knows Kim Hajin. She called him her servant. What the hell does that mean? Maybe it's not servant, but serpent, or maybe fervent. So many questions were left unanswered, but she was sure of one thing. Jin Sahyuk was related to Kim Hajin. Well then, I don't want anything to do with her, but I guess I'll have to become closer to her. Ki Naeun clenched her fists and checked her room number, room 207. It's 3 people per room, and Jin Sahyuk is in room 205. I'll have to change my room. Ki Naeun hurried to the village hall, Luperton, the mid-rank village of humanoid monsters. I can see it now. With my 1,000-mile eyes, I looked into the village lord's mansion from a hotel many miles away. The mansion was similar in structure to Buckingham Palace. It was equipped with magic traps and a number of humanoid monsters, all above rank -3, were fiercely guarding the mansion. What kind of monster is the Lord? What does he look like? Jane asked with a smirk. She and Karlofer arrived here only 3 hours ago. Karlofer left right away to take Tenzuha back to Kreen. I wasn't particularly worried about Tenzuha. He valued his life and was smart enough not to do anything rash when Droon, Jin Johan, and the other members of the chameleon troupe were around. I wonder. I searched for the most private and the safest place in the mansion, a big, fancy room in the heart of the mansion. That was where the humanoid monster thought to be Pleron was. He just looks like a human with wings. He has pale skin and wings made of ice. Is the Lord a boy or a girl? It's a she. Looks like the Lord is a woman. Is she pretty? Why does that matter? I frowned at Jane's weird question. Jane smirked. You know, I had to be a lizard for the past day. I'd much rather transform into a pretty humanoid monster. Well, about that, I looked at Pleron again. You won't have to worry this time. Pleron, who inherited the genes of a snowbird, was without a doubt beautiful. She looked completely human except for her pointy ears, and her refined facial structure matched her pale skin very well. That's a relief. Jane smiled mischievously and turned her gaze to Boss. Boss was staring into space, muttering something. She was probably exchanging messages with someone through the Tower of Wishes system. Ever since the tower opened up to the public, players could use the system anywhere. Even outside the tower, I called Boss. Boss, cue him. I was talking to Wicked. Boss glanced at me and let out a dry cough. We strike when it's dark. Our plan is simple. We go in, we capture Pleron. Then Jane will disguise as Pleron. Quietly and gracefully, just like always, we nodded at Boss. We strike when it's dark. Meanwhile, Belle hid in the air and watched them. Our plan is simple. We go in, we capture Pleron. Then Jane will disguise as Pleron. Belle looked at Yabael. She had matured into a beautiful woman. He recalled how she was only a cute, pitiful girl when she was young. Ha! Belle let out a heavy sigh. Bile had changed only because of the man standing next to her. She had found a friend she could rely on. But Bile, Belle muttered. He's Kim Hajin. His memories were disconnected from this world. Perhaps Kim Hajin was similar to himself. He can't be with you. He was destined to leave her someday. The pain Bile would feel from her parting with Kim Hajin might even be greater than the pain she felt when she lost that man whom she considered her parent. Ha! Belle, too, recalled the time he killed his best friend with his own hands. Even now the pain was unbearable. But Belle, who had lived through past generations over and over again for hundreds of years, knew that eternal death was 1,000 times better than eternal life. Belle couldn't die. This was the same in reality, in different dimensions, and in the Tower of Wish. His body would simply scatter and turn into magic power. soon reconstructing itself into a new body. For this reason, Bell was never afraid in the face of death. Bell stared at Kim Hajin. In truth, he had always considered Kim Hajin worthless. As he confirmed in the Tower of Wish, Kim Hajin did not possess the ability to kill Bell, and more importantly, he had been ruining Yibail, whom Bell considered to be his masterpiece. However, the glimpse of Kim Hajin's memories that Bell saw through Sea of Memories showed a world completely different from the one they were in right now. I guess I have no choice. Bell finally made a decision. I'll have to take him with me. Bell felt the need to explore Kim Hajin's memories in detail. He had managed to look into Kim Hajin's memories for 1 minute, which was far less time than the time he actually needed. He would need at least a week to figure everything out about Kim Hajin. And to spend a week together, he had no choice but to kidnap Kim Hajin. Wish at that moment, a gust of wind blew past him. Bell entrusted himself to the wind. Soon his body turned into dust that scattered in the air. Chapter 290. Society of Dead Humanoid Monsters 3 England. Buckingham Palace. Buckingham Palace's most famous guest, Hajin, was currently staring at the outside scenery through the palace's window. She looked like her usual calm self, but something about her was a little different. That was the number of stars inscribed on her robe, which now numbered a glorious 9. Last week, she was promoted to a 9-star magician. Her ability to summon 3 of the 4 cardinal guardians had allowed her this honor. The 9-star realm had only been achieved by 30 people through history. As such, Ahayan felt that the world looked a bit different today. She immersed herself in England's beauty in deep thought. Tack, tack. At that moment, a certain child skipped over to Ahayan. Evandel glanced up at Ahayan curiously, then imitated her solemn expression. The 2 magicians stood side by side and stared out the window. Rachel, who brought Evandel here, smiled and tried hard to hold back her laughter. Congratulations on your promotion. Master, Evandel spoke. It's promotion, not portion. Also, you don't need to congratulate me. You will become one too soon enough. Me too. Evandel's eyes widened. Ahayan smiled gently. Yes, you're already at the 8-star level. The quality of Evandel's summons were equal to those summoned by an 8-star magician, but the sheer number of her summons easily put her at the 9-star realm. It wouldn't be long until the quality of her summons would reach the 9-star realm. With enough time, the 10-star realm wouldn't be out of reach either. Ah, thank you, Evandel bowed. Having watched Evandel's growth, Ahayan couldn't help but find her adorable, but she was worried as well. The outside world was dark, it was cruel and full of schemers. Ahayan wondered if such an innocent child could endure such a place. Evandel, yees, but the flow of time couldn't be defied. Even the clearest water would muddy as time passes, and a generational shift was inevitable. A time would come when Evandel would have to reveal her overwhelming power to the world, and when that time came, countless adults would try to use her to their benefits. It's time for training. Ahayan decided to prepare Evandel for that inevitable day. Training, Evandel spoke nervously, but her pronunciations were a bit off due to her missing front teeth. Yep, Ahayan smiled. Evandel, it's time to create your domain. To protect, one had to get stronger. Connections and fortune weren't enough. One needed absolute strength that would let them tower over all adversaries. Domain, Evandel tilted her head. Yes, domain. Most magicians possessed their own workshop, no matter how weak they were. A workshop was a fortress of sorts where they could develop their magic and keep outsiders away. As magicians, research happened inside their workshop. They frequently had to fight to fend off intruders who wanted access. Ahayan had also experienced countless battles before arriving at the 8-star realm. But a workshop wasn't enough for Evandel. Although the higher-level concept of a workshop was a stronghold, even that wasn't enough to hold Evandel's talents. A concept above a stronghold that no magician, not even Ahayan or the 9 stars Oyijin, could achieve. That was a domain. It's going to take a long time, and you won't be able to meet anyone during it. Evandel had the talent to create and maintain a domain. But because this technique placed one's surroundings under their command, one needed to stay in that place alone for a long time. It will be lonely and tiring, but this domain will be of great help to you. The strength to survive even if the world falls, the power to act as one wished without being used by anyone. Ahayan wanted Evandel to develop autonomy. Are you ready? With these words, Ahayan slowly turned around. Rachel was staring at her with a worried face. Rachel's worry was justified, as a harsh process was necessary for a magician to obtain a domain. One needed to stay in a place for a long time and inscribe their will with magic power. The process could take anywhere from 6 months to 10 years, but Hajin smiled. Don't worry, Evandel is a stronger kid than you think. She looked down at Evandel, who was deep in thought. The image of Fenrir, who was whimpering in pain from Toji's attack, surfaced in her mind. Although he was now fully healed, Evandel was deeply hurt. It was the first time she felt powerless. If she was stronger, neither Fenrir nor her other summons would have been hurt. Evandel raised her head. Her eyes were filled with firm determination. I want to get stronger. Good, but before then, Evandel stuttered. I want to see Hajin. Africa, mid-rank village Luperton, the sun set, and darkness descended on the village. Human residents had all returned to their homes as their curfew was up. In other words, it was time for us to invade the Lord's residence. Get ready. Jane and I prepared ourselves at Boss' command. Boss would infiltrate the Lord's residence as a shadow. I would use pinnacle rank instant acceleration to burst in, and Jane would disguise herself as a humanoid monster to enter through the front door. We're ready. Just as we were ready to start our plan, tearing, I received a video call on my smartwatch. Oh, it's Evandel. I planned to ignore it if it was Kim Suho or Yu Yonha, but Evandel was a different story. I asked Boss for some time and picked up the call. Hajin Evandel's smiling face immediately came into view. Yeah, what's up? I smiled back. Evandel giggled and spoke. I wanted to see you suddenly. What happened? I've been calling or texting at least once a day, and before coming to Africa, I often visited her with Spartan. No reason did something happen. I noticed a heavy atmosphere from Evandel's expression. Well, Evandel hesitated for a moment before dropping her head. I don't think I'll be able to see you for a long time. My heart sank when I heard those words. It was the first time I've been so flustered in the past year. I quickly asked back. WY. I decided to create a domain with Master. Domain. Thankfully. It wasn't anything life-threatening. I quickly understood what she meant. A magician's domain. Just like Evandel did in the original novel, she was trying to create a domain of her own. Yes, so I won't be able to see you. I hear the power of the domain will lessen if someone enters it during its construction. Don't worry about that. We can meet whenever. The basis of my Black Lotus uniform's presence isolation effect was naturalness. Not only did it erase its wearer's presence, but it also erased all trace of the wearer's existence. Since not even key Neon's supernatural intuition could see through it, it shouldn't affect Evandel's domain either. Evandel tilted her head. Don't worry about not being able to see me and work hard at creating your domain. Make it pretty and hard. I'll come by often. Really? Evandel looked surprised, which was unsurprising considering how difficult it must have been for her to make this decision. Really, of course. Have I ever lied to you? Listen to Master Arhain and work hard. I'll go see you next week. Okay. Evandel smiled brightly and nodded. I'm a bit busy. I'll call you when I'm done. Okay. Evandel's lively voice refreshed my ears. So cute. I smiled and hung up the call. Boss and Jane's gazes were a bit bothersome, but I ignored them with a cough. Cuham, all right, let's go. You sure are close to her. Boss' voice carried a little bit of jealousy. She's a kid. Anyways, let's get going. 10 minutes later. I entered the residence first, and the Shadowfeed boss entered after me. Since Jane would walk in casually at a later point, the two of us made our move first. Should we kill her or imprison her? We don't need to kill her since it might alert someone. We'll imprison as planned. Got it. I took out two 8-star cards. Isolated prison and soundless space. Equals isolated prison. 8-star effective good. Imprisons a target in an isolated space. The imprisoned target will be separated from the rest of the world and will maintain the physical condition before being imprisoned. The target can destroy the prison and escape. Isolated prison. 7-star effective good when activated. All sound within a 1 km radius will be annihilated. This card can be destroyed by an impact above a certain level. Soundless space was a bit more direct, but isolated prison was a bit more complicated because of its unique imprisoning mechanism. The imprisoned target will maintain the physical condition before being imprisoned. In other words, if a target was placed inside the prison with a fatal injury, The injury wouldn't heal or worsen during the time the target is imprisoned, so we just had to beat up Pleron and trap her inside. Let's go. We moved soundlessly thanks to the soundless space card. Pleron was sleeping in her bedroom at the top of the Lord's residence, and I easily maneuvered through any traps using my eyes. After arriving close to the bedroom door, we hid behind the wall. Two guards were keeping watch. Boss and I exchanged glances and quickly made our moves. I shot 5 arrows, piercing the eyes, heart, head, leg of the guard on the left. Boss handled the right guard, slicing up his bodies with her shadow blade. I immediately activated the 8-star card, isolated prison, trapping the 2 guards before they could mutter a single sound. Hajin appeared at the perfect time, disguised a humanoid monster. The 3 of us then went into Pleron's bedroom. Pleron was sleeping on her large bed. Jane carefully approached her and touched me. Perfect. Hearing her voice, Pleron woke up. The first thing she saw was someone who looked just like her. It was, of course, the disguised Jane. Piek, who are you? Pleron exclaimed. Her magic power shot out and cooled the surrounding temperature. Boss quickly sliced Pleron's wings with Kurukuru's scythe. Peek! Pleron screamed, but soundless space prevented her voice from leaking out. Everything was going according to plans. Peek! Boss dealt a fatal injury to Pleron, and I activated isolated prison once again. With this, Pleron was sucked into the prison, leaving behind no trace of her existence. It was then. Bullet time forcefully activated. The world suddenly slowed down. I could feel the movement of the air around me. I rolled my eyes and checked for any signs of danger. It didn't take long for me to see a current of magic power slowly descended from the ceiling. A magic power explosion. It wasn't a normal explosion. This powerful explosion caused by unnaturally condensed magic power exploding was something neither me, Boss, nor Jane could easily endure. I quickly tried to activate time reversal. But at that moment, a strange phenomenon entered my eyes. What? A golden current erupted with the magic power explosion. I knew very well what this phenomenon was. Narrow escape from death. My luck was guiding me to this explosion, telling me not to use time reversal. Narrow escape from death, 6/9, special stat. Accumulation of luck becomes partly unlocked. It's a momentary misfortune for the ideal ending. The moment I read the alert, I threw myself into the center of the golden current. Hajin, Boss tried to grab me. Boom, but an explosion erupted. I blacked out. TK, TK. TK, the sound of a campfire rang out. Ah! Boss regained consciousness after blacking out momentarily. A strange scene was reflected before her eyes. Hey, Bile! The man she had been looking to kill for years, Bell, was now in front of her. He was holding Kim Hajin over his shoulders. Blood quickly rushed to Boss' head. B. You won't be able to move or talk. I made that explosion from a part of my body. Even you will be incapacitated for 30 minutes. You should know how strong I am. Right? Bell smiled bitterly as he said that. Anyhow, I'm touched. He tried to protect you guys. Bell glanced at Kim Hajin, who was sprawled over his shoulders. The moment he ignited his magic power, Kim Hajin reacted earlier than anyone else and threw himself forward. He was undoubtedly trying to protect Bile. And thanks to Kim Hajin's sacrifice, Bile and Jane only ended up being paralyzed. I'm tearing up. Bell, Boss growled and glared at Bell. Blood flowed from her eyes as she barely managed to eke out his name. She clenched her teeth and emitted deep-rooted rage and killing intent. I'll take Kim Hajin with me. There's a lot I need to discuss with him. Bell was as leisurely as ever. Bell. Boss reached forward. Her vision was dyed red, but she didn't give up. She commanded her limbs with all her effort. Move, move, move. Don't worry, I didn't kill him. I don't plan to either. Let him. By the time her hand touched the ground after tremendous effort, Bell had already turned his back on her. At the same time, humanoid monsters who noticed the commotion flooded in. You won't be able to stay with him forever anyways. Boss moved her legs as Belle continued talking. She stepped forward with her broken ankle and forced her broken knees to stand. Like a wooden puppet, she staggered up in a strange pose. Let him go, Boss spoke, but that was all she could say. Belle looked back at her eyes and gave a faint smile. Sorry this happened again. With that, Belle jumped down from the mansion. Boss tried to follow him, but her body refused to move. After taking Belle's attack head-on, her body was screaming to get rest. Kerak, what happened? Kerak, who are you? Plus, humanoid monsters had already arrived. Boss continued to glare at the direction Belle disappeared to. Thud. Then, she collapsed. Chapter 291. Looking back, one last night's attack on the Lord's mansion caused a commotion in Luperton. Most of the guards, who weren't even aware of the infiltration, were ousted and replaced by the smarter and stronger monsters sent down by higher authorities. The effect of the incident was so great that Monster King Auden even enclosed a personal letter to Pleron. In it, he delivered words of encouragement and praised Pleron for her prompt countermeasures. Any servant would have been honored to receive such a letter from their king. Yeah, amidst all the chaos, Cheok Yungyung entered the Lord's mansion. No one was there to stop him as he walked down the hallway. Explosion, you say? Geez, you guys are nothing without me. Cheok Yungyung muttered as he looked down at Boss, who was lying in bed. It's not that we're weak, Jane remarked bitterly. Bell's too strong. The public considered either Ki Juchul or Hanks as the strongest man of the present era, but that was because they didn't know about the relationship between Bell and Shin Munchul, who was revered by all as the strongest hero in the history of mankind. Anyways, this dude is pretty good at writing. His servant probably wrote it for him, don't you think? Jane gave a small smile as she read Auden's letter. At the time of the explosion, Jane had lost her consciousness momentarily, yet her disguise remained intact. It wasn't only because she was the farthest from the impact, but also because her gift wasn't easily cancelled to begin with. It's Hajin, so I'm sure he'll manage somehow. Jane put Auden's letter away and transformed back to Pleron. She was quite fond of the ice wings that she could control freely. You're calm. In contrast to Jane's carefree demeanor, Cheok Yunghong appeared discontent. So, are you looking for Belle? Of course. Everyone thinks Belle is the terrorist. I told them Belle came alone. I even fluttered my wings for authenticity. Jane smiled. Pleron, Luperton's village lord, was currently locked up in Kim Hajin's card jail, so the entire village now belonged to Jane. I even had a composite sketch made. My monster servants will find him in no time, UK. As Jane asserted with a smile, Boss suddenly made a sound. Ah, Boss. Boss. Are you awake? Jeok Yungyung and Jane looked down at Boss. Boss tossed and turned in discomfort before finally opening her eyes. Suddenly, Boss' upper body bounced upward like a spring. Ha ha ha. Boss gasped for air, and Jane approached Boss worriedly. Boss, are you okay? Is it you? Jane? Boss frowned at Jane, who was disguised as Pleron. Yup, it's me. Jane untransformed her face. I see. Who? Boss closed her eyes and recalled all the things that had happened before she lost consciousness. She quickly grasped all the events that had led up to their current situation, their attack on Pleron, Bell's subsequent ambush, and Kim Hajin's abduction. She felt an unimaginable amount of rage from that last memory. Bell, with clenched teeth. Boss looked at Jane. The swelled-up blood vessels in the white of her eyes were about to burst from anger. Bell, where is that son of a bitch? We're looking for him. And Hajin. Same goes for Hajin. At that moment, Boss put on a strange expression. Her face crumpled in sadness, and fear and sorrow replaced the anger in her eyes. She was truly worried for someone. Jane had never seen Boss like this before. Don't worry, he's the type to thrive no matter where he is. Despite Jane's attempt to comfort her, Boss' expression remained the same. The situation worsened the next moment when Boss began to blame herself. Jane felt sorry for Boss. She reluctantly glanced at Cheok Yungyung. Boss Cheok Yungyung says that he found an underground village. Cheok Yungyung flinched, and Boss raised her head to look at Jane. Underground village? Yeah, it's a village made up of the members of the resistance or something. According to Yungyung, Kim Suho, Jin Seon, and everyone else is there. Boss usually wasn't interested in heroes, but Kim Suho was an exception. People had been saying that the Swordsman of Wish would become the youngest master rank hero in history. Do you want to go visit them? Jane asked. Boss frowned, deep in thought, but now was the time to grasp any straws available. Yes, she finally nodded. Meanwhile, in the underground village in Luperton, we've obtained information about Tigris' travel route. Their mission was well underway, although Luperton's surveillance heightened after last night's incident. The number of resistance members also increased proportionally. They felt they had nothing to worry about. So, Tigris will be giving a speech in Dollar and Square, Aileen asked. She had secretly arrived here last night. In all seriousness, Aileen stared at the document outlining Tigris' travel route. Yes, but we'll stay put while he's giving the speech. We strike after his speech when he's leaving the square to go somewhere else. Elio explained the mission that he devised with Yi Gongmyang. The most important piece of this mission is Tigress Horse. Horse. Yes, he's called Horseless. He's known to be violent towards everyone other than his owner. Tigress is extremely fond of this horse. Rumor has it that he even loves him. Elio showed Aileen a photo of the horse. Horseless was beautiful. His white mane was in striking contrast with his pitch-black body. Aileen couldn't imagine him being violent. That's why Elio's next words were shocking. Horseless eats humans. What? Humans? Yes, he consumes them, quite literally. Elio showed her more photos. In them, Horseless was chewing on a human arm. Tigress was watching him contently in the background. He's nuts. Tigress rides Horseless wherever he goes. And, even among the monsters, General Tigress is notorious for his temper. He pretends to be kind and generous, but he's actually very violent and cruel. He is the type who can't hold back his anger. Ah, I see where you're going with this. Aileen was still confused, but YunSeo-jin nodded in agreement. You're planning to murder Horseless. Yes, that's right. If Horseless dies, Tigress will lose his temper for sure. Tigress is known to slay his own comrades when things go awry. So, can you imagine the things he would do when he sees his horse get murdered before his eyes? Elio gave a small smile. He will become mad to the point he can't tell right from wrong. Tigress will go on a rampage, destroying any and everything that comes into his line of sight. When he finishes killing all of his guards, that's when we jump in to annihilate him. This was the best-case scenario that Elio and Yi Gongmyung came up with. That sounds like a good plan. Leave Horseless to me. Then Elio nodded at YunSeo-jin's remark. To the divine archer, killing a horse would be a simple task. Then I'll take on Tigress. Kim Soo-ho announced all of a sudden. He looked around the village hall with a serious look. Aileen frowned. Hey, I'm the commander, not you, and one particular person isn't in charge of Tigress. Together we'll all. You know he's invincible unless we fight him at close quarters. You've all seen the video from the Chinese government. Through the video, Kim Soo-ho witnessed all the heinous crimes that Tigress had committed. Tigress killed a countless number of civilians and heroes for pleasure. He didn't even budge while committing a massacre that would go down in history. Kim Soo-ho could neither understand nor forgive such evil deeds. Please let me take him on. Kim Soo-ho was determined. The Sword Saint wished to cut down Tigress' madness. Aileen stared at Kim Soo-ho for a while and nodded. Okay, fine, but only because it's better to minimize the number of heroes in a mission. But I'll be watching you and will intervene as soon as things get out of hand. Thank you. Kim Soo-ho nodded with a big smile. It was then. KWANG. Suddenly, the door of the village hall burst open and the high-rank hero Seo-jin rushed inside. Commander Aileen, the chameleon troop is here. What? Please come on out. Aileen jumped to her feet and hurried outside. Where? Where? Over there. Seo-jin pointed at the entrance of the village. 3 people were there indeed, but Black Lotus wasn't one of them. Aileen tilted her head in confusion, and the chameleon troop's boss stopped in front of Aileen. What happened? Aileen asked. Boss opened her mouth to answer but stopped when she detected a certain gaze on her. She looked at the owner of the gaze. That woman. What, that woman? That woman wasn't supposed to be here. She was the bait to lure Belle in. It was YunSeo-jin. YunSeo-jin shuddered when her gaze met Boss. Boss moved immediately. There was not a single moment of hesitation in her movement. She watched Boss charge towards her like a ray of light. YunSeo-jin smiled leisurely. I'm used to things like this now. She'd gotten beat up too many times to be surprised. She gracefully emitted her magic power to form a barrier around her to prepare for the upcoming impact. Crack! But Boss' punch easily pierced through her barrier. Wah! The punch landed on YunSeo-jin's right cheek. Whoosh! YunSeo-jin flew and slammed against a wall. England, Borand Forest, meanwhile. Despite all the commotion that was happening in Africa, Evandel, Hajin, and Rachel arrived at a forest in England, along with Hayang. Wow! They were in a rank -1 danger zone called Borand Forest. Evandel, do you remember what you need to do first in order to establish a personal domain? Hajin asked inside a forest full of monsters above high intermediate rank. Evandel, who was in her training uniform, wondered for a moment before finally shouting, You have to grasp the nature within the domain. Amen, you're wrong. Hajin shook her head. Evandel was confused but soon came up with another answer. Then you have to befriend the nature within the domain. How? How do you befriend it? That's. Evandel glanced at Rachel, seeking her help. Who? However, Rachel was already preoccupied with the sorrow of her upcoming breakup. Evandel held Rachel's hand gently. You don't have to try so hard. That answer was wrong, too. Arhain smiled and stroked Evandel's head. The first and foremost thing you should do before establishing a personal domain is— She raised her head and looked out into the surrounding nature. The grass, trees, and streams were all full of magic power. This land would make an excellent magician's domain. Buying the land. Of course, children were oblivious to such grown-up interests. Evandel blinked a few times in confusion. First, you have to make this land legally yours. Even magicians need to abide by the law after all. Then, but there's no need for you to worry. Evandel, Arhain twisted her words again. Evandel frowned slightly. From here to there, all the land has already been purchased by Kim Hajin. Ah, Evandel's eyebrows wiggled. Arhain beamed, though to be precise, this land wasn't purchased by Kim Hajin. It was purchased with Kim Hajin's money. So far, Kim Hajin had paid her a total of 40 billion won for Evandel's lessons. With it, Arhain had purchased this land in Kim Hajin's name. Are you ready to begin? Yes, Evandel nodded with a big smile. Good, now don't hold back, and summon your beasts. Hugh. Evandel closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she sat on the grass, emitting her unique magic power signature. The message embedded in the signature was, "Come to me." Your next task is simple. You'll consolidate this land with the help of your spirit beasts. As you live in nature with your spirit beasts, and as you create new ones, make this land acknowledge you as its rightful owner. Evandel nodded with both her eyes shut tightly. She focused on emitting her magic power signature for the next 5 minutes. Vibrations and noise came from far away. Tens of thousands of spirit beasts that Evandel had released were returning to her. They're coming. Yes. Both Arhain and Rachel waited for the wave of spirit beasts to appear. Ooh, the faint vibration soon became a loud roar. Amidst the majestic sound of footsteps that filled the air and the earth, the two adults were overwhelmed as they witnessed Evandel's spirit beasts approach them from a distance. Spirit beasts surrounded Evandel. Rabbits, lions, tigers, horses, hippopotamuses, wolves, countless spirit beasts formed a giant circle around Evandel. One would be lucky to witness such a spectacle even once during one's lifetime. Now, open your eyes. Evandel opened her eyes. She looked at the spirit beasts around her and smiled mischievously. Let them roam around freely. Your spirit beasts will consolidate your domain for you. Oki. Evandel set her spirit beasts free. Tudududu hitting the footsteps, the roars, the fluttering of wings. Her spirit beasts jumped into the air and ran along the earth, leaving their marks all across the surrounding nature. I woke up in a dark room. I could feel a soft mattress under me. For a moment, I blinked a few times and assessed the situation. Immediately, I was filled with confusion. I remembered getting swept up in a huge explosion. But I wasn't hurt. In fact, my head felt clearer than ever. Perhaps it was because of the orb of regeneration, but it was still strange how refreshed I felt. Was it because I got a good amount of sleep, or was this also due to my luck? You're awake. A voice disturbed my train of thought. I tilted my head slightly to the side. There, I saw a handsome man who looked like Legolas from The Lord of the Rings, smoking cigar. It's you again. I knew this man, Bell, but there was no hint of hostility in his eyes. The way he opened his eyes wearily made him appear quite attractive. Actually, what's your deal this time? I asked. Bell spoke slowly, stroking dark circles under his eyes. Ah, nothing big. I just looked at your memories with my ultimate skill for 10 minutes or so. What? It turns out I can't keep it up for longer than 10 minutes. Your memories are just too complex, so I only saw bits here and there. Ah, it's not like I have a voyeurism fetish. No, that's not what I frowned. I had killed Bell once in the Tower of Wish. I still clearly remembered how I fired my gun into his head. Therefore, it was impossible for him to have a ultimate skill. Didn't I kill you once in the tower? Ah, right, that happened. But you can't kill me. My body is made up of magic power, thanks to my authority magic power body. Harm, Bell yawned and stretched at the same time. No, but I did kill you. You're right. Your anti-magic power did break my magic power, but it couldn't destroy my authority. Tell me more. Ha ha, Bell laughed aloud and continued with his explanation. I'm saying that you should just consider me nature. This world has already recognized me as a part of nature. Just like how wind blows, rain falls, and flowers bloom, I too am a part of nature. So when I die, nature automatically rearranges my existence. This phenomenon is only possible because I am entirely made up of magic power. In short, I can't die. I'm bound to live forever. I was at a loss for words. Magic Power Body was indeed in my original settings, though eventually I got rid of it because it felt overpowered. But still, resurrection was never a part of Magic Power Body. When I turned my doubtful gaze to Bell, he smiled at me. By the way, aren't you curious about the fact that I looked at your memories? Ha! My heart sank. The fact he looked at my memories meant that Bell now knew all of my secrets. Yeah, that's how you should respond. Bell smirked and sat down next to me. I never imagined there'd be another transmigrator other than Jin Sahyuk and Kim Suho. Transmigrator? What Bell said was strange. At first I was confused, but I soon realized that he had interpreted my memories in a completely different way. Yeah, transmigrator. Kim Hajin and Kim Chundong are the same yet completely different people. That's the reason Jin Sahyuk thought you were her servant. Kim Chundong, whose body you took over, became Jin Sahyuk's servant, Kindspring, in Akatrina. I understood that much. I also saw the world you're originally from, although I couldn't figure out how you came here, since that information had been blocked securely. I said nothing, and only stared at Bell. Another Earth in a parallel universe. It was a boring yet nonetheless fascinating story. Bell smiled leisurely. I looked at Bell's deep, dark blue eyes. Just what exactly was this man who was neither in my original novel nor setting? Do you want to know who I am? Bell muttered as if he had read my mind. Will you give me an answer if I ask? Of course. It's give and take. I figured out your identity. Now you should know mine. I looked at Bell as if saying, then tell me. Okay, but first, have you heard of Baal? I froze. Baal. That was the name of the devil ranked as the first among Solomon's 72 devils. He was the most popular and the most powerful devil of all, along with Satan. So you do know. Then you also know that for a devil to descend on earth, he needs an incarnation body, right? Bell smiled. I listened to Bell in a daze. At this point, you probably figured out where I'm going with this. I'm Baal's incarnation body. I only have 6 months left at most. In 6 months, Baal will be born in my head. It was a sudden, shocking declaration. So, Bell frowned slightly at my nonchalant reaction. So, I said, I'm Baal. When I become Baal, the world is doomed. You'll never be able to kill me. And, still, I was calm. The reason was simple. I knew I was here as a result of the accumulation of luck that happened during the explosion, and I could still see the sentence, "This is a momentary misfortune that will lead to the best ending," in my window. In short, this meeting with Bell was the result of the purest luck. Ehue, finally, Bell sighed. Okay, I'll get to the point, but first. Bell's gaze suddenly sharpened. Chundong, Bell called Kim Chundong. He was one of the two people in this world who knew Kim Chundong. Kim Chundong, also, he was the only one who witnessed the root of Kim Chundong's existence. In response to the called name, your synchronization with Kim Chundong is increasing. Something in my heart responded to Bell's voice. I glared at Bell, and Bell asked me, "Do you think you'll be able to betray Bile just for a second?" He was asking me if I could betray Boss. Chapter 292, Looking Back Too. I raised my body without replying. Meanwhile, Bell continued to talk. Demon realm transformation is progressing even as we speak. It's still faint so that humans can't detect it, but it will soon spread to the heart of Earth. The final setting of my story, demon realm transformation. This was the phenomenon where the demon realm's land eroded Earth's. This meant I was heading towards the end of the story. No one can stop demon realm transformation because it's the prelude to the descent of devils. For the story to have a happy ending, Kim Suho had to eliminate devils and save humanity. If you want to stop demon realm transformation, or in other words, if you want to see the best ending, you should trust me. So I couldn't help but doubt Bell. Somehow, he was even more confident about the ending of the story than me. I glared at Bell. Inside the darkness, without a single stream of light, Bell received my gaze and smiled leisurely. The offer I want to make is simple. Bell finished the cigar in his mouth. After a brief silence, he burned it with black magic power. The smoke of the cigar filled the air. Bell spoke inside the acrid smoke. "Help Sahyuk to kill me." What? My eyebrows furrowed naturally, but Bell smiled with even greater leisure and continued what seemed like the strangest words. "I know you and Jin Sahyuk have a complicated relationship, but she's the only one who can kill me." It was then that I realized what seemed so off about Bell. He didn't have a desire to live, which all humans naturally possessed. Was it because he knew he was Bale's incarnation body? I couldn't understand. Can't you just go to Jin Sahyuk and let her kill you? What's so complicated about it? Ah, if only it was that easy, Belle put on a sad expression. I want to die. I've lived for too long and have no desire to live, but I do have a survival instinct. Instinct is different than desire because this instinct comes from Bale who resides in my head. But didn't I kill you with ease before? When I killed Bell in the Tower of Wishaw, as Bell said, killed his body, I felt no signs of Bale. I told you, I won't die even if I'm killed. Bale only reacts when my existence is at risk of annihilation. When that happens, Bale should shoot out of my head and erupt into a frenzy. Bell paused momentarily. Then, he wore a look of reminiscence like he was remembering something from a long time ago. I've killed many because of this instinct. A sorrowful smile emerged on his face, but his smile soon disappeared, and he continued speaking in his leisurely tone. So I want you to help Sahyuk. She can become much stronger than she is now. Help her get stronger so that she can kill me. If she doesn't, Bale will destroy Earth once he descends. That's something neither you, me, nor that monster king Auden want. I still had many questions and doubts, but I knew Bell was mostly telling the truth thanks to the newly upgraded observation and reading. Life Force 100/100, name Bell, alignment neutral, realm. Potential inestimable, status being honest. Of course, being honest didn't mean he was telling the truth. I changed the topic before digging deeper into his explanation. What do you mean by betraying boss? Oh, Bell grinned. If you can find a way to not betray her, then you don't have to, but Bell's expression turned serious. I doubt she'll accept the fact that you're cooperating with me. Bile resents me for killing Yeonjun. Yeonjun. It was yet another name I didn't know. I frowned. And who's Yeonjun? Oh, that's the Chameleon Troop's previous boss. Bile didn't tell you, huh? Well, it's not surprising given how sensitive she is to the topic. Bell let out a dry cough. Anyways, I've told Bile that she would end up betraying you for Yeonjun. I didn't know things would turn out this way, but it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Ha ha. Bell shrugged proudly and acted cutely. It would have been disgusting if he wasn't so handsome, but in any case, I understood what he meant. In a way, I was the only one who could understand Bell. He was kind of like me in that he was trying to conclude the story. Bell had chosen Jin Sahyuk for the ending he envisioned, while I had chosen Kim Soo-ho. One was a growing main character, and the other was a growing final boss. But technically, the growing final boss was also one of the protagonists of the story's latter half. Think of yourself as a princess maker. Sahyuk is a princess, after all. Bell rested his chin on his hands and stared at me. Plus, I don't think it's a coincidence that Chundong came to be Sahyuk's servant. Don't talk about Chundong in front of me. Synchronization percentage increased every time I heard Kim Chundong's name. It was already at 10.9%. It wouldn't be wrong to say my feet now belong to him. Okay, I won't, Bell smiled brightly. He then walked up to me and placed his hands on my shoulders. So, will you do it? If you do, I'll support you so that Sahyuk can become yours. I frowned at the strange connotation in his words. I don't want Jin Sahyuk to become mine, Bell replied casually. Just think of it as my dying will. Underground resistance village. The commotion died down only when the sun set. Cheok Young and Aileen calmed the Chameleon Troop's boss, who suddenly went berserk, and Jin Sahyuk shuddered at the unjust treatment she received. I'm going. Although the heroes present were able to prevent a full-out fight from breaking out, Jin Sahyuk decided to leave the village with hurt feelings. She had no reason to stay since Bell ran away. Here, take this. Kim Soo-ho was the only one who came to see her off. Kim Soo-ho handed her a bag filled with bento boxes and other dry food that could easily last 2 weeks. Jin Sahyuk stared at Kim Soo-ho unhappily, but she took the bag anyways. She knew how important food was from the last experience she suffered. Sorry, I tried to do something about it, but we're allied with the Chameleon Troop for now. So, Chameleon Troop. Jin Sahyuk turned around with the bag under her armpit. Don't trust them, they're worse than me. She then grabbed onto the ladder to the surface. Kim Soo-ho watched Jin Sahyuk climb the ladder. Eventually, he couldn't help but shout, Oi! Jin Sahyuk turned around. As Kim Soo-ho once served Jin Sahyuk as a knight, he had complicated feelings towards her. Didn't you come for me? You're just going to leave without fighting me. Jin Sahyuk stared at Kim Soo-ho blankly before letting out a small snicker. Bastard, did you develop a crush on me? That was it. Jin Sahyuk didn't say anything else and just disappeared up the ladder. Who? Kim Suho still had mixed feelings. He had settled his past, but Jin Sahyuk was still clearly bound by it. That was why she regarded him as a traitor, but looking at her back, he didn't feel good. Though she was a powerless leader, she was still the king he once served. Aileen approached as Kim Suho fell in thought. Don't worry about someone like her. Tigress will be coming in 2 days. Aileen crossed her arms. The rehearsal is starting soon, so follow me. Yes, Kim Suho nodded and slowly turned around. He then trudged towards the village hall with Aileen. 2 days later, in Dolaran Square located in the heart of Luperton. I will say this again, we will be victorious. Both humans and humanoid monsters gathered at Dolaran Square, where Tigress's voice rang out. His roar shook heaven and earth, and his speech ended with loud applause from everyone. Great, Luperton is satisfactory. Tigress nodded contently before walking down from the podium. Lord Tigress, Lord Tigress. At that moment, an ant-humanoid monster walked up to him. Village Lord Pleron would like to invite you to a banquet. No need. She should be satisfied seeing my face here. I don't want to waste any more time. Rather than that, where's Horseless? Ah, Lord Horseless is enjoying a nap at the moment. Tigress's secretary didn't forget to address Horseless with respect. He knew dozens of humanoid monsters who were beheaded for addressing Horseless casually. We've been quite busy lately, so he must be tired. Thankfully, tomorrow is the last day. Tigress headed to the mansion Horseless was sleeping in. Following him were 66 rank-1 humanoid monsters, who were all elites equivalent in strength to high-rank grade-1 heroes. There he is. Tigress arrived at the well-decorated stable built just for Horseless. It was full of beautiful and rare plants and flowers. Horseless. Horseless instantly reacted to Tigress's voice. Hitting. Ha ha ha. You wanted to see me too. Tigress embraced Horseless, who ran into his arms. They were only separated for 4 hours, yet they acted as though they were reunited after years. Tigress, who was stroking Horseless's mane, suddenly heard Horseless's whisper. Tigress stood frozen for a moment, then nodded his head. Oi, did you feed this child? Tigress asked the human who was in charge of the stable. Yes, we served him the best food available. And what was that? Tea, that's. The human didn't answer, but Tigress wasn't expecting to hear one. Tigress immediately crushed the human's head, turning him into pulp. Fool. Tigress glanced at the corpse, then hopped on Horseless. Horseless greeted his owner with a happy expression. Make sure to prepare proper meat in the next village. Otherwise, you will be the next to die. Tigress's solemn warning caused all his servants to bow. Let's go, TK. TK. Horseless's clear galloping sound rang out as Tigress marched forward. Luperton's residents sent him unconditional applauses, and Tigress left the village feeling content. I can't get used to seeing humans all happy. If it wasn't for King Auden, don't you think so? Tigress grumbled viciously the moment he left the village. Yes, I am always amazed by Lord Tigress's patience and virtue. The ant secretary eagerly played along with Tigress. The group slowly headed to their next destination and soon reached a vast wilderness. Huaram, Tigress yawned, which sounded more like a roar. What villages are left? Kreen and Lauren. Kreen is a low-rank village and Lauren is a mid-rank. Just as the ant secretary was reciting their itinerary, an arrow-like object flashed in the sky. Parang, a huge wind pressure fiercely swallowed the surrounding air. This came from Tigress's punch. He had immediately tried to eliminate the object that was targeting Horseless. However, the divine archer's arrow wasn't so easily broken. It multiplied like a spider web and assaulted Tigress and Horseless. Wish. Jin Se-jin's magic arrow bound Tigress's arm, then dug further down to pierce Horseless's heart. Immediately, Tigress fell forward. Although he landed safely, the same couldn't be said for Horseless. With his heart destroyed by a fatal arrow, Horseless fell to the side helplessly. When Tigress saw Horseless, his thoughts stopped. He ran up to him in a daze, moving only by instinct. High-eyeing, Horseless was gasping for air, looking at his beloved owner. He was letting out his final breaths, struggling to live. But it wasn't long until his breathing stopped. The horse died with its eyes open. Tigress stared at his beloved horse in a frozen state. He felt like he was dreaming. Everything felt surreal, and his brain refused to accept the current situation as reality. This, what? The ant's secretary slowly approached Tigress. He could only see Tigress's back, which was trembling unnaturally. Lord Tig, the ant's secretary couldn't finish his sentence. Tigris roared, his voice full of rage and uncontrollable madness. He stood up and glared at his servants. His tearful eyes had already lost focus. Drowning in rage, Tigris turned into a beast that acted on its instinctive desire to destroy. On the other hand, Jin Sahyuk walked deeper into Africa. She came to Africa to find Bel, but now she had an additional goal, training to become stronger. Jin Sahyuk felt she had been too lazy lately. She felt especially powerless after fighting the so-called boss of the chameleon troop. Jin Sahyuk walked through Africa, chasing after the scent Bel purposefully left behind. If any monster or humanoid monster dared to hinder her, she simply killed them. And was this what Bel was aiming for? And the current result was this. Thousands of monsters and humanoid monsters were surrounding her. The fight was well underway. Jin Sahyuk released countless weapons that shred the lives of monsters, and a mountain of corpses began to build up. However, there was seemingly no end to the number of monsters. Give up, Jin Sahyuk. Keruk, a humanoid monster resembling a drake, spoke. He seemed to be the commander of the army. Jin Sahyuk's eyes widened. You know my name, Keruk. Of course, you became the king's servant, yet betrayed him and ran away after just 1 week. Oh, you're talking about that. Jin Sahyuk had received Akatrina's crystal from Auden, but she didn't remember becoming his servant. Jin Sahyuk made a wry smile. Are you prepared to die? Keruk. Jin Sahyuk checked her physical condition without answering. She had been pushing herself for the past month without proper rest, so she couldn't say she was in excellent condition. In fact, it was below average due to the fight 2 days earlier. Are you ready to die? But just as expected, Jin Sahyuk pushed herself into a corner. Pushing herself to overcome her limits was how she planned to get stronger. Jin Sahyuk was confident in her potential. Keruk, foolish human, the drake shouted and spat out a fireball. Quara, Jin Sahyuk jumped up to dodge the attack, but flying monsters quickly charged towards her. Jin Sahyuk manipulated the air current and strangled them to death. How do you lot breed so quickly? The humanoid monsters and monster birds' attacks continued. Jin Sahyuk had limited magic power, yet the option of escaping never entered her brain. The endless fight left numerous scars on Jin Sahyuk's body. Her bleeding never ceased, her armor torn, and her hair cut. Overcoming the situation seemed to be the farthest thing from reach, as the situation only worsened as time passed. It was then, as Jin Sahyuk continued to lead a solitary battle, Keruk, die. Traitor, an arrow struck the throat of the roaring drake. The arrow then shot up and pierced the drake's head. Kerryuk, the drake died, but the mysterious arrow was only getting started. Chwa, a total of 5 black arrows came flying through the sky. They drew black traces in the air and moved like 5 autonomous birds. Jin Sahyuk stared at the arrows in a daze. The arrows moved at an incomprehensible speed, taking the lives of numerous monsters. The lines drawn by the arrows resembled something out of a modern art museum. Kuak, Kuk, Guak, monsters fell one by one. The death toll reached 2 digits, 3 digits, then 4 digits. All this happened in less than 3 seconds. Who is it? When Jin Sahyuk asked, the owner of the arrows showed himself without a moment of hesitation. Over here. The voice came from above. Jin Sahyuk looked up. On a nameless mountain, the man she was looking for along with Bel was standing there. Kim Hajin. Jin Sahyuk furrowed her brows, while Kim Hajin spoke expressionlessly. Come up. What? Kim Hajin explained to the confused Jin Sahyuk. For the next 6 months, then, he knocked another arrow on his bow. This one was a pure white arrow that clearly contrasted with his previous black arrows. Although Jin Sahyuk had no way of knowing this arrow's identity, it was the mythical LV-11 Athene's moonlight arrow. I'll be by your side. Kim Hajin finished his sentence, but Jin Sahyuk didn't understand him for a long time. 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Once the words sank in, Jin Sahyuk's eyes quickly widened, and Kim Hajin let go of his bowstring. Quara! Athene's moonlight arrow, infused with Stigma's magic power, erupted with a huge, pure current and shot towards the army of monsters. Chapter 293. Looking back 3, the purest light amplified by Stigma, an arrow that the Greek goddess of wisdom used. LV-11 Athene's moonlight arrow flew silently, devouring both the sky and earth. As the arrow flew across the sky, the world turned white. All the nearby monsters were burnt alive by the overwhelming moonlight. Though it was still afternoon, the sky became dark, as moonlight only shone in the dark. Come up here. I hastened Jin Sahyuk, who was staring at me. She still looked confused, but I didn't have a lot of time to spare. I'm going to leave you behind if you don't, Guo. At that moment, the footsteps of yet another army of monsters rang out from beyond the horizon. Startled by the sound, Jin Sahyuk glanced at the horizon, then looked at me, then jumped high and landed on the cliff where I was standing. What's with you? Why did you suddenly come here? And I let Jin Sahyuk babble to herself and activated my spirit power. I focused my spirit power on movement, set the coordinates in my head, and mimicked Karlafa's gift, portal. Because I had used up almost all streaks of stigma during the last attack, I no longer had any left to use for the portal, PSSSSD. My spirit power created a portal. I grabbed Jin Sahyuk and pushed her inside. Then I followed her. We arrived at a dark cave on the coast of Africa. You bastard. You were the one who kicked me out, so why did you come to me? All of a sudden, Jin Sahyuk grabbed me by the collar, but I only looked at her in the eye. What? You're just gonna ignore me? Huh, is that it? Belle had told me a lot about Jin Sahyuk, about the life she had to live on Earth after her death in Akatrina, what path she took to get here, and about the agony and the pain she had to live through. Hey, Kim Hajin, Kim Hajin, Kim Ha-jin. When I heard Belle, I felt hopeful that maybe the ending of my novel could change. In my novel, Jin Sahyuk was an unforgivable villain and a hopeless tyrant. But in this world, she changed because she met Belle, a character who didn't exist in my original story. Are you deaf or something? I didn't trust Bell completely. Of course, I still had a lot of doubts about him, and he clearly had many secrets I needed to dig up. But none of that mattered right now. I wasn't worried at all. After all, I had the Book of Truth with me. Answer me. It was then that Jin Sahyuk started to shake me side to side. My body swayed like a doll made out of paper because of her enormous strength. I answered nonchalantly. It's only natural for a servant to be with his king, right? Jin Sahyuk froze. Her hands were still around my neck when she coldly muttered, "That's bullshit." "What do you mean?" I shrugged my shoulders. I could tell she was extremely suspicious of me. Kindspring and Kim Hajin. She was torn between the two existences. Anyways, I've decided to train you, in place of Bell, for the next 6 months, or shorter if possible. What? Jin Sahyuk's grip tightened all of a sudden. Training? Cut the crap. You've met Bell. What did you two talk about? Well, can you let go of me first? I looked down at my collar. Jin Sahyuk's grip was so tight that, frankly, I couldn't move at all. I felt as if my whole body had been bound. Even though all she was doing was holding me by my collar, the difference in our base stats was too high. Why would I? Let go, I scowled. Jin Sahyuk, however, did not loosen her grip and only stared at me. There wasn't a single trace of fear in her eyes. A while ago, she couldn't even speak properly in front of me. Do you think I'm a joke just because I've been going easy on you these past few months? What? Jin Sahyuk clenched her teeth and didn't answer. Well, now was the time to set the record straight. I only had one streak of stigma left, but I was still confident I would win. As long as I had fate, I would never lose to Jin Sahyuk. Let go of me before I count to 3. I held 3 fingers up. 1, 2, I folded 2 of them. 3, and there went the last. But Jin Sahyuk's hands were still around my collar. She smirked. Just come at me, you bastard. You think I'll be scared of you, Forv? I activated fate immediately. All my stats were increased by 300%, and the sensation of absolute power encompassed my entire body. This time fate included pinnacle rank instant acceleration attached to the Black Lotus uniform. My blood began to rush, and my speed increased indefinitely as the world slowed down almost to a stop. Meanwhile, Jin Sahyuk was, "You." I punched Jin Sahyuk in the stomach. Her eyes widened. She coughed blood at the exact moment of the impact. Jin Sahyuk slowly began to pull back, clutching her stomach. She was probably in the process of being flung backward. Yuk. I grabbed Jin Sahyuk by the shoulder and kicked her in the pit of her stomach this time. Tears flowed from Jin Sahyuk's eyes, but she countered with reality manipulation. Warak, a sharp blade of magic power left a scar on my cheek. Oh, wow, as expected of Jin Sahyuk. It seemed I couldn't let my guard down even in my fate state. I acknowledged her strength, and Kyuk, proceeded to beat the crap out of Jin Sahyuk in all earnestness. It only took Tigris 3 minutes to completely annihilate his guards. The guards in the front row were killed before they could do anything. Others who understood the situation tried to fight back but failed. Tigris had murdered all of his subordinates in just 3 minutes. Get started. Suho will cover you. Roger. Tigris was finally alone, and now was the best time to strike. With Misteltein in his hand, Kim Suho dashed towards his target past the devastated field. Pang, however. Before Kim Suho could go anywhere near him, Tigris swung his fist. His punch flew towards Kim Suho, who was still 500 meters away. This was the famous, formless tiger punch, Tigris's specialty. Clang! Kim Suho swung Misteltein and stopped the attack. Only then did Tigris take interest in Kim Suho, staring straight at his enemy. Kim Suho whispered into his radio, "I'll prepare myself for a long battle." "Yes, do that. It's better that way. Since we've got the chameleon troop with us, you won't have to worry about reinforcements coming to help him." Formless Tiger Punch was almost invincible. It was a punch that could travel afar, and along the way, it attacked everything in Tigris's 320-degree field of view. Still, Formless Tiger Punch was controlled by magic power. Tigris, as the descendant of the Himalayan mountain tyrant, naturally had a small capacity for magic power. Therefore, a chance would eventually come so long as one could endure Formless Tiger Punch until Tigris's magic power ran out. That was exactly what Kim Suho was waiting for. He was fast enough to evade Tigris's attacks, and his gift could sever Formless Tiger Punch. "Tigris!" Kim Suho shouted. Tigris got up slowly and glared at Kim Suho. The anger in his eyes seemed to have subsided. To Tigris, Kim Suho shouted yet again, "I killed Horseless." He decided that the fastest way to deplete Tigris's magic power was to drive him mad again. And his decision was wise. Madness engulfed Tigris's eyes once again. With an earth-crushing roar, countless formless tiger punch rushed towards Kim Suho. Pang, pang, the punches came from every direction, from the sky, from the ground, and from the air to the side. There wasn't any distinguishable pattern in the attacks, and each punch was just as lethal as the others. Despite this, Kim Suho managed to block them all. The sword of the Sword Saint was poised and efficient. The sword traveled diagonally and severed the punches that poured in from all directions. Boom. Amidst the endless succession of attacks, Kim Suho closed his eyes. His vision went dark, but his other senses were heightened. He now relied only on his senses and his intuition to deliver his attacks, reaching the epitome of perfect swordsmanship. Kong! Tigris continued to swing his fists, using the 108 consecutive punches that he was so proud of. No one had survived this attack so far. SSSSK. Kim Suho slid his sword back into its sheath, then drew his sword again and swung it forward. CHY, his sword draw technique spread out like a wave and thwarted Tigris's 108 consecutive punches. "Is this all you've got?" Kim Suho's swordsmanship indeed suited his title, Sword Saint. Kim Suho was now fully revealing his state of existence. Africa, Undersea Cave, our first training, a mock grappling combat, ended in 3 minutes. Jin Sahyuk was now lying sick in bed, while I was sitting on the chair next to her and looking down at her. To be fair, I wasn't in such a great condition either due to the side effects of fate. Anyways, until then, let's just not talk about king and servant and all that. Cut off the root of the problem. We'll only get headaches if we keep bringing it up. Jin Sahyuk glared at me in silence. The look in her eyes was quite threatening. "Wipe that scowl off of your face." Jin Sahyuk sighed and turned over on her side. She then muttered, "What are we doing for half a year? First of all, dungeons." "Dungeons?" Jin Sahyuk showed some interest. "Yup, Africa is full of interesting dungeons. I heard there's one called the Quiz Dungeon. Anyways, dungeons are dangerous, but they have amazing rewards. From now on, I needed to hunt for items. Clearing dungeons would not only help Jin Sahyuk grow, but also allow me to secure the materials I would need in order to forge new pieces of equipment. I plan to dismantle the existing artifacts with young dwarf's dexterity and recreate them as new artifacts of greater quality. "So, do you know where those dungeons are?" Jin Sahyuk asked flatly. "I do." I opened the Book of Truth and turned over the pages, trying to remember the locations of the dungeons. Suddenly, I remembered the name of the man that Bell had mentioned. Yeonjun, the former boss of the chameleon troop. "What are you looking at? Show me." It seemed Jin Sahyuk was intrigued by my serious expression, but I closed the Book of Truth and returned it into stigma. Then I looked at Jin Sahyuk. What is it this time?" Jin Sahyuk flinched, slightly intimidated by my gaze. Hey, do you know Yeonjun? I thought Jin Sahyuk might know him. However, no. I guess you wouldn't remember other people's names. You're too busy being snotty. There you go with your insults again. You bastard. Stop calling me names. I put my hand over Jin Sahyuk's head. Jin Sahyuk began to tremble in fear as a reaction to the earlier incident. For now, let's just eat in peace. I went to the fridge in the corner of the cave and took out some ingredients. Beef, green onions, garlic, chives, rice, cooking wine. Then something crossed my mind and I turned my smartwatch on. Maybe I'll ask you Jin Hyuk. He was still active after all. And while I was at it, I might as well send a text to Boss and let her know I was okay. Belle told me that I would have no choice but to betray Boss, but my thoughts were different. Yeah, let's do that. First, I sent a text to Boss. Having returned to his shelter, Bell let out a sigh. He was shrouded in complete darkness, without even a speck of light. Such living conditions were unsuitable for a human, but he had no choice but to comply as this place was a sanctuary located deep in the sea. So the chameleon troop arrived at the underground village. Rumi probably escaped. Did Kim Hajin meet Jin Sahyuk as I planned? Many thoughts were tangled up inside his head. TSSK, Bell drew up the blinds and sat on a chair by a small table. The light of the deep sea came through the window. It was still very close to darkness, but Bell felt a little comfort from the dim light. A faint murmur. Bell poured tea into the teacup as he turned his head towards the sound. Are you awake? There was no answer, but a disapproving sigh announced the existence of someone. Bell smiled and took a sip of the tea. Why don't you have some tea? Too, I brought it from the tower. Bell had spent an entire day talking to Kim Hajin, revealing his most secretive plans, but there was one thing he kept hidden. That was the existence of a certain man. Ha! The sigh became louder, and Bell called his name. Yeonjun. He was loved and treasured by some, and loathed by many others. He was known to have died a long time ago, but he resurrected after a long sleep. What? Yeonjun answered reluctantly. He kept glancing at the window, visibly uncomfortable. Would you like some tea? Yeonjun's eyebrows wriggled into a frown. His brown eyes became sharp, making his overall expression appear more firm. No. How do you feel, then? It hasn't been long since you woke up. 3 months are long enough. Yeonjun got up from his bed. Creak, creak. He limped with one leg as he walked towards the chair facing Bell. Did you have some time to think about what I said? Thinking is difficult now. I can't keep my thoughts running for long. He sounded rigid and stern. The way he spoke resembled bile, as he was the originator of such tone. That's why I said you shouldn't stay in here for too long. 10 years was enough. Yeonjun woke up from his long sleep just 3 months ago, but the actual time he spent sleeping was dozens of times longer than 3 months. There was nothing else I could do. My entire body was ruined, and I didn't want to wake up in that state. Sure. More importantly, aren't you going to meet Bile? Bile was very attached to Yeonjun the last time Bell checked. However, a lot of time had passed since they last saw each other, and Bell wasn't sure if Bile still felt the same way about his friend. PFD, why would I meet Bile? Yeonjun gave a small smile and shook his head. Bell looked at his smile and the way his iconic dimples appeared in his cheeks. Once, Bell had thought that Yeonjun's smile captured the purest form of evil, the same kind of mischievousness and innocence that belonged to a child. She's doing fine without me. One could tell Yeonjun was proud of Bile from the way he smiled, but he wasn't proud of her as a person. Rather, his smile displayed the pride of a swordsman when he looked at his sword. So you're not going to see her ever? I'll see her when the time is right. Don't rush me. Bile still didn't, and probably never will, know that the man who pushed her into the pit of despair was Yeonjun. Bile, the salvation you received from Yeonjun was nothing but a deception. Bell sighed as he thought of her. So, what do you plan to do from now on, Yeonjun? I'll take some time to recover, then go after Ki Juchul. A long time ago, the man who destroyed Yeonjun wasn't Bell, but Ki Juchul. It was just that the truth had been buried by Ki Juchul's deceitful schemes. By the way, I'm surprised that Ki Jinyun went amiss. And the man who planted the devil's seed in Ki Jinyun was Yeonjun. The man who incited the assassination of Ki Naeun's mother was also probably Yeonjun. Right. Bell knew that the man sitting in front of him was a real monster, but he had gotten too used to his friend to accept him for what he truly was. So, Bell smiled and put his hand on top of Yeonjun's head. First things first, You should really get your hair trimmed. Hair, Yeonjin frowned. No need. I need to stay hidden for a while anyway, and long hair will help with the disguise. Tusk, then. I take that your next goal after killing Ki Juchul is still the same. Yeah, it became even clearer the longer I slept. It was as if someone was breathing the answer into my head. Really? That sounds interesting. Bell also knew that for Kim Hajin to reach his own end, he would need to kill this man. When that time comes, I might feel a little sad, Bell thought. For that reason, Bile would have to betray Kim Hajin. She would never be able to forgive Kim Hajin for killing Yeonjun. Chapter 294. Auden Annihilation, Operation One Africa, Desolate Wilderness. Northern winds blew across the cold wilderness, where a 4-hour-long battle was now coming to an end. The strength of the enraged tigress's formless tiger fist subsided over time, but Kim Suho continued to maintain the initial prowess he displayed. The Sword Saint's movements were clean, and his swordsmanship was splendid. There was nothing Tigress could do to get through Kim Suho's offense and defense. Sword Saint, I'll admit it's a fitting title. Cheok Young, who was observing their battle from afar, commented, seeing Kim Suho's impeccable swordsmanship. A strong urge to join their artistic fight struck Cheok Young's heart. But he knew the disgust of being interrupted in the middle of a good fight, so he held himself back. Hoo-hoo, how is it? He's stronger than you, right? Aileen, who was standing by and watching the battle, commented with her arms crossed. Cheok Young glared at her strongly. It's not a matter of strength, but a matter of circumstance. If it were me, I wouldn't have forced Tigress into such a cowardly situation. Tigress' strength was also remarkable, but when Horseless died, he had revealed his full strength too easily, which he even used to exterminate his comrades. The battle was far from fair to begin with. Cowardly? Oh, please, think about what he did to the people he abducted. Plus, you shouldn't be the one to talk about being cowardly. I saw what you guys did 20 years ago. We didn't do that. Dumbass. Then who did it? The oldest. Are you kidding? Aileen frowned at Cheok Young's vague words. Kyuhum. Cheok Young let out a dry cough and dodged Aileen's gaze. Tusk. Aileen clicked her tongue and picked up her transceiver. Jin Sayin. Kim Suho, it's time to end the tiger hunt. We can't wait much longer. They could wait until Kim Suho cut down Tigress, but a long time had passed since the battle began. Although the chameleon troop had taken over Luperton and was preventing information from leaking out, there was a limit on how furtive one could be. Yes, understood, Jin Sayin replied. Immediately afterward, Aileen formed a spear with her magic power. Jin Sayin, who was about 3 kilometers away from Aileen, also knocked an arrow. This is a tiger-killing spear, using spirit speech. Aileen infused a special attribute into the spear. She stroked the shaft of the magic spear and murmured like a mother caring for her child. It displays great power against the tiger race. A single hit paralyzes the target, making it the most feared object of all tigers. Aileen carefully utilized spirit speech as Cheok Young stared at her in disgust of her tone. You, damn, human. In the next moment, Tigress roared and shot towards Kim Suho. A mere human. This was the moment Kim Suho was waiting for, when formless Tiger Punch would weaken to the point that Tigress would have no choice but to close in on him. Kim Suho remembered a certain piece of information Kim Hajin told him. Though it was a long time ago, Kim Hajin had clearly said that a mountain tyrant's vital point was a blue mark on the heel of its hind leg. So when Tigress charged towards him, Kim Suho made a small smile. Although Tigress had evolved into a humanoid monster, he had not overcome his weak point. In fact, it was unlikely that mountain tyrants knew their vital point was a mere mark on their heel. Hoop! Kim Suho thrust Misteltein forward. Tigress grabbed Misteltein without being suspicious, and that was when Kim Suho attacked Tigress' heel with his sword's scabbard. Immediately, Tigress's legs went numb. Aileen and Jin Sayin made their move using this opening. Tigress had no way of dodging them. Crack! A spear and an arrow pierced Tigress's heart and stomach, dealing a clearly fatal injury. However, Tigress refused to let go of Misteltein. You coward, my horseless. Tigress glared at Kim Suho and expressed his fury. But Kim Suho wasn't fazed in the slightest and faced Tigress with an even sturdier mind. If that horse was that important to you, you should know that the people you killed thoughtlessly were also important to others. Shut your mouth. A mere human dares to Kyuhuk. Kim Suho infused magic power into Misteltein. A brilliant light rose up from the sword saint's sword, and Tigris clenched his fists. Ugh. Next, two roars clashed and resounded. The sword saint's sword and the tyrant's fist collided. Quara! A burst of magic power dyed both heaven and earth. The clash of sword and fist shook the world, and the undulation of magic power spread out in all directions. The battle thus came to an end. Kim Suho let out a sigh and looked up at Tigris. He was no longer breathing, and Misteltein was piercing through his heart. However, Tigris's eyes remained open. He was glaring at Kim Suho with eyes full of madness and barely squeezed out his last breaths. Humans, I will curse you, even in death. At that moment, Misteltein activated its effect. By destroying Tigris's heart, it absorbed a portion of the gift Tigris possessed. Acquired Tigris's wish, formless tiger punch. Thud, with that, Tigris's heavy body fell to the ground. When you activate Misteltein's formless tiger punch, your close-range attacks will also cause long-ranged attacks. Kim Suho sheathed Misteltein. A light breeze blew his hair. Ha! The victory had a bitter aftertaste. Was it because it wasn't a fair fight? But because the fight was a subjugation, not a duel, there was nothing he could have done about it. At the same time, Kim Suho couldn't help but wonder, did he really have the right to punish humanoid monsters? It was strange. Until now, he had killed countless monsters without any sense of guilt, and the only difference between a monster and a humanoid monster was that the latter could think and talk like a human. With complicated thoughts, Kim Suho gazed into Tigris's eyes. Africa, a nameless dungeon, Jin Sahyuk and I arrived at a nameless dungeon. According to the Book of Truth, it was the Basilisk dungeon with puzzles and quizzes. This is a dungeon. Jin Sahyuk looked around with a scowl. It is a bit odd. I probably had a similar face. Rather than a dungeon, this place was more like an arcade. To describe it in greater detail, all sorts of games were being displayed on a black background. Looks like it was a stage-type dungeon. We probably have to clear each game. I stared at the different games inside the dungeon while activating observation and reading. Quiz game 1, 2, 3, 4. Test your intelligence. The numbers represent the level of difficulty. Puzzle game 1, 2, 3, 4. Test your creativity. The numbers represent the level of difficulty. Clearing all games lets you enter the final stage, Basilisk and fight. How are we supposed to do this? Wait, I first started the quiz game. Ding, ding, the quiz game starts. Ah, geez, that surprised me. A robotic voice rang out from the ceiling, and Jin Sahyuk jumped slightly. Say something before you do anything weird. Shut up and follow me. What's happening? The quiz game started with a riddle. What fire becomes when it dies? Why the ice cream died, and most of them were laughably easy, but the catch was that the riddle was in ancient runic language. Of course, I had no problem translating it. Sapphire, because it's cold, scarecrow. Almond. Jin Sahyuk furrowed her brows and stared at me. I gave her a simple explanation. I'm smart. What? That doesn't make sense. Even in Akatrina, runic language is. Jin Sahyuk stopped talking and glared at me with eyes full of suspicion. It was about time she realized I wasn't Kim Chundong. In any case, I focused on solving the quizzes and puzzles, only taking 30 minutes to plow through all of them. You cleared all quizzes and puzzles. You will now be moved to the Basilisk stage. Doo-doo-doo, a secret passageway opened up along with a rumble. A purple world was spread out beyond the passageway. The sky was purple, the land was crimson, and the basilisk and its spider underlings were black. You be the tank, I'll support you from the back. What? Do you know what kind of monster a basilisk is? Of course. Basilisks were one of the monsters I created in my original setting, a half-snake, half-dragon monster with sharp fangs, skin that was tougher than any Kai reinforcement, and serpentine eyes that shot petrifying waves. The basilisk was a high-rank, pinnacle-rank monster, and the spider underlings around him were all high-intermediate rank monsters, but I knew the basilisk's fatal weak point. Trust me and protect me, that's all you have to do. Listen to me, you bastard. Basilisks were calamity-level monsters, even in Akatrina. A single one of them needed hundreds of knights to take down. I'll do more than what hundreds of knights can do anyways, so just do as I say. I first transformed the Desert Eagle into a machine gun. I had thousands of bullets on me, and the gun fired at 2,000 RPM. The basilisk's flaw was its defense. In truth, it was more of a flaw in the setting. Basilisk's skin, reduces 90% of physical damage received and 99% of magical damage received. Reducing damage by 90% meant 10% of the damage couldn't be dodged. As it didn't reduce a flat value like the defense of other monsters, he was the perfect target for my machine gun. As long as I keep attacking it, it should die eventually. Of course, just in case that wasn't enough, I knew about its vital point under its jaw. No, if you're going to do this, do it by yourself. No, you're coming with me. For the record, Jin Sahyuk's attacks were all magical damage, so she was extremely incompatible against the basilisk. There was a reason she was reluctant to fight. You, Chujududu, I started firing. The basilisk, who had not yet recognized us, quickly began to charge over. Jin Sahyuk cursed. You son of a bitch! Kairok! Damn it! The secret passageway closed, leaving us trapped inside. Jin Sahyuk now had no choice but to fight. Move fast. Think about all the good equipment we can make from that guy's corpse. A basilisk's skin and fangs were excellent for making equipment, and its flesh, eyes, and heart could be used to make medicine. This dungeon should also give us a good reward for clearing it. There was a reason I was excited about clearing this dungeon. You bastard! Jin Sahyuk released her magic power with reality manipulation, and I continued to fire a barrage of bullets. Doo. Hundreds of bullets first eliminated the spider underlings before slowly making their way towards the basilisk's body. Kairok, the enraged basilisk, breathed out green, venomous flames. Thankfully, Jin Sahyuk was the one in charge of the defense. Hoop! Jin Sahyuk extinguished the breath by isolating the path of the breath from reality. I don't know what you're up to, but finish it quickly, Jin Sahyuk shouted. I didn't reply and continued to fire. Doo. I could feel myself being distressed like I was in a real arcade game. Korea. North Pyongan Province, Silver Essential Hospital, 3 p.m. Korea. Yonha rushed over to Silver Essential Hospital after receiving an emergency call. Chairman Yu. About this, it's fine. As soon as Yonha got off the dwarven supercar she arrived in, employees of the hospital flocked to her with worried faces. I'll see what happened with my own eyes. Yonha entered the hospital. Soon, she arrived at the highest floor where Yijin was staying in. Ha! For Yijin and his wife, Essence of the Strait had turned the penthouse into a village from the 1970s. However, the penthouse was now empty. No signs of life remained, and without anyone to turn the floor heating on, the wooden floor was freezing cold. How long has it been like this? He was here when we checked last night. Yonha closed her eyes for a moment and sighed. Something hot began to boil inside her. He ran away, without a doubt. The Yijin couple had run away. They must have wanted to live the rest of their life in peace now that Yijin's dementia was cured. We're deeply sorry. The hospital employees bowed down to their waists, but Yonha didn't say anything. She was angry at the couple's betrayal, but she couldn't bring herself to curse out loud. In the first place, Yijin was given the honored title of the 9 Stars because he sacrificed himself to save the world. But there was no meaning to saving the world if one wasn't a part of it. Asking him to sacrifice himself twice was unreasonable as well. It's fine. If he wanted to run away, there's nothing any of us could have done. Yonha turned around with bitterness. It was then that a new alarm popped up on her smartwatch. You gained DP. You obtained 12,328 DP. The character she was sponsoring, Lelos, had helped her gain more DP. The news livened up Yonha, but she maintained a stiff expression and ordered the employees present. First, change the floor back to have VIP rooms. Don't try to find Yijin Nim Ham. At that moment, the smell of kimchi jjigae flowed into Yonha's nostrils. What's this smell? The esteemed Yijin and his wife made kimchi jjigae before they left. Ha, how kind of them. Yonha laughed and walked into the elevator. It does smell great. I guess I'll have kimchi jjigae for dinner, Yonha thought. The kimchi jjigae Kim Hajin made me was amazing. I wonder if he'll cook for me again. Yonha closed the elevator door as she swallowed the saliva collecting in her mouth. 4 days passed since the assassination of Tigress. A bloody wind blew inside Luperton. The village lord, Pleron, escaped in fear of being punished, and Luperton's residents had their curfews hastened to 9 p.m. More importantly, the enraged Auden made a formal declaration to the rest of the world. With a storm of war brewing, the underground fortress was undergoing heavy construction to build a tunnel leading to Auden's palace. Auden's palace is right above this place. The special task force paid DP to the demon merchant to arrive at the foot of the palace. Yes, we did it carefully. Not even Auden should have detected anything. The demon merchant replied to Aileen's question. Great. Then what about what we asked for? It's the same. Commander Yi Gongmyang had asked the demon merchant to create 18 different entryways. The special task force's 177 members were to split into teams of 10 members and infiltrate the palace to draw attention, while Hyanks and Ki Juchel would deal with Auden. Aileen SSI. Ha, what's up? Yi Yonghe, who followed Aileen, muttered as he trembled. The Immortal and the Lord of Steel are working together in this operation. Isn't that amazing? I'm already getting goosebumps. Shut it. Fool, there are only 4 days left until the D-Day. Ready yourself. The dual-pronged operation was planned to begin in 4 days. Hundreds of thousands of human soldiers would gather in Africa. Auden would naturally focus most of his forces on the large army, so the special task force would use this opportunity to strike. You're right, we only have 4 days left. Are you nervous? Aileen turned around. Ki Naeun, Kim Suho, and Yun Seung-ah were also standing there. No, I'm okay. I'm fine too. I'm a bit angry, Ki Naeun, Kim Suho, and Yun Seung-ah responded respectively. Yun Seung-ah was the only one who was sulking. Aileen sighed and stared at Yun Seung-ah. Why do you have that I stepped on poop face? Are you a kid? Me, you're the one who didn't tell me Jane came here. Jane had told Aileen that she disguised herself as Pleron. This was the first time Aileen found out Jane was a part of the chameleon troupe. It's politics. Yuani, you know what she did to me in the past. Think of the bigger picture. If you can't cooperate, leave the team. Yun Seung-ah bit her lips and glared at Aileen before turning around. Kung, Kung, she expressed her anger openly as she stomped away, and Aileen only shook her head. She's sulking. Kim Suho, you deal with it. Kim Suho smiled wryly at Aileen's order. Oh, right. At that moment, Ki Naeun's eyes shot open. When Aileen and Kim Suho tilted their heads, Ki Naeun took out the invitation letter to the love room from her pocket. Huh, what's that? Aileen gave her a curious look. This, you see. Ki Naeun wanted to use it before the mission. Since she was at the risk of death, she didn't want to die without finding out who Extra Zevon was. Well, it's nothing. But Ki Naeun knew she was on a top-secret mission. She wasn't so stupid as to bring an outsider into it. Plus, since Extra Zevon told her to call him when she was in critical danger, she decided to use when that time came, rather than to just say hi. What so boring? Aileen frowned. Kim Suho, who knew about the item's effect, placed his hand on Ki Naeun's head. Ah, what are you doing? Don't get over yourself. Ki Naeun struggled to push Kim Suho's hand off. Why? Do that to Seung-ah Unni, not me. Kyuhum, why do you guys keep mentioning guild leader Yun Seung-ah? Kim Suho let out a dry cough with a flushed face. Anyways, you guys should leave too. Same for you. Yi Yonghe, I have something to do. Aileen shooed the others away. Ki Naeun, Kim Suho, and Yi Yonghe were all chased out, and the tunnel turned silent. Who? Only 4 days remained until the humanoid monster annihilation mission. This tunnel will be concealed perfectly so that no one can discover it. Aileen added spirit speech to the tunnel. Chapter 295. Auden Annihilation Operation 2, Magic Bullet, was a bullet made up of tempered steel and condensed magic power, the destructive force of a single magic bullet, sold by Essential Armory for 100 million won, was equivalent to that of a steel sword wielded by a low-intermediate rank hero. I could further strengthen it to the level of high-intermediate rank grade -1, a low-high rank, by enhancing the bullet with random consolidation system and combining it with the Desert Eagle and Ether. But not Jin Sahyuk, because Jin Sahyuk's attacks relied on magic power. She couldn't inflict any physical damage on her opponents, though she could always alter the physical laws, for example by overturning the ground with her magic power. Basilisk's skin reduce physical damage by 90% and magic damage by 99%. Basilisk's fang shatter magic by directly biting it. Basilisk's mystic eyes, gaze of deceleration, slows down the speed of magic power circulating in the target's blood. Now, take a look at these magnificent effects that completely nullify magic and magic power. Another name for the basilisk was the Scourge of Magicians. This mystical beast was created specifically to counter people like Jin Sahyuk. She could never win against a basilisk alone, but I thought I could win easily. As I said before, as long as I continued to hit him on his vital point, I believed he would eventually collapse. Ah, duck. Of course, it turned out to be harder than I thought. Again, this was all because of the co-author. Can't believe I wasted 3 whole days in this shithole. Currently, we were hiding in a cave to escape the basilisk. Jin Sahyak's cry struck my ear. Without a word, I leaned against the cave wall and turned my gaze to her. Jin Sahyak continued to yell, but occasionally shuddered in fear that the basilisk might have heard her. Kyuham, as evidenced by our current situation, the basilisk wasn't as easy of a target as I thought. In fact, he was off the charts on the difficulty scale. His recovery ability was much more overwhelming than in my original setting. Stage effect. The basilisk has been blessed with stage effect. His recovery rate is increased by 300%. The basilisk itself hadn't changed. The problem was this strange setting called stage effect. No matter how many times I shot him with magic bullets, Basilisk instantly recovered from his wounds. What was even worse was that the only way to clear this dungeon was to defeat the Basilisk. In other words, we were stuck here until we killed it, and running away wasn't an option. Why don't you say something? Jin Sahyuk hissed. I spoke. This is actually good. My voice sounded surprisingly calm, speechless. Jin Sahyuk looked at me in a daze. What the hell do you mean by, no, wait? Why do you only use that weapon? Go and beat that snake up like you did with me, Jin Sahyuk demanded. She was overestimating my physical strength because of fate. Contrary to her belief, I couldn't just go around beating everyone up at my will. No. Why not? Certain conditions had to be met before I could register a new target for fate. With Jin Sahyuk, the condition was exchanging dialogues at least 30 times. But as expected of such a powerful, unique skill, the condition became harder to meet the more it was used. The condition for registering a second target was exchange dialogues at least 50 times, including self-introductions. Obviously, there was no way for me to achieve that. I'm your trainer, not someone who clears dungeons for you, so I just offered her an excuse. What the duck? A look of despair crossed Jin Sahyuk's face. With a sigh, she dropped to the ground. Ha! Time continued to pass. There was nothing much to do in the dark, silent cave. I began searching for ways to clear this stage with observation and reading. Growl, suddenly. I heard the rumbling of an empty stomach. I raised my head and looked at Jin Sahyuk. She had her eyes closed, deep in thought. Hey, are you hungry? Jin Sahyuk opened her eyes slowly. No. Oh, but I think you are. Having sensed the faint sarcasm in my voice, Jin Sahyuk frowned discontentedly. Don't underestimate me. Hunger used to be my best friend. Have you ever survived only by eating grass roots? She was righteously enraged. Slightly embarrassed, I nodded and turned my gaze to the outside. Hiss! There, the basilisk was giving orders to a couple of spiders. He was probably saying something like, "Find those two imbeciles and bring them to me." Hiss! I watched the basilisk for a while. Then I suddenly remembered the minigame and pulled it up. Extras night. Litrain became the youngest high-intermediate rank knight in history. But things haven't been going well for her recently. She borrowed money to build a temple for Extranim that failed to capture people's attention. She also ran out of DP. But what is currently troubling her the most is the feeling that her growth stopped. She wants to become a high-rank knight as quickly as possible, so she can repay Extra for his kindness. Ever since she stopped receiving donations, other knights insisted that her sponsor abandoned her. But Litrain still believes that if she tries hard enough, Extra would reach out to her one day and tell her, "You did well. Keep it up." She feels like she could do anything to hear those words. What the? Why is she so nice? I had been so busy that I left her alone for almost 2 months, which equaled 2 years in her world. Yet she built a temple in my name. I checked the amount of DP Litrain made me so far. It was 53,271 DP in total. I added 46,729 DP to it and donated a grand total of 100,000 DP to her. You donated 100,000 DP. You left a message. You did well. Keep it up. Litrain is surprised. Hard times are past her and she's moved to tears. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, Jin Sahyuk leaned towards me. Ha! Oh, I'm thinking of ways to kill the basilisk. I did have a 9-star card in my card pocket. Story of a legend on the mural, individual 9-star. Effective good black circle part of a legend manifests to assist you. I could easily defeat the basilisk with this card, but it would be a huge waste to use this right now. I've been saving it for the very last fight, the battle against Baal. And how are you going to do that? Well, I'm thinking I could play around with attributes. The basilisk's attribute was poison, To counter poison, I needed an even stronger poison. So I would have to apply poison attribute to my bullets. Then, wait a minute. Suddenly, a brilliant idea crossed my mind. What if I could extract the basilisk's poison and crystallize it? Of course, the basilisk's poison was too strong even for ether to handle. If it got anywhere near me, there was a good enough chance that it would not only melt ether, but also my entire body. But right now, I had Jin Sahyuk. If Jin Sahyuk could use reality manipulation and allow only a small part of the basilisk's poisonous breath to pass through, then I could crystallize the breath with extraction and permanent materialization. Hey, Jin Sahyuk. What? The basilisk could become our gateway to the mass production of poisonous bullets. Just do as I say. And the bullet made from the basilisk's poison would surely be lethal to all monsters, humanoid monsters and jinns. Gwangwaman, Korea, Tower of Hero, upper floor. The current situation in Luperton is complicated. On the highest floor of the Tower of Hero, where the most important meetings were held, Yigongmyang was giving a briefing of the mission to three important people. After the death of General Tigress, Auden's rage spread to Luperton. He's making life difficult for not only humans, but also humanoid monsters. The harsh living conditions have freed some of the humans from Auden's brainwashing. It seems that some of the monsters are also turning against Auden. The resistance is rescuing the de-brainwashed residents from Luperton and helping them escape Africa. Ki Juchel, Hanks, and Yu Yonha listened attentively to Yi Gongmyang. We have decided to take advantage of the confusion and rage to prepare a second attack. Over 100,000 of our soldiers are currently out in the fields of Africa. Surely, Auden's elite soldiers would gather there to confront us. Auden's palace would be empty, and Ki Juchel and Hanks would proceed to assassinate Auden. It was a simple yet systematic plan. I see. That sounds fun. Hanks nodded with a smile, but Ki Juchol remained expressionless. Yigongmyang handed the two men velvet pouches. Inside are pinnacle-grade medicine and magic scrolls. I wanted to prepare some cards for you, but only players can use them. When Kim Suho cleared the Tower of Wish, the conditions for card use were adjusted. Originally, only players who reached the 21st floor of the Tower of Wish could use the cards. But now, any player could use them. Anyways, oh Queen of Soul. Suddenly, with a smirk, Hanks looked back at Yu Yonha. Please stop the joke. Ha ha, but it's no joke. That's what the media calls you, the Queen of Soul. Anyways, I heard Oh Yijin ran away. Yu Yonha nodded with a long face. Yes, I delivered him the medical pill for curing his side effect, and afterwards, I understand. However, Hanks did not think lowly of Oh Yijin. There's nothing scarier than losing yourself. Death would have been a better side effect, to lose oneself and to forget all the values and beliefs that one has kept for an entire lifetime. What could be more tragic than such an end? Well then, Juchel, Hanks called Ki Juchel. Despite Hanks's friendly demeanor, Ki Juchel remained nonchalant. Let us get ready. The folding fan was all Ki Juchel needed, but Hanks was different. Hanks took out his armor for the first time in forever. Come. With a single word from Hanks, his armor came to him. Clunk, clunk. The breastplate stretched across his chest, and the gaiters encompassed his legs. The chain mail, the gauntlets, and other parts of the armor surrounded his body, and lastly, the helmet concealed Hanks's face. Just like that, each part of the armor was precisely put together. It was not the old-fashioned, heavy and crude kind of armor. You could only see armor like this in games. The harmonious combination of silver armor and red cape was very classy. Steel spirit resistance. Increase resistance to all attributes by 80%, steel spirit rigidity. Reduced damage by 80%, steel spirit regeneration. Constant recovery rivaling time reversal, steel spirit sword, sword sturdier than any metal, steel spirit intuition. The collective intelligence of 23 invincible steel spirits. Steel will. No metal in the world can defy Hanks. Yonha stared at Hanks in a daze. I see your armor is still needlessly garish, Ki Juchel remarked flatly. Really? Now, let's turn that frown upside down, Juchel. You're on your way to see your granddaughter after all. Why do you care about my granddaughter? She's a memorable one, that granddaughter of yours. Let's play another game of chess later. Unlike you, your granddaughter is terrible at chess. Hanks continued to talk, and over time, Ki Juchel's expressionless face turned into a small frown. Hanks liked the change in his friend's expression. Underground fortress in Africa, amidst a tense atmosphere, All 177 members of the Special Task Force gathered in the plaza of the fortress. Everyone, the entire coalition's forces have gathered here in Africa. The final operation they had been waiting for was about to commence. I believe we're ready. Aileen stood on the podium and began her short speech. The mission starts tomorrow morning, before sunrise, but don't be too nervous. The anxiety, the agitation and the fear that they all felt began to fade slowly before Aileen's spirit speech. Kim Suho. Shin Jonghak approached Kim Suho in the middle of the speech. He was carrying Xiang Yu's Conqueror spear that he purchased for 200 billion won. It was a legendary artifact, second only to Longinus among spears. Wow, that spear, it's... Haha, that's right. This is the spear wielded by the strongest warrior of ancient times. It even has two use effects, world-covering Kai and Conqueror's Farewell, named after his famous anecdotes. Lu Bu is nothing compared to him. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Shin Jonghak burst into laughter. It was unclear whether he wanted to relieve his own nervousness or simply show off his new weapon. This spear is beautiful inside and out. It captures the supremacy of a king. It was worth all the boasting in the world. Indeed, the artifact originally belonged to none other than Xiang Yu, one of the most prominent warlords of the ancient times. In fact, all the nearby heroes, including Qi Naian and YunSeo-jin, threw awestruck glances at the Conqueror spear. Congratulations, I'm jealous. Enough with the formalities. Do you want to make a bet? A bet, with a chuckle. Shin Jonghak tightened his grip around the spear. On who'll be the one to kill Auden? Kim Suho stared at Shin Jonghak. Shin Jonghak was beaming with confidence, and the magic power surrounding his Conqueror spear was equally as confident and courageous as its owner. Sure, Kim Suho gave a small smile. Let's make a bet. The negative feelings that they once harbored for each other had already disappeared. Shin Jonghak was no longer the cowardly and narrow-minded teenager he once was, and Kim Suho no longer considered him an arrogant noble. This was the butterfly effect caused by a man who wasn't here. Everyone. Aileen suddenly raised her hand and shouted. Don't die. We'll fight and win. Her words were imbued with powerful spirit speech. They turned into snow that piled up in the hearts of the heroes in the form of determination. Basilisk Dungeon. I continued the extraction process with Jin Sahyuk. In 12 hours, we created 55,000 basilisks poison crystal. Yu Yonha could make tens of thousands of bullets out of this, or I could just shoot the raw crystals. Though, in order to do that, would first have to add an anti-poison attribute to the Desert Eagle. When does this end? Jin Sahyuk asked with a sigh. She was clearly worn out from the overuse of reality manipulation. This is enough for now. The Auden annihilation operation will begin soon. I put all the crystals in my spatial pouch and got up. Woom, my spatial pouch began to suck the crystals up like a vacuum cleaner. Can we leave now? Of course. A little while ago, I realized how to defeat the basilisk. The basilisk's resiliency, which we found to be troublesome, was due to the stage effect attached to his skin that faintly glimmered in green, but this effect could easily be nullified with the mystic key. All I need is this. I took out the mystic key. The only problem was getting near the basilisk, but this could be solved with Jin Sahyuk's help. After I get rid of the stage effect with this key, I could simply blast the monster with my bullets. Or I could synthesize and condense some basilisk's poison, enhance it with random consolidation system, and shoot it at him. Poison could be countered with even stronger poison after all. Hey, Jin Sahyuk. What, however, in order to do that, you go distract him first. I had to get rid of the stage effect attached to the basilisk's skin. Ha, fine. To my surprise, Jin Sahyuk stepped forward without putting up a fight. 3 hours later, along with the body of a basilisk, we obtained two amazing artifacts. Even Jin Sahyuk exclaimed in surprise at the sight of them. Chapter 296, Auden Annihilation Operation 3, How should we split it? Jin Sahyuk asked while I was handling the basilisk's corpse. Glancing back, I saw her eagerly staring at the dungeon's rewards. I don't know. Killing the basilisk rewarded us with 2 items. Equals pinnacle grade dungeon box. What item could be inside? Equals Alexander III's cape, pinnacle grade, ancient legendary artifact. The cape worn by Macedon's conqueror. Its wearer will exude formless charisma. 2-point invariable stat increased charm, 9 points max. Ignore 50% of physical damage conqueror's boon, increases the growth rate of magic power and gifts. One was a random box that had yet to be opened, and the other was the item Jin Sahyuk was staring at in awe. In this world, equipment of a well-known ancient general was much more noble and powerful than a divine weapon of an unknown god. This was also the reason Xiang Yu's Conqueror Spear and Lu Bu's Square Sky Halberd were considered two of the strongest weapons. In this regard, the cape of the Conqueror Alexander the Great was an incredible artifact. Although Eastern influence was strong in this world because of Korea, the ancient Macedonian conqueror wasn't so easily forgotten. Then, this cape can be mine. Jin Sahyuk carefully picked up Alexander's cape. I stared at her fixedly. It's okay. Right, she flinched with a guilty conscience. Do you even know who Alexander III is? What? Don't underestimate me. Of course. I do. Alexander the Great is one of the few people of this world that I look up to. Jin Sahyuk surprisingly praised Alexander. Well, he was a king of great charisma, ambition, and character. Jin Sahyuk likely saw him as a senior who walked the path she wanted to take. I see, to think my king has respect for another king. As your servant, I am touched. I spoke sarcastically like a servant. Jin Sahyuk's reaction was funny. She stared at me with her eyes wide like a rabbit before taking a few steps back and murmuring, "Don't do that. It confuses me." I shrugged and went back to finishing butchering the basilisk's corpse. I put the body in my spatial pouch and put its skin over my Black Lotus suit with synthesis. Basilisk's epidermis has been synthesized with Black Lotus suit. Black Lotus suit gained the following effect: 30% physical damage reduction, 40% magic damage reduction. What are we doing next? Hearing Jin Sahyuk's question, I looked back at her. What do you mean? There's Auden to worry Abo. Jin Sahyuk was already wearing Alexander's cape. The way she touched it with sparkling eyes made her look like a kid who received her Christmas present. It irked me for some reason. I'm letting you borrow it. It's not yours. What? What do you mean? Jin Sahyuk protested immediately. She clenched the cape and glared at me strongly. Why would it be yours? I did at least 80% of the work in clearing this dungeon. Bullshit. If I wasn't here with you, you wouldn't have been able to clear it. Oh, with me, you say? I didn't expect my king to say something like that. Anyways, the system thinks otherwise. I grinned. Jin Sahyuk should be able to see the dungeon clear breakdown as well. According to the system, I made 83% of the contribution, while Jin Sahyuk only made 17%. The dungeon rewards were decided based on a dice roll that was proportional to one's contribution. But I did what you said without complaining, so you should give this to me. Dice, please. I called for the system's dice roll without listening to Jin Sahyuk. Two six-sided dice immediately appeared. If the sum of the two dice was between 4 and 12, the rewards would be mine. If it were 2 or 3, they would be Jin Sahyuk's. The dice would be rolled for each of the items. DRRRR, unsurprisingly. The two rolls came out to 11 and 12. The pinnacle-grade dungeon box and Alexander III's cape fell into my hands. Ah! A gloomy look surfaced on Jin Sahyuk's face. It looked like a mix of feeling cheated, annoyed and sad. Here, you can keep wearing it for now. I'm letting you borrow it temporarily, but I'll lengthen it if you listen to me well. I consoled her and then took out the basilisk's fang to grind to dust. I planned to use this dust for Medea's ceremonial robe. Since it was close to completion, Medea would be able to descend soon. Don't forget what you just said, Jin Sahyuk muttered reluctantly. I won't. With that, we left the dungeon. Our next destination was Auden's palace, where we expected a heated battle to be taking place. It was time for me to go end the third main phase. Central Africa, Auden's territory. The moment Yi Gongmyung sent the signal, the special task force entered the 18 passageways in their respective teams. The garden, research center, housing facility, etc. The heroes raided all important parts of the palace, except Auden's royal court. Chief Officer of Essence of the Straits Tower of Wish Team, Kim Youngjin. Guild Leader of Creators, Sacred Grace, YunSeo-jin. Swordsman of Wish, Kim Soo-ho. Vice Leader of Desolate Moon, Shin Jong-hak. Essence of the Straits Elite Member, Ki Naeun. Divine Archer, Jin Se-in. Spirit Speech Master, Aileen Hellfire Yi Yongha. The special task force infiltrated the palace quickly. Is it there? Here on the outskirts of Africa, there were non-heroes who were asked to help by various governments or the association. Looks like it'll be fun. The hero who was recently promoted to rank 10 among master rank heroes, the Wolf of Valhalla, Yu Sihyuk. Though he spent most of his time focusing on raising the future generation in his martial arts camp in Baekdu Mountain, he had returned for this special mission. With his incredible skills, he crossed Africa lightly and arrived at Auden's palace while defeating monsters and humanoid monsters. KRRR, GRRR. Next to him were 8 white wolves. They were sword beasts, spirit beasts that gave him the title Wolf of Valhalla. These wolves were part of Yu Sihyuk's gift, manifested by his swordsmanship. A single sword beast was equivalent to a high-rank grade-1 hero in strength. Humanoid monsters are coming here. Can you feel them? I can. Another man responded to Yu Sihyuk's question, black hair and well-defined facial features. It was the master rank hero, Yu Jinwoo, who was called the abdicated king of Seoul because of his daughter's success. Of the 70 master rank heroes, only 30 were participating in today's mission. The remaining 40 either died while trying to assassinate Auden, betrayed humanity like the Temple of Justice's Park Hanho, or were officially missing for unknown reasons. Judging by their killing intent and unique aura, it seems there are at least 3 of them. Yu Jinwoo slowly released his magic power. PZZT, electric currents made with red magic power crackled violently. Agreed, they'll be here soon. Yu Sihyuk rubbed his chin and looked forward in anticipation. He could feel more than one source of powerful demonic energy approaching him. 3 seconds later, whoosh, 3 humanoid monsters appeared with a fierce gust of wind. Kurahaha, Kurahaha. You two must have big hearts. Quiet. Croxus, they're strong. Don't underestimate them. Humans are humans no matter how strong they are. They can't be our match. All 3 humanoid monsters closely resembled humans. One was a male with the outer shell of a rhinoceros beetle on his back. One was clearly modeled after the 9-tailed fox. And the last one was a giant who looked like a mix of an ogre and a troll. Let's see. Yu Sihyuk remembered the information he was given from Yi Gongmyang. The Hero Association's spy had worked hard to obtain this information. Croxus, legend beetle humanoid monster. Threat level, master rank. The toughness of its back is inestimable. 9-tailed fox humanoid monster. Threat level, master rank. Apt user of illusion and destruction magic. Ogre troll. A monstrosity created by fusing an ogre, a troll and a human. Threat level, master rank, supernatural strength. All master rank threats. Yu Sihyuk smiled with joy. He always enjoyed fighting strong opponents. On the other hand, Yu Jinwoo was distorted heavily. It wasn't because of fear. No matter who his opponent was, he was always enraged. Gyuwu. It was then that an unexpected current of magic power shot up. What? Yu Sihyuk, Yu Jinwoo, and the 3 humanoid monsters stopped observing each other momentarily and turned to the direction of the magic power surge. Steel spirit. A steel-colored magic power was flickering in the sky above Auden's palace. Yu Sihyuk and Yu Jinwoo had both seen this scene when they were young. It was without doubt Hanks's steel spirit aura. In the next moment, the 9 stars' magic power condensed into one point before erupting into a thunderous boom and striking down on Auden's royal court. KWA. Steel descended from the sky. Looks like old man Hanks isn't so old yet. Agreed. Hanks's juniors and Auden's servants watched the Lord of Steel's overwhelming display of power in awe. On the other hand, YunSeo-jin's team infiltrated Auden's research center. Her team consisted of Yohei, Ki Naeun, Yi and Shin Jonghak. Their mission was to destroy all humanoid monster synthesis research data to prevent further humanoid monsters from appearing. Humans, don't think you'll be able to leave alive, but enemies quickly came to hinder them. In less than 3 minutes after their infiltration, a group of humanoid monsters resembling centaurs charged towards them with giant spears. I'll stop them, comrades. Go do what you must. Yohei stopped running and turned around to face them. Before the rest of the team members could say anything, Yohei drank a potion and charged towards the centaurs. With effects from the potion and Yi Jiun's buffs, Yohei turned into a gust of wind that stopped the beast's charge. Keep running. YunSeo-jin led the others onward to the research center recorded on their map. Another group of humanoid monsters appeared soon, and this time, Shen Yuan stopped to fight them. We all have return scrolls, so we'll run before it gets too bad. Make sure to complete the mission and avenge the fallen comrades from my country. Tigris might be dead, but all humanoid monsters are the same. Shen Yuan smiled before jumping into battle. Let's go. The team continued on, running continuously to their destination. They knew they were chased on time, with more and more humanoid monsters sure to come as time passed. It was important to finish this mission as quickly as possible. The path to the research center was like a maze due to various illusion and bewitchment barriers in place. However, Ki Neon's incredible intuition managed to lead them in the right direction. Over there, the words research center soon appeared in front of them. Quang, they burst through the door and charged inside. Looks like they all escaped. The research center was empty, with the researchers clearly having run away, but the team's goal was destroying the facility. As long as the facility was destroyed, they wouldn't be able to birth new humanoid monsters until the war ended. Start destroying everything you see. Kyuhuk, thwack. Suddenly, a powerful punch struck Yun Seung-ar's stomach. The sudden attack broke her Kai reinforcement in an instant, and Yun Seung-ar fell on her knees. Yuani, you bastard! Clang. Ki Neon's magic power surged out, lighting the dark research center and revealing the humanoid monster who ambushed Yun Seung-ar. Ki Neon's eyes widened immediately. Krrrr. Tigris was standing in front of her. The humanoid monster who should have been dead was glaring at them while drooling from his mouth and looking dazed. Can you see it now? Death is only an obstacle to be overcome for King Auden. A deep voice rang out from the faint darkness. Tap, tap, footsteps echoed in the room. The team members turned to the direction of the voice. Park Hanho. Shin Jonghak muttered with his teeth clenched. The previous chairman of the Temple of Justice, traitor Park Hanho, walked forward. You walked the path of success thanks to my grandfather's help. This is how you repay your debt. Shin Jonghak cursed as he pointed his conqueror spear at him. However, Park Hanho's expression didn't change a single bit. You are all heroes, yet you are unaware of how ugly, dirty, and evil they can be. I am here because I am indebted to the Monster King, but also to destroy the association. Chairman Park Hanho, Yun Seung-ar staggered up. I understand your anger, your sadness. I know you would have done anything to save your door. There's no need, I won't be convinced. Don't expect anything from me and die like a hero. No, W-weight. Tigris, Park Hanho shouted Tigris's name, making him attack immediately. The revived Tigris lacked consciousness, and his body creaked like a wooden puppet. Still, his strength remained. Clang, clang, krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Ji-yoon merged into the surroundings with her stealth, skill, and shot healing arrows. Ki Naeun was thus left to fight Park Han-ho by herself. UK. Park Han-ho was the former chairman of the Temple of Justice and the owner of steel magic power, second only to the Lord of Steel himself. Ki Naeun was at a huge disadvantage against him. Chairman, snap out of it. If you got your daughter back, why don't you take her and run away? Shut up. I don't understand. Cuck, why do you want to cuck? Raise your daughter among monsters. Clang, clang. Swords clashed over and over again. Although Ki Naeun was at a disadvantage, she managed to stand her ground with the undefeated swordsmanship of Hanks. She wasn't confident in winning, but she was confident in not losing. Unfortunately, Kyora, the others weren't doing so well either. Tigris was releasing his full strength, and in such a small space, he was akin to a death god. Shin Jonghak and Yun-seung weren't given any chance to counterattack. Kayak! In the end, Yi-jiun, who was in hiding, was caught. Tigris cut off her arm without a moment of hesitation, and Yi-jiun fell to the ground in pain. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Jae-jiun, where are you looking? While Ki Naeun was distracted, Park Han-ho's attack dug into Ki Naeun. Chwak, with her sides cut, Ki Naeun fell backward. Hot pain spread through her body, and Park Han-ho quickly followed up with more attacks. Ag! Ki Naeun blocked Park Han-ho's attacks without having the chance to deal with her wound. Clang, 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 their swords clashed as sparks of ember shot up. Ki Naeun started to slow down from the loss of blood. You're getting slower. Park Han-ho didn't give her a single opportunity to rest. His sword attacked Ki Naeun in every direction. The attacks that Ki Naeun could block at first started making cuts on her body. Cuck! As she was being driven into a corner. Suddenly, strange windows popped up in the corner of her eyes. You used LV5 invitation letter to the love room, although it was activated by someone else, because it was not activated by a player. The ownership is returned to you. Enter the nickname of the person you wish to invite. Warning, a battle is taking place. Forced summon is not possible. What? What happened? Wasn't the invitation letter in my pocket? C.H. Wak, while Ki Naeun was wondering what happened. Park Han-ho's sword shot towards her thigh, and it was then that Ki Naeun came to a realization. It got torn during battle. Chapter 297, Auden Annihilation Operation 3 Auden's Palace. At the heart of the palace, where the Monster King resided, two rays of magic power descended from the ceiling like lightning. Auden calmly studied the intruders from his throne. One was surrounded in silver armor, and the other was dressed in a simple martial arts uniform. The striking contrast between the two men, in addition to their superhuman strength, aroused Auden's interest. Heroes, I presume, Auden's deep voice rang out. Correct. Hanks nodded and clutched his sword. Ki Juchel flipped his folding fan open. They had no intention of holding a conversation with Auden, but Auden seemed to have quite a few questions for them. I heard a select number of heroes are called the Nine Stars. The name apparently refers to the Nine Saints. Are you the members of the Nine Stars? Hanks shook his head at Auden's question. 3 of the 9 stars are already dead. 1 ran away, and the remaining 4 went into hiding. I'm afraid the 9 stars no longer exist. The public was not made aware of the deaths of 9 stars. The association publicly announced the heroic death of Shin Munchel, but concealed the deaths of other members who died of old age, side effects, and illnesses. The association wanted the 9 stars to remain flawless to the eyes of the public. Is that so? But that's no reason for you to be disappointed. I believe will be enough to entertain you. Auden looked at Ki Juchel. Ki Juchel's eyes were gleaming with dark magic power. The immortal was now gathering up all of Africa's vital energy, while Hanks bought him time. Looks like it'll be fun. Saying so, Auden grinned. It was then, TZZZT, a fierce whirlwind surrounded Auden's throne. Flame blazed up inside the biting wind. Auden dispelled the wind with his magic power. CH weak, Ki Juchel waved his fan. This time, electric currents rushed towards Auden. The attack poured in from all sides. Auden willingly got up from the throne. Qua! Hanks unleashed his steel spirit as he shot towards Auden. Auden witnessed the tremendous amount of magic power surrounding the steel spirit sword. Koom! Hanks's sword struck Auden's fist. Suddenly, something strange happened. The gauntlet surrounding Auden's fist disintegrated on its own and was absorbed into the steel spirit. This was the power of steel spirit that prevailed over every metal. At that moment, Auden gave a small smile. He had never felt so pressured before. The thrilling sensation at his hand began to crawl up his arm. His heart boiled with fighting spirit. Immersed in a pleasant stimulation, Auden was confident this fight would be one he could truly enjoy. Please enter the nickname of the player you wish to summon. Though she somehow managed to activate the item, she couldn't possibly type in the middle of battle. Ki Naeun was busy just guarding herself against Park Han-ho's attacks. Park Han-ho was ruthless. His sword reinforcement was imbued with the indestructible attribute, and his unbreakable magic power made him shine in both offense and defense. Ki Naeun knew that the longer the fight prolonged, the less likely she was to win. For that reason, she instantaneously gathered all of her magic power in her sword. Ki Naeun's gift, Sea of Magic Power, activated. Her gift eliminated all capacity limitations for magic power. It was one of the strongest sword-related gifts. Ki Naeun gathered the boundless magic power to her sword, even turning off her Kai reinforcement. Even Park Han-ho couldn't help but hesitate, and though it was only for a moment, Ki Naeun didn't miss the opportunity and immediately exploded her magic power. Clang! Her magic power turned into a huge pillar of fire that quickly spread to the rest of the laboratory. The explosion of magic power destroyed all of the lab equipment, and the impact sent Park Han-ho flying across the room. Now was her only chance. Ki Naeun quickly activated the invitation letter. Extra 7, warning, you're not allowed to summon forcefully when you're in a battle zone, asking the target for the permission to summon. Crack. At that moment, she heard the cracking of bones. Ah! Ki Naeun felt a blow on her side, yet there was no pain. This was a bad sign as it meant that her entire nervous system had been damaged along with her spine. With a numbing sensation, Ki Naeun was thrown into the air. Boom! She crashed into a wall and fell to the ground. Her arms and legs wouldn't move. Blood spurted out of her mouth. She received a critical injury. Ki Naeun looked at the figure across the room with hazy eyes. Amidst the crimson flames and the black smoke, she saw Tigris, the humanoid monster who attacked her. His eyes gave off a horrid glow. You managed to achieve your initial goal. A voice seeped into her consciousness, but she wasn't sure where it was coming from. The fire began to melt the floor tiles, and she could feel the heat on her skin. She felt as if her consciousness was melting. Die with pride. She saw Park Han-ho raise his sword. Shin Jong-hak and Yun Seung-ah rushed to save her, only to be blocked by Tigress. The sword descended slowly. She felt as if the whole world had slowed down. Everything was in a slow motion. It all felt surreal. Suddenly a question arose in her mind. Shouldn't my life flash before my eyes right about now? But it's not, which must mean that I'm not destined to die here. I still have so much I need to do. No, more importantly, I can't help but be angry at myself. Even after all that training, this is all I can do. I spent so long training under you Sihyuk and Hanks to become strong, to be able to endure everything. It wasn't so that I could fall at a place like this. Ki Naeun recalled the promise she made to herself. She clenched her fists without giving up. Intense anger and a sense of resolution boiled in her heart. Wuong. Maybe it was the magic power responding to her will. A mysterious magic power began to gather around her clenched fists. Contrary to the standard azure magic power, this one glowed in all sorts of colors. The colors reflected against each other, leaving only white in the end. The white magic power encompassed Ki Naeun's whole body. This was by far the brightest and the strongest Kai reinforcement. And at that moment, woo with a strange vibration, a portal appeared in the center of the flames. Ki Naeun, Park Han-ho, and Tigress all turned their gazes to the portal. There were two people inside. Unfortunately, due to the thick flames and the heavy smoke, Ki Naeun couldn't see their faces. However, she was sure of one thing. Quang! She heard an explosion, then smelled the combustion of magic power. Kyuk! At the same time, she heard Park Han-ho's scream. Their fight was put on hold. Tap, tap, the sound of footsteps disrupted the temporary silence. The footsteps stopped at Ki Naeun. Ki Naeun barely managed to raise her head and look up. Kim Hajin was there. Basilisk dungeon exit. I gathered up any and everything that could possibly be useful and left the dungeon. Maybe I should head over to Auden's palace, I thought when something unexpected happened. Gyuwu, a strange energy, one that was neither magic power nor spirit power, appeared before my eyes in the shape of an ellipse about 2 million tall. What the heck is this? If I had to say. It looked like a portal. I frowned as I carefully scrutinized it. Suddenly, a system window popped up. LV5 invitation letter to the love room. Naeun Jajangman wishes to invite you. Warning. Naeun Jajangman is currently in an extremely dangerous battle zone. This portal will disappear in 5 minutes. The first word I saw was Naeun Jajangman, and I subconsciously flinched. I threw a glance at Jin Sahyuk and proceeded to read the rest of the messages. Naeun Jajangman is currently in an extremely dangerous battle zone. This sentence weighed heavily on my mind. I had the feeling that Ki Naeun was trying to summon me using an effective good from the Tower of Wish. I looked at Jin Sahyuk. She was still swooning over the Alexander III's cape. Hey, I tapped Jin Sahyuk on the shoulder. What do you want? What's that? Jin Sahyuk widened her eyes, only now realizing the sudden appearance of a portal. I pointed at the portal and said, why don't we go in together? I think this is connected to Auden's palace. Jin Sahyuk looked into the portal and carefully studied it until her eyes were tinged with blue by the portal's glow. No, I can't. Jin Sahyuk shook her head. Why not? I can tell from the direction of magic currents that this portal is a one-way portal designed for one traveler. Two people can't travel through it. Wow, you analyzed the portal that quickly. I'm more amazing than you think. I let Jin Sahyuk relish her moment of glory and activated my authority. With the last update, I was now able to activate setting intervention without a medium such as a smartwatch. Equals portal to the love room special, a portal created by Naeun Jajangman to summon Extra Zevon. Only Extra Zevon can use this portal. All I needed to do was to change the second description to only Extra Zevon, and his companion can use this portal. 35 SB is required to change the setting. The cost was only 35 SB. I modified the setting, and immediately the shape of the portal changed. What the? Having noticed the change in the portal, Jin Sahyuk raised her eyebrows. How did you do that? The fundamental structure of magic power changed. How's that? Now two people can use this, right? Yeah, but this doesn't make any sense. Geez, you talk a lot. I checked the remaining SB. SB 7045. I gathered quite a bit of SB before I knew it. Thinking back, I've accomplished quite a lot recently. I infiltrated Auden's palace, rescued the spy, and defeated the basilisk. Anyways, before entering the portal, I decided to create a new gift. It made sense to prepare another weapon before going into enemy territory. It wouldn't take long. I had thought of this gift a long time ago, even before Buster Call. All I needed to do was to copy and paste the setting for the new active gift that was already in my head. Equals constraints and amplifications. Intermediate rank. Constraints apply temporary constraints to the user's body. Amplification temporarily increase the user's strength in proportion to the applied constraints. The gist of this gift was simple. Lose your left arm. Strengthen your right arm. Lose your eyesight. Heighten your other senses. The reason I came up with this gift was because I relied on weapons completely in a fight. I could let someone break my hand, but I couldn't risk them breaking the Desert Eagle or Temujin's bow blessed by Horus. With this gift, I planned to sacrifice my left arm to enhance Desert Eagle, and my sight to strengthen Temujin's bow blessed by Horus. I came up with this gift to enhance my weapons. Not me. You need 4,000 SB to create this gift. Would you like to proceed? 4,000 SB was only the bare minimum. I invested all the remaining SB to further enhance the gift. You spent a total of 7045 SB to create the gift, constraints and amplifications. Congratulations. You have been blessed with good luck again. 10% of your investment has been returned to you. The rank of your gift has increased drastically. Constraints and amplifications. High rank. Constraints apply temporary constraints to the user's body. Amplifications temporarily increase the target's strength in proportion to the applied constraints. Profitable exchange increase, amplification, performance by 77%. Side effect alleviation, the side effects of this gift, including the cooldown period, are slightly improved. Good. I was happy with the results. In addition to the new gift, I made Basilisk's poisonous shotgun shell with the SB I got back. I then took out the Desert Eagle, switched it to a shotgun, loaded it with the new bullets, and activated constraints and amplifications. My constraints were my left arm and my left eye. The target for amplification was the Desert Eagle. At the next moment, I could feel my field of vision shrinking. Fortunately, one eye was all I needed to activate thousand-mile eyes. It was a bit uncomfortable not being able to use my left arm, but using only one arm to shoot didn't decrease its power whatsoever. Let's go. With the gun in my hand, I pointed at the portal with my chin, but Jin Sahyuk only stared at me with a strange look on her face. What's that? What do you mean? What happened to your left arm? My left arm was limp. It had also turned completely black because of the constraints. I can't use it right now. What does that mean? Shush. I aimed my gun at Jin Sahyuk. Just go in. It's going to hurt if you get shot. Psycho. Jin Sahyuk put on a sour face but jumped into the portal anyways. I followed behind her. Whoosh. I expected the portal to take us to a heated battlefield, but I didn't expect it to be this different. We were surrounded by fire in a laboratory filled with the smell of blood. Flames blazed up as if trying to devour us alive. However, the fire was the least of my concerns right now. I saw Park Han-ho pointing his sword at Ki Naeun, who was lying on the floor. I immediately activated bullet time and pinnacle rank instant acceleration. Even the flames stopped moving as the world slowed down. I immediately infused all of the remaining streaks of stigma into my gun. The stigma-filled shotgun began to glow green. It was the color of the basilisk's shotgun shell that was loaded in the gun. I had no reason to hesitate. I held the gun with one hand, aimed it at Park Han-ho, and pulled the trigger. Click, quara, the poisonous bullet blasted out from the muzzle of the gun. The massive wind pressure pushed not only me but also Jin Sahyuk back. You were, Jin Sahyuk yelled before she disappeared from my view. Even I hadn't expected this much power. Fortunately, ether encompassed me before I got hurt. The bullet continued to travel forward, swallowing Park Han-ho entirely. The blast resembled the basilisk's breath attack. Chapter 298, Orden Annihilation Operation 5. I searched for the right words to say to Ki Naeun. She looked like she didn't understand what was going on at all. The look on her face was quite funny and made me want to say something to her, but the situation wasn't quite appropriate. Tigress's formless tiger punch flew at me, but I didn't need to avoid it. Jin Sahyuk's reality manipulation neutralized the punch. Snap out of it, Jin Sahyuk muttered. I nodded, picked up the Desert Eagle, and took out a pinnacle-grade potion from my pocket. It should be capable of quickly curing Ki Naeun's wounds. I opened the bottle, set it down on the ground beside Ki Naeun, and looked around. Park Hanho, who had been struck by the poisonous bullet, was groaning in agony as he healed himself. Tigris was glaring at me with bloodshot eyes. Kim Hajin. It was then that I heard YunSeo-jin's voice. She and Shin Jonghak were staring at me. But when I turned my gaze to them, Tigris started raving again, and I had to activate bullet time. Though time slowed down, Tigris was still fast. I chased him with my eyes and held up my gun. In this gun was the basilisk's poisonous bullet, made from over 100 poison crystals, enhanced with random consolidation system and constraints and amplifications. If I could somehow manage to get a clean hit, even Tigris wouldn't be able to keep a straight face anymore. I exchanged glances with the two comrades, and we moved systematically. First, Shin Jonghak swung his spear at Park Hanho. Yun Seung blocked Tigris. Jin Sahyuk protected Ki Naeun while she put out the fire, and I aimed my gun at Tigris. Click! I calculated the direction and the speed of the bullet, the location and the movement of the target, and pulled the trigger at the most correct timing. Pang! There was a short and plain sound of a gun. The bullet first traveled in a straight line but soon curved down, setting its course towards Tigris's heel. Curve shots were now as easy as breathing to me. Tigris tried to block my bullet, of course, but Yun Seung didn't let him. Her white flower sword split into many different branches like a blossoming flower and shackled Tigris. Q-arc. As a result, the bullet struck Tigris in the heel. Tigris, now unable to move the lower half of his body, fell to the ground. Hew. It was then that I deactivated constraints and amplifications. I had only fired 2 bullets, but a part of my right arm had been damaged. Jin Sahyuk, I'll leave the rest to you. Jin Sahyuk first glanced at me, then at Ki Naeun behind me, before hesitantly making her way towards Tigris and Park Hanho. Tiraring, suddenly. An unexpected sound of notification rang out. It came from my smartwatch. Lotus, where are you? We're with your people. The message was from Wicked. By your people. He probably meant the chameleon troop. Stay with them. I have a business to take care of right now. I'll head over soon. I activated Buster Call right after I sent the reply. I made up for the stigma I was lacking with overclock. Jidding. The magic power from my smartwatch penetrated the ceiling and reached the sky. This is Horner from Jenkalope. I'm responding to the master's request. After I finished contacting the vessel, I turned around. My heart sank immediately. A familiar figure was standing in front of me. Hey! The clear, high-pitched voice I had heard countless times during my Cube days. For a brief moment, I felt as if I had become a student at Cube again. What the hell is going on? Ki Naeun asked, obviously confused. I looked at Ki Naeun in silence. What? You're extra Evan? Ki Naeun asked again. I nodded. I can't believe this. You even lied to me about your age. You're really something. Ki Naeun ran a hand through her hair. She was already tearing up. In her eyes were countless emotions, including embarrassment and sorrow. Ki Naeun didn't say anything else. From her distraught expression, could tell she was thinking of everything that happened between us in the past. So I spoke first. Have you been well? Ki Naeun's face contorted to a frown. I immediately regretted asking that question. I should have just kept my mouth shut if I had nothing to say. I always found it difficult to keep my composure in front of her. Have I been well? Ki Naeun came closer and looked up at me. What do you think? She grabbed me by the shoulders in the same way she would grab me by the collar. How could I have been well? Saying so, Ki Naeun rested her head on my chest. It was slightly heavy and very painful. How could I? She muttered. Hundreds of words were condensed into that one sentence. I didn't need to hear anything else. We stood still. We knew this wasn't the right time or place, so we only looked at each other in silence and, get a room. Getting a room, no, wait. That's not right. My head cooled down as if it had suddenly been pushed into a bucket of ice. Ki Naeun and I turned to where the voice had come from. Jin Sahyuk, Yun Seung and Shin Jonghak, who had taken care of the situation, were staring at us. Auden's palace. You won't be able to escape. Meanwhile, Kim Suho, who had entered the palace before anybody else, was locked up in Doloran's barrier. It was Doloran's concert hall, the same barrier that once trapped Black Lotus. I fixed it to perfection after the last breakout. It won't matter if I win. Kim Suho glared at Doloran and clutched Misteltine. Doloran, however, only smiled. You can't escape from here even if you win, but you won't win anyway. We'll see. It was then that zombies rose from the ground surrounding the concert hall. SSSS. The zombies emitted cold air. But it didn't take Kim Soo-ho long to realize that they were just a front to conceal something more dangerous. His heightened sensation quickly discovered the something hidden in the crowd, an invisible humanoid monster, the mutant combination of a ghost and a human. It was Axville, another one of Auden's 4 generals. Don't you think there's just too many of you? It's almost 1 against 300. Seems a little extreme. With a smile, Kim Soo-ho raised his magic power. The magic power of the Sword Saint began to glow blue as it encompassed its owner. So what if it's extreme? It's my motto to always try my best. Kim Soo-ho nodded. Actually, that doesn't really matter. I'm not alone either. What? The moment Dolaran frowned. Kim Soo-ho took out the summon ticket he had acquired from the Tower of Wish. This ticket allowed him to summon one of the tower's NPCs as his ally. As soon as Kim Soo-ho injected his magic power, the summon ticket turned to ashes. Wait, that's cheating. The NPC Kim Soo-ho wished to summon using this summon ticket was the witch who once served as the Demon King's secretary. As someone who excelled in magic and spells, she would be the perfect opponent for Dolaran. TZZZZT. The summon ticket emitted powerful magic power that traveled through time and space to call for a certain existence inside the tower. The existence answered the call immediately and appeared on Earth. Qua. Kim Soo-ho turned his gaze to the NPC who appeared inside the whirlwind of magic power. Pale skin, dark hair, she gave off a dangerous, ominous vibe. It's been a while. She looked at Kim Soo-ho and smiled. Kim Soo-ho nodded and said, I can skip the explanation. Right, the witch looked around the place she had been summoned to. She was inside a strange barrier. Having understood the situation, the witch turned her gaze to the humanoid monster who was the owner of this barrier. Dolaran flinched, and the witch gave a distorted smile. Yes, rest assured. It's my specialty to educate people like her. Vicious demonic energy started to gather around the witch's hands, outside the palace in the fields. I think we're about done. Yu Si-hyuk and Yu Jin-woong's battle was coming to an end. The master rank monsters, including the nine-tailed fox, Croxus, and ogre troll, had already been defeated by the 2 Yus. Not only were they weaker than Yu Si-hyuk and Yu Jin-woong, but they were also much less experienced than the 2 heroes who had lived through countless battles. Should we head to the throne room now? Yu Jin-woong nodded at Yu Si-hyuk's question. They knew Auden was not an easy target, even for Hanks and Ki Juchul. He was even stronger than Yermangander, who for a long time had been considered the strongest monster in history. But when will we get through that? Crack, crack, Yu Jin-woong mumbled as he loosened his neck joint. Thousands of monsters were filling up the field in front of them. Maybe a bomb will fall from the sky, Yu Si-hyuk muttered. Perhaps. God heard his wishes. Gyuru, suddenly, a portal appeared above. The giant ellipse covered half the area of the entire sky. Yu Si-hyuk knew what it was. He had seen it before in the papers. Its name was Jenkalope's battle cruiser, just as he had expected. From the portal came a battle cruiser that was even more powerful than before, accompanied by the roaring sound of engines and yells from people on board. It looks like they'll help us. The battlecruiser responded immediately to Yu Si-hyuk's words. The bombardment continued as hundreds of combat planes departed from the deck. Thousands of Jenkalope soldiers descended from the ship. Yu Si-hyuk watched them and chuckled. Let's head to the throne room. Yu Jin-woong nodded in silence. The 2 men immediately turned into a wind that rushed towards the throne room. Auden's throne room. Humans can be so different, Auden thought as he fought against the 2 humans. One human came at Auden with all his strength, while the other concealed it as much as possible. The man in armor poured his soul into each swing of his sword, but the man in the martial arts uniform did not. The former proudly displayed his convictions, yet the latter operated solely on logic. The contrasting qualities of the 2 humans amazed Auden. Auden wanted to define the nature of humans. Some humans were loyal, some were disloyal. Some agonized over what was righteous when others blindly chased after money and fame. Humanoid monsters were different from humans in that regard. Monsters always acted according to their instincts. Genes were very important to humanoid monsters, for they determined everything about them. For example, humanoid monsters created from the DNA of rattlesnakes and lizards were highly intelligent, but tended to betray easily when their safety was at stake. And humanoid monsters created from the DNA of mountain tyrants were physically strong, but always violent and oppressive. It was clear that monsters could never become humans, but Auden didn't want to give up. He wanted to prove that humanoid monsters and humans were no different from each other. However, how can we be so different? Auden was overcome with profound grief. At the same time, he remembered when he first realized his own intelligence, when he couldn't be understood by both humans and monsters, when he suffered alone in endless solitude, cursing his own existence. Monsters can't become humans, and humans are not monsters. Alas, what a tragic proposition it was. In great sadness and vanity, Auden emitted his magic power. It was the first magic power to gain the attribute of chaos, one that Auden realized in the midst of his self-reflection, just as Auden's chaos was about to explode. Krrr. 8 wolves jumped at Auden and bit his limbs. Red electric currents enveloped his waist. The attack came from someone other than Ki Juchel and Hanks, but Auden was unaffected by it all. He nonchalantly shoved the wolves aside, crushed the electricity, then gathered magic power in his hands to explode everything. Chwara. This time, however, golden reinforced sword Kai approached Auden. It wrecked everything in its course as it traveled forward. When it finally reached Auden's magic power, cut the abnormally dense chaos in half. The death of chaos was unquestionably clear. Auden had never been so shocked before. He turned to where the reinforced sword Kai had come from. There, at the entrance of the throne room, stood a man engulfed in golden energy. It was from Kim Suho. After defeating 2 of Auden's 4 elite soldiers, Dolaran and Exfil, Kim Suho and the witch finally arrived at the throne room. However, Kim Suho wasn't the only human who had come to see Auden. Chwiek. A magic arrow flew in from somewhere and pierced Auden's shoulder. The arrow belonged to the divine archer. There wasn't just one. Thousands of arrows carrying the purest magic power fell from the sky. Even Auden couldn't stay indifferent to an attack of such magnitude. Regardless, Auden dispelled all of them with a single cry. At the same time, however, another cry rang out. Auden! The roar shook the palace. Auden slowly raised his head. A giant man was descending from the ceiling. I, Cheok Yungyung, have come, with a self-absorbed cry. Cheok Yungyung swung his fist at Auden. Koong. Cheok Yungyung's fist reached Auden's forehead. It was a direct hit. A huge shockwave spread from the point of contact, and Cheok Yungyung burst into laughter. Yuhaha! He's a lot weaker than I thought. Auden grabbed Cheok Yungyung's arm, which was still clutching Auden's face. He then flipped and smashed Cheok Yungyung into the ground in one swift motion, as if he was rolling a bowling ball. Kwang. Yuwa. Cheok Yungyung wasn't even given the time to react. The result was a strike. Cheok Yungyung, who descended from the ceiling, was thrown out of the room moments after he made his entrance. Auden rose from the throne and looked around. Only then did he recognize the heroes. Aileen, Yi Yongha, Kim Youngjin, Shin Jonghak, Ki Naeun, Yun Seung-ah. He hadn't noticed any of them before because he was too engrossed in his fight. Dozens of heroes who had infiltrated into his palace were now gathering in front of him. Chapter 299, Auden Annihilation Operation 6. I can't remember when, but I started seeing memories of the past when I closed my eyes. My mom, who would smile brightly with me in her embrace, the garden we used to stroll around in, and the sight of her covered in blood, dead, the rain that fell during the funeral, my older brother who held my hand as he tried to hold back his tears, and my young self who made a pledge in front of her grave. That was when I decided to become a hero. I entered the Agent Military Academy for that goal. But one day, heroes I didn't know came to visit me. I could still remember the black uniform they were wearing. It was the uniform worn to mourn the loss of a comrade. They told me that Oppar was in a hopeless comatose state. Shock and sorrow overwhelmed me, but I still didn't give up. The enemies were still alive, out there, roaming about. I believed Oppar would recover, that if I worked hard to become a hero, he would wake up and hold me in his arms. With determination and hope, I entered Cube. That was when I first met him. He was rather strange. He brought up Oppar during our first meeting and picked a fight with me. He called me a hopeless archer and told me to change to a sword. I hated him to death. I wanted to beat him to a pulp if possible. But time passed, and before I realized, I came to not dislike him. In fact, I found myself constantly staring at him. I wanted him to be by my side. I still didn't know why. Kim Hajin, a man of mysteries, the bastard who killed Oppar without an explanation. Though I now knew his actions were justified, though I knew he chose to remain silent and to bear the pain in my place, if someone asked me if I hated him, well, yes, I probably hate him to death, but at the same time, I might love him to death. I glanced back as I continued to run. Kim Hajin was running a bit slower than me. He didn't run away, and by the looks of it, he didn't plan on running away either, so I breathed a sigh of relief. I had many questions to ask him, but just as he said, the situation wasn't quite right. We continued to run. Eventually, we arrived at Auden's throne room. A terrifying mixture of energy undulated from Auden and the heroes inside. We halted our steps nearby. "Can you continue?" Kim Hajin asked me. His voice was softer than usual. Then, a question suddenly emerged in my mind. How did Kim Hajin sound like normally? Of course. Don't you run away. Kim Hajin made a grim smile at my reply. His sorrowful smile strung my heart a bit. I can't run away. You put a card on me. Oh, yeah. 8-star card. Infinite communication. I suspected that Extras Evan had some sort of a relationship with Kim Hajin, but it turned out they were one and the same. In other words, it was Kim Hajin who saved me in the Tower of Wish. That strung my heart again. "Hey, you." Just as I was about to say something, you are. A large lump of flesh suddenly shot out of the throne room door. The lump of flesh, which was likely to be a human, rolled like a bowling ball and crashed into a support pillar. "Who's that?" As I furrowed my brows, I noticed Kim Hajin flinch. "Isn't that him, the crazy bastard who calls himself Cheok Young? Ah, yeah, it is. You know him too?" I've seen him a few times in the tower." It was then. Kim Hajin's calm demeanor suddenly changed. Just like a man who saw a scene of horror, his face distorted. "Hey, Jin Sahyuk," he yelled Jin Sahyuk's name. Jin Sahyuk frowned and retorted, "What now? Can you make a bunker with reality manipulation?" "Bunker? Yeah, something that can withstand a nuclear bomb." I didn't know what he was talking about, but I happen to have something like that. "Bunker, I think I have one." I took out a card. It was the 8-star card I obtained along with infinite communication. Miracle Bunker, 8-star effective good, constructs Miracle Bunker in the designated area for 48 hours. This bunker can ignore one. Huge impact. Forceful summon. You can forcefully summon up to 30 allies who are in danger. Advantageous time flow, 10 seconds inside the bunker is equivalent to 1 second outside. But what do you need a bunker for so suddenly? Kim Hajin's eyes widened, and he quickly snatched the card out of my hand. He activated it immediately, then said with a smile, "I saw the future with my unique skill." Throne Room, Steel Spirit Hanks, Immortal Ki Juchel, Spirit Speech Master Aileen, Wolf of Valhalla Yu Sihyuk, Blitzkrieg Yujin Woong, Divine Archer Jin Sayan, Sword Saint Kim Suho, Weapon Master Kim Youngjin. Many heroes were gathered in the throne room of the Monster King. They all shared a common goal: to kill Auden. Monster King Auden. Before the final battle began, Hanks called the king's name. Auden granted him permission to speak by remaining silent. "Why do you seek to conquer humans?" That was Hanks's first question. Auden replied lightly, "Because they cannot coexist with me." "And why would that be?" That was Hanks's second question. Auden replied after a brief silence, "Can you humans live in a world ruled under monkeys? Can you give up your living space to them and watch them blabber in conceit?" Auden couldn't clearly define the feelings he had towards humanity, but he knew that coexistence was nothing but an illusion. Auden couldn't stand the world ruled by humans, and the humans undoubtedly saw him as a threat. So there's no room for negotiation. This time, a somewhat childish voice rang out. It belonged to the commander of the Special Task Force. Aileen. She walked up and stood at the center of the throne room. "Indeed," Auden nodded. "Humanoid monsters and humans cannot coexist. That was how we were created." Auden gave a resolute conclusion. In response, the heroes raised their weapons and pointed them at Auden. Auden looked down at them from his throne and fell in thought. Such was the nature of humans. They were extremely individualistic, yet when they came together under a common goal, they could have such a powerful will. This was undoubtedly the biggest and most critical difference between humanoid monsters and humans. "I understand now." "Understand what?" The Monster King looked down at the humans with a sharper look. He felt something boiling inside his heart. It could be rage, sorrow, resignation, or excitement. No matter the case, Auden gathered up the emotion squirming around in his heart and spat it out. "My name is Auden." His roar shook the earth and rang out across the sky. "I am the king of monsters." The wave of magic power burst out from the king's body. Gyur, the resonance of magic power destroyed the earth and caused the sky to change color. Kim Soo-ho swung his sword at the chaos that was forming, but at that moment, a gust of wind struck his strike down. Kururu, Orden's most loyal servant, a humanoid monster resembling a praying mantis, Kurukuru, appeared. Kurukuru shot towards Kim Soo-ho and swung his front leg. Kururu, with an inestimable speed, hundreds of scythes slashed down in less than a second. Kurukuru gave his all to hinder Kim Soo-ho. "Who are you? Screw off." Aileen's spirit speech pushed Kurukuru away, but it was too late. Tusk, Orden's magic power of chaos flickered, and Kim Soo-ho had no choice but to watch the explosion of the Monster King's ominous magic power. Chwara, the overwhelming light from the exploding magic power swallowed the world. Kim Soo-ho slowly opened his eyes. A white ceiling filled his eyes. He couldn't tell where he was, but two familiar faces soon popped up. It was Ki Naeun and Kim Hajin. "You're awake. There you go again with your cool act." Kim Hajin and Ki Naeun spoke. "Ha!" Kim Soo-ho shot up like a spring. What are you guys doing here? We can discuss that later. How's your body? B-body. I think it's okay." Kim Soo-ho snapped out of his state of shock and looked around his surroundings. In a bunker-like space, several heroes were lying unconscious. "What happened?" Ki Naeun answered Kim Soo-ho's question. "We saved everyone before Orden's magic power went off, but it looks like just being exposed to it caused mental damage. Everyone else is still unconscious." Kim Hajin then went on to explain that they were in a bunker created by an 8-star card. Most of the important personnel were summoned here, where the flow of time would help them recover quicker, and the rest were sent to Jenkalope's vessel. "What's happening outside?" Kim Soo-ho asked with a dumbfounded face. "It hasn't even been 5 minutes yet, so don't worry, the operation is still underway." Hanks, Kijuchul, Aileen, Yu Sihyuk, Yu Jinwoong, and Jin Se-in, the above 6 had survived the explosion and were in the middle of fighting Orden. "Then I should also, before that." Kim Hajin handed Kim Soo-ho a recovery and strength potion. "Ah, thanks." Kim Soo-ho drank the potion without hesitation. Hot liquid coursed through his body. Kim Soo-ho closed his eyes and felt strength returning to his body. "Ha, how do you feel?" "Good." Kim Soo-ho furrowed his brows as he spoke. "But where did you come from?" "Me. Yes, you, Kim Hajin." "Ah, well, let's say I was in the middle of training." Kim Hajin grinned and placed his hand on Kim Soo-ho's shoulder. "We can talk about that later. I awakened another gift while I was training." "Gift? Again?" "Yep, and this one will be useful when you fight Orden." "Me? How would your gift help me?" "Here." Kim Hajin displayed a holographic window using his smartwatch. Constraints and amplifications. High rank. Constraints apply temporary constraints to the user's body. Amplifications temporarily increase the target's strength in proportion to the applied constraints. Profitable exchange increase, amplification, performance by 77%. Side effect alleviation. The side effects of this gift, including the cooldown period, are slightly improved. I jotted down the effect of my gift. Kim Soo-ho stared at the window in a daze. Strengthened with luck, constraints and amplifications was a buff-type gift that was high risk, high return. After giving Kim Soo-ho time to read through the gift, Kim Hajin began his explanation. "You know how people say yeah and yeah have different meanings in Korean? Think about the word target here." Kim Soo-ho's eyes fell on the sentence Kim Hajin pointed to. Amplifications temporarily increase the target's strength in proportion to the applied constraints. The constraints are placed on the target, which doesn't have to be me necessarily. Kim Soo-ho quickly understood what Kim Hajin was implying. "Amplifications can be used on you." Kim Hajin smiled. "I'll leave Orden to you." Sword Saint's unique ability was something I couldn't replicate, and I had already used time reversal as well. So Kim Soo-ho was the only option left. I put myself under a week's worth of constraints. With this, I wouldn't be able to use myself for a week. By constraining everything about me, I gave an explosive amplification to Kim Soo-ho. The boost he gained was nothing short of shocking. Golden magic power, the authority of the Sword Saint, and Misteltein, which now carried the power of wish. With all these amplified, I was confident that Kim Soo-ho wouldn't lose to Orden. "See you later. I'll be sure to win." Kim Soo-ho left with those words. Ki Naeun also left with him. "Wait for me to come back. You and I have a lot to talk about." After sending Kim Soo-ho and Ki Naeun off, I slowly felt my heart rate slow down. My eyes closed and my breathing became faint. For a week, I would fall into a deep sleep. "PFT," I smirked. "If all goes to plan, everything should be over by the time I woke up." Kim Suho would have defeated Auden, and Ki Naeun could potentially learn more from her master, Hanks. Sleeping and having the main cast clean up the trouble. Finally, an extra-like story progression. I did all I could so I didn't feel bad. Hajin. At that moment, a voice rang inside my ear. My mind woke up from the familiar voice. Boss. Yes, it's me. I could hear her voice, but I had long lost my vision. I raised my hand toward the direction of her voice. A soft, cold sensation of skin touched me. It was probably Boss's cheek. It's been a while. Yes, where were you all this time? What happened with Bell? Well, I countered Bell. I fought him one, and escaped. Really? Ha ha. Boss laughed happily at my answer. I also made a small smile. But Boss. A soft sensation touched the back of my head. I was probably in Boss's arms. I wanted to enjoy this feeling a little longer, but it probably wouldn't be long until I fell unconscious. I'm too sleepy. I know you look sleepy. Are Cheok, Young and Jane okay? The bunker was too quiet, since everyone should be asleep. Asking about them shouldn't arouse any suspicion. They're both safe inside the bunker. Ah, well, Cheok Young left a little while ago, saying he wanted to fight Auden. Then I'm going to sleep, soon. The rest of my senses began to disappear. I couldn't move anymore, and my hearing slowly faded away. This time, I'll be asleep for a little longer than usual, about a week. Think of it as a winter hibernation. Yeah, Boss's warm hands stroked my hair. Then see you later, Boss. Yeah, see you later. I relaxed and let myself go. My consciousness scattered away in Boss's cold yet warm embrace. But before my consciousness fully disappeared, I wanted to see you. Her final words flowed into my ears. Sky above Africa, on the other hand, Bell came to Africa with his comrade. In truth, he wanted to stay inside his sanctuary until Auden's death, but his comrade, Yeonjun, persuaded him otherwise. Do you really need to watch in person? Yeonjun didn't bat an eye at Bell's grumbling. Trust me, the Monster King's corpse will have immense value to us. Yeonjun was only interested in one thing, Auden's corpse. Bell didn't know what he was planning on doing with it, but it was to be expected from the incarnation of avarice that even Baal would be surprised with. What are you going to do if you meet Baal? Yeonjun lightly brushed off Bell's worry. Then we'll just meet. Why should I worry about that? Ehu. Fine, Bell gave up. He knew what kind of man Yeonjun was. Whether an object or a person, he was the type who wasn't satisfied until he obtained it. Greedy was a nice way to put it. In truth, it was more like a mental illness. Let's go down, Bell. Yeah. The two men landed on African soil. Auden's magic power explosion had just swept through the land, leaving it clean without any impurities. So, boss, what's our plan? Bell used the title boss. For the first time in a while, Yeonjun seemed to like it too as he replied with a grin. Simple. We'll wait until Auden dies and snatch his corpse. Chapter 300. Auden the soil was burning in purple, and the sky was dyed crimson. Pieces of shattered rocks filled the air, and the excreted magic power resulted in electric sparks everywhere. The contamination of the atmosphere was so severe that even breathing could be lethal. This was what Africa looked like after Auden's magic power explosion. These spears will penetrate your body. Above the devastated field, the fight continued on. Hundreds of spears created from Aileen's spirit speech flew towards Auden. Eugene Woong's electricity clung to Auden's entire body, but Auden dispelled all attacks with a swing of a fist wrapped in magic power. However, turn into a vacuum. Aileen used spirit speech again. She attempted to disrupt Auden's breathing, flip over the ground he was standing on, and even created a tiny black hole. The black hole succeeded in sucking in Auden's cloak, but that was about all it did. Meanwhile, Ki Juchul drew in the nearby natural energy and created an avatar for himself. It was about 3 million tall, just like Auden, and wore a white martial arts uniform like an immortal. Auden attacked the avatar. To assist Ki Juchul, Yu Sehyuk swung his sword, and the blade rushed towards Auden like wolves. From a distance, Jin Seyin continued to shoot crystal arrows. However, Auden's response was plain and simple. The chaos attribute could easily neutralize human magic power. All he needed was to gather up his magic power and emit it all at once. Clang! The chaos that Auden emitted disrupted the hero's magic power. And then Auden gave a roar of rage towards the direction of the most troublesome enemy, the archer who kept shooting arrows at him from a hidden spot. UK! The supersonic sound waves paralyzed Jin Seyin's entire body. His next target was Aileen. Auden dashed towards Aileen. One step was all he needed to reach the dwarf, who was not even 150 cm tall. Stop! Auden resisted the spirit's speech as he swung his claw. His claw was harder than any metal. It should have ripped Aileen into pieces. Clang! At that moment, a sword blocked Auden's claw. On the outside, the sword looked like nothing special when in fact it was the steel spirit sword that embodied Hanks's noble determination. Move along, little one. Thanks, though it was humiliating to be called little one. Aileen moved to shelter with the skill blink. Kiek! Auden's claw and Hanks's sword crashed into each other, and a disturbing sound rang out. Auden kept his right arm up and smashed Hanks on the side with his left arm. Hanks blocked the punch with a new steel sword. Clang! The clash of steel and the claw continued on. Hanks was inferior to Auden in all aspects except for combat experience. The steel spirit utilized his experience, skills, and techniques he had accumulated over the years to the fullest. He stirred his sword in between the gaps of Auden's fingers and left a scar on the Monster King's chest. He moved swiftly and efficiently, disrupting Auden's balance, but he knew he couldn't maintain this stalemate for long. He grows as he battles. Auden was about to surpass all the skills that Hanks had accumulated over a span of 60 years in a mere 6 minutes. Hanks had to admit Auden was a real monster. You've grown old. At that moment, Hanks heard a nonchalant voice. He glanced at the owner of the voice with a smile. Kijuchel approached Auden with an expressionless look and smacked Auden's forehead with his folding fan. Chwak. The sound was loud, but physically it only did a little damage. Little did Auden know that everything before this attack was just a pretext, and that this was the attack the two men had been preparing for all along. You're the one who's grown old. Juchel, it took you too long. Kijuchel's folding fan was the core of his strength. It served as a medium for the control of all parts of nature. Thus, when Kijuchel's fan touched Auden's forehead, all of Immortal's magic power traveled through the fan and flowed into Auden. Auden buried his head in his hands. Currently, the particles of nature were colliding against each other in his head. It should hurt a lot. I've experienced it before briefly. The cold-blooded Ki Juchel had developed this technique for the sole purpose of annihilation of existence. It was the worst possible kind of pain. Hanks, too, had experienced it in the past. Kawe, Auden roared in agony. The cry ripped through the heroes' ears and disrupted their Kai reinforcement, but heroes weren't the only ones who responded to Auden's cry. Tuju-dudu, a huge vibration shook the earth and a fierce whirlwind filled the sky. The Monster King's loyal servants had returned from the front lines to the palace to protect their king. No good could come out of a prolonged battle. The heroes all rushed towards Auden. Auden, however, blocked them all by emitting a torrent of magic power. Why, you bee-bastards! Hurorororo, get away from the king! But they were overlooking one fact, that heroes also had reinforcements. Higher! Suddenly a sword appeared that was so big that it almost seemed to touch the sky. With full confidence, Ki Neon wielded a giant sword of magic power. The sword gleamed with bright light as it knocked out all of the monsters and humanoid monsters in one big swoop. And then there was the tornado of the black spear. Shin Jonghak's black flames and Xiang Yu's conqueror spear displayed overwhelming synergy. Yongha's Hellfire devoured the earth. Jok Yungyung hailed blows on the humanoid monsters. Nicholas showed off his skill with daggers, and Droon's Mimeo chomped on the enemies. And then, Auden, a flash of light raced forward as it emitted golden magic power in all directions. Kim Suho ran, cutting down every single humanoid monster in his course. His speed far exceeded the maximum capability of a human. He was unstoppable. You! Auden emitted magic power from the palms of his hands. The magic power soared like a pillar, but Kim Suho easily sliced it in half. Not only Kim Suho, but Hanks was also pressing the attack on Auden. Kim Suho's sword was only seconds away from Auden's heart. It was at that moment Auden realized Kim Suho's weakness. Kim Suho could only slice magic power that had been emitted externally. Therefore, all Auden had to do was to contain his magic power inside and directly pour it into Kim Suho, just like what Ki Juchel had done to himself. Auden refined his magic power and waited for Kim Suho to arrive. A look of firm resolution flashed across Kim Suho's face. It appeared he did not have the slightest idea that he was running into the arms of death. Auden reached out for Kim Suho as the Sword Saint jumped into his arms. No, he tried to reach out. Auden was feeling a thousandth of a second. In the midst of an inflated sense of time, his gaze traveled to the side. Above the crumbled throne room was the daughter of Park Hanho. She held in her arms the doll her father had made for her and was looking at Auden with big, round eyes. Auden knew that the child couldn't be here, that he had already evacuated her to somewhere safe. This had to be a trap. However, despite knowing so, Auden still couldn't help but hesitate. Kim Suho and Hanks did not miss the opportunity. Crack! Two swords pierced Auden, the sword saint's magic power and the steel spirit's aura. The two giant forces mingled with each other as they penetrated Auden's heart. Auden felt an unbearable pain. At the same time, a question arose in his mind. Why did I hesitate? Auden slowly lowered his head and looked at Kim Suho. His blade was full of unstoppable conviction and determination. Then he looked at Hanks. His blade was sharp and cold. Lastly, he turned his gaze to the child, who made him hesitate. But of course, the child was nowhere to be found. Was it an illusion or a trap? Auden couldn't tell. Crack! It wasn't long before Auden felt the Sword Saint's magic power thrust into his heart. The magic power destroyed his heart, and the chaos condensed inside it exploded. Chwa! The wave of chaos escaped Auden's body and spread to the rest of the world. Kim Suho opened his eyes in the middle of the destruction. Buildings had crumbled down and concrete debris was everywhere. At the center of it all was Auden. He was covered in wounds but still alive. He wasn't even close to fainting. Auden's eyes were looking straight at Kim Suho. Are you awake? Human child. Auden's voice was slow but clear. Kim Suho nodded in silence. He couldn't even afford to speak out right now. But he had to raise his sword. His fight was not over yet. Rest assured, my heart has already been destroyed. I don't have much time left to live. Saying so, Auden began to cure Kim Suho's wounds. The burning pain enveloping his body quickly dissipated. Still, Kim Suho looked at Auden with eyes full of distrust, but the look in Auden's eyes was unwaveringly honest. I wanted to find an answer, so I brought you here. You brought me here. It was then a giant insect appeared from behind Auden. Kururu, Kururu. He made strange sounds. It was Kurukuru, Auden announced. I can tell that you are not from this world. Immediately, Kim Suho's heart began to race. Auden's eyes were looking directly at the root of Kim Suho's existence. How did you know? Auden gave a small smile. I tried to devour you to prolong my life, but you destroyed my heart to an irrecoverable state. I couldn't heal my injuries, but I was able to look into your mirror of memories. I'm sure of one thing now that I've read your memory. You are not a human of this world. You have died once before. Kim Suho neither confirmed nor denied Auden's claim. What Auden had said was both true and false at the same time. Kim Suho had never once considered himself a stranger to this world, which made me wonder. You and I are similar. The only difference between us is that I'm a humanoid monster and you're a human. They were both beings essentially different from everyone else on Earth. Auden gained intelligence but lost everything else. Kim Suho lost everything but gained a new life. The two of them were both alone at one point in their lives, but afterwards diverged onto different paths. Is it because I'm a monster and you're a human? Is that really the only difference between us? Auden needed to know. What made you want to live in this world? This could be Auden's last question on Earth. Feeling the weight of Auden's curiosity, Kim Suho closed his eyes. He began to ponder in all earnestness the reason he became so attached to this world called Earth. The reason Kim Suho was able to betray his country and the king who had taken him in was, if I had to say, it's because of my family at first. In Akatrina, Kim Suho had no family. He was born an orphan and the sword was his only friend. That was why he was obsessed with sword training. He found his value in the king and not in himself. His only goal in life was to become a knight to protect the king. However, things were different here on Earth. Kim Suho had friends and family who loved and believed in him. Family? Yeah, I have a family as well. Auden looked at Kim Suho in a daze. What a silly reason. He thought, ha! As Auden gave a wry smile, he recalled the face of a certain child. The child was Park Yoni, Park Hanho's daughter whom Auden had brought back to life. Why did I see her illusion at the most important moment, and why was I so foolishly shaken? At that moment, Auden felt as if his crushed heart had beat. That is such a foolish reason. Auden gave a deep sigh. He realized only now why he felt the emotions he felt, and what he wanted and longed for when he looked at Park Hanho and his daughter and the ways that other humans lived. The answer was surprisingly simple. He really didn't need to stray this far to find it. At least for me. That was it. Kim Suho shrugged his shoulders in mild embarrassment. I see, the king smiled. They say there isn't a right answer to life, but if what you're saying is correct, Auden gave a sad yet relieved smile. He accepted his defeat. In the end, all was inevitable. What? All was inevitable. It was a very irresponsible thing for a murderer of millions of people to say. Enraged, Kim Suho grabbed Misteltein, but soon put it back down with a sigh. What was inevitable? Instead, he chose to ask Auden for the answer Auden said he found. Auden muttered in a low voice, Don't you know that humanoid monsters cannot make families? Ah, Kyuhum, Kim Suho sunk into silence. And now, Auden knew that death was his only option. It made sense to him. He was the first monster ever to obtain intelligence. He called himself a humanoid monster out of admiration for humans. He combined humans and monsters to create artificial beings. However, an individual was not capable of preserving an entire species. It was now clear to him that the only way to escape from this pain was death. Kururu, Kururu. Perhaps Kurukuru realized what the king was thinking. The servant extended his hand to the king. It was his front leg full of scars. Kurukuru. The king called Kurukuru's name. He knew exactly the condition he was in. His heart had been destroyed. His blood stopped circulating, and the stagnant blood was decaying as his organs shut down one after the other. Death was just around the corner. Kururu. Kurukuru flapped his wings. It was his way of expressing disapproval for whatever the king was about to say. But the king wasn't worried. He knew that, given the insect's loyalty, Kurukuru would never defy his orders. Kurukuru. A mantis cannot stop a wagon. Auden had read about the story behind this proverb in a book when he first created Kurukuru. The story was about a foolish and reckless mantis who tried to stop a moving wagon. Still, Auden was impressed with its boundless courage and hoped his servant would be as loyal and as brave as the mantis from the story. Live on. This was the king's last order. Kurukuru understood even as he trembled in sorrow. I have no regrets. The king slowly closed his eyes. Kim Suho slowly raised himself. The servant stared at the king's lifeless body for a long time. Still, there were no tears, simply because insects did not possess the ability to do so physically. Kurukuru kneeled in front of the king, and then he kowtowed. The tale of the lonely king had finally come to an end. Africa, after the colossal explosion that swept the land, subsided. Boss deactivated shadow armor. She could see the blue sky and the vast grasslands of Africa just beyond the horizon. Auden's palace had completely been destroyed by none other than Auden himself. Boss, a childlike voice called Boss from behind. Boss turned around, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Jane, who was disguised as Park Han-ho's daughter, was waving her hand at Boss. What's this? Everything's over, right? It seems so. Did your way work? It did, surprisingly, 2 weeks ago. Jane had secretly met up with Rumi, who informed her that Auden admires humans. Jane couldn't understand what she meant, so she disguised herself as a humanoid monster and infiltrated into the palace. Only after seeing Auden in person was Jane finally able to draw a conclusion. I think he's into small and cute humans. Unfortunately, her assumption was far from the truth. Small and cute humans, Boss frowned. She disapproved the implication. Yeah, but Boss, more importantly, how's Hajin? He's in the bunker, so he should be fine. Yeah, then let's go find Auden's body. The chameleon troop was fundamentally a group of thieves. Their goal was, of course, Auden's body. Yes, let's go. The two walked down the street, tracking Auden's scent. It was then. Wish, the blowing wind carried a particular scent. Having noticed the scent, Boss froze in place. Her legs wouldn't move all of a sudden. The same thing happened to Jane. Boss and Jane exchanged glances with each other, then turned their gaze to the direction that the scent was coming from. Chapter 301. After the War One, a familiar scent blew through the air. This scent of magic power was one Boss couldn't forget. Boss ran towards the direction of the scent. She knew it wasn't possible, but she ran and ran anyways. The scent got stronger as she drew closer, and her heart began to thump loudly. After running crazily for a while, she stopped at a certain point. Jane ran up and stopped next to her. The two women looked forward in a daze. Standing on top of the crumbled throne room was a certain man. He was sitting calmly on the rubble, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Boss's eyes widened as she looked at the man. Though he had his back to her, his back seemed too familiar. Unable to believe what she was seeing, she glanced at Jane. The fact that Jane was standing next to her meant that the man in front of her wasn't Jane in disguise, but it all seemed to be an illusion. She questioned whether she was dreaming. That man should have been dead. Was it just someone who looked like him? Wish a gust of wind blew, blowing the man's hair up. His face was revealed fully and Boss turned speechless. Ah! She subconsciously let out a yelp. The man sitting on the rubble also felt her presence. He tilted his head, then slowly turned around. Boss carefully examined his appearance. As the man's hair blew in the air, his well-defined facial features came into full view. The ex-boss of the chameleon troop. It was the face of Yi-Yonjin, the man she saw as her father. My body sunk into a bottomless ocean. I could neither open my eyes nor breathe. But I was used to such pain. As long as I endured it, I knew this illusion would soon disappear. Ki-Nayan. A voice seeped in through the surface of the water. The reverberating sound took the form of a devil and swallowed me. The devil wore my mother's face, and then my brother's face before entering my heart as despair and sorrow. Ki-Nayan. A sharp voice scratched my heart. I was stifled for breath like someone was strangling me. The faces of the people I love but could no longer see appeared before my closed eyes. My cold heart trembled. Why do I have to be the only one to feel such pain? Why do I have to always send off the people I love? Chak, a fiery pain awoke Ki-Nayan. Who? Her eyes shot open as she let out a cough. Shin Jonghak and YunSeo-jin's faces were right in front of her. Yuak. Whoa. Kayak. Ki-Nayan screamed in surprise, making Shin Jonghak and YunSeo-jin also screech. Ki-Nayan pushed the two away and shot up. Ha ha. Ha. She clutched her chest and took several deep breaths. Geez, who? Perhaps because Auden's magic power had swept through her, the nightmare was worse than usual. Are you okay? YunSeo-jin approached her and patted her on the back. Ki-Nayan nodded her head and asked, I'm okay. What's the situation? It's mostly taken care of. Shin Jonghak replied. He looked around his surroundings with the Conqueror spear resting on his shoulder. Auden's magic power disappeared without a trace, and the Master Rank heroes took care of the humanoid monsters with the Jenkelope vessel's help. So everything's over. No, YunSeo-jin answered. There are still many humanoid monster villages in Africa and even more brainwashed people. We're just getting started. Ah, Ki-Nayan scratched the back of her neck and looked around. Auden's palace had crumbled down completely, revealing Africa's vast wilderness. Heroes were sitting or lying on the ground, while agents from the Jenkelope vessel were quickly moving about, rescuing and treating injured heroes. Ah, where's old man Hanks? She suddenly remembered Hanks, who was at the heart of the magic power explosion. YunSeo-jin's expression turned grim. Ki-Nayan's heart sank simultaneously. What happened? Well, YunSeo-jin pointed to her right without a full explanation. In the middle of the wilderness, where her finger was pointing to, was a man who was frozen like a statue. Ki-Nayan's heart dropped. The man's silver armor shone beautifully. It was the end of the star that had turned fully into steel. She didn't have time to think. She quickly ran over to Hanks, but she simply stood there, staring dumbfoundedly at his silver helmet. What? She touched the helmet and muttered quietly. Her voice trembled with sadness. This is a lie, right? Old man. Ki-Nayan was choked with tears in front of reality, a reality that was hard to believe. The days she spent on the cold Himalayan mountain exchanging swords with him flashed before her eyes. It was then. I told you not to call me old man. Ach, Jesus, the helmet came off with Hanks's shout. The startled Ki-Nayan fell backward on her butt. You ha, that was fun. My heart, old man. Why am I your old man? Your old man just left after treating you. Ki-Nayan's eyes widened at what Hanks just said. Grandfather did. Yep, well, that was 30 minutes ago. But don't be too harsh on him. Juchel is a busy man. Grandfather's always been like that. Ki-Nayan nodded without complaints. But what about you, old man? Are you feeling okay? I'm not sure, but I seem fine for now, Hanks replied. At that moment, Kim Soo-ho appeared from the distance. A Jenkelope agent was helping him walk, as he was clearly exhausted and out of energy. Oh, here comes the Sword Saint. Kim Soo-ho, Ki-Nayan's party, including Hanks and YunSeo-jin, ran over to him. Seeing that his friends were okay, Kim Soo-ho smiled. It's nice to see you guys again. Ah, but rather than that, did Auden die? Hanks cut off Ki-Nayan and asked. His expression was more serious than what Ki-Nayan had ever seen before. Yes, Auden is dead, Kim Soo-ho nodded. He had witnessed Auden's death. Auden closed his eyes at peace and passed normally. Hanks asked again, did you confirm his corpse? Yes, Kim Soo-ho nodded. It scattered to dust. Dust. It turned to dust. Kim Soo-ho smiled without answering him. Auden's corpse was taken by Kuru. The king's servant would surely take care so that no one would ever find it. Yes, it turned to dust. Hanks's steel eyes could discern truth from lies. However, he simply wore a gentle smile and tapped Kim Soo-ho's shoulders. Well done, as expected of a 9 stars candidate. You overestimate me. Ha, 9 stars candidate. Shin Jong-hak's jealous interjection made everyone laugh, tearing. Ah, geez. It was then that an emergency alarm rang from the heroes' smartwatches. Every hero present looked down at their wrists. Disaster alert. At 3:13 p.m., a large group of humanoid monsters and monsters invaded England. It's England this time, Ki Naeun frowned, but Yun Seung-ah, who was staring at the message closely, shook her head. No, this is from earlier in the day. We must have gotten it late because of Auden's signal interference. In other words, the message was from when they were in the middle of their operation. Yun Seung-ah's conjecture was quickly proven to be correct, as a follow-up message arrived. Update on England's disaster alert. The situation has been taken care of with the help of Princess Rachel and the 9-star magician Ah Hae-in. 9-star Ah Hae-in and Rachel, Ki Naeun shrugged. She didn't know what happened exactly, but easy fight, I guess. 5 days after the Auden annihilation operation, treatment of humanoid monsters rose as a major issue across the world, along with Auden's African villages. I recently got a strange request. Because of it, Yu Yonha was busy to the point she had little time to sleep, but she made time for Yu Jinhyuk's call. Request? Yep, if possible, I want to take care of it alone, but you know how busy I am. So I thought I'd ask for help from my beloved niece, haha, Yu Jinhyuk, who had never contacted her first for more than 20 years, was asking her for help. More than anything, Yu Yonha was curious. What's the request? Looking into someone. It sounds simple, but we can't look down on it. Yu Jinhyuk sent a file over the call. The file contained a picture of the target and his personal information. Yeonjun, real name unknown, 183 cm 77 kg male birth date, unknown ability, unknown place of birth, unknown family relations are unknown. Yeonjun. Everything's pretty much unknown. Yep, we don't even know if his name is real, but he's a dangerous one for sure. He's the founder of the Chameleon Troop. Yu Yonha flinched. The Chameleon Troop. Yeah, about a month or two ago, I got a request asking to investigate Yeonjun's past. I put it off at the time, but the client keeps upping the price. Yu Yonha rubbed her chin and sighed. Won't it be too dangerous? I'm the one in charge of the investigation, so I'll be the only one in danger. You just have to look into his past whereabouts. Past whereabouts? Yep, Yu Jinhyuk nodded his head with a smile. Find out where he was a few years ago. In other words, I want you to narrow down the range of the past I need to experience. Your gift is still lively. I've saved it for times like this. The pay for this request is the highest I've seen in the past 20 years. Yu Yonha glanced at the price offered by the client and almost choked in shock. 7.7 billion upfront, 22.3 billion after completion. 30 billion won was enough to make the request hard to refuse, but the client had even offered 2 pinnacle-grade artifacts. Just who was this rich maniac? So, want to help? I'll let you have 20%. Yu Yonha fell in thought but quickly came to a conclusion. Investigating the Chameleon Troop was something like a duty she had to fulfill. Yu Jinwoo and Ki Juchul and the Chameleon Troop, the Chameleon Troop and Kim Hajin and me. She knew that the Chameleon Troop was the key to unraveling this complicated problem. Okay, I'll help. As soon as she replied, a bell rang in her head. It was the sixth sense unique skill. Because of its low level, she didn't know whether it was signaling danger or opportunity, but she knew it was an important matter at the very least. Perfect. Do you know what to do? Of course. If he used the internet even once, I can track him down. In the Falling Blossom Guild, a man named Kim Hossup had risen to the #1 position in tracking. In the current digital age, there wasn't anyone who lived without using the internet. Now linked with a supercomputer worth billions of won, Kim Hossup could find anyone who was born after the 1980s. Great, then I'll wait for the good news, be careful. Okay, talk to you later, I have a meeting to go to now. Wait, how is the guild business going recently? Guild business, PFT, Yu Yonha laughed. With the recent Auden incident, Essence of the Strait had risen to the undisputed #1 position in the world. Although creators, Sacred Grace, skyrocketed to the rank 2 position with the help of Kim Soo-ho and YunSeo-jin, the gap between the two was still huge. Essence of the Strait had also made great achievements thanks to guild leader Yoo Jin-woong, vice leader Ye Jin-ah, and the rising star Ki Na-eun. The guild aside, Essence of the Strait's subsidiary businesses were simply insurmountable. Essential Pharmacy, Essential Dynamics, and the other conglomerate-scale businesses were on the precipice of record-high revenues in their fields. It's going great. At this rate, people might start calling me the Queen of Career instead of the Queen of Soul. Ooh, well, that's great to hear. Looks like I can live off my niece when I grow old. Yoo Jin-hyuk laughed lightly. Then see you later. Yes, see you later, Uncle. TK, let's see. Falling Blossom team answer. As soon as the caller hung up, Yoonha relayed the mission to Falling Blossom. You completed the third phase with high contributions. A streak of stigma is added. Proficiency of Master Sharpshooter increases. You gain a significant amount of SB. Young Dwarf's dexterity. Several sentences entered my faint consciousness. It wasn't just the sentences. Ki Na-eun's voice struck my ear as well. Kim Hajin, are you awake? You didn't run away again, did you? I heard from old man Hanks. I heard you're going to get stabbed by his knife if you don't reply to me. Message me when you wake up. From the looks of it, humanity seemed to have won the war. I tried to send Ki Na-eun a message. I'm up. The constraints on me were starting to loosen. Although I couldn't move my body yet, I could reply to Ki Na-eun's infinite communication. But Ki Na-eun didn't reply no matter how long I waited. It seemed she was busy with something. I put strength into my eyes. I needed to see before I could do anything. Who? Thankfully, it didn't take long for me to open my eyes. A white ceiling filled my vision. SSK, SSK. Next, I focused my strength on my fingers and toes. It was a bit harder this time around, but I eventually regained control of my body after about 10 minutes of struggling. Ehu! This was enough for now. I let out a sigh and turned my head to the side where I was hearing the ruffling of paper for a while. Ha! I was faced with an unexpected scene. Jin Sahyuk was lying on a couch, reading a manhwa. Oh, you're awake. Jin Sahyuk spoke with her eyes still fixed on the manhwa. I stared at her blankly. Why are you here? What do you mean? Tack, she closed the manhwa. She stared back at me, then muttered something I couldn't quite understand. I'm protecting you from certain danger. Chapter 302. After the war, Jin Sahyuk spoke words I couldn't understand, but it didn't seem like she was joking. To be honest, we weren't exactly close enough to be exchanging jokes, so I simply asked back, You're protecting me? Yep, you heard right. She even put the manhwa down and looked at me seriously. I need more details. Jin Sahyuk shrugged. I don't know much either. It was an order from Bell. Bell? Yeah, he said Yeonjun was planning to kill you. I know you're not the type to go down easily, but people that Bell warned me about are usually strong. Is it because I'm still drowsy? I feel like I just heard something crazy. I looked at Jin Sahyuk with a frown. Jin Sahyuk shook her head. I already told you. I don't know much. I just took you out of the bunker because Bell said it was dangerous for you to be around the chameleon troop right now. So I saved you, in a sense. Wait, did you just say Yeonjun? I knew who Yeonjun was. He was the former leader of the chameleon troop who died as a result of Bell's betrayal. According to Boss. At least, yeah, isn't he dead? Jin Sahyuk stroked her chin as she tried to sort her thoughts. I don't know the details, but I heard he came back to life. How's that possible? How would I know? More importantly, Jin Sahyuk placed her index finger on my chest and said, It's your turn to speak. Speak about what? You said Bell confessed to you. Confessed? What the hell are you? Then I remembered. Bell had informed me that he was Bale's incarnation body and that I'd have to kill him in order to reach a happy ending. Jin Sahyuk brushed her hair off her face and looked at me. Bell said he told you all his secrets. Ah, so that's what you meant. Well, I shrugged my shoulders and told Jin Sahyuk everything I heard from Bell. Her expression became more and more serious as I continued to talk. She even started to bite her fingernails when I told her that Bell was Bale's incarnation body. That's all I heard from Bell. I finished talking and turned on my smartwatch. There were lots of messages from lots of different people, including Kim Soo-ho and Evandel, but the name that caught my attention immediately was Boss. Hajin WHRE are you? Where are you? I have someone I'd like you to meet. Where did you go? Don't worry. I'm on the Jenkalopes vessel. I wrote back and got up from the bed. Then I took a quick tour around the place. The grey walls were neat, and the kitchen and the bathroom were clean. I could see the whole of the East Sea beyond the windows. It was late at night, and the ocean waves were dancing in the darkness. For me, it felt as if the final arc that I didn't know about was lurking in the very same darkness. "What are you looking at?" Jin Sahyuk came up to me. She, too, turned her gaze to the sea. I asked Jin Sahyuk, "Do you still think I'm Kindspring?" I smiled wryly at the thought of the misunderstanding. Sorting it out with Jin Sahyuk would most likely cost me a lot. Bringing up Kindspring just now raised synchronization by 0.3%. Current synchronization, 13%. Jin Sahyuk turned her head to look at me. She didn't seem too upset now. Perhaps Kim Chundong's emotions had affected her as well. She looked at me in the eyes and gave a small laugh. "Not anymore. But I'm sure you have something to do with Kindspring." I smiled. It was a silent affirmation. Jin Sahyuk announced, "I'll be by your side until I figure out your relationship with Kindspring." "That's also an order from Bell, huh?" "Yeah, so just tell me one thing every month." Saying so, Jin Sahyuk turned her gaze to the sea. I did so as well. Things I still didn't know were dancing in the shadows. It was then something suddenly crossed my mind. I asked carefully, "Do you still plan to return to your homeland?" "Of course." Jin Sahyuk nodded without a hint of hesitation. "Why?" "Because people are waiting for me there. Akatrina has already fallen." "No, you never know. Akatrina is stronger than you think." As the original author, I knew that Akatrina had fallen for good. Not to mention, 30 years had passed after Jin Sahyuk's death. Akatrina wouldn't have been able to survive for that long. "What if Akatrina doesn't exist? Are you still going to go back?" I asked coldly. I was feeling somewhat sympathetic towards the king who hoped for something impossible. "It doesn't matter." I thought Jin Sahyuk might get mad, but instead, she shook her head calmly. "Without Akatrina, I have no reason left to live." She carried the most resolute determination in the world. Though Jin Sahyuk lost many things, she still held onto this hope. "I'll gladly meet my death in my homeland." Akatrina meant everything to Jin Sahyuk. Someone inside you responded to the king's conviction. Synchronization has increased by 2%. Current synchronization, 15%. Warning, be careful not to lose yourself. It seemed that Kim Chundong's loyalty towards Jin Sahyuk was also genuine. I turned away from Jin Sahyuk to distract myself. I called Spartan. Spartan appeared out of the void and landed on my shoulder. "What's that?" I ignored Jin Sahyuk's question and turned my attention to my smartwatch. "Hajin, I miss you, call you. Hangul, call you, and I'm bored. This is the spirit beast I made today. Cute kitty, do you like it? Call you, Yuen, why won't you reply? I miss you. Call you, Yuen." All these messages were from Evandel. I couldn't answer because I had been unconscious. They were enough to make me forget about synchronization. "Spartan, peek, let's go see Evandel." "PRR. What? Where do you think you're going?" With a nod, Spartan immediately activated teleportation. We arrived at a dense forest filled with the energy of spirit beasts. This forest belonged to Evandel. Most humans could never enter this natural fortress because of the magic power filled up inside their bodies. But I could, thanks to my magic dysfunction physique and the Black Lotus uniform. I walked towards Evandel's cabin with Spartan on my shoulder. My gift, Master Sharpshooter, which had leveled up to grade -1, allowed me to comprehend the structure of the forest and Evandel's location the moment I set foot inside it. Heart suit Evandel's cabin soon. I arrived at a cabin with a cute door plate. With a smile of satisfaction, I knocked on the door. I heard a noise inside. Not being able to wait any longer, I peeked through the door. Evandel was rubbing her eyes in bed. It seemed she just woke up. "Evandel, it's me," I whispered in front of the door. Immediately, Evandel's eyes widened. She got out of bed in a hurry and bolted to the door to open it. Her eyes became even bigger when she saw me. "How have you been?" "Ah." Having been left alone for months, Evandel jumped into my arms with tears in her eyes. The way she called my name repeatedly, Hajin Hajin, made me tear up a little as well. I hugged Evandel and patted her head. It was most definitely a touching reunion. For the next 4 hours, I looked around the cabin with Evandel, went outside to play with Evandel and her spirit beasts. Had Evandel introduce all of her spirit beasts to me one by one, and then returned to the cabin. "Do you want to meet Rachel now?" "Rachel," Evandel squealed in joy. "Yes, but we can't meet her in person. We'll just call her." "Ah." At first, she seemed a little disappointed, but soon a smile appeared on her face. For a more vivid experience, I opened an app called Hologram. I then sent Rachel a text asking her to give me a video call. Tearing, soon my smartwatch rang, and I immediately picked up Rachel's call. Entering hologram chatroom, a hologram of Rachel appeared in front of us. It was so realistic that I felt as if Rachel was there in person. Hi, what's going on? How did you get in there? Hajin SSI, I have my ways. Rachel, Evandel spread her arms out and went up to Rachel. She was going for a hug, but because Rachel was just a hologram, Evandel passed right through Rachel's body. Ah, hold on a little longer. Evandel, we'll see each other again soon. Rachel gave a gentle smile. Evandel nodded. But the heartwarming atmosphere did not last for long. Beep, beep, suddenly. A number of messages popped up in the air accompanied by the sound of alarms. Administrator is entering the chat room through admin permission. Code 1231, Administrator's Interference. Immediately, a different hologram appeared in the cabin. So it was you two. After all, what the? My heart skipped a beat from surprise. The administrator who hijacked our chat room was none other than Yonha. Yonha looked at Evandel, then Rachel, then me before smiling. She's that child. Yonha pointed at Evandel. HR, what do you mean? I quickly hid Evandel behind me. But Yonha frowned like a demon. I already heard everything from Rachel. What? I turned to Rachel. With a bitter smile, Rachel nodded. She's right, though it was more like we got caught. But she promised to become Evandel's patron. I left you a text because you didn't answer the phone. I guess you didn't see it. Yonha grinned and held out her hand to Evandel all of a sudden. Hi, it's nice to meet you. Ah, yes, hello, though a bit shy. Evandel responded courteously. HMMN. Cute girl. How did you even manage to come into this room? Yonha folded her arms in a pompous manner. My company made this app. More importantly, Tadadak. Yonha started typing on a keyboard. She was trying to send a private message to me. You're the one who asked Jinhyuk to investigate Yeonjun. Right, I flinched, then threw a quick glance at Yonha. She seemed convinced that it was me. I really couldn't get anything past Yonha. At this point, I knew she wouldn't believe me even if I said it wasn't me. Cuham. I let out a dry cough and nodded slightly. I knew it. We're putting our all into the Yeonjun investigation right now. The whole thing does seem a little shady, but why are you looking for a dead man? So she already figured out Yeonjun is officially dead. Impressed, I sent Yonha a private message. Rumor has it that he's alive. Pardon, Yonha frowned further. Oh, then maybe. She didn't finish her sentence, but I knew she was asking about the Kwango incident. Yeah, Yeonjin was the leader of the Chameleon Troop during the Kwango incident. Back then, the Chameleon Troop was more cruel and inhumane than now. I see. Yonha made a somewhat sad expression. I get why you'd want to catch him. Tadadak, her typing continued. I get it, but don't do it alone. I know how much you resent the Chameleon Troop, but promise me you'll work with me this time. Regret, sadness, determination, resolve, all those emotions were embedded in Yonha's expression. Okay, I'll count on you then. I replied with a faint smile. However, Rachel, who had been left out all along, suddenly narrowed her eyes. What are you two doing? Doesn't concern you. It's something important. Yonha waved her hand at Rachel as if shooing away a fly. Rachel closed her mouth in embarrassment, determined to take revenge. She then tweaked a few settings, shrinking the size of Yonha's hologram. What the? What are you doing? Can't you tell that I'm in the middle of a conversation? No, I'm the one who was in a call with Hajin SSI. You're the intruder. Yonha SSI. What, are you kidding me? Wah, suddenly. Yonha's voice became high-pitched. Rachel had not only altered Yonha's size, but also her voice. What do you think you're doing? Change me back. We didn't make this feature so that you could do something like this. Ha ha, you're cute when you're small. Yonha SSI. Would you like bunny ears as well? Rachel tapped on the screen a couple of times. Yonha's nose became red and a pair of bunny ears popped up on her head. Hey, are you crazy? Yonha was not the type to let things slide. She used administrator privileges to make Rachel smaller than Evandel. Ah, what is this? Change me back. You started it. Stop being childish. You're the one to talk. Yonha and Rachel, both 130 cm tall, glared at each other. Evandel watched them as if she was watching a play. I called Spartan. Spartan. PRRR. Words weren't necessary between me and Spartan. Spartan could read my mind and always did what I needed him to do. Nothing's wrong with the invisibility cloak. Right, PRRR. Good, be careful, and if you get caught, return immediately. I asked Spartan to monitor Yeonjun and Boss. I wanted to see what Yeonjun was up to and protect Boss. Kairara. Spartan flapped his wings and disappeared into the sky. Just because the media is calling you the elemental swordsman, you're holding your head too high. Don't you know that it's a crime to use company admin rights to spy on a private chat room? Meanwhile, Rachel and Yu Yonha were still arguing with each other. They were yelling and pointing fingers at each other, but I couldn't understand half the things they were saying because of the voice alteration. It looked like it would take a while for them to settle down. Evandel, do you want to go outside and play? Yeah, Evandel grinned. Okay, let's go. I let the two holograms quarrel and left the cabin with Evandel. Outside the cabin was the forest full of Evandel's spirit beasts. The view was straight out of a fairy tale. The unicorn was flying in the sky. The cat and the squirrel were racing against each other, and the hare and the tortoise were scratching each other's backs. All was peaceful and heartwarming. Pandemonium, Chameleon Troop's hideout. At the rooftop of the Chameleon Troop's hideout, Yeonjin was looking down at Pandemonium, the city that once belonged to the Chameleon Troop. His eyes were dark, but full of greed that could devour Pandemonium whole. You did well. Bile, I'm proud of you. Yeonjun patted Yibile, who was standing beside him on the shoulder. Yibile looked at Yeonjun with eyes full of confusion. She had always believed that he was dead. After she killed her own parents, Yeonjun had taken on the role of her father. The fact that he had returned alive was something she couldn't accept so easily. Boss. No, you're the boss, Bile. Don't call me that. But his voice, scent, the way he talked, and even his magic power were the same as before. I'm no longer a member of the Chameleon Troop. The Chameleon Troop belongs to you, and I don't plan to take it away from you, Yeonjun said. He looked at Yubile. Yubile looked up at him from below. But you see, the seat of black that you took in, Kim Hajin, was it? All of a sudden, Yeonjun said something totally unexpected. He's dangerous. Pardon. It's not a surprise that you didn't know. Bile, he teamed up with Bell, the same Bell who murdered me. A voice flowed into Yeonjun's ears as he spoke. You're selling my name already. It was a mental transmission from Bell. Yeonjun answered with a straight face. Bile thinks you're the enemy, so if I can use you to turn her against him, then I will, you need to understand. It's just that I'm not sure it'll work as Belle expected. Yubile quickly shook her head. No, you're wrong. Hajin would never do that. Yeonjun stared at her and gave a small smile. Really, I hope so. I should go back now. Pardon, to where? My body isn't completely recovered yet. Don't worry. I'm not mad at you. But boss, I mean, wait. Yeonjun tried to leave, citing his health as the reason, and Boss chased after him worriedly. See, I told you. Kim Hajin ruined Bile. She's completely different now. If you want to get rid of him, you'll have to do it yourself. Another mental transmission flowed into his ears. Bell sounded cheerful as he made fun of his friend's failure. With a nonchalant expression, Yeonjun kept his silence. Meanwhile, hidden in the deep darkness, a bird was watching them. PRRR. Spartan delivered not only the conversation between Yeonjun and Boss, but also the mental transmission Yeonjun was receiving. Yeah, I'm listening. Go after them. But come back if it looks like you'll get caught. A reply from Kim Hajin. Masked by the shadows of the night, Spartan chased Yeonjun. Chapter 303. After the War 3, I woke up on a small bed in Evandel's cabin. The temperature inside was pleasant, and my arm was serving as Evandel's pillow. I could hear her breathing calmly in her sleep. Looking at her, all sorts of emotions swept through me. Pride, gratitude, sadness. Although she wasn't my real daughter, I likely saw her as one. Ha! I felt sorry and ashamed, and this feeling would only grow stronger in the future. A long time had passed since I came to this world. The farewell that seemed so far away was ever closer. Soon, once the final arc ended, I would most likely be sent back to Earth, and this world would go on without me. I looked at Evandel, who was sleeping soundly. Morning light shone through the window and gently caressed her face. Looking at her, an unknown feeling began to rise in my heart. I don't want to leave. That thought surfaced in my head for the first time. Just like the song I once heard in the other world, I was more afraid of not being by their side than them not being my side. Ehu! A sigh left my mouth. By the looks of it, I was done sleeping for the day. I picked up the smartwatch I placed on the drawer next to the bed. Then I began to look through the social media accounts of heroes who participated in the Auden mission. Yi Jiun, Jiun Tuo Nayan. Suho and team leader Yonha came to visit me at the hospital. Number im fine, now number one step stronger 9,154,352, being a social media addict. Yijiyun's most recent post was from last night. Tigress had torn off her arm, but thanks to quick treatment, she managed to avoid being permanently disabled. Ki Nayan, I am Ki Nayan to protect. My final sword. Number Essence of the Strait, number Ki Nayan 6,104,952. Next was Ki Nayan's page. She posted a picture of two greatswords she recently bought. Ha! I widened my eyes the moment I saw them. My gift, observation and reading, activated. Unknown artifact greatsword. Crusader's Zweihander. I didn't know which sword Ki Nayan used as her main weapon, but even observation and reading couldn't see through unknown artifact greatsword. It meant it was a high-rank artifact at the very least. If she bought it, she got lucky. If Essence of the Strait lent it to her, they probably didn't know its true value. Kim Suho Saver KIM, I love you all. Thank you and sorry. I will continue living my life to the fullest. 53,953,112. Kim Suho only had a post comforting the victims of the Auden incident. As expected of the swordsman of Wish, he had more than 50 million likes. Temple of Justice. Justice Temple Spirit Speech Master Aileen has been appointed as the Temple of Justice's fifth chairman. I will do my best to atone for my predecessors' sins and march forward proudly. 14,003,112. Temple of Justice, Essence of the Strait, YunSeo-jin, Creator's Sacred Grace. Shin Jonghak. I looked through social media posts for about 20 minutes before carefully leaving the bed. I walked up to the window of the cabin, then received the memory Spartan transmitted. The conversation between Boss and Yi Yeonjun and the secret message between Yi Yeonjun and Bell replayed in my head. Yi Yeonjun, I muttered calmly. He was currently the most mysterious character. I didn't know anything about his motive, but I knew that he wanted to kill me. Bell, you bastard. I understood why Jin Sahyuk cursed at Bell 24/7. Bell had known about Yi Yeonjun. He had hidden Yi Yeonjun's existence on purpose. A bitter taste remained in my mouth. The best way to avoid being killed by Yi Yeonjun was undeniably to kill him first. But that would make Boss sad. She might even hate me for it. I knew how much she longed for Yi Yeonjun from the rare instances she talked about him, so I didn't want to kill him. It wasn't that I couldn't. I just didn't want to. I was tired of being hated. While I was standing deep in thought, messages suddenly popped up in front of me. They looked just like the ones I received from the co-author. Announcement: the final phase is starting soon. The temporarily stopped Demon Realm transformation has resumed. As the original author, you may view a map of the regions undergoing Demon Realm transformation. It is recommended that you visit these sites. Do not forget, you have the right to ask me a question. Yeah, thanks. The co-author didn't even make me mad anymore. His messages just passed through me like water. After all, getting mad wouldn't change anything, but the fact that this was the final phase made me a bit sad. MMNN. Evandel tossed and turned on the bed. She was pulling on the blanket as if to find me. With a grin, I turned on the smartwatch and messaged Yu Yonha, "Hey, let's meet in 2 days." Her reply came quickly. 2 days later, yeah. There's something I need to tell you about the Demon Realm transformation. Yu Yonha's guild and businesses had to stand in the forefront of humanity's battle against the Demon Realm transformation. In the next moment, I got curious about something else. By the way, are the two swords Ki Nayan uploaded to her social media page from your guild? Yes, we bought them and permanently lent them to her. Those were the only two great swords on the market. I nodded and typed my reply. She's using both. No, Nayan said she'd use the Crusader's Zweihander only. We lent them both so she could see which one she liked. Once she returns the other artifact, we'll lend it to another hero. We couldn't appraise that one, though. It must be because it's damaged. Damaged. Surprisingly, Yu Yonha was bad at judging weapons. Well, I understood where she was coming from since 95% of inappraisable artifacts were trash. Don't give that to someone else. Bring it with you when you come to see me. We'll meet in North Hamgyong province. I spent 2 days with Evandel, making her pretty clothes, crafting comfortable furniture, and installing the equipment so that she could talk to her friends whenever. I should be able to drop by once a week. Today was the day of farewell. I kneeled in front of Evandel and said with a smile, "Okay." Evandel was tearing up but didn't cry. Instead, She replied cheerfully. Just as I'd grown in the past 8, 9 years, Evandel had grown as well. I gave her a warm hug one last time and then called Spartan. I'm leaving then. Ah, so next week. Are you coming on Tuesday or Wednesday? Tuesday. Yay, Evandel smiled brightly and nodded. Then see you Tuesday. Okay, I'll be waiting. After waving my hand, I told Spartan of my destination. With a nod, Spartan teleported me to that place. PRRRR. The place we arrived at was Korea's North Hamgyong province. Although it was close to a high-rank monster danger zone and Russia's Vostok region, where the evil society was located, the area had undergone great development through national defense weaponry and magic engineering. Keep your eyes out for any strange occurrence. If it gets through, private citizens will be in danger. Demon Realm transformation was underway at the northernmost border of North Hamgyong province. The Korean military, along with heroes dispatched by the Hero Association, were monitoring the situation beyond the Essence Barrier. When are the hero reinforcements coming? There's a battle every hour. Shouldn't there be at least 4 more heroes here? I glanced at the grumbling soldier. Judging by the symbol on his chest, he seemed to be a captain in charge of this area. My apologies. We're messaging the association, but they seem to be busy taking care of the aftermath of the recent incident. Who cares about the aftermath? We need to find out what that thing is and do something about it. Those damned association bastards. The captain yelled and pointed at the field burning black in front of him. About 200 meters of land had turned into the demon realm. Cuke, cuke. At that moment, 4 pillar-sized boars stepped on the demonized land. Ah, damn it. I told you to kill them before they touched that land. Immediately after the captain shouted, League, the boar's flesh melted, and they began to charge at the humans as undead monsters. Undead wild boar, intermediate rank grade -2, wild boars had turned into an intermediate rank monster just by touching the land. The captain soon took out a sword. I also walked toward them with my desert eagle in hand. Get ready. The army quickly prepared themselves for battle. Fire on command. Each of their magic bullets cost 1,000,001, but magic bullets without attributes were incapable of killing undead monsters. It seemed their plan was to weaken the boars with magic bullets, then finish them off with the captain who could use magic power. I decided to help them out. Click! I fired the Desert Eagle. The magic bullet quickly flew towards the dozens of magic bullets shot by the soldiers, displaying a beautiful white color. Cuke! The bullet pierced the 4 boars one by one. The bullet moved too quickly for normal human vision, making it look like the boars suddenly fell. While the soldiers were taken aback by the sudden phenomenon, Wuong, a golden snowmobile, suddenly appeared in the air. It was the dwarven supercar I gifted you, Yonha. You're already here. Yonha drove down with a smile. I just arrived. We shook hands while receiving the gaze of countless soldiers. Soon, the captain who recognized Yu Yonha's face rushed over. This is Captain Yi Junkyang. I heard you were coming, but I never expected you to come from the sky. Keep standing on lookout. Don't mind us. Yes, understood. The captain took the hint and quickly went away. Yu Yonha and I watched the demonized land. The ground had turned reddish-black, and ominous flames were flickering above it. It looked like a powerful enemy was going to rise from the ground. Why did you want to meet me here? I think something will happen here today. I want to see what it was and plan accordingly. I looked at the system message in front of me. Demon Realm transformation of North Hamgyong province is underway. A special change will occur in 20 minutes. It was the first special change on Earth. I figured I should be here to witness it. Really? I don't have much time. Oh, right. Here, Yonha gave me a long piece of metal. Oh, that greatsword. Yep, but it didn't look like this on the picture Key Neon posted. I infused magic power into it to see what it would do, and it changed into that. Like all trash artifacts that can't handle magic power, it's really not worth the 3 billion we paid for it. Yonha shrugged. I infused Stigma's magic power into my eyes and began to appraise it with observation and reading. There was a big difference between seeing the item in a photo and seeing it in real life. Observation and reading quickly appraised the item. I blankly stared at the window that popped up in front of me. If you're interested, you can have it. Yonha spoke. I flinched. This had to be the work of my luck. You're giving this to me, really? Yeah, I don't see why not. If you say so, I'll gladly take it. I put the sword on my back without hesitation. Do you know what this is? I told you we couldn't appraise it. Why, do you know what it is? I pitied Yonha for the first time in a while. Yeah, I do. You do? Well, I don't really mind it. Yu Yonha didn't pay much attention to it as she handed me an envelope of documents. This is what we found out about Yu Yonjin. Ah, thanks, I put the envelope away. Also, have you heard? Yu Yonha continued. A riot broke out in Pandemonium. A riot? What happened? It's because of the demon town that appeared in Pandemonium. Jinns and demons. Something seems to have happened between them. I hear it's a big secret. Here. Yu Yonha took out another envelope. I received it with furrowed brows. You sure have a lot. It's a request for a mission. Mission. I opened the envelope and took out the documents inside. The first few words I saw were escort mission contract. Yu Yonha smiled brightly. I'm going to go to Pandemonium too, so I was wondering if you could act as my escort. I glanced at Yu Yonha before putting the document away. Since I knew nothing about future events, it was probably best to participate in what looked like major plot points. I'll think about it. Think about it positively. If we can excavate the mineral that's said to be there, it'll help us deal with future disasters. Mineral. Yes, but SSH. Yu Yonha suddenly put her finger on her lips. Looks like you haven't heard, but I can't tell you anything until you accept the request. What? You have until next week. Okay, I nodded. Good. Yona smiled leisurely. She then glanced at the sword that was hanging on my back. So, going back to that, you know what it is? Oh, yeah, I do. Oh, I didn't know appraising was your hobby. Rather than being a hobby, it's more that my eyes are good. Ah, you're right. So, what is it? Yona asked playfully, but I responded seriously. It's Barmung. Ah, Barmung, Yona answered with a smile, which soon disappeared as her expression stiffened. See come again. Barmung, you've heard of it. Right, pardon. Yona tilted her head. For the record, I was telling her exactly what I was seeing with observation and reading. Unknown artifact sword. A great sword of unknown origin. Observation and reading, with Stigma's magic power, unlocks a portion of the item's description. Barmung, the treasure of the Nibelungs acquired by Siegfried. Golden mithril envelops the huge blade like silk. It can reflect magic power, and its strength is amplified when used in simple ways. To become the master of this sword, one must infuse 500 ml of one's blood and have the sword judge one's qualification. More details will be unlocked once the item awakens. Haha, you're funny. Barmang. Haha, I'm not kidding. Yuyonha was trying to escape reality. I, of course, didn't let her. If you're not kidding, then that sword, it's really the Barmang that I know, Yuyonha asked with a stiff face. She stared at the sword on my back with an odd gaze. Yeah, it's the one written in the Song of the Nibelungs. Yuyonha swallowed hard. I was curious about what she was thinking about, but I didn't have the time to find out. The demonized land undergoes a major change. The moment, a system message popped up in the corner of my eyes. Yuam, see, can you return that to Emmy? And the moment Yuyonha asked stutteringly, Koong, the demonized land we were watching erupted with a strange explosion. Hideout near East Sea. On the other hand, Jin Sahyuk was looking at the items Kim Hajin left behind in the hideout. A magnifying glass, a robe, basilisk's leather, colorful crystals, etc. They seemed inadequate for the time and effort she put into protecting him. What's this? Jin Sahyuk picked up the magnifying glass from the stash. She tilted her head at first, but it didn't take her long to figure out what it was. It was the gift the king, Prehai, gave Kim Hajin in the recorded past of Akatrina. It was mine to begin with. So, Jin Sahyuk put the magnifying glass in her pocket without feeling guilty. She also took a few pieces of basilisk's leather and tried on the robe Kim Hajin left behind, which she thought felt excellent. It was then, Kung, a strange vibration reached Jin Sahyuk through the East Sea. Jin Sahyuk, who was feeling up Kim Hajin's robe, stopped and raised her head. Soon, more vibrations rang out. What now? Jin Sahyuk snickered. Curiosity and desire for excitement swept through her. She finally felt like she could relieve her boredom. Cura, Jin Sahyuk stretched and activated reality manipulation. A portal popped up in front of her, and another space was stretched out inside it. Let's go. She stepped into the portal without hesitation. Chapter 304, Lawless Zone 1. The first thing I recognized was the explosion. The land turned over and crimson pillars of fire shot up into the air. I saw the flames penetrate the protective walls and stretch out in all directions. Ether moved before I could think. It stretched towards the flames before turning into a thick barricade that stopped the fire from spreading. The explosion stopped, but this was only the beginning. Kung! The earth shook violently, followed by huge crustal movements. Everywhere I could see, the earth was starting to slither like a snake. Suddenly, a giant door appeared at the center of the transformed land. It was a rectangular, metallic door. You are Ook. Yunha leaned against me, swaying back and forth from the earthquake. I created a foothold with ether and stood on top of it with her, now in a more stable position. Yunha let out a dry cough of embarrassment and turned her gaze to the other side. What is that? I have no idea. Runic language that I couldn't understand floated around the mysterious door. It was a rather strange scene. I carefully looked over the symbols, interpreting the runes with gift, observation, and reading. First step to demon realm transformation. Erosion. 30 days left until the door to the demon realm opens. It looks like bad things will happen when that door opens. Yunha said with a frown. Oh, I'm not exactly sure what that is. Be quiet while I interpret the runes. What? Yunha's face distorted into a scowl. I ignored her and continued with the interpretation. This is the demon realm gate, which increases the rate of demon realm transformation of the lands surrounding it. This is the demon realm gate, which increases the rate of demon realm transformation of the lands surrounding it. I spoke out loud so that Yunha could hear. She looked more comfortable now. 30 days from now, the door of challenge will open. A total of 200 people may rise to the challenge. 30 days from now, the door of challenge will open. A total of 200 people may rise to the challenge. If the challengers are victorious, the door will disappear forever. However, if the challengers are defeated, the door will open completely and the devil shall descend. Entrance is first come, first served. The moment I finished the interpretation, demons suddenly rose from the transformed earth. They looked similar to humans, except for the horns on their heads, just like the demons I saw in the Tower of Wish. The Demon Realm Gate. The name sounded strangely familiar. The Demon Realm Gate, the Demon Realm Gate. I kept repeating it inside my head. Then I suddenly remembered. Ah, this is the Demon Realm Gate, was among the settings I had discarded. It was quite different from regular erosion. I went on a hiatus before I could utilize it, but I knew for sure that a new world and challenges were waiting inside it. It would be the perfect stepping stone for a memorable ending. This is what? Ha! Oh, it's nothing. I shook my head at Yunha's question. I just wanted to say, all the information I just told you, be sure to keep them to yourself. I don't want any jinns to enter the gate 30 days from now. Of course. You didn't think I'd know that, Yunha shrugged, slightly offended. But I already heard everything you said. All of a sudden, I heard Jin Sahyuk's voice. Startled, I turned my head to the side, and there she was, Jin Sahyuk, just as expected. Jin Sahyuk looked at me and Yunha and smirked. I'll definitely be one of the 200 challengers. I was really self-conscious because of Yunha. I had to pretend that I had never seen Jin Sahyuk before in my life. I've seen her before. She's Crevon's former knight commander. Yunha remarked. Ah, you're right, I said with a nod. This is ridiculous. Jin Sahyuk began digging into her pockets. At the same time, I heard loud footsteps from a distance. Heroes were probably on their way here. What is she doing? Yunha stared at Jin Sahyuk with doubtful eyes. Jin Sahyuk was looking at me through a magnifying glass. Wait, a magnifying glass. Hey, stop. I stretched ether towards the magnifying glass. But boom, it shattered into pieces before ether could reach it. Chwak. Pieces of glass fell on the ground. Damn it. I had no idea why the magnifying glass suddenly shattered. Maybe Jin Sahyuk broke it, or maybe it broke naturally. But I knew one thing for sure. That Jin Sahyuk definitely saw something. Her widened eyes and dazed expression told me so, but I didn't have any time to react. Hey, what happened here? I'm the high intermediate rank hero Kim Wajung from Creator's Sacred Grace. Soon, hundreds of heroes and reporters poured in, and I took my eyes off of Jin Sahyuk for about 1 second. Damn it! And Jin Sahyuk was gone. Heart of Pandemonium, Chameleon Troops Building, a request. You say. The next day, Boss received a call from Kim Hajin. He informed her of his decision on accepting a request in the name of Geronimo's Fenrir. Yes, I was hired as a bodyguard. Bodyguard. That made sense considering how dangerous Pandemonium was. It was much bigger and far more brutal than any civilian could imagine. Are you heading to the west? Initially, Pandemonium started in the plains of Mongolia. However, as the Jinns gained more and more power, the territory stretched beyond Xinjiang into Kazakhstan. Yes, to Kazakhstan. Boss nodded. her gaze fixed on the TV screen. The appearance of the Demon Realm Gate at the border area of North Hamgyong Province has driven the association to call for an emergency meeting. Reports of Demon Realm transformation in North Hamgyong Province were in full swing. Rather than the news, Boss was more focused on Kim Hajin and Jin Sahyuk, though it was only for a brief moment Boss saw the two of them together on the screen. Are you going alone? Yes, it's highly confidential. She said nothing, but currently her imagination was running wild. Kim Hajin continued. I'm sorry that I've been so busy lately, but my gift should have arrived there by now, Boss. Did you not get it yet? Gift? Boss raised her eyebrows. Yes, clothes and a robe. I didn't get any as Boss shook her head. She suddenly recalled last night's strange incident. Jane was wearing a dress and a robe, both of which Boss had never seen before. When Boss asked her about them, Jane, clearly surprised, had answered, It's nothing. Did she really? Boss felt anger well up in her heart. It appears that Jane stole them. Ah, Jane, again, I can't believe this. So this wasn't the first time Jane had done something like this. Why didn't I notice before? Boss wondered. Soon enough, she realized that Jane must have used her ability to disguise as herself. Jane, Boss muttered to herself, how dare you insult me, your boss? Boss clenched her fists. Boss, I'm hanging up. As soon as she hung up, Boss called Jane. Her hands were shaking with rage, but she tried to remain calm. She knew that even the slightest hint of anger would be enough to drive Jane away. Hey, Boss, what's up? Jane picked up right away, thankfully. Jane, where are Cuham? Boss gulped nervously and put on a smile. She felt the need to feign kindness in order to lure Jane in. Where are you? Huh? Jane had never seen Boss smile and speak so warmly. Slightly bewildered, Jane began to stutter. I'm at Paris for a party. Why did you call me? Ah, nothing. I was just wondering, when are you coming home? But Jane felt wary of Boss's overly friendly demeanor. It was just as the old saying goes, too much water drowned the miller. From the other side of the smartwatch, Jane asked carefully, Boss, did you, by any chance find out? Under the night sky lit with a full moon, Yonha left her mansion, concealing herself under a robe and a mask. Only two people were allowed to accompany her on this top-secret mission, her secretary, Jin Sechin, and master rank hero, Jin Seyin. The two had already arrived in Pandemonium and just now sent her a message saying that they found a place to stay. Yonha once again scrutinized the most crucial piece of information before departing for good. Equals dimensional entropy, x 300 million, the most important item right now. A source of unknown energy, buried somewhere in Pandemonium's lawless zone. Rumor has it that the jinns and demons are fighting over it. This was her first and foremost goal. The name, dimensional entropy, was only temporary, because no one knew for sure whether this item was an ore or something entirely different. But she knew for sure that it was the source of energy that spanned the entire globe. Therefore, she couldn't risk having it fall into the hands of the jinns or other entrepreneurs. Yonha believed that only she, the Queen of Soul, could handle an item of such importance. With this, I'll have the entire world in the palm of my hand. Yonha clenched her fist. It was then a man appeared from the shadow of the garden. It was, of course, Kim Hajin. Yonha crossed her arms and said, You're here. Yeah, where's the dwarven supercar? Wait a second. Yonha approached the pond at the corner of the garden. The water was crystal clear and carp were happily swimming inside it. However, when Yonha pushed a button on her smartwatch, Shurong, a huge platform ascended from the bottom of the pond. Whoa, you did a good job hiding it. A dwarven supercar, sleek and shiny, was sitting on the platform. It's become my hobby to go out for a ride whenever I'm too stressed. I can't risk having it stolen. Yonha smiled. Let's get going. Then, right. Kim Hajin sat in the front and Yonha sat in the back. Kim Hajin immediately activated random consolidation system. Suddenly, something amazing happened. Not only did the vehicle become sturdier and more efficient, but its seats also became wider and cozier. You're really a man of mystery. That was all Yonha could say. I'm going to drive slowly, so why don't you take a nap? This will take at least an hour. I'm not sleepy. More importantly, did you finish reading the Yeonjun files? Kim Hajin nodded. I did. He's more dangerous than I thought. Currently, Yu Jinhyuk was in the process of researching Yeonjun's past based on Kim Hossup's reports, although much research had yet to be done. What he found so far was enough to prove Yi-Yeon-jun was evil. He is. He had to get what he wanted at all costs. He and Yu Yonha were similar in that sense, but the difference was that Yi-Yeon-jun cared for neither rationality nor practicality. He relied only on violence to meet his needs. Ah, right. Yu-Yonha casually brought up the subject that had kept her awake for days in regret, the question that she had been wanting to ask him for so long. You were lying about Barmung. Right, he had to be. How could he recognize Barmung so quickly when even professional appraisers couldn't recognize it? No, I wasn't, but Kim Hajin was unwavering. Uyona felt the confidence in his voice. It made her heart heavy. Then give it back. Uyona caught Kim Hajin by the sleeve and pulled feebly. Give it back. Give what back? I was going to give it to Nayan anyway. PFD. Though Uyona was starting to sound pitiful, Kim Hajin only smiled. Okay, how about we make it a lease? I want more shares. You have plenty already. No, Kim Hajin shook his head bitterly and said, I need a lot more to prepare for the future. Pandemonium, Kazakhstan lawless zone, in the face of the recent monster invasion. Most Central Asian countries had declared the dissolution of state. Kazakhstan was one of such countries. Still, its legacy lived on as humanity began to refer to the lawless zone as Kazakhstan, for that was where it was. We're here. The sky was starting to fade when we arrived at the Kazakhstan lawless zone, which was notorious for its, well, lawlessness. Ha! The flight was exactly 1 hour before landing. I woke up Yu Yonha, who had fallen asleep in the back seat while working. I then put the dwarven supercar inside the vehicular spatial pouch that Yu Yonha had prepared in advance. Are you sure we're at the lawless zone? Yu Yonha muttered doubtfully. For a land that was infested with over 3 billion monsters, everything seemed surprisingly peaceful. Just because this is the lawless zone doesn't mean everyone is fighting 24/7. There are circles here. Ah, I get it. Because I researched it in advance. I don't need your explanation. A circle referred to a group of jinns, similar to Satan's servants. All jinns living in the lawless zone were a member of a circle, be it big or small. Things were peaceful right now because there was a balance of power between different circles. One hasty move could lead to a full-blown war, as insulting a member of a circle was tantamount to insulting the circle itself. Ha! Suddenly, Yonha pointed into the distance. Look, over there, looks like they even sell food here. I turned my gaze to where Yonha was pointing. Skewered pork, a stall was there. It had large chunks of meat placed on wooden skewers for display. However, as evident from the way Yonha was drooling, it was not an ordinary meat. In fact, it was the meat of an intermediate rank grade -5 monster, FLE boar. FLE boars live only in Central Asia, so there was no way to get it in Korea. Should we get some? Well, if you insist. Together we approached the stall. A grim-faced Jin was roasting the meat. I asked, how much? The Jin glanced at me and replied, 300,000 won, or 300 DP. It seemed that in Pandemonium, both won and DP were widely used. However, duck that. W what? Yuyonha seemed surprised at my sudden cursing. I could easily pay 300,000 won, of course, but like I said, all jinns belong to a circle. So if I let this one undermine me, the members of the circle that he belonged to would do the same. In the society of jinns, weakness was considered a sin. Duck that, the vendor glared at me. Though he appeared quite threatening, he failed to scare me. Yeah, duck that, then get lost. I would, but you haven't sold me the food yet. Yuyona seemed confused. What's wrong with you? I told you we have to be secretive, she whispered, but I ignored her. Are you gonna pay in DP or one? The Jin finally gave up. 70,000 won each. That sounded much more reasonable. Having received a discount, I paid 250,000 won for 4 skewers. 5 minutes later. It tastes even more amazing because of the discount. Let's head over to the hotel now. Nom, nom, we munched on the meat as we walked towards the hotel. This place is far more dangerous than you think. Remember to keep your robe on at all times. Yes, I know. Ah, there it is. Finally, a hotel came into our view. It was a wooden building that looked more like a pub than a hotel. The name of the hotel was Jin Days, obviously very cheesy. Let's go. Yeah, we went in. Kick. Wow, this is surprising. Our eyes widened the moment we opened the door. Though the hotel appeared shabby on the outside, the lobby was big and even had a bar. There were lots of customers as well. Let's get going. Okay, they said room 303. Yu Yonha quickly passed through the lobby. However, just as she was about to set foot on the staircase, I saw a man sitting alone at a corner table. I had no idea why, but he stood out to me. He had disheveled hair and a bushy beard. Right then, the morning sunlight seeped through the window and shone over the man's face. Immediately, my hair stood on end. The man leaning against the window, I wasn't sure if he was drunk or just sleepy. I had seen him before through Spartan's eyes and also in the composite sketches. It was Yeonjun. Chapter 305. Lawless Zone 2. Yeonjun was sitting at a table in the lobby. It was certainly the same Yeonjun I saw through Spartan's eyes. At first, my thoughts stopped. If Yeonjun was nearby or up to something suspicious, Spartan would have told me about it. But as surprised as I was, I made sure to not stare at him for more than 3 seconds. Yeonjun should know my face. It would be bad if he saw me here. Spartan, where are you? I transmitted my thoughts to Spartan as I quickly climbed up the stairs. Soon, Spartan's thoughts returned. Right, he had been sleeping. I was a bit dumbfounded, but I quickly understood. Spartan's stamina was fairly low. After all, did you sleep well? You know, Yeonjun is right here. Spartan's consciousness spiked up. He then gave an excuse. I planned to chase him after a quick nap. I only slept 6 hours. Don't worry about it. From now, just tell me if you're going to sleep. Seeing Yeonjun here startled me. Anyways, continue following him once you're refreshed. I ordered Spartan, who began to wash his face at a nearby lake. He would probably eat something before heading over. What are you doing over there? Yeonha asked while leaning against the guardrail. Nothing. I glanced at Yeonjun one last time. He was sipping on alcohol, seemingly exchanging mental transmissions with Belle. Do you want to grab a drink? We don't have much time. Yeonha asked again. No, it's nothing. Really? I shrugged and continued moving. After arriving in room 302, Yeonha and I met two people who were waiting for us, YunSeo-jin and YunSeo-jin. It's been a while. Hajin SSI. YunSeo-jin greeted me with a unique, gentle smile. Nice to meet you. We've seen each other before. I hope you remember me. Next, YunSeo-jin respectfully reached out with his hand. He was Yeonha's secretary. Ah, yes, how can I forget? I'm still using the desert eagle you gave me. I shook his hand, then took off my robe. YunSeo-jin took it and smoothly hung it on the hanger. Yeonha then sat at the head of the table and began the meeting. Kyuham, with a cough. She put on a serious expression. I'm sure you all know why we're gathered here. Yeonha projected a holographic video with her smartwatch. The video took place deep underground in first-person view. Faint lights hung from the ceiling, which were the only sources of light lighting the dark surroundings. The footage is taken by our agent. He infiltrated Pandemonium 5 years ago, disguising himself as a djinn. Koong, 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 large rumbling rang out. The agent marched towards the source of the sound. Yeonha sped up this part of the footage to 16x speed until the agent arrived at the end of what seemed like a mine shaft. Here, and at the end of the mine shaft was the item Yeonha wanted to get. This is the transcendental energy I dubbed dimensional entropy. Dozens of djinns were surrounding a spherical ore emitting a dark green glow. What are we going to do with this? The demons in the north are demanding it. I'd hand it over to Terra before handing it to those bastards. Yeonha then stopped the footage. As you can see, demons and djinns aren't getting along, or at least these demons in the north. Not only do demons look more grotesque, but they also seem to be serving a different devil. Furthermore, demons don't have money. DP is distributed by demon merchants, who are different entities than normal demons. A few months before Auden was defeated, demons and demon merchants appeared in the world. Although they both came from the demon realm, they were treated in completely different manners. I don't know about that either. If we give this to Terra, who knows what he'll do with it? Wouldn't it be better to go with Wicked, who's more moderate? No, the djinn who seemed to be the leader shook his head. Yeonha paused the footage again and explained, by the way, that djinn is vicious. The original vicious died, and a new djinn took his place. He is currently the lowest-ranked member of the 9 evils, but because he united several djinn circles, he has a powerful influence over this lawless zone. Now, keep watching. Vicious spoke as soon as the footage resumed. This ore has enough power to destroy the balance of djinn society. If it falls into the hands of demons, we will have no choice but to submit to them. But if it falls into Terror or Wicked's hands, we don't know what they'll do with it. Now, unfortunately, We can't have it ourselves, since we don't have the strength to protect it or the means to utilize it. At that moment, several system windows popped up in front of me. Equals information has been added due to witnessing a special setting change. Dimensional entropy, clusters of condensed energy created when demons crossed over dimensions. Co-author's opinion, using it properly will be of help to you. Co-author's opinion. He's been talking more and more recently. Is it because the ending is approaching? I sighed and smiled. Regardless of the co-author's intentions, I wanted it if it would be of help. I had to prepare for the final arc thoroughly, no matter how slow I do it. That way, everyone could reach the proper ending. So instead, we will sell it to humans for money and artifacts. Oi, Licrose. When Vicious yelled the name Licrose, the camera moved towards Vicious. That seemed to be the name of Yonha's agent. Go to Essence of the Strait. Tell them I, Vicious, will sell them a life-changing item. With that, Yonha stopped the video. That's how this mission came about. You get the gist, right? Jinsein and I both nodded. Yonha continued with her arms still crossed. But that ore can't be transferred through normal means. Because of its size, it is too noticeable, and making contact with magic power causes it to explode. We determined we needed a special case and a special vehicle to move it. Yonha paused, and Jin Sechin stepped up. He put out a case on the table. This is a Tilionium case. Lightning magic has been applied to it already. With the information we received from Vicious, we built it to withstand the dimensional entropy's energy. So we're going to put the ore in the case and transport it with the Dwarven supercar. Yonha shook her head at my question. The Dwarven supercar operates using magic power. Even with the case protecting it, it still isn't 100% safe. We prepared another vehicle for this mission. We'll go back to Korea on it. Is there a reason you came personally? It's a bit dangerous to return to Korea from here over land. I was worried for Yonha's safety. She was only high intermediate rank grade -2, although her growth speed was quick given her age. It was still nowhere near geniuses like Ki Naeun or Kim Suho. Yonha stiffened her expression resolutely. This is my job, so I will do it. Plus, only the 5 of us can know about this. 5 of us, including the agent, I thought. According to international law, mysterious items transcending common sense have to be turned over to the association. But knowing the corruption within the association, we can't let other people find out. Jin Sein quickly replied to Yonha. I agree. Yonha SSI is far more trustworthy than the association. Ha! You really think so? I asked. The Hero Association loved Jin Sein more than any other hero. Jin Sein answered with a bitter smile. I'm very disappointed with the Hero Association because of the recent incident. Park Hanho, the girl of authority, the association seems to have lost their founding principles. That's why I decided to follow Yonha SSI. The association kept the girl of authority's kidnapping a secret. It wasn't until Park Hanho's betrayal that it was revealed to the world, causing a huge discussion. As the person who planned her abduction, it did sting my conscience a bit. Oh right, did Park Hanho's daughter really come back to life? Pardon, I don't know that much. No, Yonha answered my question. That girl isn't Park Hanho's real daughter. It was a chameleon humanoid monster who had Park Yonhee's brain transplanted. It could be argued, I guess, since the humanoid monster really believed she was Park Yonhee. I see. Then, Yonha SSI, do you know what the association will do about Senior Park Hanho? Jin Sein asked bitterly. Execution would be my guess. The atmosphere turned grim at Yonha's words. Cold wind seeped in from the window. Blood and magic power were mixed in the air. Chak, Chak, Yonha clapped to lighten up the mood and the air. She spoke with a smile. Let's stop talking and rest. We'll have to wake up early tomorrow. Vicious's mine shaft. We went underground to Vicious's mine shaft early in the morning. We weren't here to sightsee, so we quickly moved. I carried a spatial pouch filled with 50 billion won, and Jin Sein carried 6 high-rank artifacts, both of which would be traded for dimensional entropy. Hand over the items and money first. In a dark underground space, Vicious and his comrades stood before us. They showed no signs of compromise. 50 billion won. Cash. The artifacts will be given once we retrieve the item and leave the lawless zone. Yonha took the spatial pouch from me and threw it over to Vicious. One of his comrades checked the content of the pouch. 50,000 won bills. 100,000 of them. It's 50 billion won, all right. Great, you know that us Jins hate checks. Yonha smirked at Vicious's words. The spatial pouch will be a gift. It's a pinnacle-grade spatial pouch, so it'll easily go for 3 billion won on the market. The Jin holding the spatial pouch flinched. He then glanced down at the spatial pouch in shock. Vicious stared at Yonha fixedly before taking a deep breath and nodding. Good, we'll open the way. Follow me. Vicious turned around first, and we followed after him. Tack, tack. The path became narrower the more we walked. The soot in the air stuck to our skin. Even Kai reinforcement was useless here. Ha! Yonha's breathing became rough. Jin Sechin looked at her with worry. After about 5 minutes of walking, all of a sudden, a fierce gust of magic power blew over. The magic power put heavy pressure on our bodies. I held myself back from vomiting and walked over. It's here, Vicious spoke. We looked forward in a daze. CHY, a mysterious, spherical ore was pulsing with dark green magic power. Equals dimensional entropy, durability 10/10, a transcendental stone condensed with the power of multiple dimensions. Will release magic power until its durability runs out. Take it. If you can. That is, this time I stepped up. With ether, I grabbed the dimensional entropy. The ore was only the size of a baseball, but it weighed over a ton. Ether burned from the ore's searing magic power. Phew! I carried the dimensional entropy over and put it inside the Tylonium case. The case hugged the ore gently and sealed it inside. The dark green color lighting the mine shaft immediately subsided, and the queasy feeling in my stomach disappeared. Oh, as expected of Essence of the Strait, that's an interesting piece of equipment. Is it light? It's enchanted with weight-reducing magic. I picked up the case. Yonha turned around without a word. She seemed to be in a hurry to leave. Then again, most girls wouldn't want to be in mine shafts. Jin Sechin quickly followed her, and Jin Seyin handed over the 6 artifacts she had with her. Here you go. Ahoho, oi lilac, appraise them. Go ahead. Hajin SSI, I'll finish the trade. I took Jin Seyin to her word and left the mine shaft. There were 2 identical cars waiting outside the mine shaft. They were made with adamantium, the strongest known metal in the modern world. The windows were jet black. It was easy to see that the 2 sedans had the sturdiness of war tanks. Tock, tock, knocks rang out from the car parked in the front. I opened the passenger seat with the Tylonium case in hand. Ahem. The back seat was for Yonha, but a man I didn't know was sitting in the driver's seat. Seeing that I was standing in a daze, Yonha explained. You saw him in the video, right? This is that agent. Licrose, I got a separate driver so you can focus on guarding the item. Licrose looked at me and nodded. Nice to meet you. Ah, yes, nice to meet you. I greeted him back and sat down next to him. Yonha spoke. We'll leave once Jin Seyin SSI comes back. Jin Sechin and Jin Seyin would ride the other car, which was prepared just in case anything happened. Soon, Jin Seyin came out of the mine shaft and got on the driver's seat of the other car. As Jin Sechin was already sitting in the back seat, Jin Seyin started the engine and took off. Let's go. Licrose nodded his head and stepped on the accelerator. Vroom, the sound of a gas engine was rather nostalgic, as I often teleported from place to place. But at that moment, Yonha began to act strangely in the back seat. She moaned, hit her chest, and bit her nails. Are you okay? When I asked, she was massaging her temple with both hands. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just that I hate confined spaces. Oh, you have claustrophobia. It's claustrophobia, not claustrophobia. And yeah, I'm a bit embarrassed to say it, but it's pretty severe. I see. As the person who created Yonha's background setting, I obviously knew about it. It wasn't just claustrophobia, germophobia, paranoia, coulrophobia. Yonha was fated to live with countless mental illnesses. These mental illnesses would only continue to worsen, as she would be under constant threat of assassination given her position. Just sleep, I'll take care of the rest. Heh, okay, Yonha laughed and nodded her head. The sedan left the heart of the lawless zone and reached the outskirts. I looked outside the window with my senses heightened. I couldn't sense any threat. We're about to leave the lawless zone. I said, got it. Yonha seemed to be feeling better as she replied with a smile. Oh, right. The association finished deciphering the runic language around the Demon Realm Gate. They should start gathering heroes officially in a few days. Gathering heroes. 200 people need to be present to enter the Demon Realm Gate. You're going to participate too, right? Why would I? I can just sneak in. PFD, I won't help you if you get caught. I shrugged, and Yonha leaned back. As she looked comfortable, I didn't worry about her too much. I faced front. From the front, something sharp was flying over. Before I could perceive it, it broke through the window. Bullet time didn't activate. Something simply pierced through the window, and the driver's head exploded in the next moment. Hey! A dazed voice rang out. I turned to the side. Lickrose's head was missing, replaced by an arrow. I turned around. Lickrose's blood and brain fluid were covering Yonha's body. What? Yonha muttered blankly, and in the next moment, another arrow flew over. I released ether, forming a shield. The arrow hit the shield, veering slightly off course and piercing Yonha's shoulder rather than her head. Kayak! Yonha screamed, and I immediately shouted louder. Duck! But Yonha didn't listen. She wasn't in any state to do so. She was in a panic. This was probably the first time she witnessed such a gory death. I couldn't use time reversal, either because it was on cooldown. I quickly strengthened the sedan with ether and stigma. Whack! Ether enveloped the car. A mere arrow wouldn't be able to break the sedan anymore. But I couldn't do anything about the shattered window. I shouted loudly, Duck! Duck, Yonha! But Yonha was having trouble even breathing normally. She was clutching her arms and whimpering. Another magic arrow flew over. As expected, it wasn't enough to break through the car, which was strengthened with ether and stigma. Using this time, I moved over to the back seat. Yonha was clearly having a panic attack. Shaking like a schizophrenic, I pushed her head down first. Calm down, calm down. I caressed her head with Stigma's magic power and said, It's me, look at me. Hearing me, Yonha slowly raised her head. She stared at me with eyes full of fear. Tears were flowing down her cheeks. Q-Huck! Yonha suddenly coughed. A piece of Lickrose's shattered skull came out of her mouth. Yonha saw it too. She seemed to have swallowed it subconsciously. Immediately, her eyes rolled over and her body swayed. Hey, snap out of it. Tee this. Just keep your head down. We just have to keep out of the shooter's firing line. The arrow can only come in through the broken window since it can't do anything about the car. Got it. Yonha nodded her head. Geez, talk about a surprise. I muttered to myself and sent a mental transmission to YunSeo-jin. Is this what people felt when they faced Black Lotus? YunSeo-jin SSI. Where are you? She quickly responded. Hajin SSI, we're TZZT. However, her message was cut in the middle. They seemed to be under attack as well. Without a choice, I called Spartan over and took out the Desert Eagle. There was nothing I could do inside the car, but as I was about to leave the car, wait. Yonha grabbed my hand strongly. Hey, are you going somewhere? You wait here. It'll be safer. No, I don't want to. I shook off Yonha's hand and opened the door. Yonha reached out and shouted desperately, Don't go, don't go. But I left and was immediately greeted by an arrow. Bullet time didn't activate this time either. Instead, a system window popped up alerting me why. Warning, you are facing a sharpshooter possessing a similar level of gift. Master Sharpshooter's sub-gift will be temporarily sealed. Similar level, my ass. I gritted my teeth and took out the Desert Eagle. If our gifts were on a similar level, I just had to strengthen mine with stigma. It was then that I realized something important. To transform the Desert Eagle into its sniper rifle form, I needed ether. But ether was currently fused with the car, protecting Yonha. As such, I could only use my bow and arrow. Chapter 306, Lawless Zone 3. I hid behind the car and sent a command to Spartan. He quickly appeared in the sky and looked down at us. Whoosh! At that moment, another arrow flew towards us, targeting the car's tire. Ether tried to protect it, but because the tire wasn't strong to begin with, it couldn't withstand the attack even with Ether's help. Quang! The tire popped like a balloon as Spartan shared his field of vision with me. I could see the enemy about 5 km to the east. It wouldn't be hard to see him at first through Spartan's eyes, but his location was made very clear in the next moment when he shot an arrow at Spartan. Spartan flapped his wings and dodged the attack, but the arrow quickly turned and chased after Spartan. Chwara. The fiercely flying arrow was quicker than Spartan. At this rate, Spartan would die as well. The moment the arrow grazed Spartan's feathers, I ordered him to escape. Spartan teleported out just in time, and the arrow pierced through thin air. But at that moment, an unpleasant system alert popped up. Spartan's wing has been injured. He is unable to use his authority. I bit my lips. Returning to my normal field of vision, I looked around the surroundings. We were attacked in the outskirts of the lawless zone. Although a few pubs and inns were nearby, fights were commonplace here. Even if I asked someone for help, it was unlikely for any of them to listen to me. Tusk. The only thing protecting me was a sedan enveloped in ether. I was running out of time. I doubted that the sedan could withstand the enemy's terrifying arrows any more than this. Without any other choice, I took out Temujin's bow blessed by Horus and Athena's moonlight arrow. I didn't hesitate much. To save Yonha and to save myself, I needed to do this. The moment I grabbed the arrow, Master Sharpshooter's senses heightened. I looked to the east. My vision quickly stretched out until it reached my target 5 km away. I finally caught a glimpse of the sharpshooter that attacked us. It was a woman holding a black bow. Her dark eyes seemed to be staring at me directly. No, she was most certainly staring at me. Our eyes exchanged glances from 5 km away. Kiek, the enemy, pulled her bowstring. For some reason, I felt like I knew her. Blue hair flowing down over her black leather armor, slightly tanned skin and fair facial features. The sharpshooter looked just like the person I imagined while I was writing. Blair, that should be her name. She was one of the 10 devils I thought of using for the final part of the story, Lerage the Green Devil. As her title suggested, green was her symbolic color, but the background story was that she hated green so much that she dyed her green hair blue. Lerage held more moderate views among the devils, and by the looks of it, she still seemed to be staying in her incarnation body. Still, she was the sole archer among devils. She was not an opponent I could deal with easily. Who? Why was the 14th ranked devil here? I was annoyed by the sudden turn of events, but I knew complaining about it wouldn't do me any good. I took a deep breath and knocked Athena's moonlight arrow onto my bow. Then I poured everything I had into it. Stigma's magic power, random consolidation system, constraints and amplifications. A terrifying magic power descended on the moonlight arrow, and brilliant rays of light began to stretch out in all directions. The moonlight's holy power enveloped the earth and sky. I aimed the cluster of light at the devil and pulled the bowstring strongly. But due to Lerage's strange reaction, I didn't fire the arrow. She put her bow down and stared at me. Her gaze held no hostility or killing intent. Her expressionless face only showed her cold beauty. After staring at me for a long time, Lerage muttered, "My name." A fleeting voice came out of her coy lips. Next, Lerage suddenly put away her bow and arrows. I couldn't understand what brought on the sudden change, but it was clear she no longer had any desire to attack. As such, I put my bow down as well. In that instant, Lerage's form disappeared like a mirage. What? I was taken aback. Did my arrow scare her away? No, I doubt that's the case. No matter the reason, the current situation was better for me. Not only did I conserve my strength, but I also didn't have to risk my life fighting her to the death. A huge luck erupted. A single word pays back a debt of 1,000 gold. Your thoughtless mumbling saved your life. The great rank 14 devil Lere takes interest in the human who recognized her. Information regarding Lerage has been added to your gift observation and reading. You obtain 333 SB. Narrow escape from death, 7/9, special stat. Accumulation of luck becomes partly unlocked. Narrow escape from death popped up once again. That was luck too, I exclaimed in surprise. Then I remembered someone. Ah! I quickly ran to the side of the sedan and opened the door. Yonha was sitting in the corner, her face pale and her body trembling. The inside of the car looked different than just now. The remnants of Licrose's corpse were nowhere to be seen, and a hot current of electricity was crackling inside. Yonha had burned Licrose's blood, flesh, and bones into nothingness. North Pandemonium, undeveloped area, in the Russian land north of Pandemonium. A temple no human knew about existed. Monsters swarmed the area, and the temple was shrouded by tall coniferous forest. Inside this dark temple, countless jinns and demons were gathered to worship the rank 14th devil. She should be fine on her own, right? The jinn assigned to this temple, Destruction, said worryingly. In front of him were many jinns and a few demons who were waiting for their lord to return. The outside world is dangerous. We know what happened to Plucus. Destruction was always interested in the descent of the devil he was serving. When signs of demon realm transformation appeared, he helped the descent of the rank 14 devil more carefully than any other jinn. Destruction took care so that no one would find out about his lord's descent. He knew very well what happened to rank 50 Devil Plucus, whose existence was revealed to the world. Don't worry, Lord Lerage is a noble who is among the strongest in the demon realm. But the devil's henchmen seemed to be carefree. Court, the most human-looking servant among the demons, said with a smile, Lord Lerage isn't someone a mere human can injure. And at that moment, Lerage returned to the temple. Her ability allowed her to change the composition of her body freely. She took the form of wind and quickly arrived at her throne. The servants waiting for her all bowed with respect. But Court noticed something. Lerage didn't have the dimensional entropy in her hands. That was the object she had left to obtain personally. At that moment, Court's gaze met Lerage. Court flinched, while Lerage simply gave a command. Rise. Her command wasn't in the form of words. She projected letters using Earth's technology known as a smartwatch. This was a small constraint placed on Lerage. She had to expend her life force every time she spoke, so she used this smartwatch given by destruction to express her thoughts. I didn't bring the object you talked about. Court and Destruction stared at the words appearing in the air. There was a mysterious human who knew my name. With that, Lerage leaned against her throne. Her youthful look and soft figure shone seductively. Court was displeased. Dimensional entropy was an important item in the descent of a devil, yet Lerage had given up because she took interest in a mere human. Lord, you are a nobleman renowned across the demon realm. It isn't strange for tales of Lord's strength to have spread to earth. So how can it be strange for— Lerage furrowed her brows and cut him off. Humans don't know me. This isn't the demon realm. Tadadak, Lerage typed on the holographic keyboard as she looked around her surroundings. He even knew my name. Is that so? Of course. I don't lie. Next, Lerage yawned. As her descent wasn't fully complete, Lerage slept often. I'm sleepy. Wake me up if those old devils contact us. Look into the human who recognized me too. He really was quite interesting, with 4 final messages. Lerage fell asleep. Court stared at Lerage's sleeping figure and then faced Destruction next to him. Destruction? Yes, Lord. Look into this human Lord Lerage has taken interest in. You'll also have to bring back the dimensional entropy. Destruction widened his eyes in surprise, then put on a deep smile. This was exactly what he wanted to do. From what he recently learned, the human who took the dimensional entropy was none other than the daughter of Yu-Jin. Understood. Leave it to me, Destruction replied and laughed happily. Central Asia, I threw the car away. It could be repaired, but it was already too tattered, and in its current state, it was at a huge risk of being attacked again. I summoned Sanuri, who I turned into a card, and ran with Yu-Yonha. Sanuri was burdened by the dimensional entropy I was carrying, but she was still as quick as ever. Click, clack, as Sanuri sped forward. I checked Yu-Yonha's condition. She was trembling sporadically, her body was freezing, and her breathing was labored. Like a bird drenched in rain, her frail body was devoid of strength. Yu-Yonha needed time to rest. I saw a natural cave surrounded by greenery with my 1,000-mile eyes, and I led Sanuri to it. Get down. Yu-Yonha came down from Sanuri's back without a word. She staggered but didn't fall. She sat down against the cave wall, pretending to be fine, and stared at me. I took this moment to message YunSeo-jin. YunSeo-jin SSI, are you okay? TZZT. Static noise rang out a few times before she returned a reply. Yes, we managed to survive. The car broke down, but we were able to escape. Where are you now? As expected. A master rank hero wasn't so easily killed. It seemed she even managed to protect YunSeo-jin. I'll send you the coordinates. Tell me if you're too far. I sent her our current location. After a brief silence, a troubled voice rang out. Yes, we're far. Perhaps 2 days away on foot. We went in different directions after all. Then send me your location. I'll pick you up. Pick me up. I looked at Sanuri. She immediately understood my intention and snorted unhappily. Yes, I have a horse with me. She's incredibly smart, beautiful, and kind. Sanuri's expression brightened. YunSeo-jin's confused voice rang out. A horse? Yes. Anyways, send me your coordinates first. Ah, yes, soon. My smartwatch beeped, and I showed YunSeo-jin's location to Sanuri. Sanuri stared at the coordinate for about 10 seconds before neighing with a nod. She seemed to be in a good mood. It's pretty far. You can run as much as you want. Hitting. Yep, you don't have to carry anyone on your way there, so run as quickly as you want. If you run into any monster or demons, feel free to kill them all. Hitting, Sanuri cried cheerfully before immediately bolting out of the cave. Whoosh! She was as quick as lightning. Black soot flickered above the ground she passed over. Ha ha! I chuckled and sat down as well. It was then that I noticed Yonha staring at me fixedly from the side. Her face was pale white, like a patient who was on the brink of fainting. I met her gaze, then smirked. Are you okay? Yonha nodded. Did she lose her ability to speak? She hadn't said a word since she got on Sanuri. To lighten up the mood and to make her talk, I said mischievously, You look like you're going to die soon. But Yonha didn't say a word. She only stared at me fixedly. Then, after a long time, she gulped and said simply, I saw it. Saw what? I asked back nonchalantly. You using a bow? At that moment, a gust of wind blew through the cave. The wind made a strange humming sound echoing off the walls, and I couldn't hear Yonha properly because of it. You saw? Yes, she nodded resolutely. Your bow, your arrow, and the huge undulation of magic power you aimed at the enemy. Thinking about it now, I was the idiot for not even suspecting it. Even when we were in Cube, your skill with the bow was amazing. I still remember the curve shot you showed during the festival. I didn't say anything and just scratched my head. I was hoping she was panicking too much to have noticed, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Yonha let out a low sigh. That bow you took out, I know what it is. No, even if it isn't me. Anyone decently skilled in the field of information would recognize Black Lotus's bow. I just sat still. I was contemplating how to respond. Should I admit it or deny it? I couldn't think of any excuse. But when I heard Yonha's next words, You're willing to go that far to take revenge on the chameleon troop, my head turned blank. It felt like my brain stopped functioning for a moment. I had no other choice but to maintain my silence, and Yonha continued talking. You're willing to dirty your hands and hurt yourself too. Yonha paused and looked at me. Her gaze was filled with sympathy and pity. I didn't understand where they were coming from. The only reaction I could give in response was to tilt my head. Chapter 307, The Stories That Become Bridges One Blood, covered her entire body along with gooey flesh and hard pieces of skull. Cranial fluid splashed into her eyes and brain matter flew into her mouth. The incident from a couple of hours ago was playing again in Yonha's head. Whack. An arrow had flown into the car before anyone could realize what was happening. The driver's head exploded like a balloon. The sickening stench, the sticky texture, the blood and the flesh, she felt disgusted by it all. Even after emptying her stomach, she still felt sick. Death clung to her like a leech, and she couldn't fend it off. After tossing and turning in her nightmare, Yonha opened her eyes. Darkness filled her view and she was covered in sweat. She felt nauseous. Yonha staggered to her feet and barely remained standing by holding onto the cave wall. She threw up yet again. Ah! Yonha leaned against the wall and fell to the ground from sheer exhaustion. What happened today left her with a trauma. Death was much more horrific than she expected, especially up close. She thought she would be indifferent. She believed she had become tough. Yet, is it because I stayed clear of real battles for too long, or is it because I'm too young? Yonha clenched her teeth, blaming herself. She recalled Licrose. She had personally selected him as an agent of Falling Blossom. The brave Mexican who volunteered to be the spy was also a husband and a father of two. But today, he disappeared without a trace. Yonha was the one who burned his body. I'm sorry. Her selfishness was the reason for his death, deep in sorrow. Yonha vowed to forever remember him and to always help out his family. She wiped her tears and looked around. Kim Hajin was nowhere to be found, even though she remembered he was by her side when she fell asleep. Where did he go now? Fear struck Yonha, and she turned her smartwatch on instinctively. The number you have called cannot be reached at this time. But her broken smartwatch was still not working. Left with no other choice, Yonha walked up to the mouth of the cave. She didn't want to be alone inside. Ha! With a whip in hand, Yonha cautiously approached the cave's exit, then suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Kim Hajin was sitting by the entrance of the cave. He must have been standing guard, but ended up falling asleep. Yonha put the whip down with a smile, and she slunk towards Kim Hajin. Seeing him asleep made her remember the horrific dream once again. In it, Kim Hajin was holding Black Lotus's bow and arrows. She muttered in pity, You poor thing, just how much weight was he carrying? Yonha couldn't even imagine the pain and the pressure he had to bear. Though Kim Hajin refused to comment, she was sure that he became a member of the chameleon troop to seek revenge against them. Kim Hajin had walked into the mouth of the monster in order to earn its trust and bring it down for good, even if meant he had to get his own hands dirty. He who fights with monsters must take care, lest he thereby becomes a monster himself. If you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss gazes back into you. Yonha recalled the famous quote by Friedrich Nietzsche. It made her heart heavier. Slowly, Yonha stretched her arm and smoothed Kim Hajin's ruffled hair. He looked like a child in his sleep, which made him look all the more pitiful. A person can't bear that much weight alone. You can ask your friends for help, so why won't you? Yonha sat next to Kim Hajin in silence. Was it because of the heat from Kim Hajin's clothes? The ground and the air around him was warm. The warmth was making her feel sleepy again. This time, she was positive she wouldn't have a nightmare. Yonha slowly dozed off. She slouched, leaning against Kim Hajin's shoulder. His firm shoulder was a pillow that served as a gateway to a pleasant dream. 5 minutes later, the moon shone into the cave filled with silence and wind. Under the dim moonlight, Kim Hajin was wide awake. He stared at Yonha, who was leaning against his shoulder. Why does she always misunderstand things? Kim Hajin grumbled, but couldn't deny that her sleeping face was quite adorable. He covered Yonha with a blanket made from ether. Wrapped in warmth, Yonha sunk into a deep sleep. Away from nightmares, she smiled. A new day dawned and the morning sun rose. Sanyuri brought Jin Sein and Jin Sechen back. Judging by their appearances, I could only imagine the kind of hardship they experienced since we parted ways yesterday. We celebrated our reunion with a simple hug. We were ambushed by an archer. We managed to escape, but our car was destroyed and we were chased by the Jins. You too, I learned a new fact. I wasn't the only one attacked by Lerage. She attacked me and Jin Sein at the same time. She was truly impressive. Anyways, united once again, we began the strategy meeting. Our goal was to return safely. We knew that we couldn't rely on the association for reinforcements. Fortunately, we had our own means of transportation. Sanyuri. The conclusion of the meeting was already decided. However, Sanyuri hated being around the dimensional entropy, so I cut down trees and sharpened stones to make a carriage. Thankfully, Sanyuri didn't mind pulling a carriage. Hop inside. I led others to the carriage I made. I had only invested 3 hours into making it, but it was sturdy and spacious enough for 4 people, all thanks to young dwarf's dexterity. It's surprisingly cozy in here. I agree, Yonha and Jin Sein exclaimed in surprise, but I still had more to show. I put my hand on the carriage and activated random consolidation system. The number 60 appeared on the carriage. Soon, the carriage became bigger, lighter, and better in terms of design. The concept of carriage was enhanced by 60% exactly. The inside of the carriage was now big enough for 4 people to lie down. Enchant. Lastly, I activated 4-colored enchant. Black. Flow isolation. I muttered the keywords. Immediately, stigma seeped into the carriage, blending it in with the surroundings. This enchantment was used for concealment. Let's go. I climbed into the carriage. The trio stared at me in awe before climbing in as well. After all passengers embarked, Sanyuri started moving. I stared outside, preparing for a possible ambush. I'm glad I chose you to be my bodyguard. I simply smiled at Yonha's compliment. I still felt a little bit awkward around her because of her misunderstanding from the day before. Sanyuri raced across the grasslands of Central Asia. She was running at about 400 kilometers per hour, and the view outside the carriage window was changing at an equally quick pace. Our destination was Pyongan Island in Korea. At our current speed, we should arrive in 2 days. I suddenly recalled the cold yet beautiful voice. My name. That was what Lerage muttered as she stared at me. I looked at the information I got through narrow escape from death. Lere. Current power 9.3 / potential 9.85. Rank 14 devil, invasion alignment, neutral and moderate, has taken an interest in you. Likes archers like herself. Loves board games such as chess. Some of them were settings I came up with and some weren't. I carefully went over the list. It was then. Sorry, I turned my smartwatch off during training. I just saw your text. Suddenly, I received a text from Ki Naeun. Seoul, Korea, Hero Plaza. Jin Sahyuk returned to Seoul. No one was by her side. She was visiting the Hero Plaza alone. The Hero Plaza was a large domed stadium located in the heart of Seoul. It was used by heroes for ranking battles or grade promotion battles. Currently, the stadium, which could accommodate a total of 60,000 people, was crawling with heroes, their managers, and reporters. We'll now start the second preliminary round for the Gate of Glory. Only the winners of this tournament would be allowed to enter the Gate of Glory, formerly called the Demon Realm Gate. The association avoided any mention of the horrors and deaths that lay in wait beyond the gate and only publicized wealth and fame. It was a very association-like way of dealing with the issue. A total of 10,000 candidates currently remain in the race. Today, 1,000 of the 10,000 candidates will be handpicked by the judges, and 500 of the 1,000 will advance to the next round. Jin Sahyuk looked down at the stadium filled with hopeful heroes. Among the candidates were Kim Soo-ho, Shin Jong-hak, Bell, and Rumi. The task of the second round was to complete a maze. Two heroes were paired at random, and the two had to get through a gigantic maze built in the basement of the stadium. Ha! Jin Sahyuk let out a deep sigh. The cause of her concern was not the maze, but something else. I don't understand. With another sigh, Jin Sahyuk took out the magnifying glass from her pocket. The glass part of it had shattered, and only the frame remained. But Jin Sahyuk still remembered the words that had appeared on the glass. Those words represented Kim Hajin's true feelings. She waved the frame of the magnifying glass from side to side as she recalled Kim Hajin's emotions. Pity the first was pity. If that was all there was, she simply would have been mad at the fact that he took pity on her. However, sympathy, mild animosity. The next was sympathy and animosity. The two words seemed to contradict each other, but those weren't too confusing either. What truly baffled her were the countless words that suddenly filled her view afterward. They overflowed and shattered the magnifying glass. They instilled chaos in Jin Sahyuk's heart. Emotions that will be synchronized when the synchronization rate increases, currently 15%, loyalty, faith, reason for living, happiness, sense of guilt for not being able to help, desire to be together, desire to protect. She couldn't understand the source of the emotions that filled the magnifying glass and was even more clueless about the word synchronization. What in the world is synchronization? What happens when it increases? And how do I increase it? Jin Sahyuk was completely confused. Ha! Jin Sahyuk sighed and looked below. As she glanced over the arena full of heroes, she met a man's eye. He had a handsome face and brown hair. It was Kim Soo-ho. The moment their eyes met, Kim Soo-ho's face stiffened. He then hurried to the stairs. Tong, 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 the hollow sound of iron stairs rang out. Kim Soo-ho made it to the end of the staircase in no time and stood next to Jin Sahyuk. Are you here as a candidate? With a nod, Jin Sahyuk answered, I don't want to miss out on the fun. Isn't it obvious, idiot? Despite her insult, Kim Soo-ho only smiled. You should stop here if you plan on doing anything rash inside. You know this is important. Jin Sahyuk's face distorted into a frown. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to order me around? Kim Soo-ho looked at Jin Sahyuk in silence. Jin Sahyuk, too, glared at Kim Soo-ho. For a minute they only stared at each other. Suddenly, Kim Soo-ho smiled and remarked playfully, or else. I'll tell Hajin. What did you say? Jin Sahyuk's face stiffened. So I guess you don't want Hajin to get mad at you. I dare you to say that again, you bastard. Jin Sahyuk was angry. No, not angry, she was actually flustered. Did Kim Hajin tell Kim Soo-ho? Does he know about the things on the magnifying glass? I'm just kidding. Kim Soo-ho shook his head, but Jin Sahyuk was still suspicious of him. She glared at Kim Soo-ho with flames in her eyes. However, unfortunately, she had run out of time to interrogate. Next up is the candidate you've all been waiting for, Swordsman of Wish Kim Soo-ho. He turned down a special offer from the association and chose to participate in the preliminary rounds. Kim Soo-ho will participate in this mission with intermediate rank hero Yi-jin. The host declared Kim Soo-ho's turn. I have to go now. Try not to cause a commotion, okay? Kim Soo-ho gave a small smile and left. Jin Sahyuk continued to glare at him. It was then Jin Sahyuk noticed that someone was staring at her as she stared at Kim Soo-ho. It was Ki Naeun. The mere sight of her annoyed Jin Sahyuk. But the moment their eyes met, Jin Sahyuk remembered something Bell had said in the past. Aren't you curious about the relationship between Ki Naeun and Kim Hajin? I assure you it's much more scandalous than you think. Maybe the whole synchronization thing was somehow related to this. Yes, Bell was an asshole, but he was a truthful asshole. When her thoughts reached that far, Jin Sahyuk glared at Ki Naeun and activated reality manipulation. Jin Sahyuk's magic power slipped into reality and altered it ever so slightly. Now, the next team would be Ki Naeun and Jin Sahyuk. Chapter 308. The Stories That Become Bridges. To Jin Seon looked out the carriage window. The steppes of Central Asia looked different than what she saw on textbooks. Weeds grew to knee length, trees stood tall reaching towards the sky, and there were even villages formed by small Jin groups. It feels like I'm in a fantasy world, Jin Seon muttered in a daze. In response, Jin Sechin also looked out the carriage. But because his eyesight wasn't as inhumane as the others, he couldn't see the same scenery as Jin Seon. So, he turned his sight back to Yu Yonha. Yu Yonha was staring at the tilionium case she was holding in her arms. She seemed to be deep in thought. Jin Sechin was worried about her but couldn't bring himself to say anything. In his mind, his only role as her secretary was to watch her from the sidelines. "Are you okay?" Jin Seon asked what he wanted to. Jin Seon smiled at Jin Sechin before moving over to the seat next to Yu Yonha. Yu Yonha glanced at Jin Seon, then said with a nod, "I'm fine. Don't keep that case too close to your body. It will have bad effects. If you want, it's not too late to call demon merchants." Hearing this, Yu Yonha smiled bitterly. The group had already considered calling demon merchants who would do anything for the right amount of DP. No, demon merchants are demons also. They'll desire this as well. But Yu Yonha didn't trust them. There was no guarantee that demon merchants wouldn't want something that other demons were desperate to get. Yu Yonha let out a deep sigh and looked at the case holding the dimensional entropy. "Is that item that important?" Jin Seon asked. Yu Yonha nodded her head and replied without a moment of hesitation. "Yes, I know from the skills I obtained from the Tower of Wish. Basic skill, LV9 Law of Thoughts, which amplifies the speed and strength of my thinking, and special skill, LV9 Appraisal Eyes, which lets me appraise an item in my field of vision." Analysis of dimensional entropy was still happening inside Yu Yonha's head. Essential Dynamics was also the best in the world at extracting magic power from crystals and mana stones. This item can save the lives of countless people. Jin Seon looked at her for a moment, then smiled and said, "I hope so too." Yu Yonha smiled back at her feebly. On the other hand, Kim Hajin, who was watching the two from nearby, couldn't understand the bond between them. As far as he was aware, there shouldn't be any connection between the two. Just when did they develop such a sister-like relationship? "How did you two get so close?" Kim Hajin asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. Yu Yonha and Jin Seon glanced at Kim Hajin, but both leaned against the carriage without saying anything. "What the?" Kim Hajin pouted and furrowed his brows. Yu Yonha found this side of him cute. "I'll tell you later." "Tusk." Kim Hajin nodded unhappily. Then, in the next moment, his eyes widened. He suddenly began to scan the air with his eyes. "Where are you? I'm taking the test for the Gate of Glory." Ki Naeun had messaged him. Kim Hajin smiled and shook his head. "I can't tell you that." "What? Why not?" "Actually, that's probably for the best." "Huh," Ki Naeun gave up surprisingly quickly. Kim Hajin tilted his head. "I don't think I'll be able to talk if you're in front of me. I'm not ready yet, you know what I mean." "Heh," Kim Hajin smirked. "Yeah, I guess it's still a bit awkward. So, right. So, I was thinking we could just talk a couple of times a day with this, so that we can get familiar with talking to each other. We can also play games. Did you know there's a new version of Gladiator of the Century? No, download it. It's popular among heroes because it helps with image training. They added a bunch of skills, so it's super popular. Tournaments regularly get over 900,000 viewers. As expected of a known gamer, Ki Naeun began to talk about recent news. Kim Hajin just listened to her with a smile on his face, while Jin Seon and Yu Yonha stared at him like he had gone mad. "Ah, wait, the heck, I'm paired up with Jin Sahyuk." "What? Jin Sahyuk?" "Yeah, I'm hanging up for now." "What are you doing by yourself?" As soon as Ki Naeun cut off the communication, Yu Yonha asked. It was then. Kim Hajin's expression stiffened. It wasn't just him. Jin Seon was the same. With their supernatural perception, the two of them had sensed someone's gaze. An outsider was watching them from afar. Kim Hajin and Jin Seon exchanged glances silently. Soon, Jin Seon's mental transmission rang out inside Kim Hajin's head. "We should just let this person keep watching. I don't know who it is, but I don't sense any hostility. We should act normal." Kim Hajin nodded his head. Jin Seon smiled brightly and said, "By the way, everyone's raising a sponsored character with DP. Right, the DP system was granted to anyone who hunted demonic monsters even once. Those who earned more than 50,000 DP could play something called the minigame. Sponsoring the people of Lalos was growing in popularity. Of course, you'll be surprised to know who I'm sponsoring, Yunha said proudly. Oh, really? Show me. With a grin, Yunha displayed the information of the individual she was sponsoring. It was a high-rank knight named Gamitos. Wow, Gamitos the Berserker, he was yours. The Lalos community was full of comments praising him. Lalos what? Kim Hajin asked in surprise, though he wasn't aware. An online community had developed for Lalos sponsors. The site already had more than 200,000 members. There's a post every time Gamitos buys a new armor or weapon. Didn't he buy the Black Flame Dragon armor recently? Well, I don't want to brag, so what about you? Yunha shrugged her shoulders and changed the subject. I'm raising an archer. Look. The Lelosian Jin Seyin was sponsoring was an intermediate rank archer named Lekio. Yunha and Jin Sechen looked at him with flashing eyes. That bow looks like it's made with a Mito's ore. Ah, his armor is made with quality leather as well. While the three of them talked, Kim Hajin checked up on his retainer, Litrin. Litrin became the youngest Master Rank Knight, obtaining the title, Starlight Knight. Even after rising to the position of a Knight Order Commander, he didn't stop training. The once small extra temple now had over 1,000 visitors per day. Serving under her were dozens of apprentice knights who were drawn by her charisma. An order of knights called the Starlight Knights was created inside the existing Knight Order of the kingdom, making Litren's influence one of the strongest in the kingdom. However, Litren was still worried about one thing. Recently, her disciples and the followers of the Extra Temple were growing suspicious of Extranim. They knew that over a year had passed since he last sponsored Litren. Litren had grown tremendously since the last time Kim Hajin saw her. He had earned over 200,000 DP from her, a third of which he immediately sent back to Litrin. Who are you sponsoring, Hajin SSI? Show us. Jin Seyin asked at that moment. Kim Hajin hesitated for a moment. Well, it's her. He displayed Litrin's information rather casually, but everyone else immediately dropped their jaws. Wait, Litrin, she's famous in the community, my Gamitos. Soon, Yunha's jealous voice rang out. On the other hand, Lerage was watching them from a distance. As seeing far was her specialty, she didn't have any trouble following their movements. She stared at the man named Kim Hajin carefully. He knew her name, and he didn't mutter it thoughtlessly. Lerage had the ability to discern what state someone was in based on their voice. What are you up to, Duchess? At that moment her henchman asked her. Lerage replied simply, bored. Being here alone is boring. Did you get in touch with those old devils? Yes, 3 devils obtained incarnation bodies. Rank 3 devil, Prince Vasego, rank 29 devil, Countess Staroth, and rank 62 devil, Valak. Hearing this, Lerage immediately frowned. Old man hasn't escaped his curse yet. Old man. She was referring to Baal. Court smiled and shook his head. No, King Baal has escaped the curse. The gate of the demon realm will soon open, so his descent is not far away. How long will it take? 3 months and not a day more. 3 months. It was too long for Lerage. If she became too bored, she might wander around the outside world. Court wanted to avoid risking her identity as much as possible. To do this, Court took out an electronic device he had brought beforehand. What's that? It's called a game console. Humans like to play it to entertain themselves. With this, you will never be bored. Is that so? Lerage showed interest. It was a good sign. Court knelt down and offered the virtual reality gaming console to Lerage. How do I use it? You just have to wear the helmet and turn the game on by moving your fingers. Lerage did as Court suggested. Her vision turned black for a moment. Then a blue screen popped up in front of her. At the same time, a strange sensation of being transporting to another world encompassed her. I will explain how to use this console. Please do as I say. Before she could get used to the sensation, a message popped up in front of her, and Lerage furrowed her brows. Who are you to tell me what to do? Try moving your fingers. I don't want to. Introduce yourself first. Try moving your fingers. Impudent. Lerage moved her fingers, her intent being to destroy the impudent being talking to her. But the moment she moved her fingers, the world changed. The blue room she was in transformed into a vast grassland. Lerage widened her eyes in surprise. Here is a list of popular games. Click on the one you want to play. 1. Gladiator of the Century. 2. Riolisk. 3. Grand Theft Auto. stared at the messages before clicking on Gladiator of the Century. You already own the game. Accessing Gladiator of the Century. Welcome to the world of Gladiator of the Century. Please set your ID. Your ID will be your name inside Gladiator of the Century. You're kind unlike the one before. Lerage nodded in satisfaction before writing down her ID. Ligenji was purely a typo, but Lerage didn't catch it in the slightest. Welcome, Ligenji. What? Ligenji? You having become Ligenji? Lerage expressed her anger at the machine for calling her the wrong name. Next up, Essence of the Straits Rising Star. Ki Nayan and the Black Horse of the tournament, Jin Sahyuk, Seoul's Hero Plaza. Ki Nayan and Jin Sahyuk were placed in the same team, and the two of them entered the maze side by side. Screw off. Of course, Ki Nayan showed no intention of working together with her, bolting off to the opposite direction the moment they entered the maze. Although running in a random direction wasn't recommended inside a maze, Ki Nayan's intuition gave her an undeniable edge. Ki Nayan knew about her supernatural intuition, so she believed she would find the exit before long. But Jin Sahyuk had no intention of letting that happen. She activated reality manipulation. Her magic power seeped into the maze and changed its structure. Kiik, the change in the maze eliminated the exit altogether. Ki Nayan, who wasn't unaware of the change, thought of the shifting maze as part of the trial. She really is an idiot, Jin Sahyuk sneered. Now, Ki Nayan wouldn't be able to find the exit no matter what she did. All Jin Sahyuk had to do was wait until she grew tired and came back. Plop, Jin Sahyuk sat down on the floor and sent mental transmissions to Bell to pass time. Central Asia. The carriage continued to race through Central Asia as Jin Se-in, Yu Yonha, and Jin Se-chin kept their eyes glued to Litrin. They were fully watching her every move, exclaiming every once in a while about her beauty, strength, and kindness. By the time they fell asleep, they had become avid fans of Litrin. After sleeping for 3-4 hours, the carriage reached China. The safe zone wasn't far away, but we kept our guard up. The gaze went away. Jin Se-in said, "Yeah," I nodded my head. Clack, clack, the carriage moved peacefully. Then I turned to Jin Se-in. She was also looking at me. By the looks of it, she must have also felt the unusual presence approaching us. Yonha SSI, we should get ready for battle. Yu Yonha was startled by Jin Se-in's words, but she soon took out her whip courageously. Jin Se-in said, "We're surrounded. There's no way to break through. Rather than being ambushed, we should go out and face them." I agree. It would be annoying if the carriage was destroyed by an ambush. I opened the carriage door and walked outside. Jin Se-in, Yu Yonha, and Jin Se-chin followed suit. In that instant, hostility and killing intent shot up. Wind carrying demonic energy blew over, and the enemy's presence drew closer. Don't worry. We'll win for sure. I'm 100% certain. Jin Se-in took out her bow as she calmed Yu Yonha. I also took out my desert eagle. Gyu suddenly. Demonic energy filled the air. A giant storm seemed to brew as a shooting star shot down from the sky. Kwang. The shooting star landed a little ways in front of us. Unsurprisingly, the shooting star was a living being. Ha ha, how are you all doing on this fine day? I knew who he was. The mask covering half of his face made it obvious. It was destruction, but destruction wasn't the only enemy. Dozens of jinns appeared from the ground, sky, and land and surrounded us. Yuhahaha! Destruction burst out into laughter. Yu Yonha stared at destruction and clenched her teeth. It's been a while. You Jinwoong's daughter. You know him? Jin Se-in asked. A little bit. He lost to my father back in the day. Pardon. He went crazy from his inferiority complex and ended up losing half of his face to my father. Hearing this, Destruction's face contorted heavily. Seething in rage, he glared at Yu Yonha. It seems the daughter is just as trashy as the father. Then, he took a step forward with a grin. The jinns around the area all released their demonic energy and transformed into a devil-like form. Unsurprisingly, Destruction's subordinates were all skilled with devil transformation. Destruction asked, "Where's the dimensional entropy inside the carriage? I'll let you die peacefully if you hand it over." However, Yu Yonha shook her head. Destruction furrowed his brows. "Trust me, if you hand over the dimensional entropy, I'll chop off your heads cleanly and send you mostly intact to the father you love so much. Otherwise, shut it, your breath is smelly." Destruction's expression turned ugly. I transformed the Desert Eagle into its machine gun form. Who? Destruction let out a deep sigh. Then he scratched his head with his long nails, which began to turn black. Without a doubt, this partial change was also devil transformation. Looks like I'll have to go back on my words. A giant horn protruded out from his head, and his body began to turn black with demonic energy. Destruction bent his body like a track runner at the starting line, then shot forward like a bullet. No, that's what he tried to do. Stop! A clear, childlike voice rang out from the sky. Shackles of magic power bound Destruction's body. It wasn't just destruction. The entire world seemed to have responded to the voice as Destruction's subordinates, and even the blowing wind froze solid. K-U-K. Destruction turned his head desperately to the direction the voice came from. A small person was floating 10 meters above the ground. Her symbolic white hair shone beautifully, and her proud, chic eyes glared at Destruction sharply. The hero who defined a generation had arrived. Why did you come so late? Jinsei-in looked up at her and smiled. I came as quickly as I could. You told me to come secretly. I'm the chairman of the Temple of Justice. You think it's easy for me to leave work without anyone knowing? Aileen grumbled and hopped down from a puff of cloud she was standing on. Tadat, she landed lightly inside the area frozen in time by her single word. Looks at all the trash here, she said with a sneer. Yonha finally snapped out of her daze and glanced at Jin Seyin, asking for an explanation. Jin Seyin smiled and whispered, I told you. We're going to win for sure. I secretly asked for backup. Koo, oog. Destruction resisted Aileen's spirit speech as hard as he could. He twisted his neck forcefully and muttered with rage. You're Ari. Shut your mouth. Aileen's words muted Destruction, but his eyes were still glaring at her with killing intent. Aileen furrowed her brows. You're annoying. Just get crushed. A short exclamation rang out in the empty field, and that was enough. UK. Ooh, Uark. Destruction's body folded on itself in a strange way before exploding. That was the end. We stared at the scene in a daze. Aileen had gotten far more powerful than when we saw her in the Tower of Wish, or even when we saw her during the fight against Auden. She was almost at the level of a transcendent. Just what happened? PFT. Impressed, I got an amazing unique skill at the Tower of Wish. This is nothing to me now. Aileen strutted her chest and looked around. The leader of the Jinns were now dead, but the remaining ones couldn't move because of Aileen's spirit speech. Aileen ignored them and approached Jin Seyin. Anyways, why are you here? Yes, about that. Jin Seyin scratched the back of her neck for a bit, then placed her hand on Yu Yonha's shoulder. Let me introduce her first. This is Yu Yonha, the chief officer of the guild I'm in. Chief officer? What do you mean you're not in her? In an instant, Aileen's eyes widened. Wait, you mean Yu Yonha was the first to realize what Jin Seyin meant? This was Jin Seyin's response to the offer she made a long time ago. Yu Yonha looked at Jin Seyin, then at Aileen, then at me. Why, yes, then. She jumped excitedly. Chapter 309. The Stories That Become Bridges 3 Seoul, Korea Maze at the Hero Plaza. After 3 hours, Ki Naeun realized something was wrong. Her intuition told her that this maze had no exit, but how could that be the case? This test was designed to pick out 200 challengers for the Gate of Glory. Ki Naeun explored the maze for 2 more hours to reaffirm her doubt. Meanwhile, Jin Sahyuk grew more and more tiresome as she watched Ki Naeun go back and forth. She assumed Ki Naeun would give up soon enough, but clearly, she was wrong. Ki Naeun's tenacity was beyond her imagination. Ehu! Jin Sahyuk let out a sigh and got up, about to intervene in Ki Naeun's wandering. It was then. Sahyuk, she heard a voice. It flowed into her ears, freezing her brain. Jin Sahyuk widened her eyes and turned her gaze to where the voice had come from. There, a semi-transparent, fog-like existence glimmered in the air. It was Belle, without a doubt. Belle, you bastard. Was it because they had been apart for too long? Jin Sahyuk jumped at Belle with a needlessly excessive amount of joy. She stretched her arm and grabbed Belle in his gaseous state by the collar. Belle smiled as he looked down at her grip. Where have you been? SHH. Belle put his finger to his lips. SHH, are you crazy? Hey, keep it down. I'm only here because it looked like you were gonna be eliminated from the tournament. Eliminated, my ass. You've accomplished nothing during the last 6 hours. Don't you want to enter the gate of the demon realm? Is there a reason why I should enter? Jin Sahyuk remarked flatly. She was here because she wanted to enter the gate of the demon realm. She just felt the need to revolt because she was pissed at Belle. Belle smiled, thinking Jin Sahyuk was cute. Of course you do. You have to kill me inside the gate. What? Jin Sahyak's face stiffened, but Bell looked as comfortable as he always did. I know you already heard most of what you needed to know from Kim Hajin. Jin Sahyak remained silent. Bell was finally starting to take form. Bell reached out towards Jin Sahyak and put his hand on her shoulder. Please continue to work hard. I believe in you. Sahyak, Bell's voice, now even clearer than before, danced in her ears. I've repeated the past countless times and finally found you. Jin Sahyak looked at Bell. She couldn't understand the firm trust and the earnest hope lurking in his eyes. My death! Bell put his hand on Jin Sahyak's head. He recalled the moment he first met Jin Sahyak. Back then, she was so small that they couldn't even see eye to eye even when Bell bent over. But now she was an adult. You can do it, right? A broad smile spread across Bell's face. Staring at the beaming smile, Jin Sahyak nodded. If that's what you want, of course I'll kill you. Jin Sahyak was full of confidence. Death seemed like a befitting gift for the frenemy she'd known for about 20 years. The end is finally near. But suddenly Jin Sahyak gave a wry smile and said, I have one condition. She had one last question, one last thing she needed to know before she killed Bell. Do you know what synchronization is? East Asia. Aileen didn't ask much. She seemed confused as to why we couldn't use portals or skills, but still provided us top-grade protection. Are you sure you can leave for this long? I'll take this as a vacation. I've been so busy recently that I was starting to get annoyed. Honestly, Aileen shrugged at Jin Se-in's question. And this is the first time I've ever been in a carriage. Oh, right. What are you gonna do about the carriage? If you're gonna throw it away, can I keep it? Ha! Of course. You can keep it. Aileen SSI. Really? Wow, thanks. Aileen beamed. Qhum. But the smile quickly faded and Aileen looked at me and Yonha in her usual expression. Anyway, I won't ask what you did. I'm sure you were careful not to get involved in anything illegal. Of course. Yonha nodded and all of a sudden pointed outside the window. Ah, it's Pyongan Island. We all sat up straight like meerkats. As she said, I could see the Korean border in the distance. Yonha didn't care to hide her joy, and I sent a text to Boss with my smartwatch now that the reception was back. Boss, I've completed the mission. The reply came quick. Good job, rest well. At that moment, clunk, the carriage stopped, and Sanyuri began to throw a tantrum. She was startled by the border guards coming at us with guns and swords in their hands. I'll deal with them. Yonha was the first to step out of the carriage. Who are you? Asked one of the guards. But when they saw Yonha, all of them immediately gave a 90-degree bow and escorted us back to the mainland. Later, Yonha dragged me to Essential Dynamics non-divisional unit located in South Pyongan province. The base was larger than most universities. Yonha had been preparing this base ever since she first heard of dimensional entropy. This is where we'll open the dimensional entropy. Right now, there were only 4 of us, Jin Se-in, Jin Sechin, Yonha and me, here inside the enormous base. And this is the celestial extractor, the culmination of magic engineering that will be used to activate dimensional entropy. Yonha walked towards a large machine with the tilionium case in her hands. At the center of the machine was the energy heart, a place to lay down a crystal or a magic ore. Circular pieces of machinery were revolving around the heart. The whole picture reminded me of the solar system. We stared at the magnificent scenery in awe. Even Yonha, the architect, seemed fascinated by the machine. The energy extracted using this machine could be used for bullets, artillery shells, engines, barriers, power, everything. Essence of the Strait will take humanity to the next level. We'll be able to stand against any and all possible threats from now on. The energy was glowing in green. I stared some more at the miniature solar system before turning around with a small smile. Yonha looked at me, slightly confused. Are you leaving? Yeah, I'm busy. I had to deliver the last dress to Medea, who was waiting for me in the Tower of Wish. I also had to visit Evandel as promised. Sure. Thanks again for your hard work. You can always come back if anything happens. Just remember to send me those shares, I said and turned my gaze to Jin Se-in and Jin Sechin. Then, do you plan on joining the Essence of the Strait, Jin Se-in Nim? Jin Se-in gave a broad smile. Yes, it's finally time for me to start considering politics. I smiled in silence. Next up was Jin Sechin, but I didn't have much to say to him. But when he noticed that I was looking at him, he bowed to me first. It was all thanks to you that I survived. Thank you. Enno, thank you for your hard work. With that, the mission ended for good. I'm leaving now. Take care. Yes. See you later. I said goodbye to Yonha and left the base. Then, I immediately headed to Evandal's forest, with Spartan who had completely healed. Hart's suit Evandal and Hayang's cabin, one word had been added to the adorable door plate. I opened the door to the cabin without even knocking. Evandal, who had been playing house with Hayang in the living room, widened her eyes. She looked at me in a daze and suddenly dropped the doll she had in her hand on the floor. And Hajin, with a radiant smile, she jumped into my arms. 11 p.m. I lay in bed with Evandal as I surfed the web. The second preliminary round for the Gate of Glory has ended. What lies beyond the Gate of Glory, the road ahead for Korea? Ki Juchol's speech receives a standing ovation. The internet was filled with news regarding the Gate of Glory. There was excitement, but no panic, probably because the association changed the name of the gate from the Gate of the Demon Realm to the Gate of Glory. All of a sudden, I saw the virtual reality helmet lying on the floor of the room. I had brought it with me because I thought Evandal might take an interest in it. Evandal was asleep, and I was bored. I stretched my arm and grabbed the helmet. Scan. Scan was a must. I put the helmet on after I checked it had been enhanced by 59%. Jying, the boot-up usually took about 2 minutes. But with the enhancement, it only took 10 seconds. I looked over the list of games. Popular games, 1. Gladiator of the Century, 2. Riolisk, 3. Grand Theft Auto, Gladiator of the Century, certainly caught my eye. Ki Naeun had asked me to play it with her before, so I figured I should get some practice. Purchasing Gladiator of the Century, purchase complete. Accessing Gladiator of the Century. Welcome to the world of Gladiator of the Century. Please set your ID. My username was always a given. Extra7. Your username is Extra7. Welcome. Would you like to view the tutorial? No. I skipped the tutorial. The first thing I did was look at the current rankings list. Games were always more fun when you played with someone good. Current rankings: 1. Fralo 161 matches, 130 wins, 31 losses. 2. British Spirit 146 matches, 121 wins, 25 losses. 3. Ligenji 70 matches, 70 wins. 4. Wolf 150 matches, 103 wins, 47 losses. Let's see. First, I sent a goodwill match request to the no one player. Failed to send a goodwill match request to Fralo. This user has chosen to decline goodwill match requests from strangers. Ah, right. Most rankers chose to decline match requests from players other than their friends. This was the case for other games as well. If they didn't, newbies would pester them continuously. Should I just play ranked games? I thought when I noticed Ligenji. She was the only ranker who didn't have the automatically decline goodwill match request option turned on. 70 matches and 70 wins. She looked strong. After a moment of hesitation, I sent the request. You have sent a goodwill match request to Ligenji. Ligenji has accepted your goodwill match request. Oh, the moment Ligenji accepted my request, my body was transferred to an arena. Map Gladiators Colosseum, dust, and the cries of the crowd filled the arena. My opponent was standing on the other side of the Colosseum. The sword she was holding was so strangely short that it almost looked like a dagger. After some thought, I chose a baseball bat as my weapon. You have chosen baseball bat, a beginner's weapon. 3, 2, 1, begin. The duel began. Tart. I ran towards Ligenji with the baseball bat in my hand. I swung it at her as hard as I could. Ligenji tried to evade my attack, but I relentlessly swung my bat at her. Quadruple baseball bat swing, I shouted. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. My bat moved back and forth 4 times, and that was the end. Kairak, Ligenji died, not being able to withstand my attack. What the? It made sense once I thought about it. My console had been enhanced by an astounding 59%, so my character was alone in an accelerated world. I was basically using a speed hack. This is bad. I should probably turn off random consolidation system. It trivializes the entire game, as I was about to turn the game off. Ligenji has requested you for a rematch. I received a match request from Ligenji. I accepted it, but the result was the same. Quintuple baseball bat swing, kayak, KO, winner, extra 7, again. The match ended in less than 3 minutes, but Ligenji was persistent. Ligenji has requested you for a best-of-3 rematch. Someone's competitive. I accepted her request. I was transferred to the Colosseum again. I jumped at her and swung my baseball bat. Lijinji fell. She immediately asked for a rematch. Lijinji has requested you for a best-of-3 rematch. Lijinji has requested you for a best-of-3 rematch. Lijinji has requested you for a best-of-5 rematch. Lijinji has requested you for a best-of-5 rematch. Lijinji has requested you for a best-of-7. I was still invincible after 50 rounds, and Lijinji continued to send me rematch requests. Lijinji has requested you for a best-of-9 rematch. Let's not. Best-of-9 is just excessive. I thought when I received a text from Jin Sahyuk. Kim Hajin, where are you? Let's meet. I declined the rematch request and typed a reply to Jin Sahyuk's text. You have declined Lijinji's match request. Lijinji has sent you a message. What's wrong with her? Why did you decline my request? Extra 7, you're the strongest human I've ever met. Accept my request. Don't decline my request. Is she crazy? Accept my request right this moment. I haven't lost completely yet. Answer me. Don't test my patience. Don't make me wait. I took off the helmet without replying. It was then. Wish I received a signal from the Tower of Wish. It came from Toma's crystal ball that I had put inside my stigma. Tower of Wish, 8F Crevon. After I spent some time with Evandel, I returned to Crevon with Jin Sahyuk, who had contacted me yesterday. Why did we come here again? Jin Sahyuk asked me, walking down the hallway of Toma's mansion. I think Toma wants to talk to me about something. And while I was here, I planned to deliver the finished robe to Medea. Ah, why did you text me yesterday? I asked back. Jin Sahyuk leered at me and said, you said you'd stay by my side for half a year. It hasn't been half a year yet. Yeah, startled by the fact that Jin Sahyuk had been keeping track, I quickened my pace and arrived at Toma's office. Tock, tock, Toma answered as soon as I knocked. Come in. I opened the door and went in. Kick, with a screeching sound, the wooden door swung open. Toma was sitting in a chair, all alone in an office that was more modest than I remembered. Welco, well, if it isn't the former Knight Commander. She's with me. Is that okay? Yeah, sit down. Toma said and pointed at a chair. I sat down. So what? Why did you call me? Ah, Toma's face stiffened at my question. She looked at me then Jin Sahyuk and said in a low voice, I wanted to speak to you about descent, and also about the prophecy. Prophecy? Yeah, it comes from the administrator of Crevon. Toma showed me a piece of paper. There were only 2 sentences written across it. An enormous calamity shall descend upon the outside world. The inside and the outside must unite as one in order to overcome this ordeal. I widened my eyes. The tip of Toma's mouth slanted upward. The Queen wants to speak to you about the prophecy. Queen, you mean Araha? Hey, watch your mouth. Toma frowned. I smiled bitterly and restructured my question. What does Her Majesty wish to speak to me about? The second sentence sounds tricky. The part where it says the inside and the outside must unite as one. The inside and the outside must unite as one. It was a very simple sentence, and an idea naturally crossed my mind. Temporary descent of everyone from the Tower of Wish to fight against the devil and the demon realm transformation. Yeah, I get that. But why did the Queen pick me? I'm not really famous here. How should I know? But listen to me carefully. Araha is a tyrant. Araha, are you sure you can call the Queen by her name? I'm allowed. Toma replied and took out a pen. Now, listen carefully, because I'm about to tell you the do's and don'ts. Chapter 310. The stories that become bridges. 4. Araha hates black clothes. She also hates arrogant people and hates being ignored even more. She has an inferiority complex because she wasn't the first in line to become the king. The reason Araha is calling you should have something to do with prestige. Your prestige is master, after all. I don't know what Araha thinks about the prophecy. I assume it's a mix of interest and displeasure. After receiving Toma's advice, we went to the royal palace, which was several times bigger and grander than the last time I had seen it. By the way, Jin Sahyuk, did I kill you once or twice? Before going in, I asked Jin Sahyuk. Her pride seemed to have been hurt as she frowned without a reply. I'm not making fun of you. I'm asking how many skill slots you have left. 5. 5. 3 basic and 2 special. You didn't learn any. Jin Sahyuk nodded her head. You're more prudent than I thought. Well, you'll be learning some today. The royal palace should have a few buff-type passive skills. I would be surprised if the royal palace's vault had nothing of the sort. No, I don't need any. But to my surprise, Jin Sahyuk shook her head and grumbled. I can't learn ultimate skills and unique skills because of you. I don't need other trash skills. What? No. Now that Jin Sahyuk was becoming more and more redeemable, it was important for me to strengthen her. Synthesized basic skills and special skills that take up 2 slots are worth learning. We'll have to look through the vault to see what's available, though. The hell does that mean? It's fine if you don't understand. Let's just go in. Jin Sahyuk and I entered the palace. Once we showed our royal invitation letter to a guard, a knight came down to greet us. My name is Wilhelm Tell. Follow me, Her Royal Highness is waiting. Wilhelm Tell. He wasn't all that famous in modern Earth, but his story remained as a small legend. We followed Wilhelm past a huge garden. Countless knights were lined up along the hallway we walked through. I wasn't sure if they were there to greet us or threaten us. Go in. Eventually, we arrived in front of a well-decorated door. Yes. I turned the doorknob and slowly pushed the door in. The door opened smoothly, and I could see Araha sitting at the head of a long, rectangular table. Once the door fully opened, Araha smiled. Standing next to her were Lancelot and Lu Bu. Welcome, Master of Prestige and former knight, Commander Shin Jae-hyuk, Araha said. We are humbled to be in your audience. I greeted her the way I learned from Toma. Jin Sahyuk, on the other hand, simply nodded her head. It seemed to be a matter of pride. After all, she was a former king. I see you haven't changed. Knight Commander, please sit. Araha didn't seem to mind Jin Sahyuk's attitude as she guided us to our seats. I tilted my head at Araha's reaction. The impression I was getting from her was different than what Toma taught me. Hajin SSI, then. A woman who was sitting near Araha called my name, a knight with blonde hair and sparkling eyes. She was someone I knew well. Rachel. Rachel and I exchanged curious glances. You two know each other. A smile of interest emerged on Araha's face. Rachel looked back and forth between me and Jin Sahyuk before asking with a gulp, How did you two? Knight Commander Shin Jae-hyuk came as my companion. Her Royal Highness called us here. Please, sit, or do you plan on keeping me waiting? Araha interrupted us and said with a cheery voice. Yes. Jin Sahyuk and I sat down. Rachel still looked confused, and Araha clapped her hands, still smiling. Immediately, several servants walked into the room with plates of food. Go ahead. I heard there's a saying in your world that one should fill their stomach before enjoying the mountain view. With that, we began to eat. I munched on a king crab's leg, and Jin Sahyuk sliced a premium steak. Araha asked, You've heard about the prophecy from Margrave Toma, correct? Yes. I've called you to talk about that. We discovered a pathway that leads to your world, Earth. My eyes immediately widened. Araha continued slowly as she munched on a piece of escargot. But this pathway is in a dangerous place, and a huge amount of energy is needed to open it. Krevon isn't capable of providing this energy. That shouldn't be a problem since the dimensional entropy was in our hands. I should be able to take care of the energy. Where is the pathway? I asked. Araha stared at me fixedly before letting out a deep sigh. The 9th floor. Pardon. The pathway to the outside world. Araha paused. After collecting her breath, she muttered in a heavier voice, is deep inside the 9th floor filled with mythical monsters. Desolate Moon Guild building, Vice Leader Shin Jonghak's office. Desolate Moon's newly appointed Vice Leader, Shin Jonghak the Conqueror, was decorating his office. He placed his spear, which was the main reason he was granted the title Conqueror, on a shelf and placed a sculpture of himself he was gifted a long time ago next to it. Ha ha ha! Just looking at the sculpture brightened up his mood. It suited the interior design of the office and was perfect to represent the hero Shin Jonghak, at least in his eyes. Kyuhum. Shin Jonghak, who was wearing a satisfied smile, suddenly furrowed his brows. He had remembered it was Kim Hajin who sculpted this piece. That guy. Why don't I ever know where he is? Shin Jonghak clicked his tongue, sat down on his office chair and opened the newspaper. The first, second, and third pages were all about the Gate of Glory. Third round of selections begins for the Gate of Glory. Rising star Ki Naeun, Kim Suho the Sword Saint, Shin Jonghak the Conqueror, included, Norwegian hero Bjormod, steps up to the challenge. High intermediate rank hero Latelison fails at second round. Vice Leader, there's news. Yuo! A loud shout broke out as Shin Jonghak was reading. Startled, Shin Jonghak ripped the newspaper. Looking at the torn newspaper in his hands, Shin Jonghak sighed. What is it? I'll send it over right now. Shin Jonghak received the news on his computer. It was related to Essence of the Strait. Breaking news. Master rank hero, Divine Archer Jin Saein, joins Essence of the Strait. Essence of the Strait stocks skyrocket, up 19% in 5 minutes. PFT. Shin Jonghak broke out into laughter while reading the news report. Jin Se-in joining Essence of the Strait was certainly a shocking piece of news, especially considering how long she had remained independent. But it was nice seeing Yu Yonha, his longtime friend, doing so well. Although he wasn't happy that Essence of the Strait was so far ahead of Desolate Moon, he knew Yu Yonha was no match for him in terms of battle prowess. Shin Jonghak continued to read with a pleased smile on his face. Then, his gaze subconsciously turned to the frame next to his monitor. Inside the fist-sized frame was the young Shin Jonghak and his grandfather Shin Munchal, both smiling happily. Ha! Shin Jonghak picked up the frame with a sigh. Shin Munchal, the brightest of the 9 stars and the man whose name will be forever recorded in history, even as his grandson. Shin Jonghak couldn't understand why Shin Munchal sacrificed himself. Wasn't his life worth more than the lives of a few million ordinary people? Didn't he know that? Or did he sacrifice himself regardless? Grandfather. Shin Jonghak recalled an old memory. In it, he was crying in the arms of his grandfather. At the time, just being by his side consoled him. Shin Jonghak was prouder of him than anyone else and considered him the eternal hero of humanity. Shin Jonghak muttered bitterly as he looked at his young self in the frame. I still resent you. On the other hand, inside the Essence of the Strait Guild building, now being flooded with calls, Yu Yonha summoned Ki Naeun, who was one of Essence of the Strait's most famous heroes. Ki Naeun shouted as soon as she entered Yu Yonha's office. Is it true? Jinsei Hieronym is joining our guild. Her voice resounded loudly. Yu Yonha grinned and nodded her head. Wow. Ki Naeun's jaws dropped. It was an understandable reaction, as most master rank heroes who weren't guild leaders themselves rarely stayed in guilds. Jinsei joining Essence of the Strait was truly a piece of news worthy of all the buzz. But that wasn't all that was surprising. Anyways, Naeun, Yu Yonha smiled lightly and took out the barmung Kim Hajin gave her. Ki Naeun tilted her head. Take it. What's this, a baseball bat? Her reaction was to be expected. Barmung currently looked like a long stick more than anything else. This artifact is perfect for you. This, what? Is it the stone club Beowulf used? No, just try holding it. Yu Yonha wanted to surprise Ki Naeun, so she gave Barmung to her without an explanation, and Ki Naeun held it with keen interest. And at that moment, whoosh, Yu Yonha formed a small whip with her magic power and made a small cut on Ki Naeun's arm. Ow! Blood flowed from the cut, and Ki Naeun turned to Yu Yonha. TK, blood seeped into the stone sword. What was that for? Ki Naeun eyed Yu Yonha angrily. Just watch. I'm bleeding. Geez, right. Yu Yonha shrugged. 500 ml of blood was necessary to awaken Barmung, so she had no choice but to make the cut a little deep. Right, look at my arm. It's bleeding a lot. Look at what's in your hand. Hearing this, Ki Naeun looked down. Seething, Ki Naeun's body shook. The stone lump in her hand was sucking in her blood. Hey, what's? She didn't have the time to ask. Once Barmung absorbed enough blood, it emitted a bright light. Yu Yonha and Ki Naeun instinctively clad themselves in Kai reinforcement. Quara, the erupting light soon seeped back into the stone. Ah! Silence descended in the room. Ki Naeun let out a short sound. The lump of stone in her hand had transformed into a sword. Navy blue blade and a golden hilt. Just like in the myth of Siegfried, both light and darkness coexisted in the 1.8-meter-long greatsword. Yu Yonha looked at it and said, That's Barmung. Bal, this, holy. While Ki Naeun was lost in shock, Yu Yonha took out a document from her drawer. It was a contract for permanent lease of the weapon. You want it, right? You can have it if you sign here. Ha! Oh, yeah, of course. When Yu Yonha showed her the contract, Ki Naeun signed it without even giving it a brief glance. What's happening? Then, Yu Yonha's office door burst open. Heroes who detected Barmung's magic power rushed inside. But once they saw that both Yu Yonha and Ki Naeun were safe, their gaze turned to the only odd object in the room. Wow! The heck! Barmung, a weapon of many legends. Yu Yonha smiled at the dazed heroes and gave them an explanation. This is Barmung. Our major shareholder, XJ lent it to us. XJ was short for Extra Hajin. His name was well known as a major shareholder of Essence of the Strait, though no one knew his real identity. Cool, right? Feel free to take pictures and brag about it to your friends. A guild having such a valuable weapon boosted its image. Even after hearing Yu Yonha's explanation, the heroes continued to stare at Barmung blankly. Tower of Wish 8F, Crevon. Rain was falling in Crevon. I was sitting in the royal palace's reception room, deep in thought. Araha said that the pathway was on the 9th floor. I didn't know whether or not she was telling the truth, but I could probably just leave the chameleon troop to take care of it. After all, Jeok Young was always itching for a fight. Why haven't you responded to my messages? Then, I heard Rachel's voice from nearby. She was talking to Jin Sahyuk. Do I have a reason to? Jin Sahyuk answered. I see. Rachel nodded her head without even the slightest change in her expression, but anyone could tell that she was hurt by the blunt response. Hajin SSI? Yes. I turned to Rachel with a smile. Rachel also put on a smile and nodded. It's been a while. Ah, yes. Meanwhile, Jin Sahyuk looked back and forth between me and Rachel. Feeling her gaze, Rachel also turned to Jin Sahyuk. Just like that, a silent battle began between the two. Ha ha ha, what's that? Looking around the room, I found a pool table in the corner of the room. From what I heard, all sorts of sports spread by players were trending in Crevon. Do you guys want to play some pool? Ha, pool. Rachel's eyes suddenly brightened. I'd be happy to. Are you good, Hajin SSI? It's hard for me to be bad at it. I guess. I had young dwarf's dexterity after all. PFT. But Rachel suddenly snorted. It was the first time I was seeing her sneer. It must have come out subconsciously as she immediately fixed her expression. But I was taken aback. Sorry. It's just that I'm quite good at pool. I even won a tournament. I see. I nodded thoughtlessly at Rachel's proud comment, but that ended up triggering Jin Sahyuk's competitive spirit. What pool are you talking about? English billiards, straight pool, carom, 8-ball. It doesn't matter to me. Yeah, then let's go with carom. Sure. Rachel was full of confidence, which Jin Sahyuk seemed to hate. Jin Sahyuk stomped towards the pool table and grabbed a cue. Rachel also grabbed one with a grin. Shall we begin? It's a bit boring if we're not betting on something. What should we bet? A bet, what about a wish? Good. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, but just as the match was about to begin, I was contacted by Spartan, who was outside the Tower of Wish. Yu Jinhyuk messaged that his investigation of Yeonjun is complete. Yeonjun seems to be up to something. It doesn't seem urgent, currently on the lookout. I got up to return to Earth the moment I received Spartan's thoughts. I'm leaving now, you guys have fun. Where are you going? She's right, Kim Hajin. You're playing too. But Rachel and Jin Sahyuk grabbed me simultaneously. Rachel even handed me a cue. Don't run away, you're playing for a wish too. Me too. Of course. Rachel and Jin Sahyuk were ready to go all out. Okay. Since Spartan wasn't in a hurry, I agreed and decided to quickly stomp them and leave. Then I'll go first. I put some chalk on the Q-tip and got ready, but Jin Sahyuk and Rachel weren't placing me in their eyes at all. I'm curious how good you are. Former Knight Commander, I'm curious too. Please teach me. I don't know if you're good enough to be my disciple. Annoying me, is that a tactic? Please, why would I need to stoop to such a level against a beginner? Little did they know. They wouldn't even have the chance to show off their skills. I'm going. I planned on ending it on turn 1. Chapter 311, Virtual Reality Containing the Truth One. Rachel and Jin Sahyuk sat in the reception room of the royal palace in shock. The pool table and the cue sticks that they never got to use were in front of them. The game had ended instantly. At this point, neither of them could remember how many points they were playing for. They didn't even want to think about how the game unfolded. Kim Hajin, the man responsible for this mess, instructed Rachel to give Jin Sahyuk skillbooks and Jin Sahyuk to listen to Rachel. He then left the royal palace without looking back. Everything felt futile. This game shouldn't be that easy, Jin Sahyuk muttered and put a cue stick down on the table. Hit too hard, the ball breaks. Hit too weak, the ball loses its course. Using magic power was also prohibited. Pool was a difficult game for superhumans who had beyond average strength. Tack! She posed properly and hit the cue ball. The ball hit the first target, bounced against the wall and then hit the second. I'm in a good condition today. Can't believe the game ended before I even got to play. Or you. Jin Sahyuk casually turned her gaze to the side, only to be startled by Rachel. The princess looked as if her soul had escaped her body. Are you crying? No. Kim Hajin didn't know this, but as the 3-time winner of Crevon's pool tournament, Rachel took pride in this game. With delicate and elaborate techniques stemming from her experience in dealing with spirits, Rachel has long been the reigning queen of billiards. It Doesn't matter anymore. Please, follow me, still in shock. Rachel beckoned to Jin Sahyuk. She planned to show Jin Sahyuk the skill books as she had been instructed to do by Kim Hajin. Sure. Jin Sahyuk followed Rachel willingly. Rachel walked ahead and asked, special and basic skills. Right? Yeah, something that will be useful in real life. Got anything good? There should be. This is the royal palace. After all, the two of them walked down the hallway and arrived at the library accessible only to the members of the royal family and their close associates. Come in. Who? The library was big and the ceilings were high. Jin Sahyuk looked around in amazement. Every single one of the carefully carved bookshelves was a masterpiece. Of course, they were nothing compared to Plerian. Why don't you look around and see if anything catches your eye? Rachel said. Jin Sahyuk did as she was told. She walked slowly, her eyes skimming over the books. Skill books, history books, magic books, educational books, etc. The library had everything. Jin Sahyuk spent some time looking over the books and studying various skills. In the past, she had thought some of them were useless, but now they all seemed interesting. Excuse me, Shin Jahyuk SSI. Suddenly, Rachel called Jin Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk asked back, her gaze still fixed on the book. Rachel hesitated, finding it strange. Jin Sahyuk raised her head and looked at Rachel. 10 seconds passed by. Finally, Rachel asked with a small sigh, what kind of relationship do you have with Hajin SSI? Nothing, I guess. But Jin Sahyuk already knew Kim Hajin's secret. She also learned about synchronization from Bell. And she knew how Kim Hajin would change once she managed to increase his synchronization rate. And so, with a meaningful smile, she added, for now, 16F, Jenkalope's vessel, I returned to the Jenkalope's vessel. The vessel was again roaming above the Jenkalope zone on the 16th floor. It seemed that the mission to recapture the zone was still in progress. Welcome back, Ship Commander. Horner came out of the commander's office where he had been observing the land below to greet me. I welcomed Horner with a smile. Good to see you, and my guest. She's waiting for you in the VIP lounge. Today was the day I would deliver the ceremonial descent robe to Medea, my last guest in the Tower of Wish. Okay, thanks. I headed for the VIP lounge, surrounded by warm welcomes from the crew. I held a beautifully decorated gift box in one hand and opened the door with the other. Medea was waiting for me inside. As expected, you're finally here. Medea looked at me with a surly expression. It was a natural response. As I was well past the deadline, I gave a small smile and held out the gift box in my hand. I put a lot of effort into making it. Well, even considering that you're way too late. Medea stomped up to me. Her face glimmered with joy and desire that she failed to hide. Give it. But there was one more thing I had to ask Medea before giving her this robe. Are you planning on descending soon? Then, probably. Medea nodded nonchalantly with her arms crossed. And you haven't forgotten about our promise, right? Promise. I took out the copy of Hanks's dagger. Oh, that. Medea and I made an oath over this dagger to never betray humanity and to help humans out at all costs. I couldn't risk having Medea run away like the former 9-star Oyijin. Of course I haven't. Medea nodded with a smile. That was all I needed to hear. Medea, the great sorceress who had been mentioned several times in Greek mythology. I don't want to see the world that I'm going to live in fall apart either. I was sure that a person of such caliber would be of great help to this world. After I delivered the robe to Medea, I left the Tower of Wish. Spartan informed me that YunSeo-jin was still in France, and my next destination was determined. With Spartan, I flew to Paris, France. More precisely, my destination was the Champ de Mars, where the Eiffel Tower, the iconic landmark of Paris, stood. I planned on observing YunSeo-jin from there. However, hosting the third preliminary round of the Gate of Glory qualification tournament, welcome to Paris. The Paris branch of Essence of the Strait welcomes you, heroes. Please join us at the Eiffel Tower. We love you, Kim Suho Heart Suit, hero discount. What's going on? Paris was clearly in the middle of a celebration. Though it was late at night, the city was brightly lit. Parades and carnivals everywhere. From the big banners written in Korean, I could tell Paris was excited to be the host of the third preliminary round of the Gate of Glory qualification tournament. Is it really worth getting this excited about? Even considering the fact that the qualification tournament was drawing global attention, it still felt excessive. It was as if Paris had been chosen to host the World Cup. Anyways, I began searching for YunSeo-jin under the bright lights. Where is he? However, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't spot Yeonjun and was left with no choice but to rely on Spartan's vision again. Yeonjun was not above but underground. What the? The man next to Yeonjun looked familiar. No, it was more than just familiar. I knew who this man was. Switching sides on a whim, he was notoriously fickle, but just like Team Rocket, he never accomplished anything. Team Rocket, I mean Lancaster, dumbfounded. I listened in on their conversation. I offer you England. As expected, Lancaster was scheming against England again. He sure was persistent. I have top secret information about the British national security with me as well as other confidential documents. With this, you can turn England into a second pandemonium. The class-1 security codes can neutralize the entire British system and disable all shields. Yeonjun stared at Lancaster in silence. Thinking he spotted greed in Yeonjun's nonchalant expression, Lancaster offered a proposal. There's only one thing I want. Please destroy the British royal family. Top secret information about the British national security that Lancaster claimed to know. I wasn't sure what they were. Right now my top priority was Yeonjun. I took out my smartwatch and opened Violet Times. Equals Violet Times. Investigator Yu Jinhyuk has completed your request. Here is the flash drive containing information about Yeonjun's past. Please pay the complete amount within 2 weeks. A small portal appeared above the smartwatch. I put my hand inside the portal and pulled out the flash drive Yu Jinhyuk sent me. It was then. What are you doing here? A familiar voice struck my eardrums with crushing weight. Startled, I looked up. You scared me. There, Cheok Yungong was looking down at me. With a smirk, he put his hand on my shoulder. It's been a while. You're right, but why are you here? Cheok Yungyang. Me. They're hosting the third preliminary round or something here. That's what I'm here for. Alone. Yup. Fun things should be done alone. I nodded and turned my attention to the flash drive and Yu Jinhyuk's message. Yu Jinhyuk, I've put together the most crucial pieces of information regarding Yeonjun's past. I even included a flash drive containing all the information as a gesture of goodwill for the VIP customer. Directions: infuse your magic power into the flash drive and insert it in a virtual reality capsule or a virtual reality helmet. I recommend a whole-body capsule in place of a helmet for a more engaging experience. Yu Jinhyuk's flash drive, a flash drive containing the extracted past. So something like this was possible. After all, the reason Yu Jinhyuk delivered his research in the format of a flash drive was that he wanted his customers to experience the same things as himself. Oi, what's that? Looks sort of fun. Suddenly, Jeok Youngong shoved his head in towards me. Nothing, it's just. I was about to change the subject when suddenly, an idea crossed my mind. No one said this flash drive was strictly for one person. I knew more than 2 people could play the same game or watch the same video at the same time using the party option in a whole-body capsule. Cheok Youngyang. What? Do you know Yi Yeonjun? Cheok Youngyang gave a small frown. No, not really. All I know about him is that he was the former leader of the Chameleon Troop and also Boss's savior. Cheok Youngyang was honest. I looked down at the flash drive in silence. Cheok Youngyang had no prior relationship with Yeonjun. What's more, he even seemed disgruntled by the former leader's presence. Well then, Cheok Youngyang, follow me. Why? This, I put up the flash drive and suggested. You said this looked fun, so let's look at it together. Cheok Youngyang folded his arms, pretending to be uninterested, but soon broke into a smile and came close to me. Where can we look at it? Right over there. I pointed at Capsule de Mars, the largest capsule cafe and one of the most famous tourist attractions in France. Capsule, so that thing runs by a capsule. That's right, let's go. I've never used a capsule before. I headed to the capsule cafe with Cheok Youngyang, who still looked confused. Welcome, I paid the cafe owner in one and borrowed 2 capsules, an extra large-sized capsule for Cheok Youngyang and a medium-sized capsule for me. As soon as I was online, I sent Cheok Youngyang a friend request. Cheok Youngyang, are you ready? Oh wait, this is so damn complicated. There, I accepted your friend request and party invitation. Am I all set? Yeah, give me a moment. I'm putting in the flash drive now. I infused my magic power, Stigma, into the flash drive. Here we go, I said and plugged the flash drive into the capsule. It was then. CHY, what the? A cluster of light formed inside the capsule. The mysterious light shot out of the capsule and enveloped my entire body. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-ho and Ki Na-eun were busy playing games in the capsule cafe. Their excuse was to relieve stress and relax before the third preliminary round began. But the real reason they came here was purely because of Ki Na-eun. There was no way that Ki Na-eun, an avid gamer, could pass up an opportunity to visit Capsule de Mars, the world-famous capsule cafe. You ha, Kim Soo-ho. You sucker, you're terrible at games. I can't even keep track of how many times you lost. Inside the virtual world, Ki Na-eun teased Kim Soo-ho, who had just lost to her. Kim Soo-ho scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. Ah, this is kinda hard. Who's up next? The game they were playing right now was called Gladiator of the Century. Ki Na-eun won not only against Kim Soo-ho, but also against Shin Jong-hak and YunSeo-jin. She wasn't ranked #1 for nothing. Na-eun, can't we just play something else? Ji-yoon suggested, completely worn out from the duel. Good idea. We should play something else. I'm getting tired of this. Shin Jong-hak agreed. Something else? Deep in thought, Ki Na-eun turned her gaze to her friend list. Currently online were Kim Soo-ho, Shin Jong-hak, Yun Seung-ah, Yi Ji-yoon, and Yu Yeon-ha. Yu Yeon-ha, playing at Capsule de Mars. Paris, what the? Yu Yeon-ha is here. Yu Yeon-ha, the Yu Yeon-ha. Yun Seung-ah's hologram widened her eyes. Yeah, it says right here that she's playing at Capsule de Mars. She must be here in Paris. Unnie, can we include Yeonha and play GTA 3-on-3? Sure, anything but Gladiator of the Century. Kim Soo-ho and others nodded in agreement. Okay. Then, Ki Na-eun invited Yu Yeonha to her party. Though Yu Yeonha was a bit hesitant, she accepted the invitation. Immediately 5 holograms, not including Ki Na-eun, appeared in the common area. Hey, Yeonha, hey, so you were here after all. Na-eun, Yu Yeonha looked at Ki Na-eun with her arms crossed. Of course I am, but why are you here? I came to Paris as a member of the association, and I have some documents to go over regarding the capsules. Yeonha smiled bitterly and showed Ki Na-eun the stack of documents. Ki Na-eun felt sick at the mere sight of it. Damn, put that thing down and let's play a game. Sorry, I'm busy. Hey, this is your chance to rest. There's more to life than just work. You don't have to take care of that right this moment. Yun Seung-ah, Kim Soo-ho, and Shin Jong-hak added to Ki Na-eun. Why don't you rest a bit? Chief officer, I'm a guild leader and even I'm slacking off. You're making me feel guilty. Exactly, take a break. They're right, Yeonha, play just one game. What did you say? Yeonha glared at Shin Jong-hak disapprovingly, but soon heaved a sigh and nodded. Fine, I'll play just one game. I need to talk to Jong-hak anyways. Yay, okay, wait a sec. As soon as her friend gave in, Ki Na-eun pulled up their next game, Grand Theft Auto XS. Let's go. Asking party members to join, all members have entered. Accessing Grand Theft Auto XS. The game was about to start, when suddenly CHWA. A giant ray of light swallowed them whole. Surprised by the radiance, Ki Na-eun closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, Ki Na-eun, Yun Seung-ah, Yu Yeonha, Yi Ji-yoon, Kim Soo-ho, Shin Jong-hak. The 6 players were standing above an unfamiliar ground. Wow, Na-eun, what's the name of this game? It feels so real. Ah, my eyes still hurt. Yi Ji-yoon remarked. Kim Soo-ho and Yu Yeonha also turned to Ki Na-eun and waited for her answer. But Ki Na-eun couldn't say anything. Having played Grand Theft Auto XS for an astounding 200 hours, Ki Na-eun was currently very confused. Where are we? This was definitely not what Grand Theft Auto XS looked like. Chapter 312, Virtual Reality Containing the Truth Too. What the? Ki Na-eun looked around in awe. They were standing over a barren field at night, but she could see neon lights and tall buildings in the distance. This is some amazing technology. It feels real. Yu Yeonha's remarks startled Ki Na-eun. Did they go through a major update or something? No. But if they did, then I would have known about it. Right, but are we in a slum area? Even as Ki Na-eun tried to make sense of the situation, her comrade's conversation continued. Slum. Kim Soo-ho widened his eyes at the word. Yun Seung-ah nodded with a smile. You guys wouldn't know about it, but a long time ago there were neon cities, just like that one on the outskirts of Seoul or Suwon. Most of them were in the slums. Of course you'd know, since you're in your 30s. Yu Yeonha caught Yun Seung-ah off guard. W what? Yun Seung-ah hissed at Yu Yeonha like a cat, but the younger girl simply shrugged. It's true. I mean, sure, but you don't have to point it out. Chief officer. It was then that Ki Na-eun suddenly shouted out loud. Pouch! The exclamation immediately drew everyone's attention. Phew! Ki Naeun let out a sigh of relief as she held a pouch in her hand. YunSeo-jin tilted her head in curiosity. Huh, what's that, Naeun? Ah, this is the inventory, just in the shape of a pouch. It's not uncommon for open-world games like Grand Theft Auto, to refer to inventory as something else. Ki Naeun smirked and checked inside her pouch. My level is high, so this pouch should be able to hold anything under 300 kg. However, the maximum capacity of the pouch was only 3 kg, and Ki Naeun became silent. Pouch, wow, it really works. Pouch. Kim Suho and Yun Seung-ah summoned their pouches after Ki Naeun. They examined them in detail, mesmerized by the technology. Suddenly, Yu Yonha announced, enough with the chit-chat. We should really get going. I don't have much time to spare. I have to finish this quickly and go back. I have to finish this quickly and go back. Yu Yonha's words instilled a sense of uneasiness in Ki Naeun. Okay, let's get moving. How do I take screenshots here? I want to upload some photos on social media. God, you should seriously take a break from the social media, Yijun. The party began to move toward the Neon City. Ki Naeun, too, began walking with Shin Jonghak by her side. So when we get there, we break and destroy and fight, right? At least that's what everyone was doing on YouTube. Ha, oh, Enno, be quiet and remain calm. Isn't that what this game is about, though? Just leave me alone. The moment she deserted Shin Jonghak, Yun Seung-ah approached her. Naeun, how do you level up in this game? I'm having trouble controlling my magic power, and I think it's because my level is too low. Ha, give me a sec. Log out, log out, log out, log out. Ki Naeun muttered to herself dozens of times, but neither the logout window nor the settings page appeared before her. Damn it, I'm totally screwed, she grumbled in dismay, finally giving up. Oh, look, a sign. Kim Suho, who was leading the way, was the first to discover the city's sign. Suwon Area A, Suwon Area A. It's just as you said. Leader, this is Suwon. Really? Interesting. This map must be based on Suwon before the administrative changes. If they're still calling this area Area A, the party passed the sign and entered the city. Neon lights were lined up in the street. Under the colored lights were market stalls, pubs with outdoor tables, red lanterns and motels. The city appeared more enigmatic up close. Gazing across the unfamiliar cityscape, Yu Yonha asked, Naeun, what year is this game based on? Ha! Oh, to find out. We might have to pay a visit to the PC cafe or the motel over there. How about money? How do we make money? Money. It was then. Suddenly a group of men jumped out of the back alley. They were holding knives, baseball bats, wooden sticks, and other weapons in their hands. You! You! A man wearing a bandana, who seemed to be the leader of the group, came forward and shouted, If you value your life, hand over everything you have. The party stared at him in silence. Then suddenly Ki Naeun raised her arm and pointed at the thugs. She muttered, There it is, money. I opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was a faded ceiling. I was conscious but still a bit hazy. Then, all of a sudden, an unbearable amount of pain engulfed the right side of my body. The source of the pain was my right arm. The pain woke me up fully, and only then did I realize what had happened to me. It was simple. First, I delivered the final robe to Medea at the Tower of Wish. Then I traveled to Paris, where I received a flash drive from Yu Sihyuk containing information about Yeonjin's past. Next, I went to Capsule de Mars, the largest capsule cafe in France, to check the contents of the flash drive. And then when I plugged the flash drive infused with stigma into a capsule, the flash drive suddenly began absorbing my stigma. It all happened so quickly that I didn't have enough time to control the flow of my magic power. You finally up, a thick voice struck my ears. It came from Cheok Young. Who? With a sigh, I examined my arm. It was bruised to the point that I couldn't recognize the symbol of stigma. I couldn't move it at all. Or you okay? I'm okay. Where are we, by the way? I don't know. Some sort of a shrine or church or something. But why are we here? Shrine, church. I tilted my head in confusion, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through my right arm again. The movement of magic power inside stigma that I knew I should feel at all times was only vague. Log out, I shouted, hoping to escape from the pain. But my effort was fruitless. Video information, pause, connection status. Other system functions also failed to load, as if they had been intentionally blocked. What's going on? That's what I'd like to know. What are you doing? Something was strange. Different. This was definitely not what a recorded video felt like. All I could infer right now was that Yu Jinhyuk's flash drive and my stigma caused some kind of reaction when they fused together. Judging by the condition of my arm, I knew that overclock had also been activated. That must be the reason why Cheok Young got swept up in this. Was I too naive? Should I have been more careful before plugging in the flash drive? No, I never would have imagined something like this to happen. More importantly, I believed in my luck, though I wasn't sure at this point whether my luck had just saved me by a hair or was an active partaker in the latest turn of events. Oi, you hurt your head or something, Cheok Young frowned. Beep. At that moment, the message Yu Jinhyuk had left me appeared in midair. Equals Yu Jinhyuk's message equals dear customer. While investigating Yeonjun's past as instructed, I noticed a strange relationship between Yeonjun and the current boss of the Chameleon Troop. I believed this was something you were interested in, so I focused my research on those two. My messages will arrive in order at the exact moments I have intended. Oi! I turned my gaze to Cheok Young. Then I got up, looking closely. The surrounding scenery resembled a church more than a shrine. Looks like we're in a church lounge. Follow me, Cheok Young. We stepped outside. Outside, there were three buildings lined up around a large, barren field. One was the chapel, one was the nursery, one was the lounge. I could hear the kids laughing and talking in the nursery even from where I was standing. Hey, over there. I was examining the nursery building when Cheok Young suddenly slapped me on the shoulder. With a serious look, he pointed at the field. I turned my gaze to where he was pointing. Ah! A short exclamation escaped my mouth. There, in a corner of the field, a child sat alone in the bleachers under the shade. She's the one, right? Cheok Young asked, stroking his chin. Yes, I nodded, disheveled, tangled black hair and dull eyes. Even in the cold and loneliness, she stared straight ahead as if waiting for someone to come back to her. My heart hurt just looking at her. That's boss. Meanwhile, Ki Naeun and the others arrived at a motel somewhere in area. Though the room was a bit too small for 6 people. It wasn't too bad right now because Kim Suho and Yun Seung-ah had just left for a walk. There are a lot of robbers, but only in the alley. In the main street there are shops and pubs, so it's not as bad as pandemonium. I wouldn't say the level of difficulty is too high. Yu Yonha was currently analyzing the game, looking down at the street through the motel window. Naeun, shouldn't we run around the city and receive missions, like main quests or sub-quests? Yijun asked Ki Naeun, clearly excited. Oh, why yeah, sure, but the thing is... Oh, right, suddenly. Clap, Yu Yonha clapped her hands. Do you think this computer works? I don't know. Try turning it on. Yu Yonha started examining the dusty old computer with eyes full of curiosity. This is so old. How do I even turn it on? She wasn't at all acquainted with a desktop. Yu Yonha managed to find the power key only after carefully investigating the computer case. Whoa, it's on, vroom, with a buzzing sound. The screen lighted up. The others stood next to Yu Yonha. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Harm. This is slow. They all stared at the screen for 3 whole minutes. Finally, the boot-up ended, and the first thing Yu Yonha did was check the date. December 18th, 2006. Yu Yonha wasn't even born then. With a big smile, Yejun exclaimed, Whoa, so we're in the 2000s, leader. Yeah, but mid-2000s is a weird setting for a game. After the tumultuous 60s, superhumans were born in the 70s and 80s. In the 90s, with the help of the said superhumans, Korea recaptured its stolen territories and the hero system was first established. In the zeros, Korea saw a major growth in technology along with the growing population of heroes. But from 2000 to 2010 was simply a transition period. The gap between the rich and the poor widened with the rapid advancement of technology, and the number of slums increased beyond the reach of government authority. It was considered by many to be a shameful era. At least the details seem accurate. Yu Yonha turned the computer off after surfing the web for a while. Then she looked around the room to see where Shin Jonghak was. He was in the middle of training. Jonghak, do you want to go for a walk? A walk? Yeah, we can look around the neighborhood, see what's where. We still have some money left from the robbers, so we can buy things too. Shin Jonghak seemed reluctant, and Ki Naeun immediately intervened. Sounds fun. Go, go. Ki Naeun pulled Shin Jonghak towards Yu Yonha. She was clearly acting strange, but thankfully the pair left without saying much. Now she and Yi Jiyun were the only ones left in the room. Ki Naeun looked at Yi Ji-yoon, and Yi Ji-yoon looked at Ki Naeun with her round eyes. Ha! Ki Naeun sighed. She fell onto the bed, her hands over her head. Naeun, I think I need to get some sleep. Why don't you go outside and play? Yi Ji-yoon nodded, but instead of leaving, she sat in front of the motel's computer. She had never seen this type of operating system before, but was skilled enough to quickly get the hang of it. Just like that, 3 hours passed by. MMMNN, Yi-ji-yoon pulled her head away from the computer screen and stretched. At that precise moment, Yu Yonha and Shin Jonghak returned to the room. They were carrying a dagger, a spear, a sword, and other types of weapons with them. Here, this is for you, Naeun, a weapon. Ki Naeun received the sword without putting up a fight. It was an item named Typical Iron Sword. Kick. At that moment, the door opened again, and Kim Soo-ho and Yun Seung-ah entered the room. With a beaming smile, the pair handed out snacks and other food to the rest of the team. They spent some time chewing gum and eating snacks. 15 minutes later, Yu Yonha, who was chewing on dried squid legs, pretending they didn't suit her taste, finally asked, "By the way, Naeun, how do you log out of this game?" Log out. The word surprised Ki Naeun, and Yu Yonha asked again, "What's wrong? What?" I said, "How do you log out of this game?" Um, uh, Ki Naeun glanced at her friends. Everyone was looking at her. "I don't know now. How did I do it before?" Yu Yonha frowned. "Stop with the jokes and teach me. It's already been 4 hours. I have to attend an event soon." "Ah, really? 4 hours already? Time sure flies." Yu Yonha glared at Ki Naeun. Ki Naeun shuddered in fear. "So, how do I sign out?" "Naeun. Ha, oh, that's. Say it." Ki Naeun closed her mouth, and Yu Yonha scowled at her friend. Kim Soo-ho, Shin Jonghak, Yi Ji-yoon, and Yun Seung-ah. They were all focused on her. That's. Her heart was racing. Her breathing became heavy and cold sweat trickled down her back. Her head was spinning, and she was beginning to feel dizzy. There was only one way out of this. Gulp Ki Naeun swallowed her saliva, and Kuong smashed her head on the floor. "Sorry, I have no idea where we are. I don't know how to log out of this thing." A cry of despair filled the motel room. "Nameless nursery. She's doing nothing." Cheok Yung noted. "You're right," I answered. "Are you sure she's boss?" Cheok Yung asked. "Yes, I'm sure," I answered again. And then for a while we stared at the girl in silence. 3 minutes later, Cheok Yung leered at me. "So you're here to spy on young boss?" "No, I'm here to investigate Yeonjun." Yeonjun? Yeah, he doesn't seem to like me. For some reason. Really? Yes, but I didn't expect this to happen. Oh, Cheok Yung stroked his chin. "So what you're saying is, that flash drive and your magic power responded to each other, and a whole new world was created." I had spent the last 3 hours explaining the cause of this phenomenon to Cheok Yung. "It's not a whole new world. It's just a fully manifested virtual reality based on the data of the past, but you've got most of it." "Ah, so how do we get out of here?" "That we'll have to see." I stared at Boss. Right now, Boss was waiting for someone. Yu Jinhyuk probably wanted me to see only the most important events, so I believed that if I continued to watch Boss closely, then I would eventually reach the truth. Oi, but what if we spend so much time in here that everyone outside ends up dead? Jeok Yunggong asked, slightly worried. Don't worry, we're inside a virtual reality, so the concept of time only applies to our brains. What the heck does that mean? It means that the flow of the time is different here. It's okay to stay here for a long time. I could infer this based on the difference of the consciousness between me and Spartan, though I couldn't pin down the exact ratio. I was sure that time in here passed a lot quicker than time in the real world. "I'll kill you if you're lying." "Sure." At that moment, we saw a luxury sedan enter into the field. Boss responded to the headlights. She stood up with a faint smile across her face. "Hide." We hid ourselves as best as we could, surrounded by the darkness of the night. The sedan smoothly glided across the field. Soon the back doors opened, and a man and a woman got off the vehicle. Boss slowly walked up to them, visibly nervous. It was then that I received Yu Jinhyuk's message. Yu Jinhyuk's message. The man and the woman are the girl's parents. The man was the first to discover Boss. He stopped in front of the girl and frowned. "I told you not to come outside. I already knew this part of her past. It was in my original settings." "Why are you here?" Despite her father's cold demeanor, Boss smiled weakly. She seemed happy just to see him. This." Boss took something out of her pocket. It was a bracelet made of flowers and shadows. She probably made them herself. However, her father suddenly clenched his fist and kicked the bracelet. I don't need anything made with that cursed power of yours. You little freak. That bastard. I grabbed Cheok Young's wrist and tried to calm him down. SHH, it's all just a virtual reality anyway. At that moment, her mother came forward. She looked down at Boss with eyes full of disdain and clicked her tongue. You really are a cursed child. Haven't I told you before not to pick flowers? Don't you feel bad for the flowers? Their cruelty made me doubt whether they were really her parents. The couple trampled on Boss's bracelet and headed for the nursery building. Boss stared at their backs as they left, but Boss didn't cry. In fact, her expression remained unchanged. She picked up her bracelet from the ground and Grumble, with an empty stomach, began walking towards the nursery. Ahem, those bastards. I'm gonna tear their stomachs open and jump rope with their intestines. Be quiet. I put my hand over Cheok Young's mouth and got up. Of course I felt bad, but this was just virtual reality. What's happened already happened. Right then, I received another message. Yu Jinhyuk's message. Find out where her parents came from. You'll find Yeonjun there. These messages that Yu Jinhyuk left me were very useful. SSSSK. It was then. SSSK. I felt a presence behind the bushes across the field. No, it wasn't just a presence. I saw a marker. User. What is that? I widened my eyes and activated my gift. Observation and reading. User ID greasy paper. Playtime 70 to 36 hours. Why is there a user here? Suddenly a realization struck me as if I had been hit by a hammer in the head. The idea that crossed my mind gave me goosebumps. I see a couple of people over there. They don't look hostile to me. Even Cheok Young's voice sounded distant. I began to think, just like PC cafes. The capsules at Capsule de Mars used a shared public network, and at that time the number of customers at the cafe were well over 1,000. Then, maybe, when I connected the flash drive to the capsule, everyone at the cafe. Wait, I think we have a huge problem. I scratched the back of my neck. In addition to the user marker, the information about playtime 70 to 36 hours. If that sentence was true, then it meant there was a problem with the time axis. I was only now realizing the scale of the disaster I had caused. I got up, crumpling my hair. Cheok Young. Yeah, you see those people over there. You want me to catch them? Cheok Young grinned and I shaked my head. No, don't catch. Just politely ask them to. Cheok Young was already racing across the field like a beast before I even finished speaking. A motel in Suwon Area A. It was early in the morning, the sky glowing in dim blue. Soon the sun would rise, yet the atmosphere inside the motel was still dreary. I have to leave. Yu Yonha was scratching at the wall in agony, while Kim Suho and YunSeo-jin were sighing at the thought of the third preliminary round that was to begin 3 days later, and Shin Jonghak was consoling Ki Naeun. Ki Naeun couldn't face her friends. She still wasn't sure what caused this situation, but it was her who pushed them to play this game. Ki Naeun let out another sigh. Suddenly her gaze drifted to Ji-yoon, who was still in front of the computer. Ji-yoon, did you find anything? Oh, no, I'm just looking at blogs and stuff. Yeah, blog, so she's just killing time. As she heaved another sigh, Ki Naeun suddenly remembered something. An electric shock shot through her body, and she widened her eyes. Blog. A long time ago, the words that her precious person had said to her, they still lingered in her heart. I'm gonna take lots of pictures of you and your brother and post them on my blog. She could hear that voice clearly. Ki Naeun jumped to her feet and ran to Ji-yoon. Show me. You scared me. What's the big deal? Just show me. Ki Naeun saw the blog site on the computer screen. She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. What was Mom's ID again? She buried her head in her hands. Think. Bellflower. What's Bellflower? It's an ID. Quick, search Bellflower. Ji-yoon tilted her head in confusion, but did as she was told. There was only one user with the nickname Bellflower. Ji-yoon clicked on the link to her blog without a moment of hesitation. Right then. Ki Naeun's heart stopped. So did Ji-yoon's. This is. A streak of tears trickled down Ki Naeun's cheek. What's wrong, Ki Naeun? Ji-yoon. The rest of the party began to gather around the computer as well. The first to come was Shin Jonghak, then Kim Suho, YunSeo-jin, and lastly, Yu Yonha. All of them fell silent when they saw what was on the computer screen. Their reaction was inevitable. Bellflower, Black Circle, currently online, blog of eternal happiness. I write about my son. Bellflower's blog. It was full of photos of young Ki Jin-yoon. Ah, Ki Naeun muttered in a daze. Tears flowed down from her eyes, and a sad smile spread across her lips. They're alive. Kim Soo-ho and everyone else looked at Ki Naeun. Shin Jong-hak stretched his arm out towards Ki Naeun, but Yu Yeon-ha stopped him. My mom, and my brother too. Yeah. YunSeo-jin, who was standing next to Ki Naeun, pulled her junior into her arms. Ki Naeun stared at the photo of her mom and her brother smiling together, her head resting on YunSeo-jin's shoulder. Hey Ji-yoon, does this have a live chat feature? Oh yeah. Wait a sec. But their peace did not last long. Warak, silver wires danced quietly just outside the motel windows. The wires shattered the windows in a swift motion and spread throughout the room. What the? The party quickly grabbed their weapons, but it was too late. SHH, don't move. This is a game, not reality. If you move, I'll have no choice but to take your life. A threatening voice struck their ears, and the sharp wire stopped just in front of their necks. This. But Kim Soo-ho had seen these silver wires before. He clenched his teeth and glared at the shattered window. A man covered with a robe from head to toe was leaning against the window frame. You're... Kim Soo-ho knew this man. His eyes and his build was more than familiar. They had been enemies since they first met at the Tower of Wish. Silver Kiter was the only person who used steel wires as his main weapon. Long time no see. Kim Soo-ho, Kiter smirked. The marker user was floating above Kiter's head. Are you the one behind all of this? Kiter shrugged at Kim Soo-ho's threatening gaze. No, see, I have no idea what's going on either. So don't glare at me like that. After all, I'm only here to help. You guys don't even know what this game is about, right? Tap, tap. FYI, there are at least 1,500 other users here besides you and me. There are 300 in Suwon, and about 50 of them were after you guys until just now, Kiter explained. He then sat on the nearest bed and continued, but all 50 of them ran away because of me. I helped you guys out, do you understand? Now stop with those faces. Shin Jong-hak, Ki Naeun, Kim Soo-ho, Yu Yeon-ha, Yun-seung-ah, Ye Ji-yoon. At the center of the 6 heroes' ferocious gaze, Kaita smirked. I'll take that as a no. Shall we continue the conversation in this state then? Chapter 313, Virtual Reality Containing the Truth 3. What the? Ki Naeun looked around in awe. They were standing over a barren field at night, but she could see neon lights and tall buildings in the distance. This is some amazing technology. It feels real. Yu Yeon-ha's remark startled Ki Naeun. Did they go through a major update or something? No. But if they did, then I would have known about it. Right, but are we in a slum area? Even as Ki Naeun tried to make sense of the situation, her comrade's conversation continued. Slum. Kim Soo-ho widened his eyes at the word. YunSeo-jin nodded with a smile. You guys wouldn't know about it, but a long time ago there were neon cities, just like that one on the outskirts of Seoul or Suwon. Most of them were in the slums. Of course you'd know, since you're in your 30s. Yu Yeon-ha caught YunSeo-jin off guard. What? YunSeo-jin hissed at Yu Yeon-ha like a cat, but the younger girl simply shrugged. It's true. I mean, sure, but you don't have to point it out. Chief Officer. It was then that Ki Naeun suddenly shouted out loud. Pouch! The exclamation immediately drew everyone's attention. Phew. Ki Naeun let out a sigh of relief as she held a pouch in her hand. YunSeo-jin tilted her head in curiosity. Huh, what's that, Naeun? Ah, this is the inventory, just in the shape of a pouch. It's not uncommon for open-world games like Grand Theft Auto, to refer to inventory as something else. Ki Naeun smirked and checked inside her pouch. My level is high, so this pouch should be able to hold anything under 300 kg. However, the maximum capacity of the pouch was only 3 kg, and Ki Naeun became silent. Pouch, wow, it really works. Pouch. Kim Soo-ho and YunSeo-jin summoned their pouches after Ki Naeun. They examined them in detail, mesmerized by the technology. Suddenly, Yu Yeon-ha announced, enough with the chit-chat. We should really get going. I don't have much time to spare. I have to finish this quickly and go back. I have to finish this quickly and go back. Yu Yeon-ha's words instilled a sense of uneasiness in Ki Naeun. Okay, let's get moving. How do I take screenshots here? I want to upload some photos on social media. God, you should seriously take a break from the social media, Ye Ji-yoon. The party began to move toward the neon city. Ki Naeun, too, began walking with Shin Jong-hak by her side. So when we get there, we break and destroy and fight. Right, at least that's what everyone was doing on YouTube. Ha! Oh, Enno, be quiet and remain calm. Isn't that what this game is about, though? Just leave me alone. The moment she deserted Shin Jonghak, Yun Seungar approached her. Naeun, how do you level up in this game? I'm having trouble controlling my magic power, and I think it's because my level is too low. Ha! Give me a sec. Log out, log out, log out, log out. Ki Naeun muttered to herself dozens of times, but neither the logout window nor the settings page appeared before her. Damn it, I'm totally screwed, she grumbled in dismay, finally giving up. Oh, look, a sign. Kim Suho, who was leading the way, was the first to discover the city's sign. Suwon Area A, Suwon Area A. It's just as you said. Leader, this is Suwon. Really? Interesting. This map must be based on Suwon before the administrative changes. If they're still calling this area Area A, the party passed the sign and entered the city. Neon lights were lined up in the street. Under the colored lights were market stalls, pubs with outdoor tables, red lanterns and motels. The city appeared more enigmatic up close. Gazing across the unfamiliar cityscape, Yonha asked, Naeun, what year is this game based on? Ha! Oh, to find out. We might have to pay a visit to the PC cafe or the motel over there. How about money? How do we make money? Money. It was then. Suddenly a group of men jumped out of the back alley. They were holding knives, baseball bats, wooden sticks, and other weapons in their hands. Yuhahaha, you! A man wearing a bandana, who seemed to be the leader of the group, came forward and shouted, If you value your life, hand over everything you have. The party stared at him in silence. Then suddenly Ki Naeun raised her arm and pointed at the thugs. She muttered, There it is, money. I opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was a faded ceiling. I was conscious but still a bit hazy. Then, all of a sudden, an unbearable amount of pain engulfed the right side of my body. The source of the pain was my right arm. The pain woke me up fully, and only then did I realize what had happened to me. It was simple. First, I delivered the final robe to Medea at the Tower of Wish. Then I traveled to Paris, where I received a flash drive from Yu Sihyuk containing information about Yeonjun's past. Next, I went to Capsule de Mars, the largest capsule cafe in France, to check the contents of the flash drive. And then when I plugged the flash drive infused with stigma into a capsule, the flash drive suddenly began absorbing my stigma. It all happened so quickly that I didn't have enough time to control the flow of my magic power. You finally up, a thick voice struck my ears. It came from Cheok Yungyung. Who? With a sigh. I examined my arm. It was bruised to the point that I couldn't recognize the symbol of stigma. I couldn't move it at all. Oi, you okay? I'm okay. Where are we, by the way? I don't know. Some sort of a shrine or church or something. But why are we here? Shrine, church. I tilted my head in confusion, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through my right arm again. The movement of magic power inside stigma that I knew I should feel at all times was only vague. Log out, I shouted, hoping to escape from the pain. But my effort was fruitless. Video information, pause, connection status. Other system functions also failed to load, as if they had been intentionally blocked. What's going on? That's what I'd like to know. What are you doing? Something was strange. Different. This was definitely not what a recorded video felt like. All I could infer right now was that Yu Jinhyuk's flash drive and my stigma caused some kind of reaction when they fused together. Judging by the condition of my arm, I knew that overclock had also been activated. That must be the reason why Cheok Yungyung got swept up in this. Was I too naive? Should I have been more careful before plugging in the flash drive? No, I never would have imagined something like this to happen. More importantly, I believed in my luck, though I wasn't sure at this point whether my luck had just saved me by a hair or was an active partaker in the latest turn of events. Oi, you hurt your head or something, Cheok Yungyung frowned. Beep. At that moment, the message Yu Jinhyuk had left me appeared in Medea. Equals Yu Jinhyuk's message equals Dear Customer. While investigating Yeonjun's past as instructed, I noticed a strange relationship between Yeonjun and the current boss of the Chameleon Troop. I believed this was something you were interested in, so I focused my research on those two. My messages will arrive in order at the exact moments I have intended. Oi! I turned my gaze to Cheok Yungyung. Then I got up, looking closely. The surrounding scenery resembled a church more than a shrine. Looks like we're in a church lounge. Follow me, Cheok Yungyung. We stepped outside. Outside, there were 3 buildings lined up around a large, barren field. One was the chapel, one was the nursery, one was the lounge. I could hear the kids laughing and talking in the nursery even from where I was standing. Hey, over there. I was examining the nursery building when Cheok Yung suddenly slapped me on the shoulder. With a serious look, he pointed at the field. I turned my gaze to where he was pointing. Ah! A short exclamation escaped my mouth. There, in a corner of the field, a child sat alone in the bleachers under the shade. She's the one, right? Cheok Yung asked, stroking his chin. Yes, I nodded, disheveled, tangled black hair and dull eyes. Even in the cold and loneliness, she stared straight ahead as if waiting for someone to come back to her. My heart hurt just looking at her. That's Boss. Meanwhile, Ki Nayan and the others arrived at a motel somewhere in area. Though the room was a bit too small for 6 people. It wasn't too bad right now because Kim Suho and Yun Seung-ah had just left for a walk. There are a lot of robbers, but only in the alley. In the main street there are shops and pubs, so it's not as bad as pandemonium. I wouldn't say the level of difficulty is too high. Yu Yonha was currently analyzing the game, looking down at the street through the motel window. Nayan, shouldn't we run around the city and receive missions, like main quests or sub-quests? Yijun asked Ki Nayan, clearly excited. Oh, why yeah, sure, but the thing is... Oh, right, suddenly. Yu Yonha clapped her hands. Do you think this computer works? I don't know. Try turning it on. Yu Yonha started examining the dusty old computer with eyes full of curiosity. This is so old. How do I even turn it on? She wasn't at all acquainted with a desktop. Yu Yonha managed to find the power key only after carefully investigating the computer case. Whoa, it's on, vroom, with a buzzing sound. The screen lighted up. The others stood next to Yu Yonha. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Harm. This is slow. They all stared at the screen for 3 whole minutes. Finally, the boot-up ended, and the first thing Yu Yonha did was check the date. December 18th, 2006. Yu Yonha wasn't even born then. With a big smile, Yejun exclaimed, Whoa, so we're in the 2000s, leader. Yeah, but mid-2000s is a weird setting for a game. After the tumultuous 60s, superhumans were born in the 70s and 80s. In the 90s, with the help of the said superhumans, Korea recaptured its stolen territories and the hero system was first established. In the zeros, Korea saw a major growth in technology along with the growing population of heroes. But from 2000 to 2010 was simply a transition period. The gap between the rich and the poor widened with the rapid advancement of technology, and the number of slums increased beyond the reach of government authority. It was considered by many to be a shameful era. At least the details seem accurate. Yu Yonha turned the computer off after surfing the web for a while. Then she looked around the room to see where Shin Jonghak was. He was in the middle of training. Jonghak, do you want to go for a walk? A walk? Yeah, we can look around the neighborhood, see what's where. We still have some money left from the robbers, so we can buy things too. Shin Jonghak seemed reluctant, and Ki Naeun immediately intervened. Sounds fun. Go, go. Ki Naeun pulled Shin Jonghak towards Yu Yonha. She was clearly acting strange, but thankfully the pair left without saying much. Now she and Yi Jiyun were the only ones left in the room. Ki Naeun looked at Yi Jiyun, and Yi Jiyun looked at Ki Naeun with her round eyes. Ha! Ki Naeun sighed. She fell onto the bed, her hands over her head. Naeun, I think I need to get some sleep. Why don't you go outside and play? Yi Jiyun nodded, but instead of leaving, she sat in front of the motel's computer. She had never seen this type of operating system before, but was skilled enough to quickly get the hang of it. Just like that, 3 hours passed by. MMMNN, Yi Jiyun pulled her head away from the computer screen and stretched. At that precise moment, Yu Yonha and Shin Jonghak returned to the room. They were carrying a dagger, a spear, a sword, and other types of weapons with them. Here, this is for you, Naeun, a weapon. Ki Naeun received the sword without putting up a fight. It was an item named Typical Iron Sword. Kick. At that moment, the door opened again, and Kim Suho and Yun Seung-ah entered the room. With a beaming smile, the pair handed out snacks and other food to the rest of the team. They spent some time chewing gum and eating snacks. 15 minutes later, Yu Yonha, who was chewing on dried squid legs, pretending they didn't suit her taste, finally asked, By the way, Naeun, how do you log out of this game? Log out. The word surprised Ki Naeun, and Yu Yonha asked again, What's wrong? What? I said, how do you log out of this game? Um, ah, Ki Nayan glanced at her friends. Everyone was looking at her. I don't know now. How did I do it before? Yuyona frowned. Stop with the jokes and teach me. It's already been 4 hours. I have to attend an event soon. Ah, really? 4 hours already? Time sure flies. Yuyona glared at Ki Nayan. Ki Nayan shuddered in fear. So how do I sign out? Nayan. Ha, oh, that's. Say it. Ki Nayan closed her mouth and Yuyona scowled at her friend. Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak, Yijiun, and Yun Seung-ah. They were all focused on her. That's ah. Her heart was racing. Her breathing became heavy and cold sweat trickled down her back. Her head was spinning and she was beginning to feel dizzy. There was only one way out of this. Gulp Ki Nayan swallowed her saliva, and Kuong smashed her head on the floor. Sorry, I have no idea where we are. I don't know how to log out of this thing. A cry of despair filled the motel room. Nameless nursery. She's doing nothing. Cheok Yung noted. You're right, I answered. Are you sure she's boss? Cheok Yung asked. Yes, I'm sure, I answered again. And then for a while we stared at the girl in silence. 3 minutes later, Cheok Yung leered at me. So you're here to spy on young boss? No, I'm here to investigate Yeonjun. Yeonjun? Yeah, he doesn't seem to like me. For some reason. Really? Yes, but I didn't expect this to happen. Oh, Cheok Yung stroked his chin. So what you're saying is, that flash drive and your magic power responded to each other, and a whole new world was created. I had spent the last 3 hours explaining the cause of this phenomenon to Cheok Yung. It's not a whole new world. It's just a fully manifested virtual reality based on the data of the past, but you've got most of it. Ah, so how do we get out of here? That we'll have to see. I stared at Boss. Right now, Boss was waiting for someone. Yu Jinhyuk probably wanted me to see only the most important events, so I believed that if I continued to watch Boss closely, then I would eventually reach the truth. Oi, but what if we spend so much time in here that everyone outside ends up dead? Jiok Yunghong asked, slightly worried. Don't worry, we're inside a virtual reality, so the concept of time only applies to our brains. What the heck does that mean? It means that the flow of the time is different here. It's okay to stay here for a long time. I could infer this based on the difference of the consciousness between me and Spartan, though I couldn't pin down the exact ratio. I was sure that time in here passed a lot quicker than time in the real world. I'll kill you if you're lying. Sure. At that moment, we saw a luxury sedan enter into the field. Boss responded to the headlights. She stood up with a faint smile across her face. Hide. We hid ourselves as best as we could, surrounded by the darkness of the night. The sedan smoothly glided across the field. Soon the back doors opened, and a man and a woman got off the vehicle. Boss slowly walked up to them, visibly nervous. It was then that I received Yu Jinhyuk's message. Equals Yu Jinhyuk's message. Equals the man and the woman are the girl's parents. The man was the first to discover Boss. He stopped in front of the girl and frowned. I told you not to come outside. I already knew this part of her past. It was in my original settings. Why are you here, despite her father's cold demeanor? Boss smiled weakly. She seemed happy just to see him. This. Boss took something out of her pocket. It was a bracelet made of flowers and shadows. She probably made them herself. However, her father suddenly clenched his fist and kicked the bracelet. I don't need anything made with that cursed power of yours. You little freak. That bastard. I grabbed Cheok Yung-Yung's wrist and tried to calm him down. SHH, it's all just a virtual reality anyway. At that moment, her mother came forward. She looked down at Boss with eyes full of disdain and clicked her tongue. You really are a cursed child. Haven't I told you before not to pick flowers? Don't you feel bad for the flowers? Their cruelty made me doubt whether they were really her parents. The couple trampled on Boss's bracelet and headed for the nursery building. Boss stared at their backs as they left, but Boss didn't cry. In fact, her expression remained unchanged. She picked up her bracelet from the ground and, grumble with an empty stomach, began walking towards the nursery. Those bastards. I'm gonna tear their stomachs open and jump rope with their intestines. Be quiet. I put my hand over Cheok Yung-Yung's mouth and got up. Of course I felt bad, but this was just virtual reality. What's happened already happened. Right then, I received another message. Equals Yu Jinhyuk's message. Equals find out where her parents came from. You'll find Yeonjun there. These messages that Yu Jinhyuk left me were very useful. SSSSK. It was then. SSSK, I felt a presence behind the bushes across the field. No, it wasn't just a presence. User, I saw a marker. User. What is that? I widened my eyes and activated my gift. Observation and reading. User, ID greasy paper. Playtime 70 to 36 hours. Why is there a user here? Suddenly, a realization struck me as if I had been hit by a hammer in the head. The idea that crossed my mind gave me goosebumps. I see a couple of people over there. They don't look hostile to me. Even Chok Young's voice sounded distant. I began to think, just like PC cafes, the capsules at Capsule de Mars used a shared public network. And at that time, the number of customers at the cafe were well over 1,000. Then, maybe, when I connected the flash drive to the capsule, everyone at the cafe. Ah, wait, I think we have a huge problem. I scratched the back of my neck. In addition to the user marker, the information about playtime 70 to 36 hours. If that sentence was true, then it meant there was a problem with the time axis. I was only now realizing the scale of the disaster I had caused. I got up, crumpling my hair. Cheok Young. Yeah, you see those people over there. You want me to catch them? Cheok Young grinned and I shaked my head. No, don't catch. Just politely ask them to. Cheok Young was already racing across the field like a beast before I even finished speaking. A motel in Suwon Area A. It was early in the morning, the sky glowing in dim blue. Soon the sun would rise, yet the atmosphere inside the motel was still dreary. I have to leave. I have to leave. Ha! Yu Yonha was scratching at the wall in agony, while Kim Suho and Yun Seung-ah were sighing at the thought of the third preliminary round that was to begin 3 days later, and Shin Jonghak was consoling Ki Naeun. Ki Naeun couldn't face her friends. She still wasn't sure what caused this situation, but it was her who pushed them to play this game. Ki Naeun let out another sigh. Suddenly, her gaze drifted to Yi Ji-yoon, who was still in front of the computer. Ji-yoon, did you find anything? Oh, no, I'm just looking at blogs and stuff. Ah, yeah, blog, so she's just killing time. As she heaved another sigh, Ki Naeun suddenly remembered something. An electric shock shot through her body, and she widened her eyes. Blog. A long time ago, the words that her precious person had said to her, they still lingered in her heart. I'm gonna take lots of pictures of you and your brother and post them on my blog. She could hear that voice clearly. Ah, Ki-Naeun jumped to her feet and ran to Yeon. Show me, show me. You scared me. What's the big deal? Just, show me. Ki-Naeun saw the blog site on the computer screen. She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. What was Mom's ID again? She buried her head in her hands. Think. Ah, Bellflower. Ha, what's Bellflower? It's an ID. Quick, search Bellflower. Yeon tilted her head in confusion, but did as she was told. There was only one user with the nickname Bellflower. Yeon clicked on the link to her blog without a moment of hesitation. Ah, right then. Ki Naeun's heart stopped. So did Yeon's. This is. A streak of tears trickled down Ki Naeun's cheek. What's wrong, Ki Naeun? Yeon. The rest of the party began to gather around the computer as well. The first to come was Shin Jonghak, then Kim Suho, Yun Seung-ah, and lastly, Yu Yonha. All of them fell silent when they saw what was on the computer screen. Their reaction was inevitable. Bellflower, Black Circle, currently online, blog of eternal happiness. I write about my son. Bellflower's blog. It was full of photos of young Ki Jin-yoon. Ah, Ki Naeun muttered in a daze. Tears flowed down from her eyes, and a sad smile spread across her lips. They're alive. Kim Suho and everyone else looked at Ki Naeun. Shin Jonghak stretched his arm out towards Ki Naeun, but Yu Yonha stopped him. My mom, and my brother too. Yeah. Yun Seung-ah, who was standing next to Ki Naeun, pulled her junior into her arms. Ki Naeun stared at the photo of her mom and her brother smiling together, her head resting on Yun Seung-ah's shoulder. Hey Ji-yoon, does this have a live chat feature? Oh yeah. Wait a sec. But their peace did not last long. Warak, silver wires danced quietly just outside the motel windows. The wires shattered the windows in a swift motion and spread throughout the room. What the? The party quickly grabbed their weapons, but it was too late. Don't move. This is a game, not reality. If you move, I'll have no choice but to take your life. A threatening voice struck their ears, and the sharp wire stopped just in front of their necks. This. But Kim Suho had seen these silver wires before. He clenched his teeth and glared at the shattered window. A man covered with a robe from head to toe was leaning against the window frame. You're... Kim Suho knew this man. His eyes and his build was more than familiar. They had been enemies since they first met at the Tower of Wish. Silver Kiter was the only person who used steel wires as his main weapon. Long time no see. Kim Suho, Kiter smirked. The marker user was floating above Kiter's head. Are you the one behind all of this? Kiter shrugged at Kim Suho's threatening gaze. No, see, I have no idea what's going on either. So don't glare at me like that. After all, I'm only here to help. You guys don't even know what this game is about, right? Tap, tap. FYI, there are at least 1,500 other users here besides you and me. There are 300 in Suwon, and about 50 of them were after you guys until just now, Kiter explained. He then sat on the nearest bed and continued, but all 50 of them ran away because of me. I helped you guys out, do you understand? Now stop with those faces. Shin Jonghak, Ki Naeun, Kim Suho, Yu Yonha, Yun Seunga, Ye Jiyoon. At the center of the six heroes' ferocious gaze, Kaita smirked. I'll take that as a no. Shall we continue the conversation in this state then? Chapter 314. The Virtual Reality Containing Truth for a Motel in Suwon Area A. First of all, I don't know why I'm here either. Kaita continued his explanation in the motel room full of wires. He was telling the truth, but his audience found him untrustworthy as evidenced by the look on their faces. Kaita shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. It's true, I'm too great to be stuck in this shabby past. Why don't you free us first? Kim Suho suggested. He seemed calm as opposed to Shin Jonghak, who was still struggling to find his way out of the wires. After a moment of silence, Kaita nodded. Fine, but only you. Tack. Kaita snapped his fingers. Of the countless wires that covered the room, only those that had bound Kim Suho were sucked back into Kaita's gauntlet. Kim Suho stood straight and looked around. The silver wires stretched like a spiderweb. Under normal circumstances, Kim Suho would have easily destroyed these wires. But here, inside virtual reality, he found it difficult to control his magic power. Secondly, you guys were pretty lucky, Kaita continued. I've lost count of how many damn years I've spent in this fake world. But you only just got here. No, what are you talking about? The time of arrival is different for everyone, Kim Suho asked with a frown. That's right. Apparently the time outside flows much slower than the time inside. It took me 2 years to figure that out. Other people say this whole situation has something to do with brain science, virtual reality, dimensional systems, blah, 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 but I really couldn't care less. Kaita sat on his wires. With a smirk, he said, would you like to work together? Work together. Kim Suho frowned in confusion. That really didn't sound like something Kaita would say, which led Kim Suho to doubt Kaita's intentions again. Yeah, I just want to get the duck out of this place as fast as I can. I'm sick and tired of idiots who'd settle for a fake world. I'd kill them all if I could. Immediately, C.H. Warak. Kaita withdrew all his wires, freed at last. The party took a minute to calm down, then shifted their attention to Kaita and Kim Suho. Everyone was silent, trying to figure out what to say. Yu Yonha was the first to break the silence. We'd have to hear more. But she smiled at Kaita and asked, you're a member of the Chameleon Troupe. No, you shouldn't mention that name so casually. Kaita was obviously disgruntled, but Yu Yonha didn't falter. She knew that no matter how heinous the Chameleon Troupe might be, they were fundamentally a group of thieves. And she could always bring up Black Lotus if things took a turn for the worse. Anyway, we need more information about this world and how to escape from it. We'll cooperate if we find it necessary, is what I'm saying. The time outside flows much slower than the time inside. Thanks to this crucial piece of information, Yu Yonha had regained her usual confidence. Kaita nodded with a smirk. Okay, but I'm only gonna say this once, so listen carefully. An office building on the outskirts of Seoul, Cheok Yungyung and I left the church. With the two friends we met at the church, we moved to our new base, an abandoned office building near Boss's nursery. Clean this place up, and it'll be decent enough for us to use for the next couple of days. The building had 3 floors, each about 640 SQFD. It was full of spiderwebs and mold, but I was fully satisfied. It's too damn filthy to clean properly. Jeok Yungyung, on the other hand, looked irritated. Believe it or not, he was quite strict about hygiene. It'll only take about an hour. Excuse me, Hyung Nims. At that moment, one of our new friends spoke. They had been beaten so badly that it was hard to tell who was who by their faces, but their hairstyles were different. so I had no problem distinguishing them. One had a mohawk and the other had a shag. What do you plan on doing from now on? Mohawk asked carefully. I'm not sure, I answered softly. As the one responsible for the current situation, I couldn't be harsh on them. In my defense, it was Cheok Yungyung who beat them up, not me. What have you two been doing up until now? We were just trying to survive. Our base is GTA. Base, GTA. Yes. I couldn't understand what they were saying. Cheok Yungyung and I frowned at the same time. Fortunately, our friends were quick-witted. Oh, your base refers to the game you were playing when you first got dragged into this world. Our base is Grand Theft Auto. Could you explain from the top, from the very beginning? Ah, of course. Mohawk answered. So about 300 days ago, wait, is it 300? Anyway, we were playing a game at a capsule cafe in Paris. They had been playing Grand Theft Auto XS at Capsule de Mars when they suddenly received a system message saying, "You have been disconnected from the game." They immediately lost consciousness, and when they opened their eyes again, they were here, Korea in the 2000s. They soon found out that a game-like feature called privilege existed in this world. However, users' privileges depended solely on the genre of their base games, and their base was GTA, the worst possible game of all. The privileges of the GTA-based users are stealing, mugging, things of that sort. The reason we chased after that sedan was to rob them. The two friends were honest. I see. So that's our story. And what are your bases? Shag asked. We're. After a moment of hesitation, I shook my head. Mohawk just told me that his base game had reduced his physical abilities and gave him certain talents called privileges. But there was nothing different about the way Cheok Yungyung moved half an hour ago. He was a little bit slower than usual, but by no means weaker. I don't think we have a base. We weren't playing any games at the time, so our base must be reality, so to say. In other words, we came into this world without any limitations and with full physical strength within the limits of the capsule. Wow. Oh, but the fact that new players are coming must mean that this is an actual game that's being hosted somewhere. No, you're probably wrong about that. I shook my head. It was also because of me that each user had a different time of arrival. When I plugged the flash drive into the capsule, my stigma must have spread out from me. So those who were around me arrived at a similar time frame as me, and those who were far away from me probably traveled further back in time. Jeok Yungyung was an exception because he was a member of my party, but I couldn't tell them all this, so I decided to change the subject. So, there must be a lot of users here then, Mohawk remarked. Oh no, the playable area covers half of the Korean peninsula, but the number of users is only about 1,000 or so. And, are there different factions? This time Shag answered, there are, but only a few are worth noting. There's the Gladiator Union, made up of players from Gladiator of the Century, and the Church Union, made up of players from Holy Magical Battle, but the strongest is Silver Flash. Silver Flash. Yes, he's terrifying. Nobody knows which game his base is. He uses Silver Thread as his main weapon, and that thread. Silver Thread, I frowned, and so did Cheok Yungyung next to me. Yes, it's a thread made of steel. Shag confirmed. Cheok Yungyung and I looked at each other and soon broke into smiles. What's he doing here? I wonder. I stretched myself with a grunt. The unexpected emergence of an ally, though not exactly reliable, made me feel more comfortable than before. Anyway, it's our first day here, I continued with a sigh, so let's clean this place up. Though the building was a mess, I believed an hour would be enough for us to clean this place up. Right then, Jeok Yungyung turned his gaze to my right arm and asked, can you do it with just one arm? One is more than enough. And we're not gonna do anything about boss. Jeok Yungyung's voice was filled with worry and sympathy. With a bitter smile, I held up a broom and a dustpan. We have no choice, at least for now. We'll be extra nice to her when we return. We spent the next 2 hours cleaning the office. It was definitely hard not being able to use one arm, but thanks to the help of our friends, we finished quickly. I appreciate your help. No problem, and like we said, you can talk comfortably around us. In the meantime, Shag and Mohawk had become our loyal supporters. They seemed to have realized instinctively, or through Cheok Yungyung, that their chances of survival would be better with us. Then, could you go outside and get us something to eat? Maybe a pot and a burner, too. I'm a bit hungry. Of course. We're on it. Just like that, the two friends left, and I looked outside the window. It was already dinner time, and the burning glow of the sunset poured in through the window. It was then that Chiok Yung asked, "So, do you know how to get out of here?" I nodded with a smile and said, "I do. How? It's simple." The way to log out was surprisingly simple. The moment I got dragged into the virtual world, the co-author sent me a message. I just discovered it a bit late because I was unconscious when I first received it. According to the co-author, this is a message from the co-author to you, who I assume will be very confused. This is a side arc, a phase in which we take a closer look at Boss's past. Therefore, the logout feature will be reinstated once you observe at least one of the events that Yu Jinhyuk has prepared for you. Try your best to witness the events. And the very first event was to take place today. I read over Yu Jinhyuk's message I just received. Equals Yu Jinhyuk's message equals tonight at 9 p.m. Track down the parents of the girl. After we witness the relationship between Yeonjun and Boss, we'll be able to return to the outside world. The event that Yu Jinhyuk wants me to see, once I witness it, this world would cease to exist. Of course, there was a possibility that something could go wrong if the users intervened, but that was unlikely. I even had Chiok Yung by my side. After all, their relationship. Yes, it's 5 o'clock now, so we'll just have to wait 4 more hours. Yeah, Jiok Yung nodded nonchalantly and slumped down on the floor next to me. Kuong, even the simple act of sitting down was loud for a giant like him. Slouched on the floor together, we looked up at the sunset outside the window. Soon Mohawk and Shag returned with food and a burner. Later that day, we were chasing Boss's parents like we had been told to do by Yu Jinhyuk. Their expensive sedan drove smoothly across the highway, and we ran after it. Mohawk and Shag were following us on a motorcycle. Look, they're stopping. An hour flew by. Boss's parents arrived at a building in Seoul. They drove down to the underground parking lot, and Chiok Yung frowned. Do we need to follow them down there? No, let's not take a risk and watch them from here. But I can't see them from here. I can. What good is that for me? SHH. I calmed Chiok Yung down and opened my eyes wide. Master Sharpshooter seemed to work in this world, and I could see through the walls of the building. Boss's parents parked their car and took the elevator to the top floor. Ding! The elevator door opened, and there was a man in a robe in the penthouse where they arrived. I recognized this man right away. I'd seen him many times before. It was Yeonjun. Boss's parents approached Yeonjun with a big smile. We're back. Elder, they bowed to Yeonjun, calling him Elder. But at the next moment, Yeonjun, without even a simple greeting, said something very cruel to them. The parents froze in shock, but they soon regained their composure and nodded, as if they had heard him say this before, as if they had been preparing for this day to come. I clenched my fists, and my teeth, my heart started racing. Soon, I received another message. Equals Yu Jinhyuk's message equals at first. The girl's parents were faithful devotees and benevolent philanthropists. They tried to understand their daughter's dark powers. But Yi Yeonjun brainwashed them. His lies and schemes led the couple to believe that their daughter's powers were, in fact, a curse. He ruined her family, and today, Yeonjun ordered the couple to kill their daughter. Yeonjun realized the girl's huge potential and planned all this just to win her trust. The couple will now try to murder their daughter as instructed, and you'll soon witness the consequences of their actions. Now, please watch until the end. Nothing is impossible, Yu Jinhyuk. Investigator, a cruel story like this wasn't in my original setting. We'll get rid of her today, the couple answered, and I swallowed a sigh. The breath traveled down my throat and mingled with rage. I disheveled my hair with trembling hands. Chiok Yung. What? Chiok Yung responded nonchalantly, with my eyes still fixed on the building. I announced, looks like we might have to kill someone. Meanwhile, Boss's parents traveled down to the parking lot and got in their car. Yeonjun just told them, it's time to kill that child. They would now go back to their daughter to carry out his orders. Will you help me? Sure. Why not? Chiok Yung nodded casually. Really, really, you've always been right. I believe in you. At that moment, I saw the couple's sedan leave the building. Let's follow them. Okay. We put our hoods on and chased after the car. Woorong, the car moved with the roaring sound of the engine. We ran after it, and CHWARK, a silver wire stretched out from the right side of the road and twisted around the sedan. Ha! It was sudden. We stopped in surprise. KOONG, the wire crushed the car and slammed it against the ground. KWA, The vehicle, thrown upside down on the ground, exploded. After the devastating car accident, silence filled the air. I might have thought this was what actually happened in the past if it wasn't for what happened next. Suddenly, a man fell from the sky. What's he doing? Cheok Young chuckled in disbelief. The chameleon troop seat of silver, Kaita, gracefully landed on the destroyed car. With a smile, he withdrew his wire. Then he leaned into the car seat and started whispering. Oi! It was then that Cheok Young's thunderous cry rang out. Startled, Kaita turned to us and widened his eyes. In a daze, he muttered, Cheok Young, and you too, Black. Because he called me Black, I knew this Kaita was from the present era. Yup, it's me. What are you doing here, however? As Cheok Young approached Kaita. KWA. A magic power explosion occurred at Yeonjin's building, which we just left. This magic power wasn't pure, but made up of multiple magic powers. The sudden explosion caused Cheok Young and me to look back in surprise. Chapter 315. Virtual Reality, containing the Truth 5 after 3 years of rigorous researching. Kaita discovered the way to escape from this virtual reality that was the perfect reproduction of Korea's past. The solution was complicated yet simple. He had to destroy the core that was the center of this world. The core could be a person, a location, or an object, but Kaita knew for a fact that it was a person thanks to his base game, Ice Sky Dating Simulator. Kaita's privilege were eyes that could identify the importance and the level of difficulty of the people of this world. Because his base game was set in an Ice Sky world, his initial physical ability was also better than most people. In any case, using his privilege, Kaita found someone he thought could be the core of this world. His importance was incalculable, and his level of difficulty was near impossible. His entire existence was screaming that he was the core. But he was someone Kaita knew in the present era, someone he lived with for a long time, someone Kaita regarded as his savior, Yeonjin. Kaita hesitated. Even in the virtual world, he couldn't bring himself to murder his own savior. Another reason for his hesitation was that Yeonjin was too strong for Kaita to handle alone. So, he decided to watch Yeonjin from afar while diligently training his powers. However, as the observation prolonged, Kaita realized that Yeonjin was not the person Kaita thought he was. He began to feel betrayed. The chameleon troop also existed in this world. They were a group of vicious criminals who used violence to get their hands on what they wanted. And their cruelty was well within the realm of Kaita's understanding. He too grew up surrounded by blood, violence, and death. But what Kaita couldn't understand was the way Yeonjin treated Boss. Yeonjin destroyed Boss's family just because he wanted her for himself. He sought to control Boss's life. Seeing Yeonjin carry out such a terrifying and heinous scheme like it was nothing made Kaita wonder if Boss really was his only victim. He had always thought that his meeting with Yeonjin was fate. But maybe their encounter had also been prearranged. Kaita recalled when he was 11 years old. Someone forcefully injected a drug into his veins. He still remembered the rush he felt while he was high and killing people. His life changed that day. Was that really just a matter of luck? Kaita pondered for 3 years. Maybe this world was fabricated. He spent many nights wondering if all this was just part of a scheme designed to turn him against Yeonjin. But in the end, the truth was clear, and Kaita decided to kill Yeonjin and escape from this world. Fortunately, as he was preparing to strike Yeonjin, he gained a number of dependable allies. Kim Soo-ho, YunSeo-jin, and other heroes. For 2 months, Kaita helped them regain their original strength. The heroes gladly cooperated with Kaita, for they hoped to escape from this fake world, too, and today was the day they would carry out the plan. KWA. A magic power explosion erupted at the building Yeonjin just left. This magic power wasn't pure, but made up of multiple magic powers, and Cheok Young and I looked back in surprise. Some people were climbing the building towards the top floor where Yeonjin was located. I recognized the climbers right away. Kim Soo-ho, YunSeo-jin, Ki Naeun, Shin Jong-hak. I knew all of them. Cheok Young watched them for a while before turning his gaze back to Kaita. Oi, what the hell are you doing? Finally, having regained his composure, Kaita answered with a sigh. Can't you tell? I'm trying to go back to the real world. But why did you have to go and destroy that building? I left them to talk and ran towards the car. I pushed my head into the car, but no one was there. Boss's parents had already turned into digital fragments and disappeared forever. Ha! Why did it have to be today? I ruffled my hair and glared at Kaita. Of course, I already had a good idea about how this story would end. The couple was planning on killing their daughter, but the girl would survive and become boss. Perhaps it was for the best that I didn't see it through. Kaita said, even in a fake world, some things can't be forgiven. His voice sounded surprisingly dignified, and I realized Kaita somehow found out the truth about Yeonjun. I looked at Kaita. Kaita also looked at me and nodded. It was a silent conversation, which Cheok Yungyung was not a part of. Scratching the back of my neck, I asked, how long have you been here? Kaita, I don't know, 3 years, 4 years. I pointed at the penthouse. How about them? 2 months, KWA. Magic power exploded once again. Do you think 2 months of training is enough? I heard there's something called a privilege in this world. I asked worriedly. Kaita, however, remarked with a confident smile. Don't underestimate them. It was then. Clang! A giant sword pierced the ceiling of the penthouse. The sword was so big that it seemed capable of splitting the sky into two. It was Ki Naeun's longsword, wrapped in magic power. All 6 of them are pretty damn strong. This time, golden magic power flashed in the distance. It was Kim Suho's reinforced sword Kai. Chwa, his reinforced sword Kai traveled forward, cutting off all the light in the area, thereby wrapping the world in complete darkness for a moment. We may be inside virtual reality, but our real base is our own body, Kaita commented. It was then that Shin Jonghak's black flames rose into the air. Kim Suho slices everything, but Shin Jonghak destroys and burns. The fire engulfed the building, swallowing it as a whole. It was a terrifying scene. 2 months. It took them only 2 months to achieve that when it took me over a year to regain my original strength. Clang. This time, clear lightning blossomed like a flower. It was Yun Seung-ah's white flowers, a graceful technique she used to incapacitate her opponents. Shin Jonghak, Ki Naeun, Yun Seung-ah, Kim Suho. These 4 were among the strongest characters in this novel. Perhaps even Yeonjun wouldn't be able to last long against all 4 of them. Amazing. It didn't look like they needed any help. I stood in place and watched them move. It was then. Equals system alert equals the execution of an event was interrupted. An error has occurred. We'll test the system to identify and fix the problem. If no solution is found, your session will be terminated by force. Running diagnostics equals several system alerts popped up. Hi Young Nims, what happened here? It's coming down. It's coming down. Mohawk and Shag finally arrived at the scene. They trembled in fear at the clash of magic power unfolding before their eyes. It was past midnight, and the night sky was dyed deep blue. Mohawk, Shag, Jok Yung, and I returned to our office. I sent Kaita back to Kim Suho and the others, hoping he could serve as a messenger between us when necessary. Aren't you all hungry? Let's eat. I started cooking with one arm, using the ingredients that Mohawk and Shag brought earlier. I chopped the ingredients into small pieces with a knife, threw them into a pan with some seasoning and began to stir. Meanwhile, Jok Yung gathered Shag and Mohawk. Is anyone bothering you? Pardon. You just tell me if anyone's bothering you. I'll crush them for you. Ah, thank you, TZZZT. Even with just one arm, it took me only 10 minutes to cook. It's all done. Let's eat. Oh, thank wow, look at all this. After preparing beefsteak, stir-fried pork and other delicacies, I leaned against the window frame. Looking up at the moon in the sky, my thoughts drifted to Yeonjun. Today, Kim Suho and the others killed Yeonjun. His death was much too insipid for the notorious founder of the Chameleon Troop, or not. The combined forces of Ki Naeun, Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak, Yun Seung-ah. Only Auden and Ki Juchol could counter them. Yeonjun's death, however, was just fictional. He was still alive in the outside world, scheming like a snake beside Boss. Boss still didn't know it was him who ruined her life. Kyung, suddenly, I heard a sound from below. Kyung, somebody was sniffing. I looked down and froze. There was a little girl. She was scruffy and skinny as if she hadn't eaten for a long time. Perhaps she was looking for her parents who would never again come home. Did she come all this way just to find her parents? I looked at the girl and sighed. This world was fictional. Nothing I do here would matter in the future. But in my hands was a plate of leftover food, and I jumped to the ground below. Hello, I spoke carefully. The girl flinched and took a step back. Dark magic power began to rise out of the girl. It was a powerful but dangerous power, one that she couldn't control yet. It's okay. This is for you to eat. I wanted to calm her down, but the more I spoke, the further she got away from me. Young boss was different from adult boss, who was always so full of confidence. If I went any closer, the girl would run away and never come back. And so, I set the plate down on the ground and left a note beside it that said, "Come back anytime if you're hungry." Then I returned to the office. Mohawk and Shag saw me and shouted out loud, "Wow, this stuff is amazing, boss. Wow, we love you." Boss, they were calling me boss now. I smiled at them, then leaned against the window and looked below. Kuhn, Yubile was sniffing the food on the plate. I knew for a fact that smell was very hard to resist. Kuhn, gulp. She continued to sniff for a while, then took a quick look around and snatched the food from the plate. Nom, nom nom. The way she hid behind the bushes and stuffed her face made her seem like a small animal rather than a human. It was heartbreaking to see her like that. The extent of the pain was strangely enormous. My heart ached for her. Was it sympathy I was feeling? Was sympathy supposed to be this heart-throbbing? Suddenly I wanted to see Boss. The 6 years I spent with her were now overlapping with the little girl before my eyes. Ha! I let out a sigh, then a chuckle. If this feeling was truly what I think it was, then what should I do from now on? Nothing was stranger than falling in love with a character I had created. Tearing. Suddenly, I heard a notification sound. Equals system alert equals unable to resolve the error. Rewind feature has been disabled due to an unknown reason. The interrupted event will play as a video. Logout feature has been reinstated. A rectangular hologram screen appeared before me. In it, the events of the original past were playing. Kurag, the parents who had to kill their child, the child who had no choice but to kill her own parents to survive. Painful cries and the sound of blood spurting rang out. I clenched my teeth as I watched Boss's past. It was much more horrifying than I had imagined. I tried my best to suppress my anger. It was then that I felt a certain gaze. I looked down and discovered Yubile looking at me. She held an empty plate in her hands. It appeared that she wanted to return it to me. I smiled and whispered, "Tell me if you're still hungry. I'll give you more." However, at that moment, Yubile trembled, put the plate down on the ground and began to run away from me. I watched her go, then checked the system. 247 hours and 30 minutes left until logout. 247 hours and 30 minutes. That was roughly 10 days. For the next 10 days, Yubile would come back to me again and again. She would never forget the taste of my cooking. She's cute, clearly full. She even burped while running. With a smile, I watched little Boss disappear in small steps. Meanwhile, at Kaita's hideout, a luxurious mansion somewhere in Seoul, tap, 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 app. He's so cute. Call Hajin. How can a kid be so handsome? After successfully completing the mission, Ki Naeun was currently on the computer exchanging private messages with a blogger. Bellflower. Call Hain, thanks, as always. Their exchange had been going on for 2 months. It was a conversation between Ki Naeun and her mother. Bellflower, I can totally tell he's gonna be a great hero in the future. Cork Hain, Bellflower, how did you know that my son has a gift? I can tell by his face. He just looks special, Bellflower. Wow, interesting. I really do hope he becomes as great a hero as you said. Ki Naeun's eyes were filling with tears as she typed. So is Jin Yoon going to Agent Military Academy soon? Bellflower, no. He's talented, but I want him to attend a regular school until he's at least 11. I see. Korkakhane Ki Naeun stopped her fingers. Unfortunately, Ki Naeun didn't exist in this world yet. With a small sigh, she resumed typing. Oh, I hope I'm not being rude, but do you maybe plan on having another baby? Bellflower, of course I've already thought of a name. Her heart sank immediately. Ki Naeun forced her hands to stop trembling and continued to type. Do you want the baby to be a girl or a boy? Bellflower, I don't know. I'll love them the same no matter what. Bellflower, but for some reason, I keep thinking it's gonna be a girl. It's strange. I'm not even pregnant yet. Ki Naeun breathed a sigh of relief. So her mother wasn't disappointed that she was a girl. Then, have you thought of her name? At that moment, someone put his hand on Ki Naeun's shoulder. Surprised, Ki Naeun raised her head. Shin Jonghak was looking at her with a worried look. Are you sure you don't want to go visit her? With a small smile, Ki Naeun shook her head. No, this is enough. Somewhere in this world, her mother was alive, as beautiful and gentle as she was in the real world. But because she didn't know what to say to her mother, and because just watching her from afar might make her break down, Ki Naeun decided to settle for online chatting. How about you? Don't you have anyone you want to see? I don't. Liar, it's true. Something like virtual reality can't create the person I admire. His tone sounded sincere, just like he said. Shin Munchul did not exist in this world. He wasn't someone a mere virtual world could replicate. Yeah, Ki Nayan nodded. At that moment, she received a reply from Bellflower. Bellflower, name. I do have a name for a girl, but I wonder if it's okay for me to tell you this. Oh, you don't have to if you're uncomfortable. Bellflower, no, it's fine. I'll tell you because you're special, Jajin girl Nim. If I have a girl, Ki Nayan swallowed her saliva. The computer screen glowed in blue. Heavy tension filled the atmosphere, and Tiraring with a cheerful sound. Bellflower's reply came, and Shin Jonghak's lips curved into a soft smile as he read the message. Bellflower, Nayan, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Bellflower, it means true beauty. Isn't it pretty? Chapter 316. Demon Realm Gate 1 Bellflower, Nayan, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Bellflower, it means true beauty. Isn't it pretty? Ki Nayan let out a deep sigh. Bitterness rose up from the bottom of her heart. True beauty. She didn't think it suited her. An empty shell who lost everything. Yes, it's pretty. Ki Nayan wanted to end the conversation. Bellflower, I want my child to be beautiful just the way she is. But Bellflower's messages continued. Bellflower, she might fall and get hurt, but I want her to overcome everything in the end. Just looking at the messages strung Ki Nayan's heart, but she couldn't find it in herself to look away. She pushed her hair back and grumbled, How is that beautiful? That's just not knowing when to give up. Bellflower, you're right, to me. True beauty isn't weak or feeble, but strong and tenacious. At that moment, Ki Nayan's fingers paused. Bellflower, being hurt, regretting, and grieving, but also accepting that pain and sadness as a part of her. Bellflower, accepting herself and standing up on her 2 feet as a person, her mother's voice, the same one she remembered from years past, seemed to flow into her ears through the messages. Bellflower, that's what Nayan means to me. I'm heading out. Shin Jonghak read the mood and took a leave. Ki Nayan wiped the tears glistening around her eyes and typed, I'll remember that. She knew she was in a fake world, but she decided to believe anyways. She decided to remember the meaning of her name and hold onto it. Always. Of course, that didn't mean her outlook on life would change overnight. Her memories of Kim Hajin, Ki Jinyun's death, Ki Juchul's sins, it was hard to accept all of them. She would likely repeat her doubts and justifications. But she would also repeatedly think about the meaning of the name she learned today. And eventually, one day, before her death, it might truly change. I have something to attend to. Thank you, Bellflower. Okay, let's talk later. Kinean ended the conversation and turned off her computer. Yonha then appeared at the perfect timing. You're done chatting? Yeah. Kinean got up with a short reply. Yonha was startled when she saw Kinean's face and then smiled brightly. Looks like you received a good piece of advice. No, it's nothing like that. Kinean shook her head and went out to the living room with Yonha. Her comrades were gathered inside the large penthouse living room surrounded by walls of glass. Why can't we log out? You lied to us, didn't you? YunSeo-jin was complaining to Kaita, while Kim Suho greeted Ki Naeun with a smile. Would I be here if I was lying? Just wait 10 days. Walking past the arguing Kaita and YunSeo-jin, Ki Naeun sat down on the couch. A cool breeze blew in from the open window, gently caressing her hair. Feeling the peaceful atmosphere, Ki Naeun stared at her comrades. Then, she slowly opened her mouth. Guys! Everyone's eyes turned to Ki Naeun. Ki Naeun let out a small breath, as if in thought, then finally smiled beautifully, like a huge burden had been lifted off her shoulders. I'm going to go meet Mom and Oppa. D-6 until logout. Cheok Young went to work with Shag and Mohawk first thing in the morning. He left for the mountains, knowing that the mountains of the 2000s were full of hidden experts, repeatedly fighting strong opponents. Cheok Young was enjoying a happy daily life, and it was Shag and Mohawk's duty to bear witness to his tales of battle. On the other hand, I selected a more peaceful lifestyle. This is the flower you like. Bile nodded from next to me. In her hand were 2 yellow flowers. I checked the name of the flower with observation and reading. Evening primrose, evening primrose. But Bile only tilted her head. From the looks of it, she didn't know the name of the flower either. That's the name of this flower. If you didn't know before, now you do. I stretched and got up. I played ball with her for an hour, read her a fairy tale for an hour, and went flower hunting for an hour. It was time to go eat. Let's go get dinner now. Bile nodded, while keeping a 3-step distance between us, although she was just as expressionless as before. I could tell from the 4 days I spent with her that this was her reaction when she was extremely happy. The way the corner of her mouth twitched a bit was an easy sign. All right, follow me. Bile nodded silently and chased after me like a duckling following her mother. On a side note, I purchased this orphanage 4 days ago to win over Bile's heart. Kaita gave me the money for it. I didn't know how he made his money, but he was a mogul in this world. Of course, I had to lie to Bile that the reason her parents suddenly disappeared was because they abandoned her, but Bile didn't express any shock or sorrow. She acted normal even though she must be hurt on the inside. Oh, right. What's your favorite meal out of all the ones I've made so far? I asked what she liked as we walked together. This virtual world was created with an extreme synergy between Yu Jinhyuk's gift and Stigma. Since Stigma's power materialized the world of the past with the capsule and USB as its mediums, the current boss should have the same taste in food as the young boss. But Bile didn't say anything. Pasta, pork belly. She didn't answer no matter how many times I asked. Chicken, pizza, candy, dumplings. However, she stopped when she heard the words dumplings. Dumplings. She looked up at me silently. Looking at her sparkling eyes, I smiled. That's unexpected. Thinking about it now, I never made boss dumplings. Perfect. Let's go with dumplings. Bile nodded and even walked ahead of me excitedly. The kid who always followed me from a few step distance was now skipping over to the kitchen. PFT. I laughed and chased after Bile. D-2 until logout. Ki Naeun arrived at a hanok, a traditional Korean house, on the outskirts of Seoul. It was the same house she lived in since she was little. She walked to the front gate with delight. Ki family hanok, the nameplate written in Chinese characters, looked slightly less worn down than the one she remembered. With a grin, she stood in front of the gate. At that moment, a voice flowed into her ears. Hey, don't let yourself be found out and just run. They'll capture you and take you away if you act suspicious. You know the time they go for a stroll, so aim for that. It was Kaita's voice. Ki Naeun walked away from the hanok and headed to the nearby trail. Grass, flowers, a mountain, and a stream. The trail was full of natural beauty. Ki Naeun sat down at a nearby bench. She knew the exact path her mother would take in her daily stroll through the trail. Hugh, she took a deep breath and felt the spiritual energy of her surroundings. After about 20 minutes of waiting, Kaita's voice rang out. She's out. Ki Jinyun's with her. Ki Naeun immediately tensed up with nervousness. About 3 minutes later, a woman and a young boy appeared in the trail hand in hand. Ki Naeun shot up and reiterated the sentence she prepared beforehand. Oh, isn't it Bellflowernim? Wow, what a coincidence. I also come here often. She practiced the line again, trying to make herself sound and look as natural as possible. Who? This is it. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid. These are the people who became scars in your heart because you loved them so much. Walk towards them slowly, with courage. Ki Naeun stepped forward. 50 minutes before logout, the sky was dark. I was sitting on a chair, staring at Bile, who was sleeping on the bed. She had been eating nothing but dumplings for the past week and was starting to smell like one too. What a shame. I stayed with Bile for a week. Although Cheok, Young and Kaita dropped by to see her face, Bile spent most of her time with me. But a week was too short, and she never once showed me her smile. There are 10 minutes remaining until logout. The virtual reality was shut down in 10 minutes. That's the one thing I regretted. But my time here wasn't meaningless. After all, I got to learn Boss's past and figure out what food she liked. That was enough. Bile. I smiled and placed my hand on Bile's forehead. It wasn't cold, but warm. 7 minutes until logout. I turned off the system alert for a moment. Then, for the remaining time, I stared at Bile. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, time flowed without stopping. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, I settled the bitterness in the corner of my heart. Then, in the final minute, see you tomorrow, I said my farewell. The virtual reality will now stop. Forceful logout will now commence. Wurong, the capsule opened with a hum, and I immediately looked at the clock. 9:45 p.m. About 3 hours had passed in the real world. It was a truly mysterious experience. Some spent 3 or 4 years in the virtual world, but only 3 hours had passed in the real world. Who? In any case, I threw off the groggy feeling in my heart and came out to the hallway of the capsule room. Woong, woong, woong. I could hear other capsules opening simultaneously. I hastened my feet and stood at the exit of Capsule de Mars. You're leaving now. just as I was about to grab the doorknob and run. Yonha's voice rang out. I turned my head to the side and looked at her. You knew I was here. I suspected as much when I saw chameleon troop members in the virtual world. I see. I had a good hunch as to what happened anyways. It was a nice healing trip for us. Yonha stretched with a grin. I looked at her oddly. Healing? Yep, for me. I didn't have to work for 2 months. As for Nayan, Yonha paused and glanced behind her. No one had left the capsule room yet. She met her mother and older brother. It's all thanks to you. Yonha spoke softly and placed her hand on my shoulder. You can go. Looks like the others will come out soon. Yonha opened the door for me. I looked at her for a moment, then left. Paris's Mars Plaza filled my view. The festival in Paris wasn't over, but there was only one thing I wanted to do right now. I turned on my smartwatch and called Boss. What's up? Boss picked up immediately. I calmed my heart before opening my mouth. Boss, are you also in Paris? I am. Then wait for me. I'll be right there. Now, what? I hung up then located Boss with Spartan. She was eating fish cakes at a street stall. I first ran to a flower shop and asked the owner if he had any evening primrose. The owner nodded his head and pointed to a flower bouquet. I quickly threw the owner money and left with the bouquet of yellow flowers. Soon, arrived at an alleyway filled with street stalls. I spotted Boss munching on fish cakes and called her with a bright smile. Boss! Boss turned back and tilted her head curiously. What is it so suddenly? I stomped towards her and handed her the bouquet of flowers. Boss's eyes widened and a question mark popped up above her head. What's this? A present. I shoved the bouquet into her arms. Boss furrowed her brows before nodding her head and looking at the flowers. Ah! In that instant, her shoulders trembled faintly. I stared at her fixedly and muttered, They're called the evening primrose. It's a beautiful name, right? Boss looked up at me. Flustered, she blinked her eyes repeatedly. Looking at her, my body moved on its own. I pulled her into my embrace. Our robes touched, and Boss's forehead reached my chest. The flow of time slowed down, like bullet time activated on its own. Boss stood frozen like a statue. I buried my face on her shoulder and whispered quietly, I wanted to see you. France, Paris. The third round of the selections for the Gate of Glory proceeded without any problems. A total of 1,000 people would be selected. Once the fourth and final round ended, 200 people would be chosen among the 1,000 to enter the Demon Realm Gate. Farewell is soon, Belle murmured on top of the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, Jin Sahyuk replied, floating in the air next to him. Don't let your personal feelings cloud your judgment. Don't hesitate. Don't miss the opportunity. This time, Jin Sahyuk didn't reply to Belle. Normally, she would say something like, I'll kill you before you even have the chance to revive. But now that the end was truly in front of her, she was somewhat bitter and sad. Convince Rumi for me too. But Belle was calm and composed. Just as always, he had no hesitation and no regrets. Jin Sahyuk nodded her head silently. Good, then I'll see you next week. TK. TK. Belle tapped on Jin Sahyuk's shoulders a couple of times before turning into a gaseous state and disappearing. The top of the Eiffel Tower turned silent. Left alone, Jin Sahyuk let out a deep sigh. Soon, Bale would descend from the Demon Realm Gate. She would be able to return to Akatrina. Wasn't that the ending she wanted? Tusk. So where is this bitterness coming from? Unable to figure out the answer, Jin Sahyuk created a portal and left Paris. Chapter 317. Demon Realm Gate 2. Immediately after I returned to Seoul, I began preparing for the future. First, I purchased an entire block of single houses in Hanam-dong. Then I began construction to renovate the basement of these houses. Though the future was no longer the future I knew, if the general storyline hadn't changed, then not much time was left until most parts of the world transformed into the demon realm. With the help of young dwarf's dexterity, I designed the blueprint for an underground city. Then I used Buster Call to summon Jenkalope's vessel. Together with Jenkalope's maintenance ships, I began the construction. Because the blueprint was top-notch, this was according to the ship's crew, and because Yu Yonha lent me all of the equipment I needed, the assembly proceeded quickly. What's this? And today, I brought Boss to the construction site. Jiang, watching a robot make parts with its laser hands. Boss widened her eyes in awe. I'm building this place to prepare for the Demon Realm transformation. Demon Realm transformation? Yes, we needed to begin preparations to overcome the existential crisis and to achieve the happily ever after that we all deserved. This is the crystal that can stop the transformation. I took out Akatrina's purification crystal. It was something Prehai from the recorded past had left to me. However, its effects were limited to a radius of 5 km from the crystal. This crystal can also purify the soil and the air. With it, we can easily produce crops here in the underground. According to Horner, we could even build an artificial sea using this crystal. If we could cultivate soil with the crystal and grow crops that could be found in the Tower of the Wish, such as meat-flavored corn, we wouldn't have to worry about food shortages. That's interesting, Boss nodded. Tearing, it was then that I received a video call on my smartwatch. Excuse me for a minute, Boss. The call was from Yonha. I adjust the angle of the smartwatch so that Boss wouldn't be seen in the screen and answered the call. Hello, Yonha appeared in the air as a hologram. What's up? How's the construction going? Is everything fine? Yup, I think it'll be finished in a month. The underground city was huge, but Jenkalope's crew worked unbelievably fast. Thanks to the regeneration orb, the workers could work continuously without resting. You said you were using the technology of the Jenkalope's vessel, right? Yeah. Yonha nodded and asked cautiously, then could you help me? Help you? Essential Dynamics is working to build underground cities in Seoul, Busan, and Ulsan, as well as in the US and Japan. Ah, really? That sounds like a good plan. I'll help you. Yonha was as meticulous as always. Thank you. I'll send my people to you later. I have to go now. Ah, give me a moment. Suddenly, I remembered something. I turned my head to the side and saw Boss, who was glaring at me with a sullen look. I muted Yonha and said, Boss, the Mountain Sage members are still locked up, right? Yes, it's time to use them. With a smirk, I unmuted the smartwatch. We've been keeping tabs on some wonderful informants. Yonha's hologram tilted her head. Informants? Yeah, they're called the Mountain Sage. Yonha was an expert at persuading people. Despite being locked up for 6 months, the Mountain Sage had yet to reveal who ordered my assassination. Perhaps Yonha could persuade them to speak. Mountain Sage. The Mountain Sage. Yonha's calm voice became unusually high-pitched. I'm pretty sure we're talking about the same people. They're incredible. Yonha's cheeks were flushed. She would always get extremely excited whenever she discovered talent. I said with a smile, you can have them. That is, if you can persuade them. What do you mean by that? I'll text you the details later. Sadly, our call would have to end here. I had no choice. Boss had been staring at me way too intensely for some time. Ah, okay, I'll be waiting for your text. Yeah, bye, bye. Yonha clenched her fists and hung up. I turned my gaze to Boss. She was pouting. What? You've been on the phone too long. And I don't want to hand them over. They tried to kill you. Ah, her voice was soaked in anger. With a soft smile, I put my hand on Boss's shoulder. That's why I'm handing them over, to find out who was trying to kill me. The Mountain Sage members were all immune to mental interventions, and neither torture nor hypnosis worked on them, but I knew Yonha could find a way to break them. Boss said nothing, but her silence always meant consent, so I slowly reached for her hand. Now, shall we get something to eat? Boss's gaze traveled down. Looking at our clasped hands, Boss slowly nodded. Let's go. I pulled her hand towards the restaurant with her favorite dish, dumplings. The last round of the Gate of Glory qualification tournament will be held at the Temple of Justice. It has been a long journey. Now, the remaining 1,000 heroes are heading for the temple. This will be the last hurdle for the countless heroes gathered. The moment the theme of the 4th round of the qualification tournament was announced, the internet began to overflow with news articles. Everyone on various social media sites was talking about the tournament, and gambling sites began hosting real-time bets on who would be included in the final 200. These three are the judges. And here at the Temple of Justice, which was now the center of global attention, Aileen was looking around the waiting room of the judges. It's 4 in total, including you, Chairman Aileen, answered her secretary. But Aileen seemed rather dissatisfied with the lineup. Good to see you. Little One. The one who just called Aileen Little One was Hanks of the 9 Stars. Aileen sat down on a chair, sighing disapprovingly. What's wrong, Little One? Damn it, stop calling me Little One, snapped Aileen. But she wasn't dissatisfied with Hanks. She considered him well qualified to be the judge of the tournament. No one would be more suited than an active member of the 9 Stars. The person she had a problem with was the woman sitting next to Hanks, Yonha. As the chief officer of Essence of the Strait, she was known for many things, but as a hero, she was merely a high intermediate rank grade -1 at best. Aileen still couldn't understand why a weakling like Yu Yonha was called the Queen of Soul by so many people. Hello. Yu Yonha lowered her head with a small smile. Aileen snorted and turned her gaze to the man sitting on the other side of Hanks. Yu Sihyuk, the master of Baekdu Mountain. He was busy reading a book, not even sparing Aileen a glance. It had been a while since they last saw each other, but he was still as snobby as ever. Ah, right, Lord Hanks. At that moment, she heard Yu Yonha's voice. Aileen again shifted her gaze to Yu Yonha, who was handing what seemed to be a pill to Hanks. What's this? Asked Hanks. Aileen also stared at the pill with sparkly eyes. Is it vitamins? She wondered. When Yu Yonha courteously responded, it's the cure for your side effect that we talked about before. The cure? Yes. Kim Hajin had passed on the pills he had made to Yu Yonha and asked her to distribute them to the 9 stars who were suffering from serious side effects. Yu Yonha gladly accepted. Is this what you tried to give me last time? They're similar. Hank stared at the pill for a while before grabbing it and putting it inside his pocket. He then said bashfully, I do need to stay alive until at least the demon realm gate opens. Thank you for accepting it. I should be the one thanking you. I really don't think my heart has a lot of time left, and I've been regretting declining your offer last time. Aileen turned away from them and began organizing the papers for the meeting. I like gifts and pills too, she muttered to herself. As she neared her 40s, she had recently grown more interested in health. Oh, I have a gift for you as well, Chairman Aileen. Of course, Yu Yonha was not the type to miss such an opportunity. The gift she prepared for Aileen was a box of top-class medicinal pills. Each pill contained a small amount of dimensional entropy and was worth at least 100 million won. There were 60 of these pills in the box. H.M. Yeah, I guess I'll take it, if you so insist. Aileen hugged the gift box tightly. Well then, should we get on with the meeting to discuss how we're gonna judge? Yu Yonha bit her lips, trying hard not to laugh out loud at Aileen, who was beaming in satisfaction. Look, we have to pick 200 out of 1,000 people. But do we have enough time to meet all the candidates? Of course we don't. So we should first pick out the most qualified candidates, and, about that. Yu Yonha intervened. Because of the gift she had just received, Aileen felt more forgiving than usual. So she casually asked, What is it? Without a word, Yu Yonha put forth an envelope. A black and a golden lotus symbol was embossed on it. Kim Hajin wrote this letter and left it to Yu Yonha, hoping to earn himself a spot in the final 200. This is. Aileen looked at the envelope, the symbol on the envelope to be precise, and frowned. Yes, it's a letter from Black Lotus. At that moment, Hanks and Yu Sihyuk, who had been quiet all along, opened their eyes wide. Yu Yonha glanced at them and continued cautiously. Black Lotus sent this letter to my guild. It appears that he also wants to enter the gate. What do you think? I'd like to hear your opinions. Korea, Demon Realm Gate, cold wind swept across the land under the grey sky. It was unusual weather for a day in April. The last round of the qualification tournament was over and the entire selection process had ended. Black Lotus was secretly selected as one of the participants. I came to the site of the Demon Realm Gate when I realized that the deadline of 30 days as denoted by the gate would be over soon. Because the area around the gate had been sealed off to the public. It was very quiet here. I hid myself in a nearby mountain and looked around. There were many heroes and jinns down below. Heroes sought to enter the gate, and the jinns wanted to take their place, which suddenly the wind blew, and with that wind a certain existence appeared next to me. You're here, I muttered. Yeah, I am, Jin Sahyuk said with a nod. On her back, Alexander Ii's cape was fluttering boastingly in the wind. I looked at the people below. On the hero's side, I saw Ki Naeun, Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak, Jin Se-in, Aileen, Yoon Seung-ah, Rachel, Yoo Jin-woon, Kim Junwoo. Vast expense, and even Belle, in terms of strength, all of them were qualified to represent humanity. I see Belle over there. It's not only Belle, Jin Sahyuk remarked in all seriousness. There are also a lot of jinns. Inside that gate is where the greatest devil of all time will be born. The greatest devil? Are you talking about Belle? I took out my bow and arrows. It was just as Jin Sahyuk said. There were too many jinns here in the mountain range in Hamjeongdo. Below the ground, above the ground, even in the sky. They were waiting for their chance to enter the gate of the demon realm. Yes, inside the gate is where Belle will die and Baal will be born. I notched 5 dark ore arrows against the bowstring and shot them, Chwiek, the arrows flew like a hawk towards the Jins. Cuke, cuke, I heard ear-splitting shrieks. Then, I retrieved the arrows and notched them again. Then I asked Jin Sahyuk, does that mean we're 100% sure that Baal is going to descend? Kill me inside the gate of the demon realm and eliminate Baal. Jin Sahyuk mimicked Bel's voice. It was quite similar, and a laugh escaped my lips. That's what Bel said. Yeah, I agree. If Baal does descend, we can't bring him to Earth. We'll have to end him in there. Baal in my setting was close to God. He would probably be more powerful than Auden and would try to transform the Earth immediately. That's why we would have to end everything inside. Once Baal escapes, the Earth would be destroyed for good. What are you gonna do, Jin Sahyuk? But there was one more thing I needed to ask Jin Sahyuk. She would need to rely on Baal's powers if she wanted to connect Akatrina and the Earth. Therefore, if Jin Sahyuk did not give up on her initial goal to return to her homeland, she would have no choice but to cooperate with Baal. Baal and I will take care of that. How? I'll make sure it doesn't cause you a problem, so stay out of it. Jin Sahyuk was adamant. I nodded reluctantly and shot the arrows again. Dark ore arrows danced in the air as they flew towards the Jins. They disposed of a dozen Jins and returned to me. Duck, someone's shooting arrows. It's dark arrows, dark arrows. Dark arrows, that means Black Lotus. Damn it, that son of a bitch. The Jins, cornered by my surprise attack, initiated devil transformation. But that was a bad decision. Heroes immediately detected the change in their demonic energy. Aileen was the first to jump up in the air and track down the demonic energy, destroying her enemies with her spirit speech. She was as merciless as the Grim Reaper. What do you think you're doing here? Vermins, you'll be crushed. And her spirit speech crushed the Jins quite literally. Yu Sihyuk's white wolves jumped in, followed by Yu Jinwoong's electric strikes and Shin Jonghak's dark flames. Jin Sahyuk. Watching the scene unfold, I called Jin Sahyuk's name. She looked at me. What? I hesitated, unable to look her in the eye. I opened my mouth, then closed it again. It took me a while, but I finally managed to get it out. I wanted Jin Sahyuk to hear this. Can't you just stay here? Jin Sahyuk said nothing. I waited for her to answer, but she kept her silence, and suddenly, Gyu, the demon realm gate, began releasing magic power. The giant magic power shook the earth and spread in all directions. The fight between the Jins and the heroes stopped, and runic symbols rose above the slowly opening gate. I translated it with my gift. The demon realm gate shall determine who among the humans gathered here qualifies to enter it. That was all there was. The moment I finished reading it, however, branch-shaped magic power flowed out from the half-open gate. Kiyek, two of the many branches stretching out in all directions, came this way and wrapped around Jin Sahyuk and me. What the? Damn it. We didn't even have time to react. Wish. The branch of magic power bound our bodies tightly and dragged us into the Demon Realm Gate without a moment's delay. Chapter 318. Demon Realm Gate 3. Hello. We are at the opening of the Gate of Glory. Reporters from all over the world gathered in Hamgyong province. Although they were prohibited from going near the gate, they could film and report from afar. On Estem Quella Port, Zarban and Leonardo have been selected for the final 200. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Various languages could be heard in the North Hamgyong Province Plaza. Noticing the countless cameras, Yuyonha busily went around meeting celebrities that were present. You're here too, Suhyuk SSI. After meeting several corporate leaders, Yuyonha found Park Suhyuk, the CEO of SH Agency, now renowned as the world's greatest. Haha, yes, I was lucky enough to receive an invitation. It might get dangerous when the gate opens. I'm sure it'll be fine, especially with Essence of the Straits Guild members protecting us. Hearing Park Soo-hyuk's subtle praise, Yuyonha smiled. As he said, many Essence of the Straight Guild members, including Kim Youngjin, Yi Jinar, Lionel, Yohei, Shen Yuan, Ah Haein, and even Hanks, none of whom were even among the 200 chosen to enter the gate, were present at the scene. Still, stay alert. At least make sure you're wearing protective gear. Oh, protective gear. Park Soo-hyuk smiled in response and tapped on his smartwatch. Immediately, reinforced magic power rose up from the watch and shrouded him. Yu Yonha watched the scene and nodded her head in satisfaction. Park Soo-hyuk's smartwatch had a detailed magic enchantment courtesy of dimensional entropy. Developed by Essential Dynamics, it was the commercial version of Protect Watch. Reinforced magic power produced by the Protect Watch rivaled that of an intermediate rank grade -1 hero. It was no different than a portable suit of armor. Unsurprisingly, its cost of production and lack of material made it worth well over 100 million won. It's scary how far Essence of the Straits technology has gone. I can't begin to see the end of it. Park Soo-hyuk shook his head in raw amazement. Hoo-hoo, the new technological revolution is only just beginning. Dimensional entropy, a resource containing infinite potential. Just thinking about it put a smile on Yu Yonha's face. Wuong. At that moment, a huge surge of magic power erupted, and the area turned boisterous. It looks like the gate is opening. What a brilliant flash of mana. The earth shook, and the screams of reporters and spectators intertwined. Yu Yonha and Park Soo-hyuk quickly clad themselves in reinforced magic power, while Jin Se-chin, Kim Young-jin, and other core members of Essence of the Strait ran to Yu Yonha. Chief Officer, they came to lead Yu Yonha to a safer place. But at that moment, KWANG, several streams of magic power shot up through the ground, like tentacles. The streams of magic power coiled around Yu Yonha's body and dragged her underneath before the heroes could do anything. S-shoot! Kim Young-jin and Jin Se-chin immediately threw themselves into the crack in the ground. My head hurt, and my body felt feeble. It felt like my body was floating on water, exhausted and lacking in energy. I couldn't see anything nor feel the flow of time. Strangely, my consciousness slowly turned clearer. Who I am, why I'm here, what I needed to do from here, my understanding of the situation was returning. Ha! At that moment, the sound of someone's breath flowed into my ears. I couldn't tell whether it was mine or someone else's. I simply focused on the sound and tried to regain my dulled senses. Who? I heard another breath. It was easy from then. I could tell now that the breath was indeed mine. I repeatedly took long breaths and moved parts of my body. Soon, my eyes opened. My vision returned, and the first thing I saw was an old drawer. It was worn down and moldy, with bugs crawling over it. I frowned and twisted my body towards the ceiling. Kick! The bed I was lying on made a creaking noise. The ceiling was even moldier than the drawer. Am I in a prison cell? With a bewildered murmur, I got up. Immediately, a huge wave of dizziness swept through me, and my body fell back on the bed. Crack! The shabby bed broke down. Arg! It seemed I had no choice but to rest a bit more. I pressed my temple for the next 5 minutes and then got up once more. Oh, I was still dizzy, but I could move properly. First, I checked the interior of the room. A bed, a drawer, and a closet with 2 uniforms. Other than those, a mismatch of items on the drawer were the only noteworthy objects. I examined the writing utensils on the drawer. A notepad, a pen, a bag, a half-eaten bento box, and an identification card. The identification card was obviously the most eye-catching item. Lorenzio's Secret Service, F-rank sharpshooter, Kim Hajin, ID number 2,937,102. F-rank sharpshooter, Kim Hajin. I frowned. I knew nothing about how the Demon Realm Gate worked. Naturally, I had no clue what situation I was in. I examined the identification card more closely, but there wasn't anything else of note. Next, I opened the drawer. A crossbow and an arrow were stored inside it. Sharpshooter. I guess I am one. I laughed inwardly and opened the second layer. It only had casual clothes and nothing else. It was the same for the third layer. What situation am I in? There isn't even a hint. Just as I was thinking that, a series of messages popped up in front of me. This is the world where Bale was first born. You are participating as a supporter of this world, and your goal is the annihilation of Bale. Your variable stats have been suppressed from the effects of dimensional travel, but do not worry. It will be fixed over time, or you can hasten it through training. A total of 200 people from Earth have entered the Demon Realm Gate. I studied the messages, then checked my stats. Strength 4 plus 1, stamina 4 plus 1, speed 4 plus 1, perception 4 plus 1, vitality 4 plus 1, magic power 4 plus 1, status effect. Rejective force is temporarily reducing your variable stats. Gift master sharpshooter high rank. Composite attribute. Evolving grade -1. Young dwarf's dexterity high rank. Illusion attribute. evolving grade -2, random consolidation system intermediate rank, spirit attribute, 4-stage consolidation, constraints and amplifications intermediate rank, physique 2/3 magic dysfunction high rank, illusion attribute, evolving grade -2, random consolidation system intermediate rank, spirit attribute, 4-stage consolidation, status effect. Rejective force is temporarily reducing the power of all gifts and physiques. I wasn't sure what rejective force was exactly, but I checked Stigma's magic power first. Gyu. Thankfully, I still had all 5 streaks of Stigma. However, the weapons I stored inside the Stigma were gone. Both the Desert, Eagle, and Ether. Wait, hey, where are my weapons? I asked, but no reply returned. I became worried. I couldn't do anything without my gear. It was then. It's time for food, come out. Everyone, someone's shouting voice rang out from outside the door. It was so loud that even the room was shaking. I flinched, then looked out the window. The navy sky clearly indicated it was twilight. They're eating at this time of the day. Food, other voices rang out. I opened the door to check what was going on. A hallway stretched out beyond the door, and I could see other people busily running towards one direction. I seemed to be in a dorm of some sort. I'm coming. I changed into the uniform hanging in the worn-down closet and chased after them. 5 minutes later, we arrived at a cafeteria, similar to the one I saw when I was in the Korean army in the original world. I followed what the others were doing. After receiving my portion of food, I sat down at a random table. Ah, you idiot, no. You retard. But at that moment, a man who seemed to be a leader or instructor of some sort pointed at me and shouted. Everyone in the cafeteria turned to me, and I stood up straight in a fluster. I was reacting the same way I did when I messed up in the army. Are you a D rank? Why are you sitting at the D rank table? Sorry, I could guess what I did wrong. I was F rank according to my identification card. I shot up with an apology. Sit down at the correct place next time, you brainless fool. Yes, my apologies. Screw off now. I glanced at the instructor before looking at the table I was just at. Indeed, the letter D was clearly inscribed on it. Distancing myself from the table, I began to look for the table with the F label. Ah! In the corner of the cafeteria, I found a table that was on the brink of collapsing. I scurried towards it and sat down next to someone I didn't know. Soon afterward, a man with disheveled hair came and sat down as well. I looked at the man sitting in front of me. More precisely, I looked at the uniform he was wearing. On his chest was a sword-shaped nameplate, and his uniform was light green colored, just like the one I had. Next, I turned to the D-rank table I was just at. The people sitting there had uniforms that were slightly greener. It seemed the color of the uniform was a good indicator of one's rank. I nodded my head and talked to the guy sitting next to me. Excuse me. The man looked at me curiously. I thought about what to ask before giving up. It didn't seem like such a good idea to ask where we were or what we were doing here. No, nothing. Do you want to eat my share as well? Ha, sure. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. After the early breakfast came a morning training session. I used Stigma's magic power to make it seem like my right arm was rotting so I could skip it and go collect information about this world. An army. To the right of the military training ground was a large castle. According to observation and reading, it was Duke Lorenzio's castle. It was likely the military command of this place. I turned my gaze to the left of the military training ground, where the dorm I woke up in was located. Several college building-like structures were standing there. The entire place seemed to be called Lorenzio Night Training Institution. Compared to it, the military training ground and the dorm were places where trash was stored. I slowly walked towards the left. After about 500 steps from the training ground, I arrived at a large building. The word library was written across it. Luckily, I arrived at the perfect place to help me learn about this world. I walked in without hesitation. Perhaps because of the morning training, no one was inside. Let's see. History, history, history. I went to the history section of the library and picked out several books to read. The information I obtained from 30 minutes of reading was the following. I was in a dukedom ruled by the Lorenzio clan, and the dukedom was part of the Arenheim kingdom. Duke Lorenzio was a commander, and the Lorenzio Knight Training Institution trained not only knights, but also foot soldiers. I was unsurprisingly a common soldier. Even among them, I was at the lowest F rank, being nothing more than a meat shield. Did I possess this guy's body? I frowned and complained inwardly about being a common soldier. Still, I was happy I got to learn a little more about the world behind the demon realm gate. I got up from the seat and stood in front of a library mirror. I still looked like myself, Kim Hajin. Then I suddenly remembered something and nodded my head. It wasn't that I took over someone's body. In novel terminology, I had transmigrated, meaning that I was inserted into this world. I took out the notepad I brought from my room and jotted down my current goals. Recover my strength and find other heroes from Earth. Find Bell. He will be the key to Bale's descent. Find my weapon. In addition to the desert, eagle, and ether, Misteltein Bullet was critical for annihilating Bale. Annihilation of Bale. Just as I finished writing my goals, "Oi!" someone shouted and grabbed me by the neck. "Ack, you retard. Who do you think you are? This isn't a place you can enter." Startled, I turned around. A red-haired knight was glaring at me with his hands still on my neck. "Ha, sorry, Ack." I couldn't resist at all. The difference in our strength was too big, and the knight simply dragged me away. Hold on a minute. This is the first time I've seen a soldier sneak into the library. Wait. I didn't sneak in, I just wanted to read some books. That's what sneaking in is. But shut it. With those two words, my breath stopped. His grip around my neck became stronger, and I couldn't eke out another word. Cack, just like that. I blacked out. An F-rank soldier sneaked into the library. Knight Commander Aaron furrowed her brows at the unexpected report. She had the highest position in the Lorenzio Knight Training Institution and was a sworn sister of Duke Lorenzio's daughter. Yes, we threw him into a cell for now. What would a foot soldier even read there? I'm sure he just got lost. The male knight shook his head at Aaron's question. That's what I thought when I first received the report, but we found a stack of books he was reading. Interesting. A foot soldier reading books in a library. Aaron nodded her head, though she snickered at the strange idea. If he was only reading, it isn't too big of a crime. But he is an F-rank soldier from a commoner background. He isn't even allowed to walk up the stairs to the West Wing. Draven, Aaron interrupted the knight and stared at him with her clear, ocean-like eyes. Draven closed his mouth and dropped his head. Don't be so tough. If a soldier acts out of line, you should first figure out what motivated him to act in such a way. The punishment comes afterward. Draven didn't respond. Seeing Draven so obedient, Aaron smiled. Although Draven had a good character and was a skilled knight, he was too concerned with social hierarchy. Aaron saw this as a shame, since she believed it was the only flaw preventing him from being a good leader. All right, keep him imprisoned for a week. I won't allow any more than that. Chapter 319, a new path one. I was currently in a guardhouse. Well, perhaps it was a prison cell. Whatever the case, the point was that I was locked up and working out. Push-ups, plank, pull-ups, etc. Your strength increases by 0.1. Your vitality increases by 0.1. Your stamina increases by 0.1. As the above alerts showed, the exercise was going pretty well. I experienced an increase of 0.6 points in just 36 hours. I couldn't have experienced such a rapid increase on Earth. I looked at the veins protruding out of my forearm. At this rate, I believed I would be able to regain my original abilities in a couple of months. KWANG. Suddenly, the door burst open. I lifted my head and looked at the door. Tap, tap. I heard heavy footsteps approaching. Clang. I heard the sound of metal clanging against metal. A person in a robe stood in front of my cell. "Are you the F-rank sharpshooter Kim Hajin?" A clear voice flowed into my ears. It was a beautiful voice, one that no one would ever forget once they heard it. "I am," I answered. A woman wearing a hooded robe gave a small smile. "Is it true that you broke into the library to read books?" The woman looked at me and asked, and only then did I realize her name and her status. Observation and reading had activated a little late. Aaron, Knight Commander. Yes. So does that mean you can read? Was the illiteracy rate in this world high? Aaron gave a broad smile when I answered that I could read. Great. That's good to hear. She took out a copper plate and a card from inside her robe. "I understand that only those who are competent can enter the Lorenzio Secret Service. Statistics prove that the soldiers in the Secret Service are usually a rank or two better than soldiers in other squads," Aaron said, and threw the copper plate and the card into my cell. "I heard it's only been 3 months since you joined the army." I examined the copper plate. Short sentences were written on it. 1:30 a.m., March 8th. Stable near the eastern gate of Lorenzio. I need a sharpshooter to guide me through the Rotio Mountains. He needs to be able to read this copper plate. I thought the last sentence was a bit odd, but decided to move on to the card for now. The card had the words supply card written across it in black. Can you read that copper plate? Pardon. Ah, yes, I can. 1:30 a.m., March 8th. When I read what was written on the copper plate, Aaron smiled and continued. All right, now listen up. I'd like to hire you on a secret mission. Surely you're aware that as an F-rank soldier, your career in the army can end at any moment now that you're in jail. I listened to her carefully, since I didn't know anything about the situation I was currently in. However, if you come back alive from this mission, I'll guarantee you a spot in the army, not just as an ordinary soldier, but as a commissioned officer. Oh, and you'll be released immediately if you accept my offer. It turns out she was asking for my help. I was wondering whether I should accept her offer or not, and all of a sudden several sentences popped up before my eyes. New event, summary, Aaron has chosen you as Harin's bodyguard. Difficulty high, goal escort, Harin safely to the Republic of Liras in the south. Reward a piece of equipment that you lost. I'll do it. I immediately nodded my head. Good. You'll change into regular clothes and depart tomorrow. You'll be able to get all the equipment you need from the armory with that card. Aaron smiled and turned around. Her movements were very graceful. As she walked down the hallway towards the exit, the guard approached me and opened the cell door. You're being released. Frank sharpshooter Kim Hajin. You'll have to fill out a short form before leaving. KOONG. The guardhouse door closed shut. Aaron let out a sigh as she watched the iron door close. As always, it was too heavy and bulky for her taste. A simple magic processing would have been enough to solve the issue, but whoever constructed it had not bothered in the slightest. So this is where you are. Suddenly, an annoyed voice caught Aaron's attention. Startled, Aaron turned her gaze to where the voice had come from. There, her subordinate Draven was waiting for her. Draven, Commander, are you up to something again? That's no way to speak to your superior. Aaron put on a solemn expression, but Draven was persistent. Now even more serious than before, he blocked Aaron's way. Left with no other option, Aaron spoke with a sigh. An old frenemy of mine has asked me to lend her a sharpshooter. An old frenemy. Yes. Aaron smiled bitterly and continued. I'm sure you know her as well. Draven widened his eyes. There was only one person he could think of, the sister of the man who had been executed for spreading false rumors about the prince. Draven exclaimed in aghast. Commander, SHH. They might think we're working with the traitors. It's okay. That's why I came here specifically. Harin, the eldest daughter of the Leon clan. Because of her brother's treacherous prophecy, someday the prince will become the devil and destroy the world. Her entire family had been killed off, and she was the sole survivor. She's in need of a sharpshooter to help her escape. He's not even D rank. I can spare her an F rank soldier. No one would notice that he's gone anyway. Aaron had already tested the F-rank sharpshooter named Kim Hajin, the copper plate that Aaron showed to Kim Hajin. Only those with good eyesight could read the letters engraved on it. It was a magic item designed specifically for that purpose. Lending her a soldier won't change her situation, but it could change ours. Draven. Aaron interrupted Draven adamantly. It's something I decided, and you have no right to stop me. And I know for sure that you're also indebted to Leon. Drevon fell silent. It was just as the commander said. The Duke of Leon was an ardent supporter of Arenheim's knights. He lent support to those with talent regardless of his or her status, and offered financial support so that the beneficiaries could focus on honing their sword skills. Aaron was one of Leon's beneficiaries. Though she and Harin drifted apart because of something that happened in the past, she had yet to forget all the support she'd received from her family. Fine. Draven, a local aristocrat and another beneficiary of Leon, finally gave in. But Commander, it'll be fine if that soldier dies during the mission. But if by any chance he comes back alive, I'll kill him myself. We need to keep this to ourselves. Aaron said nothing. She passed her subordinate quietly, and Draven followed her in slow steps. New event, summary, Aaron has chosen you as Harin's bodyguard. Difficulty high, goal escort, Harin safely to the Republic of Liras in the south. Reward a piece of equipment that you lost. I scrutinized the details of this important mission and changed into new clothes as soon as I got out of the guardhouse. I started feeling itchy again the moment I put them on. My next destination was the armory. The guards at the armory tried to stop me at first. but stepped down when I showed them the card, as Aaron had told me to do. They then gave me the necessary weapons. Chainmail, hunting backpack, crampons, iron crossbow, 40 bronze magic bolts. Are you all set? Yes, sir, I picked out the best equipment from the armory. Of course, all of them were mundane at best, but I could probably make them more useful through random consolidation system. Good luck. Thank you. I exchanged greetings with the guards and left the armory. I then headed to the shooting range. My mission was to begin tomorrow, and I felt the need to sharpen my skills. It's big. The shooting range was 15 meters wide and 500 meters long. It seemed pretty well taken care of. I stood in a lane and took out the crossbow. Kick, I cocked and loaded the bolt against the bowstring and aimed at the target. Then I fired. Tang. Immediately after I shot my first bolt, I shot the second. Tang. My second bolt fiercely chased after the first. It was as if I shot them both at the same time. This rapid-fire technique was made possible by my gift. Koong, koong, a heavy sound rang out. The first bolt landed in the center area, and the second bolt split the first bolt in half and penetrated the target. I nodded in satisfaction. Despite the fact that my stats had decreased, the result was great. With the combination of my accuracy and stigma, I was confident that I could dominate almost all enemies with a single shot. I wonder what everyone is doing. A sudden curiosity captured my attention. There were a total of 200 Earthlings in this world. Did they all start at the very bottom like me, or did they start higher, more towards the middle? Or maybe some of them became aristocrats and were in a better position to see how the wind was blowing. I took out the Book of Truth to find out the answer. Where is Kim Soo-ho in this world? I assumed this question would take up 2 streaks, which was risky now that my physical abilities were limited, but I wanted to know where Kim Soo-ho was no matter what. Kim Soo-ho is in the Republic of Liras to the south. Oh, my eyes widened. That's where I'm going. A small laugh escaped my lips as I thanked my luck. Arenheim, March 8th of Kairos calendar. One late night at the Duchy of Lorenzio. Who? Short blue hair and sharp facial features. Not even dirt and bulky armor could hide the beauty that once charmed the entire kingdom. Anyone would notice this mysterious yet filthy woman. This fact made Harin, the last survivor of Leon, tremble in fear even more. Who? In a stable near the castle wall, she was wandering alone in fear. She managed to arrive at the Duchy of Lorenzio thanks to the help of the knights. Currently, she was alone. Her only companion had left her to divert the attention of the enemy. Wait, it was then she heard a man shouting. Hup! Harin hid behind a wall and covered her mouth. Let's hit up another place. The night is still young. Great idea, let's go. Ha! She waited in the dark for Aaron's help to arrive, whilst continually being startled by the footsteps of the passers-by and wild animals. How much longer do I have to wait? Harin felt humiliated that she had to ask Aaron for help, but she had no other choice. She decided that staying alive was more important than her dignity. She had asked for a sharpshooter. To escape from Arenheim, she had to cross a rugged mountain range. Wait, did she? But she couldn't rule out the possibility that Aaron betrayed her. She knew Aaron wasn't the type to go back on her word. But Harin put her hands together and prayed for Aaron to remember all the good things that the Leon clan had done for her. It was then. Is that you? A voice captured Harin's attention. Startled, Harin took a step back and raised her head. She saw in the shadow of the castle wall a man hidden under his robe. Harin gulped and looked at the man. You are, she felt relieved, but only for a moment. The tension in the atmosphere heightened as she began to suspect the man as an assassin sent by the royal family to kill her. I'm the receiver of this copper plate. The man showed Harin the copper plate she had given to Aaron. This was the proof that the mysterious man was on her side. But Harin still felt doubtful, for she couldn't deny the possibility that Aaron had betrayed her. Did Aaron send you? That's right, I'm the pawn. Pawn. Harin felt confused by his word choice, but nevertheless chose to believe him. This was because she knew that if Aaron did actually betray her, then she wouldn't be able to make it to Lyra's alive no matter what. Nice to meet you, I'm Renha. Harin presented an alias and reached out her hand. I'm Kim Hajin. The man also introduced himself and took her hand, just like that. She shook hands with the man who would become her bodyguard. Kim Hajin. It was a rather strange name, which made him appear more suspicious. Yes, that's me. But the man nodded as if he wasn't suspecting anything, and this made Harin feel a little more comfortable. For an assassin, he did seem too lax after all. Harin asked nonchalantly. I have one horse. Do you know how to ride horses? Ah, yes, yes. I can. Well then, Harin nodded and pulled the horse out of the stable. She was big enough for two people. Let's ride her together. Ah, but before that, Harin suddenly realized that she didn't know her bodyguard's rank. Are you? But she stopped midway through her question. If this man was a knight, it would be rude for her to ask him about his rank. And if she could actually make it out of Arnheim alive, it was better that they knew nothing about each other. A sharpshooter, so she decided to change her question. She wanted to confirm that Aaron sent her a sharpshooter. The man nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm a sharpshooter. That was enough for Harin, but apparently not for her bodyguard. He added another sentence that she would have been perfectly happy without. I'm Kim Hajin, an F-rank sharpshooter. Pardon, Harin's mind went blank. F-rank. Was this man talking about the F-rank that she knew, the F-rank that was synonymous with trash? Dumbfounded, Harin looked at the man for a while before asking, Did you say F-rank? Yes. Only then did Harin finally get a good look at the man. The way he was dressed was nothing like a knight and more like a common soldier. Coincidentally, the man even showed her his ID card. You can trust me. This is my identification card with my name and my rank. Secret Service soldier. F-rank sharpshooter Kim Hajin. This is just trust me. How could I trust you? Harin stumbled in sudden dizziness. It was stress-induced anemia. F-rank. She grabbed her head in dizziness. Suddenly resentment overtook her. Aaron, how could you? I know I was asking a lot, but an F-rank is just too much. He won't even be able to survive in the mountains I have to cross. Why? Troubled, Harin sank to the floor of the stable. Chapter 320. A new path to Lotio mountain range, ranging 1,400 km in length and 240 km in width, is a gigantic mountain range located between the Republic of Liras and the Arenheim Kingdom. Each mountain peak has a unique environmental condition and is filled with powerful monsters that prevent human habitation. Kalin Mountain and 7 other mountains, which all have a height of over 5,000 meters, are all in this mountain range. A safe road was constructed from the duchy to the Republic, but Harin, the person I had to protect, chose to go over the mountain range. That was enough to tell me what situation she was in. Did you study up? Harin asked. I put down the book I was reading and replied with a nod. Somewhat. We were currently in a stable where Harin's beloved horse was staying. I ran to a bookstore first thing in the morning to pick up a book about Lotio mountain range and was now in the middle of reading through it. Harin gave me an odd look. She was doubting my trustworthiness and most likely lamenting her situation where she had to depend on a mere F-rank soldier. It's fine if you give up. After some time, Harin said bitterly, Lotio mountain range is infamous. It's not a place a mere soldier can survive through. I'm confident in my martial prowess with the night training I received, but I can't guarantee your safety on such a dangerous trip. She spoke honestly. She didn't blame anyone or complain. No, it's fine. I accepted the situation. With my art Parker, climbing a mountain wasn't much of a problem. The more obstacles it had, the better my art would perform. Moreover, Harin, eldest daughter of Lauren clan, Devil Hunter, Harin's status reflected by my gift, showed a surprising piece of info, Devil Hunter. She was clearly someone I should keep an eye on. Ha! I wonder where your confidence comes from. Harin furrowed her brows unhappily before gulping down a bottle of water in one go. Then let's make something clear before we set out. If anything happens, I will leave you behind without hesitation. Yes, I understand. I nodded my head. Then shall we go? Just as I said that, TZZZT, a square box Harin put in the corner of the stable emitted strange noises. The box spat out a piece of paper as though it was a printing machine. Harin snatched up the paper in a smooth motion, then began to read it. What's that? Harin responded simply. I asked my friend to investigate your background. Didn't people usually keep quiet about background investigations? I wasn't sure whether to call her honest or shameless. Harin glanced at me and murmured, Please understand, it's just to confirm whether your identity is true or not. Ah, yes. I was curious what background I had as well, so I just sat still. After a brief moment, Harin's eyes became a little wider. You were an herbalist. Yeah. Yeah. Harin's eyes turned sharp. I had spoken casually, subconsciously. Ah, my apologies. I don't know when we will say farewell, but please don't forget about manners. Harin gave me a displeased glare before beginning to read the paper again. Your family. But in the next moment, Harin paused. She didn't finish her sentence. She raised her head slowly, then dropped the paper in a fluster when she met my eyes. KQham. Her honest reaction was an obvious giveaway that I didn't have parents in this world. The co-author sure made that one detail consistent. Are you finished? Yes, but I want to ask again. Will you really not give up? I grinned and nodded my head. Understood. Lanes. Harin let out a light sigh and led her horse Lanes out of the stable. Meanwhile, I glanced at the paper lying on the floor. Lorenzio's F-rank knight, Kim Hajin, special note, has experience working as an herbalist at the outskirts of the duchy. Training records: 510 shots, 610 lookouts, 410 close combat, has potential to be promoted to B-rank sharpshooter. Family orphan, came to the Lorenzio temple when he was 6 and stayed there for 10 years before becoming an herbalist. At that moment, Harin asked, "Do you really know how to ride a horse?" "Ah, I'll get rid of the report." Harin saw that the report was in my hand and burned it using her magic power. Then she asked again, "Do you know how to ride a horse?" "Of course." I took the reins and led Lanes. The sky above was getting brighter. Sitting on the racing horse, Harin thought, "This sharpshooter, his horse riding skill is better than I imagined. I've never seen anyone handle Lanes so well." Hitting. With a cry, Lanes suddenly came to a stop. Kim Hajin pulled the reins back and spoke. "It seems we're here." "Already?" Harin hid her surprise and looked around. A sky-high mountain range filled the distant view. From the duchy to Lorio mountain range, only 40 minutes had passed. Their travel speed was incredible. "You're right." Harin hopped down from Lanes's back and undid the reins and saddle. Knowing what it meant, Lanes shook his head and clacked his hooves. Unfortunately, Lanes's journey would end here. "You can go now." Lanes stomped the ground, clearly expressing reluctance. Harin consoled Lanes. "You did well to get me here. You're an excellent horse, so you'll be able to live happily with an owner of your choice." With that, Harin stood at the entrance of the mountain range. "Let's go." She spoke with determination. I looked at her and nodded my head. "I'll take the lead." The first mountain we had to overcome was Plorian. It was just like any other mountain until the 2,000-meter mark. Any higher and a bone-chilling cold filled the air. "Will you?" Harin still seemed to have doubts, but asked in a nicer tone than the first time we met. "Don't worry. I have good eyesight," I answered with confidence. 24 hours afterwards, 2350-meter mark of Plorian. Ha ha! I was currently lying on a cold rock halfway up the mountain. Climbing the mountain was easy thanks to parkour, but the problem was with my stamina. After all, I had climbed the mountain without stopping for 24 hours. Your stamina increases by 0.3 points. Your vitality increases by 0.2 points. Your strength increases by 0.2 points. Your stamina increases by 0.1 points. Of course, my stats were rising rapidly as well. Harin said it would take at least 3 months to get over the mountain range, so by the end, my stats should be mostly recovered as well. "Are you okay?" Harin looked down at me and asked. I nodded my head silently. "Your stamina is better than I thought," Harin murmured. Then, she examined the grass in the area and harvested some of it. She also picked up some sticks that could serve as kindling and put them in her bag. As I kept staring at her, she even took the time to explain. "We have to gather as many herbs, kindling and food as possible. The forest will disappear once we get up into the extreme cold." "I see." I nodded my head and raised my body. Harin gave me a strange look. "You're done resting already?" "Pardon. Ah, yes. Let's go." My stats went up as I used up stamina, so it was better to keep myself a little tired. We picked up our bags and began to climb the mountain once more. As we got further up, the greenery on the ground disappeared, replaced with icy dirt. The chilling temperature cut into my skin like blades, but with random consolidation system, boosting the heat-resistant property of my clothes, I was able to endure the cold better. I looked at Harin. She was enduring the cold with Kai reinforcement. Seeing this, I was reminded of her setting, Devil Hunter. She was undoubtedly an important character in this world. She probably had an important role in fighting Bale. Without doubt, she was someone I had to keep safe. Ha ha. Once we reached the 4,000-meter mark, the extreme chill became too harsh to endure. I had no choice but to strengthen my equipment with Stigma's magic power. "Are we going the right way? I can trust you, right?" At that moment, Harin asked. Her voice was frigid with cold. Yes, just follow me, I replied confidently, but perhaps my tone provoked the mountain. As snow-white snowflakes began to pour down, it was a whiteout. Harin shouted immediately. It's a snowstorm. Be careful. Harin headed to the opposite direction as she said that. The person who told me to be careful was lost herself. She had lost her sense of direction from the whiteout, seeing her heading towards a cliff. I grabbed her wrist and pulled her back strongly. Ah, W, who is it? Is it you? Yes, it's me. I can hear you fine, so you don't have to shout. Just follow my lead. This snowstorm even had magic power mixed in the air, making it all the more difficult to endure. Hugh, I see a cave over there. Considering how long we climbed without rest, no one would curse us for taking a break here. I began to walk to a natural cave about 500 meters away. 28 hours since the beginning of climbing. A cave in Plorian Mountain. TJ, a campfire burned as 3 skewered fish cooked above it. Harin smacked her lips and swallowed her saliva as she watched the fish. When I stared at her, she murmured as if to give an excuse. It's been a while since I've had meat. Really? Campfires leave behind tracks. You've been on the run for a long time. Harin flinched. Her eyes trembled as though they were having an internal earthquake. Soon, she let out a deep sigh and spoke honestly. Yes, I'm on the run. That's why I chose this mountain range. Why are you running away? It's better that you don't know, in case I get captured, that is. With that, Harin picked up a skewer. I was a bit disappointed that I didn't get to hear the full story, but gave up and left it for another day. I looked outside the cave. The snowstorm was showing no signs of ending. I turned back to Harin. Nom, nom, she was busy eating the fish. She finished it in the blink of an eye and then looked at me with satisfied yet suspicious eyes. By the way, Harin sat tall. Her tone was serious. Are you really an F-rank soldier? I replied with a grin. You've seen the report. An F-rank soldier can't possibly endure Plorian's extreme cold. What she was saying made sense, but I just gave the same answer she did. It's better than you don't know. It was then. A new alert popped up in front of me. A core character of this world, Devil Hunter Harin, takes interest in you. I see. Harin closed her mouth. After that, we didn't talk to each other and just stared at the snowstorm outside the cave. Soon, Harin glanced at me and handed me a skewer. I told her she could have it. I have another question, Harin asked as she nibbled on the fish. Why did you join Lorenzio's army? It wasn't a question I had the answer to. I wanted to stay quiet, but a good idea suddenly popped up in my head. Cue him. With a cough, I leaned against the cave wall and set the atmosphere. I put on a solemn expression and made myself look a little nervous. Then, in the heavy atmosphere, I muttered, to beat up a devil. Maybe. Harin's body shook strongly. She stared at me with widened eyes. I wanted to feel out the title Devil Hunter. It worked even better than I thought. Devil. Yes, I replied nonchalantly to her question. It didn't matter what she asked from here. Her investigation found that I was an orphan. No one knew my background before I came to the orphanage. In other words, I was free to make things up as I pleased. You, Harin swallowed hard and asked again, do you believe that devils exist? Hearing this, I put on the best act imaginable. I clenched my teeth and fists so that my veins would show and pushed my hair back roughly. Harin carefully observed my reaction. I maintained silence and shook my head. It was clear what I meant. Unable to wait, Harin approached me. Tell me, do you believe in the existence of devils? I gave her a sharper glare, clearly asking her not to ask any further. But Harin didn't back down. We got into a staring contest for a few minutes. Then I muttered as though I was giving up. When I turned 6, it killed my family. Harin's face turned stiff. She was most likely thinking about the family background she read in the report about me. A human turned into a horned monster and killed everyone. I tried to act angry. Devil is the only way I can describe him. Harin fell silent. She backed off. In the dark cave, she closed her eyes and pondered. Soon, she nodded her head with a sad expression. I see. She seemed to have reached an understanding as she spoke with confidence. I understand now. I looked at her. She looked content and was staring at me like looking at a comrade. I understand why Aaron sent you to me. Just like that. She took the bait.